in the realm of Tianyu, amidst the ethereal mists of Qingyang Mountain, where celestial peaks loom like dreams and verdant shades paint a picturesque landscape, a frail figure toils within the herb garden, occasionally wiping the sweat from his brow. This is Bai Fan. His slender frame evokes a sense of pity, yet in this world, compassion is a rare commodity. Orphaned from a young age, Bai Fan was taken in by a cantankerous old caretaker of the herb garden at Qingyang sect, who raised him without a semblance of parental affection. The old man, sharing the surname Bai, bequeathed his name to the boy. Now, at the age of 14, Bai Fan's stunted growth, a consequence of malnutrition, renders him akin to a mere 11 or 12-year-old. The old caretaker passed away 2 years prior, plunging Bai Fan into a life of even greater hardship. The status of an herb garden apprentice is lowly, scarcely above that of the janitorial staff, yet it demands a degree of expertise and bears considerable burdens. Failure to fulfill assigned tasks results in punishment, stripping him of any meager privileges he might have done in the old man's time. Bai Fan occasionally managed to complete his duties, earning trifles like the strengthening pillar reward he could only gaze upon longingly. The old caretaker, though not unkind, treated Bai Fan merely as a servant, issuing commands without concern. With his departure, Bai Fan was beset by troubles, not only from Zhu San, the overseer, but also from his fellow apprentices who took pleasure in tormenting him. Bai Fan, tend to this purple-stemmed grass carefully, any mishap will have you to answer for it, came a relatively restrained command. Fool, you have the white-flowered herb assigned to you. Should it falter, you know the consequences. Bai Fan, emaciated and taciturn, earned the nickname Fool from the others. Yet, he was neither dim-witted nor mute. He feigned ignorance to mitigate his suffering. One fateful day, while assisting a brash apprentice named Dinyo with a red fruit, Bai Fan inadvertently damaged a leaf. Dinyo, incensed, stormed into the herb garden. Fool, what did I tell you? If you harm that fruit, it'll break your arm. Before Bai Fan could react, Dinyo lunged, seizing his frail arm with brutish strength. With a savage tug, Dinyo dislocated Bai Fan's delicate limb, causing him to tremble in agony, yet he dared not utter a word of complaint. Endure, endure, Bai Fan silently chanted within himself. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Bai Fan, weaker than the average person, epitomizes fragility. Years of bullying have ingrained in him the principle of endurance. Any attempt at rebellion had resulted in a brutal thrashing by a group of apprentices, leaving him incapacitated for a month. Since then, he has grown more withdrawn, more solitary, and more foolish. His duties often require him to tend to other apprentices' precious herbs, particularly those with demanding care requirements, leading him to neglect his own tasks. Over the course of 2 years, he gained knowledge about various herbs and their properties, far surpassing the understanding of his peers, while Qingyang's sect is viewed as a paradise by outsiders. For Bai Fan, it is a veritable hell. He yearns to escape from Qingyang Mountain, yet the perilous heights and his own lack of strength render such a desire futile. Each year, he dreads the day of herb submission, as he must not only return the herbs entrusted to him, but also present his own to Zhu San. Having failed to complete his tasks for 2 consecutive years, the stakes are dire this time. Zhu San has long threatened that failure to meet the quota would result in his dismemberment. Despite his best efforts, Bai Fan remains unable to fulfill his obligations, as his tasks are inherently more burdensome than those of his peers, compounded by the additional responsibilities imposed upon him. The thought of Zhu San's fearsome visage sends shivers down Bai Fan's spine. Zhu San, corpulent like a winter melon, waddles with a menacing scowl, readily resorting to violence against any apprentice who crosses him. Zhu San has begun collecting herbs, and it is only a matter of days before he arrives at Bai Fan's garden. As the herbs require time to mature, Bai Fan finds himself powerless, awaiting inevitable punishment and praying that Zhu San might show leniency. After a sleepless night, the next morning dawns with a cacophony outside. Oh no! Zhu San is imminent, and a throng of apprentices is gathered to witness the spectacle. Each herb submission day is a tumultuous affair, particularly for Bai Fan, who invariably faces punishment. Fool, it's time to submit the herbs. Why are you not out to greet Lord Zhu? Fool, you have failed once more. You are nothing but a waste of resources. Many delight in taunting Bai Fan, eager to witness his impending retribution. He hastily emerges, head bowed, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, quickly extinguished. Zhu San dismisses Bai Fan, scrutinizing the herb garden with disdain. Bai Fan, your audacity grows. You've completed merely a third of your tasks this year. It appears my warnings have fallen on deaf ears. This is a path to your own demise. His voice drips with malice as he raises a hefty hand toward Bai Fan's frail form. Bai Fan does not evade, he cannot. Zhu San, a formidable force at the martial realm, eclipses Bai Fan's meager strength. Despite his girth, Zhu San moves with surprising swiftness. Before Bai Fan can process the situation, he is struck. Boom! A resounding impact reverberates. Bai Fan is propelled several meters, crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth as he lies motionless, on the brink of unconsciousness. Zhu San, a master of the martial realm, wields immense power, sufficient to fell a tiger with ease. With just a fraction of his strength, Bai Fan teeters on the edge of life. In the Tianyu realm, practitioners are categorized into various levels: mortal, transcendent, divine, and finally, celestial spirit. Ascending to celestial spirit mandates a transcendence to the six realms. The six realms encompass the Buddhist realm, demon realm, celestial realm, spirit realm, divine realm, and the chaotic realm, each teeming with countless stars and boundless mysteries. The mortal realm is further divided into 9 tiers. The first tier fortifies the body, the second accumulates energy, the third embodies martial prowess, the fourth cultivates inner breath, the fifth concerns the organs, the sixth embodies valor, the seventh embodies wisdom, the eighth embodies immense strength, and the ninth signifies transformation. The first tier strengthens the body, granting a force of 200 pounds, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. The second tier enhances muscular resilience, amassing strength beyond 600 pounds. The third tier surpasses 1,000 pounds, marking the threshold of aspirant practitioners. The fourth tier involves the cultivation of techniques, generating inner energy or breath, which manifests as powerful force, significantly enhancing all aspects of one's being. Only at this stage does one truly qualify as a practitioner. The subsequent 5 realms organs, valor, wisdom, immense strength, and transformation are realms unattainable for those like Zhu San, relegated to menial tasks as long as one can cultivate inner energy and is not overly aged. They will be accepted as a named disciple by their sect, significantly elevating their status and standing. Bai Fan, unwilling to embrace mediocrity, has tirelessly endeavored to strengthen himself. However, his frail physique has rendered him incapable of even achieving the most rudimentary level of strength, making him a target for bullying. Bai Fan, your body is ill-suited for cultivation. It would be wise to abandon your pursuits, was the admonition from the old man during his lifetime. Yet, Bai Fan has never relinquished his aspirations. Nearly 3 years have passed since the old man's demise, and although Bai Fan has increased the intensity of his training, the results remain dishearteningly minimal. I refuse to remain a mere menial worker, to be perpetually humiliated. I long to grow stronger, to become a person of distinction. Bai Fan's heart cried out in desperation just before he slipped into unconsciousness. Lord Zhu, Bai Fan has lost consciousness and is on the brink of death. What shall we do? Should we cast him into the pit of 10,000 snakes? A young apothecary inquired, inspecting Bai Fan's condition with a malicious glee. To throw him into the pit of 10,000 snakes would equate to obliterating evidence, thus alleviating many inconveniences. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Zhu Sanfei instructed the apothecaries to hoist Bai Fan and carry him towards the back mountain. The rear of Qingyang Mountain harbors a vast cavern, its depths unfathomable, teeming with countless venomous serpents. The disciples of the Qingyang sect refer to this place as the pit of 10,000 snakes. It is customary for the Qingyang sect to dispose of traitors and adversaries by casting them into this pit, a punishment most heinous. Even the members of the Qingyang sect shudder at the mention of the pit of 10,000 snakes. This pit, with an opening spanning approximately 100 meters, emits a foul stench detectable from afar. The mere scent can induce dizziness, suggesting the sheer number and potency of the venomous snakes within. The apothecaries dared not approach the pit too closely. 2 of the strongest among them were chosen to heave Bai Fan into the abyss, after which they departed, exchanging laughter and casual banter. In the eerie depths of the cave, Fan gradually regained consciousness, unaware of how much time had elapsed. A sharp pain surged through his nerves, eliciting a cry of anguish. Attempting to move brought forth an excruciating realization. His body felt as though it had been shattered, rendering him utterly immobile. Even the slightest movement sent waves of unbearable agony throughout his being. Fate, it seemed, had spared Fan from death in his unconscious state. He had been thrown into a side passage by a young attendant. The myriad of paths within the serpent's den, all naturally formed, were damp and ideal for the survival of venomous snakes. The passage Fan found himself in was not particularly steep, and its walls were incredibly smooth, causing him to slide downwards. Though he endured a series of painful bumps, he managed to escape immediate death. However, his frail body suffered from multiple fractures, leaving him with little hope unless a miracle occurred. Unable to move and beset by intense pain, sleep eluded him. Instead, he began to survey his surroundings with the periphery of his vision. The darkness enveloped him, save for a faint glimmer of light some 10 meters ahead. Gritting his teeth, Fan suppressed the agony and shifted his body slightly, striving to gain a clearer view of what lay ahead. His situation had reached a critical juncture, yet he was unwilling to surrender. A steadfast belief resided within him. He must become stronger, and for that, he had to survive. After enduring for over half an hour, Fan's clothes were drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead like raindrops. Remarkably, he bore the suffering in silence. At long last, his perseverance bore fruit. From his new angle, he caught sight of a striking sight. A straight, purple stalk stood tall before him, approximately 1.5 meters high. Crowned by a magnificent blossom, the flower radiated a radius of about 1 meter, adorned with 36 petals, alternating between black and white, 18 of each hue. The white petals shimmered, illuminating the surroundings and allowing Fan to discern the extraordinary bloom clearly. Beneath the purple stalk were several broad green leaves, reminiscent of oversized lotus leaves. Adjacent to them lay a pool of milky white liquid. Suddenly, a bubble erupted from the liquid, and as it burst, a cloud of white mist ascended, only to be absorbed by the white petals of the flower. The essence of the earth's veins. Fan gasped in astonishment, recognizing it from tales he had heard. This gentle yet potent elixir was renowned for its ability to purify the body, enhancing one's constitution significantly. Additionally, when added to alchemical concoctions, even a single drop could vastly increase the success rate and efficacy of the resulting elixirs. As for the peculiar flower with its contrasting petals, Fan had no knowledge of its nature and referred to it as the dual-colored lotus. Upon seeing the essence of the earth's veins, hope ignited within him. Just a single drop could transform his frail constitution, making it conducive to cultivation, a dream he desperately longed to achieve, tantalizingly close yet painfully out of reach. Nearly 15 meters separated him from the essence, a distance that felt insurmountable given his current state. Fan gritted his teeth and attempted to inch forward. But each movement was a monumental struggle, the pain nearly unbearable. I cannot give up. I must not surrender. A resolute conviction fueled his spirit. As he drew closer, exhilaration coursed through him, momentarily overshadowing his suffering as he crawled forward, leaving a trail of blood behind. Suddenly, the white petals blazed with brilliance, releasing a dense mist that filled the chamber with a fragrant aroma, illuminating the darkness. The scent invigorated Fan, alleviating some of his pain. He pushed forward with renewed vigor, managing to crawl a few centimeters, finding the task slightly less arduous than before. However, before he could revel in his progress, a rustling sound reached his ears, accompanied by a putrid stench that invaded his nostrils. Poisonous creatures? He surmised. In an instant, the source of the foul odor revealed itself, an army of venomous snakes, including some as thick as a barrel. Is fate truly so cruel? Fan lamented, feeling trapped and helpless, unable to escape as the serpents drew nearer. Overcome by terror, he felt a chill run through him. Any individual confronted by such a sight would feel dread, and for a 14-year-old boy rendered immobile, the fear was all the more profound. As the snakes slithered past him, seemingly oblivious to his presence, they were irresistibly drawn towards the alluring fragrance of the extraordinary flower. Just as Fan began to breathe a sigh of relief, a massive python, its girth akin to that of a barrel, swept its tail across him with alarming force. Fan found himself soaring through the air. The python's strength eclipsed even that of Jusan. His already fragile body succumbed to the impact, the sound of bones shattering echoing through the chamber. As he fell, Bai Fan lost consciousness, his body plummeting towards the dual-colored lotus. In the chaos, his internal organs were grievously damaged, and torrents of blood erupted from him, landing upon the petals of the extraordinary flower. In an instant, the lotus absorbed every drop of his blood, its black petals glowing ominously as dark mist billowed forth. This black mist coalesced into a cloud, lifting Bai Fan's body into the air. As the dark aura emerged, the snakes trembled, prostrating themselves on the ground. Even the massive pythons were rendered motionless. The black petals then unleashed numerous dark tendrils that entered the bodies of the serpents, swiftly reducing them to nothingness. The tendrils grew stronger before retreating back into the black petals. This bizarre spectacle would be met with disbelief if recounted, had Bai Fan been conscious. He would have been paralyzed with fear. Once the black petals completed their task, they quivered as if exhilarated. Subsequently, the black mist dissipated, and Bai Fan began to descend. In an instant, the white petals radiated brilliance, enveloping him in a thick, white mist that formed a cocoon around him. Within this cocoon, Bai Fan appeared to slumber peacefully. The mist seeping into his body, miraculously healing his shattered form. What was once a frail, dying boy soon found his breathing steadied, his pallid complexion gradually returning to a healthy hue. 5 days and nights passed before the white mist receded, leaving Bai Fan still suspended in midair. Remarkably, after this brief span, his injuries had completely healed, yet he remained unconscious. In the span of just 5 days, Bai Fan underwent a profound transformation. He had grown nearly 20 centimeters taller, his physique had become robust, and his skin had taken on a radiant luster. He was unrecognizable as though reborn anew. The dual-colored lotus then underwent a change of its own, glowing brilliantly before ascending, roots and leaves merging with Bai Fan, vanishing without a trace. With the disappearance of the dual-colored lotus, the cave plunged back into darkness, obscuring all visibility. Chapter 3. The Three Treasures. As Bai Fan awoke, a comfortable groan escaped his lips. He opened his eyes to find himself suspended in midair, more than 3 meters above the ground. A startled scream escaped him as he plummeted downwards. Splash! Bai Fan landed directly in a pool formed by the mystical essence of the earth, sending a flurry of white droplets into the air. Lacking the ability to swim, he inadvertently swallowed several mouthfuls of this ethereal liquid. After a struggle, he discovered that the essence was not enough to submerge him. Standing at the bottom of the pool, it reached his chest, with a radius exceeding 5 meters. The pool contained a copious amount of this mystical essence. The sheer abundance of the essence left Bai Fan in disbelief. Just a short while ago, he had yearned for even a single drop, yet now he found himself immersed within it. Happiness had arrived far too swiftly. After indulging in several gulps, he could drink no more, for the gentle nature of the essence spared him from dire consequences. After some time, Bai Fan's mind began to clear, and he discovered he could see in the dark, even more clearly than in the light moments ago. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Once he composed himself, he began to wade toward the shore. Suddenly, his foot slipped upon a round object, sending him tumbling back into the essence. Puzzled, he noted that the object did not resemble a stone. What could it possibly be doing at the bottom of the pool? Curiosity piqued, he bent down and retrieved it, discovering a purple gourd intricately engraved with a Bagua symbol. He was immediately captivated by the gourd's beauty, yet he could discern no extraordinary features. Nevertheless, he cherished it, for it might allow him to carry some of the essence away. Once ashore, he uncorked the gourd and turned it upside down, but nothing flowed out. Placing it back into the pool, he began to collect the essence. As he watched the essence flow into the gourd, his excitement surged. This was indeed a treasure. The thought of such a vast pool of essence, yet being unable to take it all, pained him deeply. The gourd seemed small, and Bai Fan assumed it would soon fill up, but to his astonishment, it continued to absorb the essence for quite a while. Could this be a magical artifact? He mused, recalling the knowledge he had gleaned from the Qingyang sect about various artifacts and treasures. The most basic tools used by cultivators were magical instruments, while treasures were generally reserved for those of greater strength. There were distinctions among artifacts and treasures, classified into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades. Rumor had it that above treasures existed spiritual tools, and above those, celestial artifacts with the power to destroy worlds. However, Bai Fan remained skeptical of such tales. He examined the gourd closely, finding it unfathomably deep, revealing nothing within. Regardless of whether it was a magical artifact, as long as it could hold more essence, he continued to gather it. After half an hour, the purple gourd astonishingly contained the entire pool of essence, yet its depths remained untraceable. Securing the gourd around his waist, he began to survey his surroundings for an escape. Recalling his recent encounter with a multitude of venomous snakes, he surmised he was within the serpent's cave. This was not a place to linger. Having just found fortune, he had no desire to lose his life unnecessarily. Suddenly, he noticed a weapon lodged in the cave wall, almost entirely embedded. Approaching it, he saw a silver thread attached to the hilt, from which hung a black dragon-headed ring. Without hesitation, he untied the thread and pocketed the ring, believing it to be of great value. The hilt was crimson, with what appeared to be blood coursing through it, radiating an enchanting glow. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Fan grasped the hilt, which fit perfectly in his hand, as if custom-made for him. Gripped by a sense of connection, he pulled with all his might, but the weapon remained steadfastly in place, resisting his efforts. His strength was insufficient. What to do? Bai Fan realized this weapon was no ordinary item, and relinquishing it felt unbearable. Then it struck him, the method of blood recognition. Resolutely, he bit his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the hilt. To his astonishment, the hilt emitted a brilliant crimson light that enveloped him. The hilt began to voraciously absorb his blood, and a thin mist of blood formed around him, making him acutely aware of his life force waning. Panic set in as he felt himself growing weaker. Fortunately, the hilt ceased its absorption just in time, sparing him from succumbing to blood loss. The blood recognition method had indeed worked. He sensed the weapon's presence distinctly and received a wealth of information in his mind. The weapon was called Bloodblade, a relic of the legendary blood demon True Monarch. While details were scarce, he also acquired knowledge of a cultivation technique known as Blood Demon Great Method. With a mere thought, the Bloodblade soared from its resting place, settling firmly in his grip. Measuring 1.88 meters in length, it was hefty and formidable. Resembling neither a knife nor a sword, its tip bore 6 sharp, jagged protrusions, hollowed out for the purpose of consuming blood. A glint of bloodlust flickered in Bai Fan's eyes as he admired the Bloodblade. With a mere thought, the blade melded into his being, affirming that it was indeed a treasure of superior rank. Such artifacts could not be absorbed into one's body. Only treasures of a higher grade could be refined and integrated. After resting briefly, Bai Fan was eager to test whether the ring and gourd could also be recognized through blood. However, after much contemplation, he abandoned the idea, aware that further blood loss would be perilous. Having discovered 3 treasures, Bai Fan was still unsatisfied and continued to search for more. Ultimately, disappointment settled in as he found the cave utterly barren. In his excitement, he had overlooked the disappearance of the 2-colored rare lotus. After searching for some time without success, he recalled that the lotus was no ordinary item. It was even more precious than the mystical essence. Its unexpected vanishing left him puzzled. Throughout the ordeal, he had not encountered a single serpent, prompting him to wonder where they had gone. Moreover, his previously grave injuries had healed completely, leaving him even stronger than before. All these enigmas filled Bai Fan with bewilderment, leaving him unable to fathom their implications. Chapter 4. The Celestial Ring. Bai Fan shook his head. Ceasing to dwell on his predicament, escaping was his immediate priority. The cave offered no sustenance, and even in the absence of venomous serpents, prolonged confinement was untenable. The only egress was the passage through which Bai Fan had entered, sloping upwards at a 60-degree angle. He attempted to ascend, but the passage was too slick. Devoid of any handholds, climbing barehanded was futile. How could I have forgotten the Bloodblade? Bai Fan exclaimed in delight. With a mere thought, the Bloodblade materialized in his grasp. He wielded it to carve small footholds into the slick walls of the passage, gradually making his ascent. At intervals, he would create another small niche to rest his feet. If the once renowned Blood Demon Lord were to discover that his famed weapon was being employed for such menial labor, he might well rise from the depths in indignation. Step by arduous step, Bai Fan continued up the passage, growing increasingly fatigued. Whenever exhaustion set in, he would take a brief respite before resuming his climb. It was uncertain how far the passage extended. After more than an hour of intermittent progress, he had yet to glimpse any light. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound, sending a jolt of panic through him, his body drenched in cold sweat. Venomous snakes. Bai Fan's greatest fear was encountering these serpents. Having spent over a decade at the Qingyang sect, he had heard numerous tales of the infamous 10,000 Snake Cave, a place that struck terror into the hearts of all Qingyang disciples. Now, trapped within the very belly of the beast, he was on high alert. After advancing a few more steps, he beheld the passage ahead, teeming with snakes of all sizes, far too many to count. Bai Fan gasped, nearly losing his grip and tumbling down the slick incline, forcing himself to take a deep breath to steady his nerves. He found himself in a dire situation, with no viable path back without facing certain death, and the upward route barred by serpents. A torrent of resentment and frustration surged within him. Ah, Bai Fan roared defiantly. I shall not perish, not now. A flash of dark energy flickered in his eyes, and a fierce aura erupted from his being. The snakes, seemingly intimidated by this sudden display, retreated from his vicinity. Bai Fan was perplexed by this reaction but hastened to leave the cave, for his escape was paramount. Motivated by the appearance of the serpents, he quickened his pace, tirelessly digging his way upward. At long last, after a grueling 2 hours, he beheld the light of day. Elation coursing through him. Soon, he reached the end of the passage, standing atop a protruding rock face, staring at the steep wall above, nearly cursing aloud. After such a laborious climb, yet another formidable challenge loomed before him. The passage remained approximately 10 meters from the surface, so steep and smooth that even the snakes could not ascend, let alone Bai Fan. Not one to bemoan his fate, he pondered how to overcome this obstacle. With a precipice above and an abyss below, along with countless venomous serpents, a misstep would spell disaster. After careful observation, he discerned no safe escape, compelling him to take the risk and try to scale the wall. Had he not just traversed the passage, he would never have dared such a bold maneuver. Having spent hours navigating the passage, Bai Fan felt his stamina, endurance, and strength significantly enhanced, and his body felt lighter. Unbeknownst to him, this was the result of the dual-colored wonder lotus cleansing his marrow and bones. He mistakenly attributed it to the effects of the Millennium Earth Vein spiritual milk. With a robust physique as his assurance, coupled with the bloodblade, he felt he had a fighting chance to ascend. After a brief rest to fully restore his strength, he began his climb anew. Using the same technique, he first employed the bloodblade to carve footholds and handholds into the wall before proceeding upward, step by step. However, this ascent was far steeper than the passage, multiplying the difficulty manifold. By the time he was halfway up, he was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, sweat stinging his eyes and pooling in his mouth, leaving him no time to care. His fingers were scraped and bloodied, yet he pressed on. At long last, he emerged from the 10,000 snake cave, gasping for air, devoid of even the strength to cheer. After a prolonged moment, he let out a roar, releasing all the pent-up frustration and exhilaration he felt. The remote mountainside was uninhabited, freeing him from concern over disturbing anyone. Before he could catch his breath, thoughts of the Millennium Earth Vein spiritual milk prompted him to reach for the purple gourd hanging at his waist. The gourd was still there, but in his excitement, he had forgotten that his hands were bloodied, leaving crimson stains upon its surface. The purple gourd shimmered with a radiant glow, resonating with Bai Fan's bloodline, and bound itself to him through a drop of his blood. Another artifact. Bai Fan was elated. Simultaneously, a wealth of information filled his mind regarding the purple gourd. This gourd, known as the 8 Treasure Gourd, was a treasured possession of the legendary Buddha, impervious to intoxication, containing 64 small spaces designed specifically for holding exquisite wines. Additionally, Bai Fan's mind was enriched with knowledge of the gourd's refining techniques and the methods to extract and store items within it. Following the prescribed techniques, he successfully refined the 8 Treasure Gourd, allowing him to summon it within himself at will. With the successful refinement, he became acutely aware of the treasures contained within. 10 of the 64 compartments were filled with liquid, exuding a fragrant aroma, undoubtedly fine wines. One compartment contained a milky white liquid, unmistakably the Millennium Earth Vein spiritual milk. Now equipped with the knowledge of the gourd's manipulation, he could effortlessly draw liquids into it with a mere thought. After toying with the 8 Treasure Gourd for a brief moment, he recalled that he was still within the 10,000 snake cave and hurriedly distanced himself. Upon reaching a grove, Bai Fan paused to rest. Within the 10,000 snake cave, he had acquired 3 treasures, 2 of which were undoubtedly of artifact grade. His curiosity about the origins of the dragon head ring piqued. Drawing from his experience with the 8 Treasure Gourd, Bai Fan understood that not every artifact required such a substantial offering of blood for recognition. Casting caution aside, he allowed a single drop of blood to fall upon the dragon head ring, which absorbed it instantly. In that moment, he felt a connection to the ring, gaining insight into its nature. The Celestial Ring, the key to the Celestial Vault. The Celestial Vault was an ancient treasure trove left behind by the great sect of Tianyuan, brimming with boundless riches. Moreover, the Celestial Ring served as a storage ring, possessing a vast interior space that would expand as its owner's strength grew. However, Bai Fan's current power was too feeble to unlock its full potential, relegating him to using it merely for storage. After refining 3 artifacts, Bai Fan's excitement had waned. He began to contemplate his next course of action. He longed to leave Qingyang Mountain, yet his strength rendered it impossible. Remaining posed its own challenges, as he could neither clarify his identity nor would anyone believe his tale. He had grown significantly, now standing 20 centimeters taller and considerably more robust. His facial structure had transformed, appearing full and resolute, devoid of any signs of frailty, and his skin had become notably fairer. Even Bai Fan himself struggled to recognize his reflection, let alone others. Just as he found himself in this precarious situation, a delicate voice reached his ears. Seemingly a woman engaged in combat. Curiosity piqued, Bai Fan decided to investigate, cautiously making his way closer. Peering through the underbrush, he beheld a woman clad in garments as white as snow, her long hair flowing gracefully, battling a towering black bear standing 3 meters tall. Bai Fan, facing the bear, could not discern the woman's features, yet her poise was enchanting, her movements fluid and elegant, exuding an ethereal quality, a true embodiment of grace. Naturally, Bai Fan, entranced, could only appreciate her stunning figure, marveling at her exquisite form. Hidden in the shadows, he unabashedly let his gaze linger upon her waist and hips. Chapter 5 The enchanting beauty. The woman in white wielded a long sword, her movements remarkably agile and her techniques exquisite. The black bear, on the other hand, possessed immense strength. With a single blow, it could shatter a tree thick enough for a person to embrace. The woman in white dared not let the black bear close in, for its body was as hard as iron. Even when struck by the sword, the bear would merely pause, its skin and fur remaining unscathed. Bai Fan observed intently and noticed the glimmer of sword energy emanating from the blade, leaving him utterly astonished. He realized that this woman was at least a practitioner of the inner breath realm. Yet, the black bear was no ordinary creature, as even the sword energy failed to harm it, indicating its formidable resilience. Xiaofeng, come back. You cannot contend with Defy, a melodious voice rang out, startling Bai Fan, who had not realized there was another person nearby. The woman in white retreated swiftly, distancing herself with several agile movements from the black bear. Miss, this black bear is far too tough. If I had a magical artifact, I could handle it. The girl, who had been battling the bear, spoke with urgency. That boy has been peeping long enough. It's time for him to show himself. The woman who had spoken first addressed Bai Fan directly. He hastily adjusted the cloth covering his important areas and stepped forward with an air of calmness. In a nearby clearing, 2 stunningly beautiful women stood side by side, both clad in white that resembled freshly fallen snow. The pair appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with graceful figures and commanding presences. One was the girl who had just fought the bear, still clutching her long sword. Her delicate eyebrows and long lashes framed her small mouth and straight nose. Her skin as pristine as snow, and her wide eyes gazed at Bai Fan with a mix of shyness and urgency, leaving her in an indescribable predicament. The other girl was about 10 centimeters taller, with willow-like brows, large eyes, an oval face, and a delicate nose and lips, her complexion a rosy white, exuding an otherworldly aura akin to orchids in an empty valley or plum blossoms in the snow. Even upon seeing Bai Fan in such a disheveled state, her demeanor remained unchanged, betraying no sign of emotion. Bai Fan had never before encountered such enchanting beauty, and he found himself captivated. Who is this wild boy? Seeking death? The girl who had fought the bear exclaimed loudly. However, the other girl remained silent, choosing not to intervene. Ladies, I assure you, I did not intend to intrude. I merely passed by and was drawn by the sounds of battle. I mean no offense. I hope for your understanding, Bai Fan quickly explained. The taller girl scrutinized Bai Fan with piercing eyes, as though attempting to see through him. Which sect do you belong to? Why have you come to the back mountain? Bai Fan hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his situation. The lady is inquiring. You should answer promptly, the girl with the sword said fiercely. Bai Fan recounted his tale truthfully. I am a mere herbalist's apprentice, managing the medicinal herb garden. After failing to complete my task, I was severely injured and lost consciousness after being beaten by Zhu San, the overseer. Upon awakening, I found myself here in the back mountain. He refrained from mentioning the Wanshi cave, knowing it was best left unspoken. The tall girl continued to scrutinize him and asked, Are you lying? No, I assure you, miss. Please see for yourself. Your eyes are clear. You appear to speak the truth. I shall inquire further when I return, and I will uncover the details. The tall girl stated, What is your name? I am Bai Fan. Come with us back to the Qingyang sect. If you have not lied, you shall remain on Yuna Peak and assist me with the herb garden. Bai Fan was taken aback upon hearing Yuna Peak, as it was the sacred training ground of Yu Qingyang's daughter, Yu Xiyin, the sect leader of Qingyang. He realized that the young lady before him was indeed Yu Xiyin. Yu Xiyin was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also hailed as the foremost genius among the young generation of Qingyang's sect. Having studied under one of the 9 major righteous sects, the Zunv Palace, She spent most of her time cultivating there, returning only once a year to Qingyang Mountain. The fact that Bai Fan encountered her here was an unparalleled honor. Are you truly bringing him to Yuna Peak? The girl named Xiao Feng asked anxiously, clearly unconvinced of Bai Fan's intentions. Yuxin replied, Xiao Feng, once we return, investigate Bai Fan's situation discreetly. Understood, Miss, Xiao Feng responded. Bai Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had successfully passed Yuxin's scrutiny. As long as he could ascend Yuna Peak, he would no longer need to worry about being questioned. As for Zhu San and the other apprentices, he had no intention of letting them off lightly. He would eventually repay them for the suffering they had inflicted upon him. Let us return to Yuna Peak, Yuxin declared. The two women moved with remarkable speed, their steps light as lotus petals, while Bai Fan struggled to keep up, exerting all his energy to match their pace. He understood that the difference in strength between him and the two ladies was vast, as Yuxin gradually increased her pace. She noticed Bai Fan managing to keep up and nodded in satisfaction. Her decision to bring him to Yuna Peak was not a whim. She sensed an extraordinary quality about him that she could not quite articulate. By keeping Bai Fan close, she could monitor his every move. Qingyang Mountain was not merely a single peak but encompassed over 100 mountains. The main peak, Qingyang Mountain, served as the headquarters of the Qingyang sect and was where the sect leader practiced. Yuna Peak, soaring to a height of 1,500 meters, was lush with greenery, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and inhabited by flocks of cranes, making it an exceptional place for secluded cultivation. After traversing a winding path, they soon arrived at the summit of Yuna Peak. There were only a few bamboo huts at the peak, where several young women were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Upon Yuxin's return, they rose to greet her, saying, Miss, welcome back. Everyone, please disperse, Xiao Feng commanded with a wave of her hand. The girls scattered, casting curious glances at Bai Fan as they left. Yuna Peak had never permitted men to enter, making Bai Fan the first. Yuxin retreated into her room upon returning, closing the door behind her. Bai Fan, find a suitable spot and construct a bamboo hut for yourself. Remember, you are not yet a member of Yuna Peak. Should I discover that you have lied, I will have you expelled from the mountain immediately. Understood, Bai Fan replied, not wishing to linger. And he set off to find a suitable location to build his hut. He knew that if he did not hasten to construct it, he would have to sleep under the open sky that night. The night dew on Qingyang Mountain was heavy, and the winds were chilly. Sleeping outside was no trivial matter. Bai Fan quickly located a flat area ideal for constructing a bamboo hut, ensuring it was far from Yuxin's dwelling to avoid any discomfort. Since Yuna Peak was entirely inhabited by women, Bai Fan preferred to keep his distance. He was acutely aware of his status. Yuxin was beyond his reach. And even Xiao Feng, as her maid, held a position and strength far superior to his own. Bai Fan lacked many superior qualities, yet he prided himself on his self-awareness. Furthermore, he was now able to cultivate, so it was prudent to keep his distance from Yuxin and her attendants. Yuna Peak was rich with purple bamboo, and Bai Fan utilized the materials at hand, successfully erecting a simple bamboo hut before nightfall, providing him with a refuge from the elements. Content with his accomplishment, he felt this was far superior to his previous situation in the herb garden, where he had to worry about being tormented at night. That evening, Bai Fan slept soundly, even dreaming of becoming an unparalleled master and marrying Yuxin. Chapter 6. The longevity decision. Bai Fan had grown accustomed to rising early, and the next morning, he got up at dawn to continue constructing his bamboo hut. If he were to stay on the Jade Maiden Peak for an extended period, it was only natural that he would need a more suitable dwelling. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Feng had already gathered information. Bai Fan had indeed been gravely injured and left unconscious by Zhu San, who had discarded him on the back mountain. While Zhu San had imposed a vow of silence on the medicine boys, Xiao Feng learned through other channels that they had not followed him and only knew that Bai Fan was carried away to the back mountain. By a twist of fate, Bai Fan's deception was inadvertently supported. Even if someone claimed he was thrown into the 10,000 Serpent Cave, he had a plausible excuse to deflect such allegations. Xiao Feng, please make arrangements for Bai Fan. When I'm not around, keep a close watch on him. Additionally, teach him the entry-level technique of the Qingyang sect, the Wanzu Fist, and monitor his progress closely so that you can impart deeper techniques as he advances. After learning of Bai Fan's situation, Yu Siyuan made her decision. The Wanzu Fist, though its name sounded formidable, was merely an introductory technique widely circulated in the Tianyu Great World. Its popularity suggested it possessed unique qualities, designed to bolster strength. The Wanzu Fist was suitable for practitioners below the internal breath stage. Bai Fan, filled with enthusiasm, diligently worked on the bamboo hut, making it increasingly refined. Xiaofeng soon found him and said, Bai Fan, you will remain on Jade Maiden Peak to oversee the medicinal garden. Should any issues arise, you can come to me. Yes, yes, Bai Fan replied, nodding earnestly. Satisfied with his obedience, Xiaofeng added, let me show you the medicinal garden. You must take special care of the precious spiritual herbs within it. The medicinal garden on Jade Maiden Peak was expansive, home to hundreds of varieties of spiritual herbs, including over a dozen particularly rare ones. Bai Fan's responsibilities would be considerable, but he felt no fear, compared to his previous tasks. This job required only the care of the spiritual herbs, which felt much more manageable. Xiaofeng took Bai Fan on a tour of the garden and then handed him the manual for the Wanzu fist before departing. Xiaofeng, whose real name was Yu Xiaofeng, was Yu Xiyuan's personal maid, unable to accompany Yu Xiyuan to the Xian New Palace for training. She remained on Jade Maiden Peak to assist her in managing the mountain. Yu Xiaofeng was powerful and treated the servants well, earning the affection of many on Jade Maiden Peak. Holding the Wanzu fist manual, Bai Fan was elated as he returned to his quarters. During his time as a medicine boy, he had longed to practice martial arts. However, his frail constitution had hindered him, and even if he could train, he lacked access to any techniques. Now, he was robust and able to cultivate, with a technique delivered right to his doorstep. It seemed he had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. Eagerly, Bai Fan opened the Wanzu fist manual. Previously, in order to care for the spiritual herbs, he had to learn various specialized knowledge and script, which now proved useful. The Wanzu fist was actually quite simple, comprising only 12 movements designed to enhance strength by training various parts of the body. The manual included diagrams and textual explanations, making it easy to comprehend. After careful study, Bai Fan commenced his first training session. Long fist, split stance, sweeping kick, white crane spreads its wings. Bai Fan practiced earnestly, meticulously refining each move. By the end of the day, he had already mastered the set of Wanzu fist with considerable skill, for reasons he could not quite fathom. He felt an unusual ease in learning, likely due to his enhanced physical condition. Bai Fan was unaware of the extent of his newfound strength, but he estimated his punching power exceeded 200 pounds. The strongman realm, a level he had once only dreamed of reaching, had unknowingly become his reality, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Training, more training. Bai Fan became so engrossed that he lost track of time, excitedly practicing throughout the night. His strength was still insufficient. Even Zhu San, a relatively minor figure, was a formidable warrior. Bai Fan knew it was still premature to seek revenge against him. Deep down, Bai Fan was tenacious. He yearned to elevate his strength swiftly and exact his vengeance. The following day, a maid delivered food, signaling the end of his training session. The meals at Jade Maiden Peak were satisfactory, especially since he did not have to prepare them himself, thus freeing up ample time for his cultivation. After breakfast, Bai Fan headed to the medicinal garden, eager to familiarize himself with its state on his first day of management, ensuring no issues would arise in the future. Having spent just one day on Jade Maiden Peak, Bai Fan already felt a strong attachment to the place. Any missteps in his duties could jeopardize his stay. Within the garden, the abundance of spiritual herbs required meticulous observation, and Bai Fan inspected each plant with care. Pruning, weeding, fertilizing, and transplanting. Bai Fan was well versed in these tasks and executed them with ease. Throughout the day, he dedicated himself to the medicinal garden. Although it was somewhat laborious, he felt content. Xiaofeng took good care of Bai Fan, delivering meals punctually without concern for whether he was working, which afforded him considerable free time. Once he became familiar with his responsibilities, he found he could complete the garden's tasks in just a few hours each day, allowing him to allocate the remaining hours as he wished. Driven by his desire to enhance his strength, Bai Fan hardly took any breaks, dedicating all his energy to cultivation. Perhaps due to the consumption of the Millennium Earth Vein spiritual milk, he felt remarkably energetic. Even after a night of training, fatigue was a foreign concept. Moreover, Bai Fan's strength was increasing rapidly, almost perceptibly so. Each day, he sensed a significant enhancement in his power, which left his spirits soaring. Not only that, but his physique seemed to grow sturdier daily. The once frail Bai Fan was now a distant memory. Before he knew it, a month had passed since Bai Fan arrived on Jade Maiden Peak. Yu Xiyuan had left several days prior, but made a point to summon Bai Fan before her departure to assess his progress in cultivation. At that moment, Bai Fan thought he must have misheard. Yu Xiyuan had referred to him as a cultivation prodigy, stating that in less than a month, his punching power had reached 800 pounds, categorizing him as a practitioner at the threshold realm, close to the martial force realm. Once a complete failure in cultivation, Bai Fan had proven to be stronger than many ordinary individuals. Just before leaving, Yuan personally entrusted him with a technique for cultivating internal breath, the Qingyang longevity decision. Although it was merely an introductory technique for cultivating internal breath within the Qingyang sect, it focused on body nurturing and had limited efficacy, typically assigned to named disciples. Despite its status as a beginner's technique, it was unthinkable for a mere medicine boy like Bai Fan to be granted such knowledge. Even Zhu San, the overseer, could not access the secrets of the Qingyang longevity decision. Yuan had always maintained a cold demeanor, seemingly indifferent to others. However, she regarded Bai Fan with a different perspective, leaving him both astonished and deeply grateful. Bai Fan yearned to cultivate internal breath swiftly to repay Zhu San for the humiliation he had suffered. Unfortunately, the Qingyang longevity decision could only be practiced once he reached the pinnacle of the martial force realm, so for now, he could only set it aside and concentrate on mastering the Wanzu fist. Chapter 7. Announcing the return upon returning to his residence. Bai Fan commenced his training on the flat ground outside the bamboo hut. He dismissed notions of prodigies or geniuses, firmly believing that diligence is the true path to success. The journey of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One either progresses or regresses. This sage advice from Yuan resonated deeply with Bai Fan, profoundly influencing his future endeavors in cultivation. By day, he practiced the Wanzu fist, while at night, he delved into the blood demon technique. This technique encompassed methods for cultivating inner energy, agility, various intricate martial skills, and pathways for honing physical strength, everything one could desire. However, the ominous name of the blood demon technique immediately signaled its affiliation with the dark arts. Historically, the righteous and the demonic have never coexisted harmoniously, and practitioners of the righteous path often sought to eliminate those of the demonic. Having heard numerous tales of demon extermination during his time at Qingyang sect, Bai Fan was understandably hesitant to attempt the practices within the blood demon technique. Although he had only recently embarked on his cultivation journey, he recognized that the blood demon technique was not to be underestimated, and abandoning its study would be a regrettable loss. Thus, he resolved to research it for a while before deciding whether to proceed with the cultivation. After several nights of study, Bai Fan discovered that many aspects of the blood demon technique were indeed cultivable. As long as he refrained from practicing inner energy, its demonic nature remained concealed. The technique contained numerous vicious and powerful moves, which, if mastered, could prove invaluable in critical moments. Ultimately, Bai Fan decided to learn the blood demon technique, scheduling his practice for the depths of night to avoid detection. He came to the realization that concepts of righteousness and darkness were irrelevant to him. Strength was of paramount importance. Uninfluenced by the dogmas of prestigious sects, he harbored no intentions of exterminating demons. His sole desire was to enhance his abilities and safeguard himself. Bai Fan concluded that as long as he did not reveal the martial skills from the blood demon technique, he would remain undetected. Indeed, the blood demon technique was extraordinary. Bai Fan had only begun to cultivate the methods for strengthening his physique, and he could already discern a significant difference. His progress with the blood demon technique was notably swifter than with the Wanzu fist. Relishing this newfound advantage, he felt compelled to continue his cultivation of the blood demon technique. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and Bai Fan's progress was remarkable. His punch strength had reached an impressive 999 pounds, and he was on the cusp of entering the martial realm. However, without a breakthrough, he found himself unable to further augment his strength through conventional training. Consequently, he turned his focus to the agility and martial skills within the blood demon technique. Lacking inner energy, Bai Fan could not unleash the full might of the martial techniques. Yet this did not deter him from becoming proficient in them. Furthermore, mastering agility and martial skills would undoubtedly aid him in confrontations. Typically, practitioners who had not reached the inner energy realm were unable to receive martial teachings and could only train in methods for physical enhancement. One day, after tending to the medicinal herbs in the garden, Bai Fan returned to his dwelling and encountered Yu Xiaofeng, elegantly clothed in white, standing there with an air of grace. Though still youthful, Yu Xiaofeng possessed an extraordinary poise, particularly accentuated by her striking figure, which sparked Bai Fan's curiosity. "Sister Xiaofeng, what brings you here?" Bai Fan inquired, bowing respectfully. Noticing Bai Fan's significant transformation, Yu Xiaofeng couldn't help but gaze at him for a moment longer. "Bai Fan, have you completed your task for today?" "Indeed, I have. Could you assist me by going down the mountain to collect supplies for the coming days?" "Old Lu, who is responsible for delivering goods to us at Jade Maiden Peak, has fallen ill, and as the peak is comprised solely of women, we must trouble you, she stated. Her tone natural and devoid of pretense. Of course, that is no trouble at all, Bai Fan readily agreed. He was intimately familiar with the supply collection point, located at Bai Ping, where many servants and workers resided. As he contemplated visiting old acquaintances from his past, memories of Zhu San, the overseer of the herb garden, as well as the herb boy Dinyo and Ergo, flooded his mind. They had left a profound impression on him, and he had not forgotten them for a moment. Yu Xiaofeng glanced at him, saying, Bai Fan, be sure to collect a few more sets of clothing for yourself. You're still growing, and larger sizes would suit you better. Perhaps her comment was made casually, yet it warmed Bai Fan's heart. It was the first time he had experienced such concern from another. Thank you, Sister Xiaofeng, he replied gratefully. As Bai Fan descended the mountain, it was his first venture down after being at Jade Maiden Peak for a month and a half. He felt a surge of confidence as he reflected on his past struggles. Dinyo, Ergo, Zhu San, just wait. I shall return the humiliation you inflicted upon me tenfold. As he traversed the path, his heart swelled with determination. Bai Ping, situated at the outskirts of Qingyang Mountain, bustled with activity as supplies were transported in from the outside world. Upon arriving at Bai Ping, Bai Fan did not rush to collect the supplies. Instead, he meandered leisurely until he reached the area of the herb garden. Returning to a place he had lived for over 10 years, Bai Fan's mood plummeted. This was a sight of sorrow for him, one he wished to avoid and forget. Yet, it was also home to those he cared for, compelling him to return. The actions of Dinyo and Ergo weighed heavily on his heart, and he could not let go of the past. Resolute, Bai Fan decided to confront his old friends and declare his return. Dinyo, robust as an ox, had never cultivated but remained physically imposing. Previously, Dinyo had often bullied Bai Fan, forcing him to tend to the medicinal herbs. Bai Fan soon arrived at the herb garden overseen by Dinyo and spotted him indulging in a feast, clearly reveling in his gluttony. Dinyo, I have returned, Bai Fan shouted. Dinyo lifted his head, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to recognize the figure before him. Who are you? Can't you see old Dinyo is eating? If you irritate me, I might just kick you to death. Dinyo despised being disturbed while dining, and his anger flared instantly. Bai Fan, you don't remember me, do you? Bai Fan smiled. Dinyo grumbled. Bai Fan? I don't know any Bai Fan. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? In the past, Dinyo and his companions had referred to Bai Fan as fool, and they had forgotten even his real name. Is that so? You truly don't recognize me? I am that fool you often bullied. Surely, you haven't forgotten me? Bai Fan retorted. Impossible. How could you be him? You look nothing alike, and fool is dead. Dinyo shook his head vehemently. Bai Fan pressed on. Dinyo, do you recall a day 2 years ago when you tested your strength and broke my arm? And he casually recounted several instances of Dinyo's past bullying. Moments that were forever etched in his memory. You really are the fool, Dinyo exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. Chapter 8. The gluttonous ferret Bai Fan approached Dinyo slowly, who was filled with terror, retreating incessantly. Dinyo could hardly believe that the person thrown into the abyss of 10,000 snakes had returned, and with such a dramatic transformation. As Bai Fan walked, he spoke. Dinyo, you never expected me to emerge from the abyss of 10,000 snakes after you cast me in there, did you? In those moments of solitude and fear, I vowed that if I survived, I would repay you 100-fold for your treachery. Now that he had finally returned, his first target was Dinyo, and today he would collect some interest. Bai Fan's expression darkened ominously, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Dinyo continued to retreat, trembling in fear, muttering, Please don't come for me. It wasn't me. It was Zhu San who ordered us to make things difficult for you. Dinyo's pupils widened in horror, his mouth agape from sheer fright. Ignoring his pleas for mercy, Bai Fan closed the distance and seized Dinyo's arm. You once dislocated my arm. Today, I shall render you limb from limb, so you may know the agony of being crippled. With remarkable agility and practiced skill, Bai Fan dislocated all of Dinyo's limbs in a swift motion, leaving several joints painfully dislocated. Dinyo was unable to emit a sound, fainting from the excruciating pain. Bai Fan's methods were derived from the blood demon arts, designed to inflict torment and subdue foes. This was his first application of such techniques, bolstered by his near martial prowess, and he found the results quite satisfactory. But the ordeal was not yet over. Bai Fan splashed water on Dinyo to rouse him from unconsciousness. Dinyo awoke with a cry of agony. Bai Fan casually picked up a handful of dirt and stuffed it into Dinyo's mouth, silencing him. Bai Fan had awakened Daniel merely to let him experience the unbearable taste of suffering. Daniel, this is just the interest. I shall return for more. And tells Yu San that I will come for him, Bai Fan said with a smile. With that, he strode away, finally avenging his severed arm, his spirits lifted. As the time approached, Bai Fan made his way to the designated area to collect supplies. In half a year, the annual competition for outer disciples would take place. Victory in this contest would grant one the status of a registered disciple of the Qingyang sect, allowing access to the cultivation methods of inner energy. It was rumored that the top 10 participants would receive elixirs and magical artifacts as rewards. Unfortunately, having just crossed the threshold of 30, he found himself ineligible to compete. But his peers were of the right age and should seize this opportunity. They were all diligently practicing, hoping to secure a place among the top 10. The Qingyang sect held this competition annually to select registered disciples, with particularly outstanding individuals being accepted as inner disciples. Typically, one must cultivate inner energy to become a registered disciple, and the competition was the sole opportunity to attain that status early. Outer disciples, in blunt terms, were akin to servants or laborers, toiling in the most menial and strenuous tasks with no standing. Yet, despite the harsh reality, many were eager to become registered disciples. Those who achieved this status could cultivate inner energy techniques, experiencing a significant leap in both strength and status. Moreover, once recognized as a registered disciple, one could receive an elixir each month commensurate with their cultivation level. Despite Yu San's usual arrogance, he would cower in the presence of any registered disciple. Bai Fan felt a stir of ambition. With half a year remaining, he had ample time to cultivate to martial prowess. If he could achieve this level, he was confident of securing a commendable rank, not merely for the rewards of elixirs and artifacts, but for the prestige of being a registered disciple. Soon, Bai Fan collected his supplies, 2 large bags in total. In the past, he would have found this burdensome, but now he effortlessly carried one in each hand, appearing remarkably at ease. As he climbed the towering Jade Maiden Peak, even with his near martial prowess, he found the ascent challenging. After a long day of labor, nightfall enveloped the area. Upon returning to his quarters, he washed away the sweat of his toil and began his daily training. Bai Fan is indeed making rapid progress, Yu Xiaofeng remarked with surprise. Today, she had intentionally come to observe his advancement in strength, since Yu Xin had instructed her to keep a close watch on Bai Fan. She was keen to fulfill her duties, finding the endeavor rather engaging. Each day, Bai Fan's primary responsibility remained tending to the spiritual herbs, but in recent days, he noticed a consistent decline in their numbers, losing 2 or 3 plants daily. Upon examining the disturbed soil, he began to suspect. It seemed curious that some small creature had been pilfering his herbs under the cover of night. That evening, Bai Fan resolved to stay vigilant, abandoning his usual training to uncover the truth. Holding his breath, he remained motionless until the deep of night, when at last, he heard the rustling of leaves. Suddenly, a flash of pure white darted into view within the herb garden. Bai Fan possessed keen night vision and could clearly discern the small creature that had appeared. The little being was slightly larger than a fist, entirely snow white, without a hint of color. It bore a resemblance to both a ferret and a chinchilla, with 2 whiskers reminiscent of dragon tendrils. Its large, expressive eyes were brimming with life, exuding immense cuteness. A ferret, Bai Fan gasped in astonishment, recalling some information he had about them. Ferrets possessed both dragon and weasel bloodlines, gaining the ability to transcend barriers upon maturity. They favored consuming spiritually rich foods and poisons, being the nemesis of all toxins. The ferret, with its delicate yet sharp front paws, was attempting to feast upon a prized 1,000-year ginseng root, one of the important herbs Bai Fan was tending. He yearned to capture the ferret, as it appeared to be quite young and could be tamed with effort. Cautiously, he approached, waiting for the right moment to pounce. However, the ferret was exceptionally quick. It bolted away just as Bai Fan lunged, evading his grasp. Instead of fleeing, the ferret maintained a distance, its bright eyes fixed on Bai Fan, evidently hungry and unwilling to leave without a meal. In this standoff, Bai Fan felt frustration. He could not simply linger in a battle of wills with the ferret. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pulled out a 10-year-old ginseng root and tossed it toward the creature. To his surprise, the ferret was undeterred by the sudden movement. Instead, it leaped into the air, deftly catching the ginseng in its mouth. With a graceful twist in midair, the ferret landed lightly on the ground without stirring a speck of dust. It did not leave, instead holding the ginseng with its front paws in an almost human-like manner, devouring it with delight, making soft crunching sounds akin to munching on a large radish. In just a few breaths, The little creature had consumed the entire ginseng root and looked up at Bai Fan with eager eyes. Bai Fan chuckled, scolding playfully. "You greedy little thing." He pulled out another ginseng root and tossed it again, knowing that the herb garden was abundant with 10-year-old ginseng plants. And a few missing would go unnoticed. The ferret elegantly caught the ginseng and swiftly darted away, before Bai Fan could even react. The tiny white figure had vanished into the night sky, leaving him unable to keep pace with its speed. Chapter 9. Encountering fierce battle on the descent on the following evening, Bai Fan remained vigilant in the medicinal herb garden, even practicing his cultivation beside it, awaiting the arrival of the weasel. As midnight approached, the weasel indeed appeared. Upon seeing Bai Fan, it hesitated to dig for the spiritual herbs. With a pitiful squeak, the weasel gazed at Bai Fan, exuding an irresistible charm. Bai Fan, having experienced profound loneliness throughout his childhood, often feeling out of place among his peers and frequently bullied, found himself utterly enchanted by the weasel, longing to keep such a delightful pet. "Little fellow, how about following me? I shall provide you with spiritual herbs every day," he tempted, regardless of whether the weasel could comprehend his words. The weasel, with its large eyes fixed on Bai Fan, bounced around as if to say, "I want to eat spiritual herbs. Hurry and give them to me." Bai Fan shook his head with a wry smile, pulled out a ginseng root, and tossed it over. The weasel caught it and began to feast with delight. Before long, the ginseng was gone, and the weasel crept closer to Bai Fan, its front paws gesturing animatedly. "Here you go," Bai Fan chuckled, tossing another ginseng root. This time, the weasel did not leave immediately but finished the ginseng before departing. From that day on, the weasel returned every night, eagerly accepting 2 roots of spiritual herbs each time, which Bai Fan personally fed to it. After 10 days, their bond deepened, and Bai Fan could even stroke the weasel while it dined. In a moment of whimsy, Bai Fan decided to name it Greedy Weasel. After filling its belly, the weasel would play with Bai Fan for a while before taking its leave. Bai Fan was immensely pleased to grow so close to the weasel. Over time, he discovered that the weasel was quite intelligent, seemingly understanding human emotions, though it could not speak. One day, while Bai Fan tended to the herbs, Yu Xiaofeng arrived in the garden. "Bai Fan, you should descend the mountain tomorrow and help us purchase some women's cosmetics in Qingyang town at the foot of Qingyang Mountain." "Miss Xiaofeng, no problem. But who will take care of the herb garden? And how will I get down the mountain?" Bai Fan replied, brimming with excitement. He had long wished to see the world beyond the mountain, but had previously been unable to do so. Now, he finally had a chance. Yu Xiaofeng assured him, "I will arrange for someone to help look after the garden. Just return quickly. Tomorrow morning, I will have a crane take you down. When you return, you can ride the crane back up. I will give you a token, and once you present it, the crane will naturally bring you back." "All right. I will be swift in my return," Bai Fan said, suppressing his exhilaration. Before leaving, Yu Xiaofeng generously provided him with silver for his journey down the mountain. Once she departed, Bai Fan was overwhelmed with joy, practically dancing with excitement. After a while, he composed himself and thought of the greedy weasel. The thought of leaving the weasel behind filled him with reluctance. That night, when the greedy weasel returned, Bai Fan first fed it until it was satisfied and then said, "Greedy weasel, I shall be descending the mountain tomorrow. Would you care to accompany me?" The greedy weasel widened its eyes, seemingly trying to discern the truth in Bai Fan's words. "I truly will be gone for a few days, so come along. You will enjoy delicious food, and I can bring extra spiritual herbs for you." Bai Fan sincerely wished for the cheerful presence of the greedy weasel by his side, persistently tempting it with promises. "Once I leave, others will care for the herb garden, making it difficult for you to enjoy the spiritual herbs, and you must be cautious to avoid capture." In his eagerness to have the weasel join him, Bai Fan resorted to both persuasion and coercion. The greedy weasel shook its head, appearing to contemplate. Bai Fan rambled on, and the weasel became the most attentive listener. Anyone witnessing this would surely find the scene rather peculiar. At last, unable to endure Bai Fan's incessant chatter, the greedy weasel nodded. "Wonderful!" Bai Fan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as he scooped up the greedy weasel, lifting it high above his head in celebration, reminiscent of a child who has just acquired a beloved toy. Subsequently, Bai Fan began preparing provisions for the greedy weasel. Taking advantage of the abundant spiritual herbs in the garden, he carefully selected those that were less precious yet plentiful, ensuring they wouldn't attract attention. With the Tian Yuan ring at his disposal, he had no worries about storage. The greedy weasel seemed to sense Bai Fan's intentions, joyfully leaping onto his shoulder, its front paws gesturing excitedly. Early the next morning, Yu Xiaofeng sent a crane to Bai Fan's residence to carry him down the mountain. The crane stood over 2 meters tall, its wings spread wide, spanning more than 3 meters, possessing the strength to tear apart tigers and leopards. It was equivalent to a 4th-tier inner breath realm cultivator and could also cultivate to enhance its power. This was Bai Fan's first close encounter with a crane. Previously, he had only seen others riding them gracefully through the air, filled with envy. He never imagined he would have the opportunity to ride a crane himself so soon. Reflecting on the marvelous twists of fate, having been thrown into the serpent's den, surviving against all odds, Bai Fan's fate had turned, bringing him a streak of good fortune. He found himself pondering whether to resent or thank Xu San, had it not been for Xu San knocking him unconscious and tossing him into the den. He might still be a mere herb boy in the garden without prospects. As the crane took flight, Bai Fan felt a surge of nervousness, gripping the ropes tightly. The greedy weasel, too, was adorable, nestled in Bai Fan's embrace, peeking out with a curious expression. Soaring through the skies, Bai Fan suddenly felt a revelation, realizing he was meant to be an eagle soaring through the heavens, rather than a diligent bee. The crane flew at incredible speed, swiftly bringing Bai Fan to the outskirts of Qingyang Mountain. Once the crane landed and released Bai Fan, it spread its wings and soared high, quickly disappearing from his view. Outside Qingyang Mountain, the road was wide enough for horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side, serving as a conduit for goods to be transported here before being taken back to the mountain. The distance from there to Qingyang town was about 10 li, and Bai Fan had to rely on his own legs to make the journey. Having never ventured outside before, he found everything beyond the mountain's borders to be mesmerizingly beautiful. Not far along the path, Bai Fan suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle emanating from the nearby woods. Curiosity piqued, he decided to investigate. Moving quietly, he soon reached the edge of the forest. Within, an open clearing revealed 2 figures engaged in a fierce confrontation. One wielded a longsword while the other brandished a broadsword, their weapons shimmering with light, indicating that both were formidable fighters, far surpassing Bai Fan in skill. Holding his breath in fear of being discovered, Bai Fan watched in awe as the 2 combatants clashed fiercely, their strikes creating gusts of wind that shattered trees and sent dirt flying. Their weapons were extraordinary, slicing through stone and timber as if they were mere vegetables. When will I ever attain such power? Bai Fan mused, filled with exhilaration and inspiration. The 2 fighters were locked in a life-and-death struggle, both sustaining injuries yet continuing to battle with reckless abandon. Let them perish. It would be best if they both fell. Bai Fan muttered to himself. The greedy weasel, ever perceptive, watched silently, not making a sound. Chapter 10. The Art of Eternal Life. A thunderous crash reverberated through the forest as 2 combatants clashed violently, both sent reeling backward, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. As they regained their footing, they lunged at each other once more, embroiled in a deadly struggle. The combat persisted relentlessly, leaving both warriors grievously wounded, their movements becoming increasingly unsteady, breath short and labored. At last, their weapons struck simultaneously, blood gushing forth as they collapsed to the ground. The swordsman, pierced through the chest, opened his mouth as if to utter a final word, but silence ensued as his head fell to the side, lifeless. The blade wielder suffered a devastating blow to the shoulder, nearly severing his arm, blood spraying as the great sword struck a vital artery. Both men lay on the ground, eyes wide open, never to close again. Bai Fan, unaware of their identities and fearful of being discovered, kept his distance and could not hear their last exchange. Regardless, with their deaths, their possessions became unclaimed, and Bai Fan was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. In the Serpent's Cave, he had acquired 3 treasures. The 8 treasure gourd could only temporarily hold liquid, while the heavenly ring served merely as a storage device. As for the Bloodblade, Bai Fan found it beyond his current capabilities. Even if he could wield it, he could not brandish it carelessly, for it was a weapon of dark arts. The weapons of the fallen were no ordinary items. They were precisely what Bai Fan urgently sought. In the perilous world of martial arts, lacking a weapon for self-defense felt precarious and fraught with danger. He resolutely approached, murmuring, "Do not blame me. I shall ensure you rest in peace." He first reached the blade wielder, stowing the great sword within the heavenly ring for later examination. As he crouched down to search the man, he was taken aback to find almost nothing of value, save for a silk bag of golden threads. A Qianquan bag. Bai Fan was astonished. Though not a particularly precious artifact, the Qianquan bag held immense significance for cultivators. It was merely an elementary storage treasure, yet not every practitioner could possess one. In places like Qingyang Mountain, only core disciples were afforded such items. Elated, Bai Fan immediately placed the Qianquan bag into the heavenly ring without inspecting its contents. The second warrior, of comparable strength to the blade wielder, likely bore many valuable possessions as well, prompting Bai Fan to hasten toward him. The long sword was indeed a treasure, and he seized it eagerly. As he began to search the fallen warrior, unexpectedly, the man sat up, his visage twisted in rage, rasping, "Die!" with a sudden strike. He struck Bai Fan, who was flung backward, crashing to the ground. Had the man's dying strength not been diminished to less than 1% of his former prowess, Bai Fan might have lost his life to that blow. Bai Fan felt as if a colossal hammer had struck him, sending him hurtling far away. He was far from unscathed. His insides felt as though they had been displaced, and he nearly coughed up blood. Lying on the ground, immobilized by excruciating pain, he silently vowed never to be so reckless again, for carelessness could be fatal. Without the ability to cultivate internal energy yet, healing his injuries would be a formidable challenge. Relying solely on natural recovery, which required time. Resolute, he decided to attempt the Qingyang eternal life technique. This desolate wilderness held dangers at every turn, and he knew he must depart swiftly. Having memorized the Qingyang eternal life technique, he commenced practicing it without hesitation. Typically, the cultivation of internal energy required a practitioner to reach the pinnacle of martial prowess, approximately 2,000 pounds of strength, yet Bai Fan was far from that mark. Nevertheless, to expedite his recovery, he had no choice but to begin his training prematurely. The most challenging aspect of initiating internal energy cultivation was the absorption of external qi. The process of drawing qi into one's body was fraught with difficulty, and the failure rate was alarmingly high, even for the most seasoned practitioners. The first attempt at absorption often ended in failure. With no other options, Bai Fan decided to take the risk, hoping against hope. As he activated the Qingyang eternal life technique, he began to sense the qi around him. Only those at the pinnacle of martial arts could easily perceive the ambient energy, as their bodies had reached a sufficient degree of strength. Bai Fan, with a mindset of tentative exploration, was astonished to distinctly feel the qi swirling in the air. Could it be that I have transformed from a failure into a prodigy? Bai Fan found it hard to believe, although he had consumed the millennium-old earth vein spirit milk. Enhancing his physique and strength, such a substance could not alter one's innate talent. Steadying his mind, he began to draw in the qi according to the methods outlined in the Qingyang eternal life technique. The initial absorption of qi was often met with low compatibility, making success elusive. Yet, Bai Fan felt an unusual kinship with the surrounding qi, as if it were familial. Without much effort, the qi began to gather around him. "Qi, enter my body and merge with my essence," Bai Fan commanded inwardly, unhesitatingly commencing the absorption. Threads of qi flowed seamlessly into his being, with the qi now within him. The next step was straightforward. He would guide the energy through his body, following the pathways laid out by the Qingyang eternal life technique, before storing it in his dantian. To ensure stability, Bai Fan allowed the qi to circulate within him for 36 cycles before finally storing it in his dantian. He had completed his first cultivation session with remarkable ease, leaving him both astonished and elated. Surprise filled him as he struggled to accept the reality of his success. Joy surged within him from mastering the Qingyang eternal life technique. Now, all that remained was to continue cultivating until the qi amassed sufficiently to facilitate his healing. Daring not to linger, Bai Fan resumed his practice of the Qingyang eternal life technique, absorbing the external qi voraciously. As the qi flowed and circulated within him, he felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping his entire being, a sensation of profound comfort that nearly drew forth a sigh of pleasure. Had someone witnessed Bai Fan in this state of cultivation, they would undoubtedly have exclaimed in disbelief at his prowess. Despite his insufficient realm, the practice of the Qingyang eternal life technique was fraught with peril, and the likelihood of success was low. Yet, Bai Fan not only practiced but succeeded, experiencing a remarkably smooth process. Even the prodigies of Qingyang Mountain typically required around 10 days to achieve their first successful absorption, while Bai Fan accomplished it on his very first attempt, an outcome few would believe were he to recount it. Several hours later, having amassed enough qi, Bai Fan began to heal his injuries. The forceful strike he had endured had primarily caused internal shock. Mobilizing the qi stored in his dantian, he directed it to nourish his damaged organs. With the qi's assistance, the recovery process accelerated significantly, and Bai Fan could feel the pain receding gradually. After an entire hour of cultivation, Bai Fan's injuries were fully healed. Rising to his feet, he cursed, on the brink of death. "Yet you still inflicted such suffering upon me. You deserve to be devoured by beasts, not to have a complete burial. He first confirmed that the assailant was indeed deceased before searching the body, discovering another golden threaded bag. Bai Fan stowed the Qianquan bag in the heavenly ring, then hastily dug a shallow grave for the blade wielder, covering him before making his swift exit from the woods. Chapter 11. Counting the harvest, stepping away from the woods. Bai Fan eagerly sought out a hidden spot to examine the treasures within the Qianquan bags. Unable to discern which bag belonged to whom, he randomly selected one. Given that its previous owner had perished, the refining of the Qianquan bag proceeded effortlessly. Once refined, Bai Fan's consciousness could explore the contents within. The bag's space was modest, approximately 2 cubic meters, containing several magical tools, various talismans, over a dozen porcelain vials, 3 books, and a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and materials for artifact crafting. Aside from the spiritual herbs, Bai Fan could not distinguish the quality of the other items. He began by picking up the books, one titled Chronicles of the Tianyu Continent, another Identification of Spiritual Pills and Magical Treasures, and the last Qingyang Fluttering Sword Technique. The Qianquan bag also held some gold and silver, miscellaneous items, and food, none of which captured Bai Fan's interest. Upon seeing the 3 books, he surmised that one of the individuals must surely be a core disciple of the Qingyang sect. Calming his mind, Bai Fan delved into the identification of spiritual pills and magical treasures. In the past, his memory had been poor, and he struggled to retain knowledge about spiritual herbs, only managing to remember them through practical experience over the years. Yet now, he found himself possessing an extraordinary ability to remember everything at a glance, which astonished him. The book primarily recorded the identification of pills, magical tools, and treasures used in the ordinary and transcendental realms, providing detailed descriptions and identification methods for the pills, tools, and treasures relevant to these 2 realms. Bai Fan was so engrossed that he spent a full 3 hours before finally closing the book and rising to his feet. Although he had merely read it once, the contents were firmly etched in his mind. He took out the porcelain vials, eager to test his newfound knowledge. Upon opening one, a delicate fragrance wafted forth. He inhaled deeply and poured out a pill for inspection. Solidification pill, he gasped in astonishment. This pill was meant for practitioners in the organ realm and could also be consumed by those at the peak of the inner breath realm to aid in breaking through bottlenecks. Upon counting, he discovered a total of 13 solidification pills, which left him pleasantly surprised once more. Carefully storing the pills in the Tianyuan ring, he opened another vial and, following the identification method, found it contained 6 spiritual wisdom pills. These were exclusive to the spiritual wisdom realm and could greatly assist practitioners at the pinnacle of the brave realm in advancing. Bai Fan was ecstatic, quickly identifying all the pills: recovery pill, healing pill, inner breath pill, solidification pill, brave pill, spiritual wisdom pill, giant strength pill, 9 transformations pill, nurturing spirit pill, cleansing marrow pill, and bone transformation pill. The healing and recovery pills were for treating injuries and restoring inner breath, while the others corresponded to various realms of cultivation. Notably, the nurturing spirit, cleansing marrow, and bone transformation pills were all precious spiritual pills used in the transcendental realm, each being extremely rare. The fact that he possessed one of each filled Bai Fan with joy. After storing all the pills in the Tianyuan ring, he retrieved the magical tools and treasures to test and identify them. The Qianquan bag contained 5 magical tools and 1 treasure. The treasure, a bell-shaped artifact named the soul-capturing bell, produced a mesmerizing sound capable of disorienting foes. However, it was evidently damaged and currently unusable. Otherwise, its previous owner would not have met their demise. Bai Fan transferred all the contents of the Qianquan bag into the Tianyuan ring before commencing the refining of the second Qianquan bag. This bag also contained a wealth of treasures, 9 magical tools but no treasures, as treasures were quite rare, typically reserved for core disciples. There was a variety of pills for different realms, with the highest grade being the bone transformation pill. The 3 books included Chronicles of the Tianyu Continent, Misty Dance, and Carefree Technique. Both Misty Dance and Carefree Technique were ancient cultivation methods from a powerful sect, the Carefree Immortal realm, and were immensely valuable. Acquired inadvertently by a swordsman who had not yet had the chance to cultivate them before news of his treasures leaked. The swordsman, belonging to the Qingyang sect, learned of the knife wielder's bounty, leading to numerous battles between them, culminating in their mutual demise, which ultimately benefited Bai Fan. Unbeknownst to him, he transferred all the items from the Qianquan bag into the Tianyuan ring. Upon removing a heap of crafting materials, he unexpectedly discovered an ancient bronze token, palm-sized, engraved with the characters Misty, exuding a majestic aura and profound essence. After a brief examination, he tossed it into the Tian Yuan ring. Finally, Bai Fan took out a sword and a large knife for identification. The sword was a low-grade magical tool, the Clear Light Sword, while the large knife turned out to be a mid-grade magical tool, the Mountain Splitter. The Clear Light Sword belonged to the Qingyang sect and was certainly not to be used by him. The original owner of the Mountain Splitter was unknown, so it was best to refrain from using it. Moreover, given Bai Fan's current strength, wielding a treasure would be a waste, as he could not harness its full potential. Conversely, the 14 magical tools he acquired were more suitable for his present stage. They were common and unremarkable, allowing him to use them without drawing undue attention. Bai Fan selected a superior magical tool, the Flowing Light Sword, and a low-grade defensive magical tool, the Silver Thread Garment. The Silver Thread Garment was too ostentatious, so he donned it beneath his clothing, while the Flowing Light Sword was stored in the Qiankuan bag, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Magical tools required no refining. A simple offering was sufficient for use. Having tallied his gains, Bai Fan felt elated and swiftly descended the mountain. As night fell, he finally reached Qingyang Town, avoiding the need to sleep outdoors. Qingyang Town served as the junction between Qingyang Mountain and the outside world, a bustling hub of commerce. Numerous traveling merchants frequented the town, which boasted 13 inns of varying sizes to accommodate them. Bai Fan casually chose one inn to stay in, tidied up, and then left his room to dine in the common hall. At this peak dining hour, the hall was surprisingly devoid of empty seats. Not wishing to wander elsewhere for a meal, an impractical use of time, he scanned the room and noticed a table occupied by a single young man. He approached and politely asked, "May I join you, sir?" The young man appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, exuding a refined demeanor as he sat there. Bai Fan examined him closely. Though he could not ascertain the young man's strength, he sensed that it far surpassed his own. "Please," the young man replied coolly. Bai Fan was unfazed. As long as he had a place to sit and eat, he was content. After his meal, he still had much to study. Chapter 12. The enigmatic wind. Bai Fan ordered a plate of beef, a few side dishes, and a pot of fine wine. The 8 treasure gourd contained a variety of exquisite wines, and under the influence of the potent spirits, Bai Fan found himself somewhat addicted to the contents of his cup. However, all the wine in the 8 treasure gourd was spiritual liquor, imbued with formidable medicinal and intoxicating properties, rendering Bai Fan tipsy at the mere scent. Just as Bai Fan began to eat, the gluttonous ferret peeked out from the collar of his robe. To Bai Fan's dining companions, it was a delightful surprise, a young dragon ferret. "Brother, you know a dragon ferret? This little creature is quite the gourmand," one exclaimed. Bai Fan chuckled. "Indeed. I have known him since childhood." Having few friends throughout his life, Bai Fan, who was naturally loquacious, had learned to feign a dull demeanor. Now, with someone engaging him, he was eager to converse further. Squeak. The dragon ferret jumped onto Bai Fan's shoulder, protesting the delays in dining. "Little brother, my name is Jing Feng. Would you consider selling me your dragon ferret?" The youth inquired amiably. Bai Fan shook his head. "Brother Jing Feng, the gluttonous ferret is my friend, and I would never part with him. You need not worry, I will not press you. You seem quite skilled. You must be a disciple of the Qingyang sect. I am Jing Feng, an inner disciple of the Qingyang sect. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out." Jing Feng elegantly waved his feather fan. "I am Bai Fan, an outer disciple of the Qingyang sect," Bai Fan replied, excitement bubbling within him. He had never before encountered someone so friendly. Of course, Jing Feng did not regard Bai Fan as a friend. He simply wished to secure the dragon ferret for himself. The ferret's charming appearance was a surefire technique for winning over potential romantic interests. Jing Feng had no other passions than indulging in flirtation. Yet, he had a principle. He did not believe in forcibly taking what belonged to others, often stating, "A gentleman does not covet another's delights." Despite having frequently engaged in courting other men as partners, Jing Feng soon lost interest in Bai Fan, his eyes darting toward the dragon ferret. Bai Fan, feeling quite hungry, devoured his food with great speed. The dragon ferret, however, was not fond of the offerings, save for the wine. Bai Fan poured a small cup for it, and the ferret, slightly tipsy, swayed adorably. Seeing the ferret's charming antics, Jing Feng's desire grew. As he plotted how to acquire the creature, he firmly believed that nothing in this world was truly off the market, merely priced beyond reach. "Bai Fan, my young friend, you must have important matters to attend to on your journey down the mountain?" Jing Feng resumed the conversation. Bai Fan replied, "Nothing of great significance. I merely wish to procure some everyday items in Qingyang Town." "Oh, Would you be interested in a visit to the Listening Wind Valley? Jing Feng proposed. Bai Fan, unfamiliar with the location or its purpose, listened intently as Jing Feng explained it was a marketplace for cultivators. Listening Wind Valley was situated 1,000 miles from Qingyang Mountain, being the closest trading hub to it, bustling with practitioners from various sects and free cultivators exchanging treasures for necessities. Intrigued, Bai Fan yearned to witness it firsthand. Yet he hesitated, thinking of the herb garden on Yunu Peak. Jing Feng laughed. Do not worry, brother Bai Fan. I possess a few spirit travel talismans. We can make the journey swiftly and return in just 2 or 3 days. Such miraculous talismans truly exist? Bai Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Jing Feng produced 2 spirit travel talismans and handed them to Bai Fan. These are for you. Let us travel together and explore. Bai Fan accepted the talismans. Feeling a surge of delight, having discovered a few in his own Qinkuan bag, though he could not discern their purpose. Unable to resist Jing Feng's allure, he ultimately agreed to accompany him to Listening Wind Valley. Splendid. I shall not be bored any longer. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow, Jing Feng declared with enthusiasm. His gaze remained fixated on the dragon ferret, his thoughts consumed with how to persuade Bai Fan to part with it. After their meal, Bai Fan ventured out to procure the necessary items. Upon returning to his room, he practiced for a while before delving into 3 manuals. The Qingyang Fluffy Sword technique was the pinnacle of the Qingyang sect's teachings, reserved solely for core disciples, and Bai Fan was not yet ready to practice it. Nevertheless, he meticulously reviewed it, imprinting the technique in his mind. The ethereal dance was a method for cultivating agility. Bai Fan skimmed through it, managing to remember some aspects, though its profundity far surpassed his current understanding. However, the manual contained some basic techniques for evasion and movement, which could serve as a foundation for further practice, and he committed them to memory. Then, Bai Fan took out the carefree technique and read through it. He was taken aback. The carefree technique encompassed methods for cultivating inner energy, spiritual power, and numerous martial skills. Even if one could cultivate inner energy, mastering it was no simple feat. The martial skills within the carefree technique demanded a practitioner of the rebirth realm to wield any semblance of power, while the inner energy cultivation methods required a practitioner of the spirit wisdom realm, making them temporarily unattainable for Bai Fan. He could barely manage to learn the first move of the carefree immortal finger, which involved condensing inner energy into a single line to strike an adversary, rendering them defenseless with overwhelming force. After committing the 3 manuals to memory, Bai Fan began his practice. He first focused on the foundational steps of the ethereal dance, discovering their exquisite intricacies, which would undoubtedly prove useful in combat. He practiced diligently until he could execute them with ease. Naturally, mastering the foundational steps required extensive time and effort to reach perfection, laying a solid groundwork for the ethereal dance. Subsequently, Bai Fan turned to the carefree immortal finger, which primarily involved condensing inner energy and then projecting it from his fingertips, striking enemies invisibly. However, inner energy could only unleash a fraction of the carefree immortal finger's potential. Once he cultivated spiritual power, its efficacy would multiply tenfold. He continued practicing until dawn broke, regrettably unable to master the carefree immortal finger, unable to project inner energy effectively to strike down foes. After freshening up, Bai Fan exited his room, only to find Jing Feng waiting in the hall. Jing Feng greeted him with a smile. Brother Bai Fan, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come, let us eat together, and then we shall set off immediately. His gaze was fixed on the slight bulge at Bai Fan's chest, where the dragon ferret was still dozing. The 2 ate swiftly, and after Jing Feng settled the bill, they set out. Jing Feng instructed Bai Fan on how to use the spirit travel talismans, and together they activated them, racing toward Listening Wind Valley. Upon using the talismans, Bai Fan felt a rush of wind beneath his legs, propelling him at an extraordinary speed. Following Jing Feng, he felt the wind rush past his ears, the scenery flashing by in a blur. How does it feel, brother Bai Fan? Exciting, isn't it? Jing Feng laughed, gracefully wielding his feather fan, occasionally unfurling it with poise. Bai Fan scoffed at Jing Feng's pretentiousness, yet he failed to notice that since practicing the carefree immortal finger the previous night, he had developed a habit of using his fingers for various gestures, such as swatting flies or rubbing his nose, particularly enjoying stroking his chin, where no beard had yet sprouted. Time flew as they sped along. Brother Bai Fan, we are nearly at Listening Wind Valley. We must halt and proceed slowly, otherwise we may be attacked. Jing Feng clearly had visited before. Bai Fan quickly came to a stop, scanning the surroundings, yet he saw nothing remarkable. Not a single figure in sight. Could it be that Jing Feng was deceiving him? Was he plotting to seize the dragon ferret? Filled with apprehension, Bai Fan remained on high alert. Chapter 13. A fortuitous encounter. Jing Feng remarked. Follow closely. There are illusions outside the listening wind valley, so do not wander off. Bai Fan, wary of the situation, adhered closely to Jing Feng's footsteps, realizing that his earlier concerns were unwarranted. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, for having endured humiliation since childhood. He found it difficult to place his trust in others. Jing Feng navigated with care, turning left and right several times, until they finally emerged into a vast clearing. Surrounded by towering mountains and perilous peaks, there was but a single pathway leading forward. Upon entering, they discovered an expansive basin bustling with numerous structures and throngs of people, vibrant with life. This is the Listening Wind Valley. If you see any items you desire, do let me know. I still have some savings, Jing Feng offered. In the realm of cultivators, transactions were conducted with crystal stones as hard currency, while precious items were often exchanged through barter. Bai Fan had acquired a considerable amount of crystal stones from the 2 Qin Kuan bags, most of which were of mediocre quality. After a brief count, he noted 113 medium-grade crystals and over 3,000 low-grade ones. A single medium-grade crystal could be exchanged for 100 low-grade crystals, and the same ratio applied to high-grade crystals. This was basic knowledge, which Bai Fan was somewhat familiar with. The Listening Wind Valley allowed for unrestricted entry and exit, with no scrutiny of identities. Upon entering, one could hear the cacophony of bargaining and inquiries about transactions. A high-grade magical artifact, a jade fan, for exchange with an item of the same grade sort. 100-year-old fungus. Interested parties please come and see. Upon hearing about the jade fan available for trade, Jing Feng approached. What would it take to exchange for this jade fan? How many crystal stones? It can only be exchanged for a high-grade sword. No crystal stones accepted, the stall owner, a middle-aged man, replied coldly. Jing Feng gazed at the jade fan, his eyes gleaming with desire. Alas, he lacked a high-grade sword, or he would have eagerly made the trade. Imagining himself holding the jade fan with an elegant demeanor, he felt an insatiable itch for it. Bai Fan noticed Jing Feng's yearning for the jade fan. Although he possessed a high-grade sword, he had no intention of offering it to assist Jing Feng in the trade. We must not reveal our wealth. One must always guard against others, Bai Fan thought, having learned this lesson well, especially since he was more cautious than most. Reluctantly, Jing Feng cast a longing glance at the jade fan before moving on. The Listening Wind Valley was vast, lined with numerous streets, each flanked by stalls. These stalls brimmed with an array of peculiar items, manuals, elixirs, talismans, magical artifacts, treasures, spiritual herbs, and materials for crafting. With a mindset to broaden his horizons, Bai Fan perused each stall, occasionally inquiring about prices but refraining from making any purchases. Recently, he had acquired several treasures that had elevated his standards. Thus, he found most ordinary items unworthy of his attention. Bai Fan, my young brother, do you see anything you fancy? I can buy it for you, Jing Feng suggested, keen to offer Bai Fan some benefits, knowing he would later seek a favor in return. No need. If I desire something, I can purchase it myself. I have crystal stones, Bai Fan replied, shaking his head. Jing Feng felt perplexed. He could not fathom how Bai Fan, being merely at the inner breath stage, could possess crystal stones and show disinterest in magical artifacts. Bai Fan remained enthusiastic yet primarily curious, displaying no intention of purchasing anything throughout their excursion. Jing Feng had traded for several minor items, yet none satisfied him fully. His heart remained set on the jade fan, which he could not acquire due to the lack of a worthy sword for trade. As they approached another stall, this one filled entirely with books, 18 in total, Bai Fan examined them. Most were manuals for cultivators at the mortal realm, primarily introductory techniques for inner breath. Having already mastered the Qingyang longevity technique, he had no need for such manuals. However, he found one talisman manual enticing, titled Talisman Communication with the Divine. The name was rather impressive, and its golden cover shimmered brightly, captivating the eye. Yet, the contents merely introduced basic talisman knowledge and methods of crafting, lacking any real value. Old immortal, how can I procure this talisman communication with the divine? Bai Fan inquired. The stall owner, an elderly man, appeared particularly pleased at being addressed as Old Immortal. Young lad, if you desire this book, it will cost you 10 crystal stones. Bai Fan was poised to trade when Jing Feng interjected, Bai Fan, my brother. The knowledge contained in talisman communication with the divine is merely rudimentary. Such a book is worth, at most, 1 crystal stone, although it has a golden cover. It does not merit 10 crystal stones. Young man, I am not asking for much. Just give me 5 crystal stones. That is what I paid for it. The old man chimed in. This time, the old man was not lying. He had overpaid for the book, believing its exquisite cover hinted at hidden secrets, only to find it lacking in substance. All right, I'll take it. Bai Fan promptly agreed, handing over the crystal stones to acquire the book. Once they left the stall, Jingfeng whispered, Bai Fan, you lost out significantly. Talisman communication with the divine is worth, at most, 2 crystal stones. I warned you, yet you still fell for it. It matters not. As long as it proves useful to me, it is worth the 5 crystal stones, Bai Fan responded, clearly holding a different perspective on value. To him, items that offered no utility, regardless of their rarity, were not worth exchanging crystal stones for. Conversely, items that served him well warranted any expenditure he deemed reasonable. Jingfeng disagreed with Bai Fan's viewpoint, but refrained from arguing, as it was not his crystal stones being spent. The duo continued their exploration, and at nearly every stall, Bai Fan took his time, discerning the quality of items based on his acquired knowledge. Suddenly, Bai Fan halted at a stall where he spotted an exquisite inner armor. However, the armor appeared devoid of spiritual energy, looking rather ordinary amongst several artifacts. Although it was Bai Fan's first outing, he had heard enough to grasp some tricks of the trade. He casually picked up an artifact and asked, how much for this item? The more he coveted an item, the more nonchalant he pretended to be. Otherwise, he would only invite exploitation. Yet Bai Fan was clever. He feigned a deep admiration for the artifact, making it seem as though he were entranced by it. In the eyes of the stall owner, he appeared as a plump sheep ready for slaughter. This artifact is a premium among medium-grade items, nearly on par with high-grade artifacts. If you desire it, I can let it go for 500 crystal stones. The stall owner was articulate, yet his claims were exaggerated. Indeed, Bai Fan held a medium-grade artifact, but it was merely a basic one. Far from the stall owner's inflated description, the stall owner's price was akin to that of an ordinary high-grade artifact. Bai Fan placed the artifact back down and retorted, with 500 crystal stones, I might as well purchase a high-grade artifact directly. Seeing that Bai Fan was not easily swayed, the stall owner revised his offer, 200 crystal stones. I assure you, this artifact is truly exceptional and worth every bit. 200 crystal stones is still excessive. How about this? Give me that worn inner armor, and I'll pay you a total of 200 crystal stones, Bai Fan proposed, picking up the shabby armor, which showed signs of extensive wear. After a moment's hesitation, the stall owner agreed. He had only paid 10 crystal stones for the inner armor. Thus, trading both items for 200 crystal stones still yielded a profit, making the transaction worthwhile. Once the deal was completed, Bai Fan stowed away his newly acquired items and departed. His strategy had succeeded, and he had made a significant gain. Jingfeng observed silently, originally intending to intervene, but refraining from doing so. After the earlier incident with the talisman communication with the divine, he recognized that Bai Fan was a man of conviction. Stopping him would have been futile. Chapter 14. The 9 Nether 3 lists. Finding a good deal is not as easy as it seems. Bai Fan scrutinized every stall with great care, yet luck eluded him, and he failed to discover any remarkable treasures. Jingfeng, who had been accompanying Bai Fan, found himself increasingly perplexed by him. He sensed a depth to Bai Fan's actions that was inscrutable. Jingfeng set aside his previous arrogance and addressed Bai Fan with a newfound warmth. Brother Bai Fan, why did you spend 200 crystal stones on a medium-grade magical artifact and a piece of tattered inner armor? Jingfeng inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, really. I simply took a liking to that medium-grade magical artifact, and as for the inner armor, it was merely an afterthought. It should provide some degree of defense, Bai Fan replied nonchalantly. Bai Fan revealed nothing more, not out of a desire to conceal things from Jingfeng, but rather to avoid stirring up trouble. Jingfeng chose not to press further, and the two continued their exploration of the market. In listening Wind Valley, one could find an array of goods, each more diverse than the last. Bai Fan's horizons expanded significantly, yet he was cautious to spend his resources. He typically refrained from purchasing items unless they served a purpose, but the prospect of a fortunate find was a different matter. Regrettably, opportunities for such finds were scarce at this trading event, as there were simply too many seasoned traders around. With Bai Fan's current skill level, he was far from adept. It was mere luck that allowed him to acquire a piece of exquisite magical inner armor. There were so many stalls in Listening Wind Valley that after a full day of browsing, they hadn't managed to see them all. Brother Jingfeng, let us return tomorrow. I cannot remain out here for too long, Bai Fan suggested. Very well, we shall come back another time, Jing Feng agreed. He had already procured what he sought, though he regretted missing out on the jade fan, which lingered in his thoughts. That evening, Jing Feng and Bai Fan settled into a modest inn. As the night deepened, Bai Fan examined the inner armor he had acquired and discovered that it was, in fact, a piece of purple gold soft armor. However, the core heart mirror, which supplied energy, was missing, rendering the armor devoid of any spiritual aura. Nonetheless, Bai Fan donned the purple gold armor beneath his other garments, composed of purple gold and interwoven with numerous rare metals. Its defensive capabilities remained formidable despite the absence of spiritual energy. Wearing the armor felt snug and comfortable, and Bai Fan was exceedingly pleased. The following morning, Bai Fan and Jing Feng had a quick breakfast before preparing to depart. Although Listening Wind Valley was rich with treasures, the inability to purchase them rendered an early exit preferable to avoid frustration. Jing Feng, still feeling the sting of having missed the jade fan, was somewhat dejected. As they approached the exit, two young men approached them. Jing Feng's expression shifted subtly, but he continued walking forward with determination. One of the young men, with a fair complexion, smirked and said, "Ah, isn't that Jing Feng of Qingyang sect?" His tone was dripping with condescension, indicating a familiarity that was far from amicable. "Jiang Wan, don't get too cocky. I will surely defeat you in the next competition," Jing Feng retorted coldly. Jiang Wan chuckled. "Defeated once, I await your challenge. Alas, you may never be my match. Before long, I shall become a core disciple." "Humph." Jing Feng scoffed and turned to walk away. Bai Fan followed closely and inquired, "Who is that?" "He is so arrogant. That is Jiang Wan from Beishu Palace. I lost to him by a narrow margin in the last 9 Nether Potential Dragon List competition, and he always appears smug whenever he sees me," Jing Feng explained. "The 9 Nether Potential Dragon List? What is that?" Bai Fan asked. "Every 3 years. The cultivation sects within the 9 Nether City territories send disciples to compete and rank themselves. I ranked 3rd on the 9 Nether Potential Dragon List." While Jiangwan was 2nd, Jing Feng elaborated. Bai Fan was familiar with 9 Nether City, which sprawled across a vast area and boasted a population exceeding 80 million, hosting over 100 cultivation sects of various sizes. The Qingyang sect was considered a first-rate power within 9 Nether City. Yet it struggled to make its mark in the broader Tianyu Great World, where colossal sects like Zuan Palace held the highest ranks. From Jing Feng, Bai Fan learned that 9 Nether City featured 3 major rankings: the 9 Nether Potential Dragon List for those in the mortal realm, the 9 Nether Dragon List for those in the Transcendence realm, and the 9 Nether Divine Dragon List for those in the Divine Ability realm. The powerful beings in the Divine Ability realm were generally well-known figures. Bai Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of aspiration. Who would want their name to be recognized? However, his current abilities didn't even qualify him as an inner sect disciple, let alone a contender for the 9 Nether Potential Dragon List. Nonetheless, he felt a newfound clarity and resolve. His goal was to ascend the ranks as swiftly as possible. With determination, Bai Fan vowed to conquer the 9 Nether Potential Dragon List and the 9 Nether Dragon List. Such motivation would surely propel his cultivation efforts to new heights. Previously, Bai Fan was merely a humble medicine boy, content with a simple life. Now, an expansive path lay before him, fraught with challenges he must conquer one by one. He silently pledged to grow stronger and never return to the days of enduring humiliation. The travel speed of the teleportation talisman was astonishing. In less than a day, Jing Feng and Bai Fan returned to Qingyang Town. "Brother Jing Feng, I'm heading back to the mountain. Would you like to join me?" Bai Fan asked. "You go ahead. I plan to venture out for some time to train and cannot fall behind Jiangwan. Next time, I will surpass him," Jing Feng replied with unwavering determination and fervor. "Be careful, brother Jing Feng. I shall return now," Bai Fan said as he bid farewell and made his way toward Qingyang Mountain. On the ascent, Bai Fan practiced the foundational steps of the ethereal dance, significantly increasing his speed. Before darkness fell, he finally reached the foot of the mountain. Producing his token, he boarded the celestial crane and ascended the mountain. Riding the crane once more, Bai Fan felt a calmness wash over him as he contemplated his future path. Now that he had cultivated internal energy, he could be considered a practitioner at the internal energy realm. Upon returning to the mountain, he would be eligible to participate in the selection of registered disciples, and he was confident he would succeed. He didn't overly concern himself with the title of registered disciple. His primary focus was on how to swiftly enhance his abilities. The minimum requirement for the 9 Nether Potential Dragon List was the martial valor realm, and he was still far from that mark. Lost in thought, Bai Fan unknowingly arrived at Peak. He retrieved the prepared bundle he had brought along and slung it over his back. During this trip down the mountain, Bai Fan had collected numerous benefits, and he preferred to keep his gains quiet. Accumulating wealth discreetly was the way to go. To those who knew Bai Fan, he was inherently reserved, save for Jing Feng, who held a different view. Bai Fan, you're back. Did you manage to buy anything? Yu Xiaofeng asked with a hint of excitement. Sister Xiaofeng, everything is in here. I hope the senior sisters will find it to their liking. Bai Fan replied as he handed over the bundle. Bai Fan, you've worked hard. Go rest now. Tomorrow, you will continue to take care of the medicinal garden. Yu Xiaofeng instructed. Upon returning to his quarters, Bai Fan commenced his daily practice. Chapter 15. The beginning of selection. Bai Fan consumed an inner breath pill and commenced his training in the Qingyang longevity technique. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm current that swiftly coursed through Bai Fan's meridians. He promptly activated the Qingyang longevity technique to refine the medicinal potency. After completely absorbing the essence of the inner breath pill, Bai Fan distinctly felt a significant increase in his inner breath. Subsequently, he practiced the foundational steps of the ethereal dance and the carefree immortal finger, finding the cultivation of martial skills considerably easier with the support of his inner breath. In the dead of night, Bai Fan continued to hone the martial techniques within the blood demon art, fortifying his physical strength. Regardless of the cultivation realm, physical power remained of utmost importance. The intensity of the body dictated the capacity to absorb and contain spiritual energy. The blood demon art placed great emphasis on physical training, incorporating numerous sinister methods that devoured the bloodline and flesh of the strong to enhance one's own corporeal power. Upon concluding his training, Bai Fan retrieved the symbolic record of divine communication and began his study. He purchased this tome primarily to deepen his understanding of symbolic knowledge, facilitating future recognition and utilization of symbols. Although the book contained only elementary knowledge of symbols, it was exceptionally detailed, even outlining the methods for inscribing symbols. Bai Fan, however, had no immediate desire to learn the art of inscribing symbols. He focused instead on the discernment and application aspects of the knowledge. Time flew by as he immersed himself in learning, and soon the dawn broke. After tidying up, he cradled the still-sleeping weasel in his arms and proceeded to the medicinal garden. He meticulously examined the precious spiritual herbs, finding nothing amiss, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Grateful for the favor bestowed upon him by Yu Xiyan, Bai Fan endeavored to fulfill her entrusted tasks diligently. Should any of the valuable herbs suffer harm, he would be unable to absolve himself. That day, Bai Fan devoted himself to tending the medicinal garden until he was thoroughly satisfied. Following that, he embarked on a monotonous yet fulfilling routine, spending each day in cultivation and care of the spiritual herbs. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed. The Qingyang sect was preparing for the annual selection of registered disciples in the martial competition among inner disciples. After 3 months of arduous training, Bai Fan's strength had significantly improved. His physical power approached the level of 4 cloud stones, reaching the pinnacle of the inner breath realm. Moreover, his inner breath had accumulated considerably, allowing him to barely execute the carefree immortal finger, which, despite being able to inflict damage only on targets within a meter, filled Bai Fan with ecstatic joy. This was his trump card, a technique to be unleashed at critical moments, unpredictable and formidable. Additionally, Bai Fan had mastered the foundational steps of the ethereal dance to a remarkable degree, though his current realm was insufficient to practice the full dance. As for the Qingyang fluffy sword technique, he refrained from attempting it, fearing that its execution in a moment of urgency might lead to an irretrievable predicament, as it was one of the Qingyang sect's most vital secrets. Bai Fan had persistently practiced the blood demon art, and his rapid progress was closely tied to it. He had thoroughly studied the symbolic record of divine communication but chose not to attempt inscribing symbols, preferring to concentrate his efforts solely on cultivation. Strength was paramount. Once he attained greater power, he would consider studying symbols and alchemy. One day, Yu Xiaofeng approached Bai Fan with a smile and inquired, Bai Fan, the selection for registered disciples is imminent. Will you participate? I will certainly give it a try. Bai Fan asserted emphatically, his resolve unyielding, regardless of the outcome. This was the moment to seize. Given his current prowess, becoming a registered disciple posed no challenge. However, Bai Fan still aspired to partake in the selection. By competing, he hoped to secure a commendable rank, which would yield rewards of elixirs and magical artifacts. Those who excelled had the chance of being noticed by the elders of the sect and could directly ascend to become inner disciples. The status of inner disciples was vastly superior to that of registered disciples, offering a wealth of cultivation resources and the guidance of esteemed mentors, thus enabling swifter progress. Yu Xiaofeng assessed by Fan and declared with certainty, with your strength, becoming a registered disciple is undoubtedly within your grasp. To your utmost. Having said this, she turned and departed, her every step graceful. Watching Yu Xiaofeng's live figure, Bai Fan found himself momentarily entranced. His thoughts were devoid of any malice. He merely appreciated the beauty before him. The period of registered disciple selection and inner disciple competition at Qingyang Mountain was particularly bustling, as disciples returning from their adventures converged. And many elders emerged from seclusion. Naturally, discussions centered predominantly around the inner disciples, with those yet to become registered disciples remaining largely obscure. Inner disciples represented a crucial force within the sect, their strength signifying the potential of the younger generation. Among the Qingyang sect's inner disciples, the most renowned was Jingfeng, who ranked third on the 9 Nether Hidden Dragon list, the foremost inner disciple of the sect. Inner disciples generally possess strength within the 6th to 9th realms, valiant, spiritual wisdom, great strength, and transformation. Jingfeng had already attained the transformation realm a year prior. Jingfeng was an exceptionally talented prodigy of the Qingyang sect, having reached the transformation realm at the tender age of 15. More importantly, he not only possessed remarkable cultivation but also boasted extensive practical experience. Among the younger generation of the Qingyang sect, apart from Yu Xiyan, Jingfeng was the most notable. However, it was predominantly the women who discussed Jingfeng, often extolling his charm and striking handsomeness. As the inner disciple competition approached, discourse surrounding Jingfeng intensified. Even the women of the Jade Maiden Peak would occasionally whisper among themselves, all conversation revolving around Jingfeng. Bai Fan, too, overheard snippets of their discussions, gaining insight into Jingfeng's prowess, which only deepened his admiration. Simultaneously, Bai Fan regarded Jingfeng as the benchmark he aimed to surpass. The presence of pressure fueled his motivation, prompting him to train with even greater diligence. 3 days later, the selection of registered disciples commenced as scheduled. The event took place in Mingfeng Valley, where ample space accommodated a vast audience. Yu Xiaofeng was particularly invested in Bai Fan's participation, accompanying him personally to Mingfeng Valley. Most of the other female disciples from Jade Maiden Peak attended as well, primarily not to cheer for Bai Fan, but to catch a glimpse of Jingfeng's splendor. Following the selection of registered disciples, the inner disciple competition would commence, where the likelihood of Jingfeng's appearance was high. The allure of Jingfeng was palpable, as evidenced by the stir among the female disciples of the Qingyang sect. Upon arriving at Mingfeng Valley, Bai Fan was greeted by a sea of people, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. The Qingyang sect, being a premier force within the 9 Nether City, boasted tens of thousands of disciples, making such a turnout unsurprising. In truth, this was merely a prelude. The real spectacle would unfold during the inner disciple competition, which would attract over 10,000 spectators, a scene even more electrifying. It was Bai Fan's first experience witnessing such a crowd and a spectacle of this magnitude, leaving him astonished with his mouth agape. Bai Fan, don't be so tense. Relax, relax, Yu Xiaofeng urged, her voice soothing. I'm not nervous, Bai Fan mumbled, though he was acutely aware of the perspiration pooling in his clenched fists. To help ease his tension, Yu Xiaofeng even offered a gentle massage to his shoulders. Bai Fan nearly moaned in comfort, choosing silence as he surrendered to the delightful service of the beauty beside him. Chapter 16. Earning cheers. The selection for the registered disciples is, in essence, remarkably straightforward, consisting of merely 2 stages. The first stage entails the lifting of a cloud stone, a task requiring the ability to raise a stone of fist-sized proportions. The second stage involves a demonstration of martial prowess on stage, which, although termed a demonstration, is essentially a duel between 2 disciples. However, most participants, yet to attain the status of registered disciples, possess limited strength, rendering the matches rather unremarkable. Thus the term demonstration is employed. Each year, several hundred hopefuls partake in the selection, representing fresh blood for the Qingyang sect, which places great emphasis on this event. This year is no exception, as the presiding figure of the selection is none other than Ling Xinya, the vice master of the Qingyang sect. Ling Xinya possesses a refined appearance accompanied by an inherent authority that dissuades any from gazing too long. A formidable figure at the cusp of the transcendence and void realms. He is regarded as one of the elite in the entire Joyo city. With a mere gesture, Ling Xinya silenced the crowd at Mingfeng Valley. As per tradition, the selection commenced without any superfluous remarks. With a commanding voice, Ling Xinya declared the official start of the selection process. All participating disciples promptly formed an orderly queue. Displaying impeccable discipline, Bai Fan leisurely took his place at the end of the line, just before Yu Xiaofeng ascended to the platform. She leaned close to Bai Fan's ear and whispered, "Bai Fan, do your best." The fragrant breeze wafted into Bai Fan's nostrils as she departed. Enveloped in a moment of reverie, Bai Fan inhaled deeply. Around him, many cast envious and jealous glances, for who would not yearn for the affection of a beautiful woman? "Truly exquisite, my brother, is she your girlfriend?" inquired a young man behind him. Bai Fan refrained from answering, merely nodding slightly. Thinking to himself, these lecherous wolves cannot be allowed to harass Sister Xiaofeng. If not me, then who shall protect her? If Yu Xiaofeng were privy to Bai Fan's musings, she would undoubtedly erupt. "You suffer? I am the one at a loss here." Though not officially Bai Fan's girlfriend, he harbored no desire for other men to approach her, a sentiment that perhaps plagues all men. The young man, seeing Bai Fan's nod, appeared crestfallen and then asked, "Brother, do you know any other women? Introduce one to me, please." Bai Fan remained silent, simply shaking his head in bewilderment, too disinterested to engage with the disappointed suitor behind him. The first stage of lifting the cloud stone was exceedingly simple. On the platform lay 10 fist-sized cloud stones, allowing 10 disciples to participate simultaneously, ensuring a swift process. Most aspirants possessed a modicum of confidence, and the majority successfully lifted the stones without incident. The fist-sized cloud stones weighed 1,000 pounds. Thus, lifting one signified that the individual had attained the martial realm. As the platform witnessed a rotation of participants, some exhibited considerable flair, with one even managing to lift 2 cloud stones simultaneously. Among them was a burly man named Tainyo, who astonishingly lifted 3 cloud stones at once, leaving the onlookers in awe. Bai Fan observed closely, noting that Tainyo had not cultivated any internal energy, relying solely on his physical strength, a truly remarkable display of innate power. Ling Xinya attentively monitored the disciples' performances, occasionally nodding or shaking his head. Soon, it was Bai Fan's turn. He approached the platform at a leisurely pace and effortlessly lifted a cloud stone. Having just passed this stage, he refrained from seeking attention. UN Peaks Bai Fan qualified, announced the recorder loudly. Many elders who had heard of UN Peak recognized it as the training ground of the sect's foremost talent, UCUN. They also knew that UN Peak had never had male disciples, prompting them to cast curious glances at Bai Fan. Although Bai Fan concealed his prowess, he could not evade Ling Xinya's discerning gaze. Ling Xinya discerned that Bai Fan had reached the pinnacle of internal energy cultivation at a young age and nodded in acknowledgement. Committing Bai Fan to memory, the first stage concluded swiftly, with 632 participants, leaving 415 after this round. The second stage involved paired demonstrations. Here, the order was determined by drawing lots, with number 1 facing number 2, number 2 facing number 3, and so forth. Bai Fan drew number 135, necessitating a wait. Mingfeng Valley hosted only 10 platforms, so even simultaneous matches would require considerable time. The disciples of Qingyang sect began their orderly demonstrations. Most of those yet to become registered disciples had not cultivated internal energy and thus had not learned martial techniques, possessing only basic physical training moves. This display soon became monotonous, nearly lulling Bai Fan to sleep. At long last, it was Bai Fan's turn, and his opponent was none other than Tainyo. "Greetings. I am Tainyo. Please," he said, appearing robust yet surprisingly courteous, as if he had undergone etiquette training. Bai Fan replied with a calm demeanor, "I am Bai Fan. Please." He assumed a defensive stance, wary of Tainyo's innate strength. "Be cautious, little brother," Tainyo bellowed as he lunged toward Bai Fan. Bai Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes at the absurdity of being addressed as little brother by someone so physically imposing. Tainyo, arms wide, attempted to grapple Bai Fan. Given Tainyo's nearly 2-meter height and 200-pound frame, being caught would likely render escape nearly impossible. With a deft sidestep, Bai Fan instinctively executed the foundational footwork of the Misty Dance, positioning himself beside Tainyo. He then executed a gentle push, utilizing not much force but leveraging Tainyo's own momentum, nearly sending him off the platform. Tainyo, regaining his balance, appeared perplexed. Unable to fathom how Bai Fan accomplished such a feat, he could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent. The crowd erupted in cheers. Initially, all had believed Tainyo would surely win, including Yu Xiaofeng. Yet the tide shifted dramatically as Tainyo almost faced defeat in a single move. Agility and strong combat awareness. He is worth nurturing, Ling Xinya mused, nodding with a smile at Bai Fan. Tainyo shook his massive head, re-establishing his stance before charging once more. "Ah!" he yelled, running while attempting to intimidate with his booming voice. His fists, as large as bowls, aimed directly at Bai Fan's face. Bai Fan remained still, waiting until Tainyo's fist approached, then deftly sidestepped, evading the attack. In a flash, he seized Tainyo's arm and exerted force outward. "Ah!" Tainyo exclaimed, utterly astonished as Bai Fan skillfully propelled him off the platform, landing below. "Remarkable. Spectacular. Bravo." Bai Fan's mind momentarily blanked, his spirit soaring as he absorbed the applause and cheers from the crowd. The demonstration bore no formal outcome. It was merely a means for the Qingyang sect to evaluate prospective disciples. Both Bai Fan and Tainyo's performances were scrutinized by Ling Xinya and other high-ranking members of the sect, who would render their judgments. As Bai Fan descended from the platform, he was met with resounding applause. Truthfully, the attention made him somewhat uneasy, his cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Inside, however, he was ablaze with exhilaration. He had only ever wished for the opportunity to cultivate and had never fathomed standing victorious on the platform. "I have finally taken the first step. I shall ascend higher in the future, diligently honing my skills to become a formidable force," Bai Fan silently vowed, his passion ignited. "Ah!" Bai Fan erupted, releasing a powerful roar that expelled the pent-up frustration within him. With that single shout, he felt as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, invigorated and filled with newfound confidence, casting aside his humble beginnings. Chapter 17. The screams of the whirlwind. The selection of named disciples concluded swiftly, yet this was merely the beginning. Those who ascended to the status of named disciples were also eligible to participate in the ranking competition. This year, a total of 389 named disciples were permitted to join. To partake in the ranking, one had to register and then take to the arena to defend their position. A contender who triumphed in 3 consecutive matches would advance to the next round, ultimately establishing the top 10, who would be rewarded handsomely. Bai Fan, hasten to register. Ensure you secure first place. Otherwise, humph, you shall face my wrath upon your return, Yu Xiaofeng declared, brandishing her delicate fist threateningly before him. "I shall participate and endeavor to claim the top position," Bai Fan replied, not one to shy away from the challenge. He had intended to demonstrate his abilities and acquire more resources for cultivation, thus he would not decline. In the realm of cultivation, being low-key was far from the ideal path. Without the backing of a sect, one's growth was severely limited. No matter how exceptional one's talent may be, it must be recognized to receive substantial support and training, allowing one's strength to flourish. Although Bai Fan had reaped numerous benefits, it was still insufficient for his cultivation needs. Upon reaching the inner breath realm, each stage became increasingly arduous to traverse, often requiring a copious amount of medicinal pills and the guidance of esteemed mentors. Before the selection of named disciples commenced, Bai Fan had resolved to compete in the ranking and aimed to achieve a commendable position, garnering the respect of others. The registration soon concluded, and amongst the named disciples, 180 chose to compete for the rankings, largely enticed by the lucrative rewards. The first prize consisted of a superior-grade magical artifact, 10 inner breath pills, and 3 solidifying organs pills. The second place received a superior-grade magical artifact, 8 inner breath pills, and 1 solidifying organs pill. The third place was awarded a superior-grade magical artifact and 5 inner breath pills. Those ranked 4th through 10th would receive a mid-grade magical artifact and 1 inner breath pill. The significance placed on the most talented was evident from the rewards. Attaining a position among the top 3 offered rewards far more lavish than those for lower ranks. With such resources for cultivation, it would be untenable for them to lag behind others. Bai Fan did not place much emphasis on these rewards. His Tian Yuan ring was already abundant with medicinal pills. His true desire lay in capturing the attention of the higher-ups within the Qingyang sect to receive the transmission of advanced magical techniques. Although he possessed the exceptional Qingyang floating willow sword technique, its origins were dubious, and he dared not cultivate it for fear of exposure. The ranking competition for named disciples commenced, with only 3 arenas operating simultaneously, allowing the higher-ups of Qingyang sect to observe closely. Bai Fan drew the last position in the lottery, prompting him to sit beside Yu Xiaofeng as they awaited their turn. Suddenly, a chorus of female disciples erupted in exclamations. "Ah, it's Brother Jingfeng. He has finally appeared. Ah, Brother Jingfeng is so handsome." The appearance of Jingfeng incited a frenzy among the female disciples, who were utterly captivated, disregarding even the presence of the deputy sect master seated in the front row. Jingfeng remained composed, elegantly fanning himself, his every movement enticing even more fervent applause. In contrast to the cheers Bai Fan had received, the uproar around Jing Feng was a spectacle of its own. Bai Fan could not help but feel a pang of envy for Jing Feng's resounding reputation. Yu Xiaofeng scoffed. It's nothing special. Is such fervor really necessary? It appeared that the female disciples from Yunu Peak were equally enamored, and Yu Xiaofeng, unable to contain her irritation, muttered under her breath. Xiaofeng, brother Jing Feng is not only handsome but also possesses formidable strength, only slightly inferior to the young mistress. One of the female disciples from Yunu Peak remarked. Yu Xiaofeng, feeling defiant, retorted, Oh really? I must challenge him then. Her eyes glimmered as she stole glances at Jing Feng. Bai Fan noticed Yu Xiaofeng's gaze lingering on Jing Feng, stirring a mix of discomfort within him. It was evident that Jing Feng had been aware of Bai Fan's presence in the arena, as he approached with a warm smile. As Jing Feng drew closer, the female disciples gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless by their infatuation. Even Yu Xiaofeng felt a blush creep upon her fair cheeks. Wondering if he had overheard her earlier remarks, she failed to consider that the cacophony of cheers had drowned out her voice, making it improbable for Jing Feng to have heard her. As Jing Feng approached, Yu Xiaofeng felt her heart race. He was indeed striking and exuded charm, paired with immense strength. What girl could resist such allure? Yu Xiaofeng was certainly no exception. Bai Fan observed Yu Xiaofeng's bashful demeanor, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. While it could not be said that Bai Fan harbored romantic feelings for Yu Xiaofeng, he was still in the nascent stages of understanding such emotions. Moreover, he had long struggled with feelings of inferiority regarding his low status and was acutely aware of his limitations, never daring to pursue impossible love. However, Yu Xiaofeng had always shown him kindness, leading him to regard her as his own, naturally resenting the proximity of other men. Jing Feng approached and greeted Bai Fan with a smile. Hello, brother Bai Fan. I see you've returned from your journey. Indeed, I did not expect to return just in time to witness you display your prowess and toss that bulky fellow off the stage. Jing Feng chuckled lightly. As the two exchanged pleasantries, the surrounding female disciples were left in awe, speculating on the nature of Bai Fan's relationship with Jing Feng, which piqued their interest in him. Yet, Bai Fan's unremarkable appearance, save for his robust physique, did little to endear him to the female disciples. After a brief conversation, Jing Feng excused himself, expressing his intent to greet other friends among the inner disciples. As soon as Jing Feng departed, Yu Xiaofeng fixed a piercing gaze on Bai Fan. Confess, how do you know Jing Feng? The female disciples surrounding them echoed her curiosity, leaving Bai Fan feeling quite uncomfortable. I met him in Qingyang town, and we ventured to Listen Wind Valley together, Bai Fan explained. Yu Xiaofeng inquired. Then why did you not tell me? What transpired between you two? Given the familiarity between Bai Fan and Jing Feng, Yu Xiaofeng harbored suspicions of some underlying secret. Nothing happened, I assure you, Bai Fan replied. We were together for only 3 days. Thereafter, I returned to the mountain while he descended for training, and we parted ways. The female disciples rolled their eyes in disbelief, skeptical of Bai Fan's claims. The ranking competition for named disciples proved to be far more thrilling than the selection trials, with numerous capable disciples emerging. Bravo! A wave of applause erupted as Bai Fan's attention shifted to the arena, where a remarkably young disciple hoisted his opponent effortlessly into the air, rendering them helpless against their struggles. Has he truly reached the inner breath realm? Yu Xiaofeng exclaimed. Bai Fan, should you encounter him, exercise utmost caution. A powerhouse in the inner breath realm possesses tremendous explosive strength. Do not underestimate him. I am aware, Bai Fan acknowledged, committing the name of the contender, Li Shu, to memory. Chapter 18. Clash of Strength. Bai Fan had been attentively observing the arena battles, noting that several disciples possessed commendable prowess, having cultivated their inner breath. However, upon comparing himself to them, he discovered that his strength surpassed theirs significantly. Instantly, his confidence surged. He had previously underestimated his own capabilities, believing himself to be rather ordinary. On the Jade Maiden Peak, Bai Fan prepared to step onto the third arena. It was finally his turn. Go, Bai Fan. Do not tarnish the dignity of the Jade Maiden Peak, Yu Xiaofeng encouraged, waving her delicate fists in support. With each stride onto the stage, Bai Fan's confidence and spirit reached their zenith, igniting a fervent fighting spirit within him. As he ascended to the arena, the opponent, who had already celebrated 2 consecutive victories, felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of Bai Fan's fierce resolve. This contender was determined to secure his place in the next round and summoned his own fiery determination. Following a mutual bow, the duel officially commenced. Both combatants simultaneously unleashed the 10,000 Ancestors' Fist, their punches slicing through the air with formidable force, demonstrating their mastery of the technique. With a thunderous impact, Fan collided with his adversary, remaining as steadfast as a mountain while the opponent staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. The outcome of the contest was immediately apparent. Yet, the rival was unwilling to concede defeat, launching a flurry of punches aimed at Fan. In response, Fan delivered a straightforward blow to the opponent's chest without any elaborate maneuvers, even allowing his opponent's attacks to land on him. Both struck simultaneously, however. While Fan merely swayed slightly, the other was sent sprawling 2 meters away, unable to rise. Fan of the Jade Maiden Peak, victorious. As the defeated contender exited the arena, a new challenger stepped forward. Fan continued to employ the 10,000 Ancestors' Fist with ease, winning with a single decisive punch. At this early stage of cultivation, everything seemed abstract. Brute strength reigned supreme. Moreover, novice practitioners lacked any sophisticated martial techniques, rendering their limited skills ineffective. Fan's strength approached 4 cloud stones, positioning him among the elite of the registered disciples. Iron Bull, though also powerful, fell short in comparison. His primary concern lay with the few disciples who had cultivated their inner breath, for their explosive power could easily knock him off the stage if he were not cautious. With 3 effortless victories, Fan successfully advanced to the next round. "Well done, Fan," Yu Xiaofeng exclaimed, excitedly patting him on the back. Her affectionate gesture momentarily flustered him, but he quickly regained his composure, choosing not to dwell on it. Yu Xiaofeng was a celestial goddess. While he was merely a humble herbalist, their statuses and strengths vastly different. Fan was not one to indulge in fanciful aspirations. Soon, the first round concluded, with only 28 participants progressing to the second round. The rules shifted to a draw for matchups, employing a single elimination format where only victors would advance. Fan drew number 15, while his opponent drew number 16. Simultaneously, 3 arenas were in action, and it would not be long before it was Fan's turn again. Iron Bull drew number 3 and was among the first to compete on the second arena. His opponent also possessed commendable strength, nearing 2 cloud stones. After exchanging formalities, Iron Bull charged forward with a mighty roar, enveloping his opponent in a bear hug. Despite the latter's struggles, he ultimately had no choice but to concede defeat. Iron Bull grinned, revealing his large, yellowing teeth, a sight that startled the female disciples, who averted their gaze. In the second batch of registered disciples, including Li Shu, 2 had reached the inner breath stage and advanced effortlessly. The third batch heralded Fan's turn on the second arena. Unfortunately, his opponent, Wang Feng, was also a formidable inner breath master. Their gazes locked, brimming with combativeness. Having witnessed Fan's agile movements, Wang Feng remained cautious, adopting a defensive stance. Fan, aware of Wang Feng's strategy, dismissed it. In the face of absolute strength, all tactics appeared as mere paper tigers. With a thoughtful stroke of his chin, Fan took a step forward, channeling the momentum of the heavens into a powerful punch aimed at Wang Feng. The wind from his fist whipped against Wang Feng's face like a blade. Alarmed, Wang Feng attempted to evade the oncoming strike. Fan unexpectedly leaned to the left, directing his punch straight towards Wang Feng's center. Thanks to his foundational training in the ethereal dance's footwork, Fan executed the maneuver with remarkable swiftness and flexibility, an ability most could never achieve amid such rapid assaults. Wang Feng, unable to dodge in time, launched a punch that collided with Fan's fist. With a resounding thud, Fan, using all his strength, took a step back yet maintained his composure. While Wang Feng was forced back several paces, Fan, refraining from employing his inner breath, could have easily sent Wang Feng tumbling off the stage otherwise. Now, Fan roared, activating his inner breath while continuing with the 10,000 Ancestors' Fist. This strike was more urgent and ferocious, appearing to Wang Feng as if the fist were magnifying before his eyes, closing in rapidly. Desperate, Wang Feng, now cornered against the edge of the arena, had no choice but to unleash all his inner breath in a retaliatory punch. Their fists clashed once more, both letting out muffled grunts. Fan was knocked back, retreating over 10 steps before stabilizing himself, while Wang Feng was flung off the stage in defeat. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. Fan held the advantage. Fan wins. In just 2 moves, he had vanquished the inner breath adept Wang Feng, drawing a chorus of cheers from the audience. Yet, in a shadowy corner. A rotund figure glared at Bai Fan with malevolence, wishing he could tear him apart. This was Zhu San, who had learned from Dinyo that Bai Fan had survived the serpent cave and significantly increased his strength. His unease had persisted since then. Having come to witness the selection of registered disciples, Zhu San had inadvertently discovered Bai Fan, who had indeed transformed, as Dinyo had claimed. Filled with astonishment, Zhu San's heart brimmed with murderous intent. However, Bai Fan's current strength exceeded his own, making the task of eliminating him exceedingly difficult. He needed to plot his moves carefully. Bai Fan, with his keen senses, felt the weight of a gaze upon him. Turning around, he caught sight of Zhu San. Bai Fan offered a smile, which sent a chill down Zhu San's spine, prompting him to hastily depart. The fact that he had been noticed was troubling. He needed to devise a plan to deal with Bai Fan swiftly. He must die. As Zhu San contemplated his next steps, Bai Fan calmly returned to Yu Xiaofeng's side. Zhu San was merely a minor character. Should Bai Fan choose, he could easily crush him at any moment. Now that Bai Fan had become a registered disciple, if he performed exceptionally in the ranking matches, he could be taken under the wing of the higher-ups of Qingyang sect, significantly elevating his status. At that point, eliminating a mere outer sect disciple would bear no consequences for him. Chapter 19, Destiny. The first round concluded swiftly, and the 14 qualified disciples prepared for the next draw of lots for combat. Bai Fan drew the number 1, being the first to step onto the stage. His opponent, possessing less than inner breath mastery, conceded immediately, allowing Bai Fan to advance effortlessly. Similarly, Tai Niu and Li Shu progressed without difficulty, while the remaining 4 advancing disciples were all at the inner breath level. Among the 7 remaining disciples, one would receive a bai. To everyone's surprise, Tai Niu drew the bai and burst into laughter, revealing his yellowed front teeth, which were rather off-putting, yet he appeared utterly unconcerned. This time, Bai Fan's opponent was a disciple named Yang Lin, who was slightly plump and bore a cheerful expression. Yang Lin, I look forward to your guidance, he stated. Bai Fan. Likewise, came the reply. Just as Bai Fan finished speaking, Yang Lin executed a swift leg sweep aimed at him, clearly aiming to seize the initiative. Aware of his slim chances of victory, Bai Fan performed a skillful iron plank bridge, evading Yang Lin's attack, then swiftly turned upright like a flipping carp. Devastating sweep. Bai Fan's leg shot out like lightning toward Yang Lin, the force behind it formidable enough to incapacitate. Remarkably, Yang Lin rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the strike. But upon rising, his expression darkened. He produced a dagger from his robes, revealing it to be a low-grade magical artifact. Bai Fan, you should concede. No matter your strength, you cannot withstand my dagger, Yang Lin declared, a hint of smugness evident in his tone. Bai Fan responded coolly, is that so? We shall see. Habitually, he stroked his chin as if contemplating a beard, a comical gesture given his youth. Onlookers from the stand stifled their laughter. Why is he pretending to be so wise? Murmured a female disciple from Jade Maiden Peak. With the dagger in hand, Yang Lin lunged at Bai Fan with astonishing speed. For a moment, Bai Fan appeared stunned, still touching his chin and remaining motionless. Bai Fan, dodge. Yu Xiaofeng shouted urgently. As the dagger approached, a smile graced Bai Fan's face. In a flash, his right hand shot out, fingers slightly spread, moving directly toward the dagger. Is Bai Fan out of his mind? He is attempting to confront a low-grade magical artifact with his bare hands, gasped several disciples in astonishment. Bai Fan channeled inner breath into his fingers, employing the carefree immortal finger technique, not for offense, but for defense. In an instant, he clamped the dagger between his fingers, which shimmered like precious jade, translucent and radiant. Yang Lin's dagger was firmly held, unable to be withdrawn despite his best efforts. Bai Fan raised his left fist and struck toward Yang Lin's face. Caught off guard, Yang Lin hesitated for a moment, unwilling to relinquish his newly acquired low-grade artifact. With a resounding thud, Bai Fan's blow landed, transforming Yang Lin's visage into that of a raccoon. Dazed and disoriented, Yang Lin struggled to maintain his grip on the dagger. Down you go, Bai Fan exclaimed, forcefully tossing Yang Lin, along with the dagger, off the stage. Ah, incredible. He is so impressive. Are his fingers made of diamond? How extraordinary that they withstand the blade of a magical artifact. The crowd erupted in admiration, and Bai Fan's reputation soared. Unfazed, Bai Fan returned to the stands with an impassive expression. Ling Xinya cast a keen gaze at Bai Fan, remarking, this youth remains remarkably composed in battle, seemingly possessing numerous fortuitous encounters. As long as his background is clear, he deserves substantial cultivation. He promptly summoned a disciple to investigate Bai Fan's origins. Bai Fan, may I examine your fingers? Yu Xiaofeng, disregarding any protest, grasped Bai Fan's hand for a closer look. Not a scratch at all. How did you achieve this? Bai Fan found her delicate touch soothing, closing his eyes in bliss, oblivious to her further inquiries. Yu Xiaofeng released his hand, demanding, will you tell me or not? Tell you what? Bai Fan replied, bewildered. How is it that your hand isn't scathed? She shot him an incredulous glance. I employed finesse. And my fingers never touched the blade's edge, he explained earnestly. Surely, there must be more to it. Yu Xiaofeng's eyes glimmered with skepticism. I swear it's the truth, Bai Fan insisted, somewhat defensively. Quickly, the other two groups concluded their matches. Li Shu displayed remarkable prowess, defeating his opponent to advance, while the other victorious disciple was named Zhou Feng. The final 4 remaining disciples were vying for rankings, as the rewards for 4th place were drastically inferior to those for 3rd. In this round of draws, Tainyo found himself unfortunate, facing Bai Fan, while Li Shu was paired with Zhou Feng. The subsequent battles would utilize a single arena, allowing for a more thorough viewing of the matches. As Bai Fan and Tainyo ascended the stage, Tainyo unexpectedly declared, I concede. With a grin, he added, your strength is too formidable. I am no match for you. Bai Fan, taken aback by Tainyo's discolored teeth up close, hastily exited the stage, as though he were the one who had lost. Confused, Tainyo strode off the stage. Next, the match between Li Shu and Zhou Feng commenced. After exchanging formalities, the duel officially began. The winner would face Bai Fan for 1st place, so Bai Fan was particularly invested in their battle. Li Shu and Zhou Feng were evenly matched, their exchanges showcasing remarkable skill and eliciting cheers from the audience. Bai Fan observed intently, mentally cataloging their techniques. Without understanding these skills, one could not truly master martial arts. But familiarizing oneself with them would aid in future encounters. After a fierce exchange, both combatants sustained injuries, yet Li Shu ultimately triumphed by a narrow margin. Following a brief intermission, the contest for 3rd and 4th places commenced. An hour swiftly passed, and Tainyo and Zhou Feng stepped onto the arena. Zhou Feng's movements were somewhat unsteady, clearly indicating that his injuries had not fully healed. The battle began. Tainyo charged forward with a bear hug, aiming to conclude the fight swiftly. Zhou Feng, agile in his movements, evaded the grasp. In response, he delivered a precise palm strike to Tainyo. Surprisingly, Tainyo, robust in stature, seemed unfazed by the blow. Tainyo laughed, initiating another bear hug. He engaged Zhou Feng in a test of endurance, using both hands and feet to try and secure him. Initially, Zhou Feng avoided Tainyo's attempts, but the toll of his injuries soon caught up with him, and he was captured. I concede, Zhou Feng lamented, feeling frustrated. Had he not exhausted himself in battle with Li Shu, Tainyo would have posed no challenge. The disparity in rewards between 4th and 3rd place weighed heavily on him, deepening his discontent. Finally, it was time for Bai Fan to contest 1st place against Li Shu. As both ascended the stage simultaneously, Bai Fan, I look forward to your guidance, Li Shu announced. Likewise, Bai Fan replied. Chapter 20. The first duel commenced with Li Shu launching a tempestuous barrage of attacks, ferocious in its intensity. However, Bai Fan, unwilling to engage directly, adeptly employed the fundamental footwork of the mysterious dance, evading the onslaught with remarkable ease. A senior member of the Qingyang sect expressed astonishment, inquiring about the nature of Bai Fan's technique, noting it was not a sophisticated martial art, but rather basic footwork mastered to an extraordinary degree. This young man possesses commendable composure, having honed such fundamental skills to this level. His future accomplishments will undoubtedly be significant, commented Ling Xinya. Realizing he could not best Bai Fan, Li Shu grew increasingly frustrated. His rapid attacks were born of desperation. Moments earlier, he had sustained injuries in a match against Zhou Feng, and a mere hour was insufficient for complete recovery. In contrast, Bai Fan had secured a victory without conflict, allowing him to conserve his energy. Li Shu understood he needed to conclude the battle swiftly. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for him. Yet, Bai Fan evaded his attempts to engage directly, showcasing agility that left Li Shu feeling helpless. As Li Shu's speed diminished and his posture faltered, Bai Fan's eyes gleamed with understanding. An opportunity had arisen. He unleashed the Wan Ancestor Fist, Black Tiger striking hard. Bai Fan finally counterattacked, executing a seemingly simple move with all his might, a force unparalleled. With raw power overcoming finesse, Bai Fan exploited Li Shu's inferior strength. Li Shu attempted to evade, but soon found himself overwhelmed as Bai Fan unleashed a relentless series of strikes, depriving him of any chance to recover. Ultimately, Li Shu failed to evade and was struck by Bai Fan's powerful blow. Given his pre-existing injuries, he crumpled to the ground, taking a moment to regain his composure. With this victory, Bai Fan triumphed, concluding the ranking competition for registered disciples. "Bai Fan, well done," shouted Yu Xiaofeng. The audience erupted in cheers. Having witnessed Bai Fan's commendable performance that garnered him considerable support from his peers. Standing on the arena, Bai Fan felt a wave of emotion. Just months prior, he had been a frail herbalist, a target of ridicule. Now, he not only stood as a registered disciple but had also emerged victorious in the ranking competition. The realization felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. After a moment, Bai Fan shook his head and descended from the stage. Aware that this was merely the beginning, a long journey lay ahead. He walked away with a light heart, momentarily dismissing the significance of his victory. Recognizing that his efforts were far from sufficient. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue to strive, Ling Xinya remarked as the ranking competition concluded successfully. Next came the awards ceremony, with Bai Fan positioned last. The first place prize included a high-grade magical artifact, 10 inner breath pills, and 3 solidifying organs pills, an impressive bounty that left Bai Fan feeling exhilarated. "Bai Fan, are you interested in entering the demon domain for training?" Ling Xinya inquired. "The demon domain?" Bai Fan responded, taken aback and uncertain of what that entailed. In truth, the demon domain served as a training ground for cultivators, and many sects dispatched their younger disciples there for rigorous practice. In the Qingyang sect, aspiring inner disciples were required to undergo a month of training in the demon domain. Surviving this trial would elevate their status and privileges significantly. Unbeknownst to Bai Fan, Ling Xinya's question was a prelude to an invitation to become his disciple. "If you can endure for a month on the outskirts of the demon domain, I will promote you to inner disciple status and accept you as my apprentice." "You may consider it," Ling Xinya stated. "I accept," Bai Fan replied without hesitation. He refused to overthink matters. If one were to ponder every detail, they would achieve nothing. Becoming a disciple of the deputy sect master exceeded Bai Fan's expectations. Once he became a disciple, he could deal with Zhu San without fear of repercussions. This was the art of leveraging opportunities. A cultivator must learn to harness power, or the path would be fraught with obstacles. "Excellent. When you have successfully navigated the challenges of the demon domain, bring this token to me at the summit of Yang Mountain," Ling Xinya said, presenting Bai Fan with a golden token. Bai Fan accepted it, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Deputy Sect Master. I will strive to pass the demon domain trial as swiftly as possible. Regardless of the dangers, I will persevere." Descending from the stage, Bai Fan reflected on the conclusion of the ranking competition. As night fell, the inner disciples' matches were set for the following day, and spectators began to disperse. "Bai Fan, splendid work. You did exceptionally well," Yu Xiaofeng exclaimed, clapping Bai Fan on the shoulder. Bai Fan merely smiled, speechless yet overwhelmed with emotion. Jingfeng approached, stating, "Congratulations on securing first place, Brother Bai Fan." "Thank you, Brother Jingfeng," Bai Fan replied with a grin. As Jingfeng arrived, female disciples from Yuna Peak gravitated towards him, their admiration bordering on frenzy. Yu Xiaofeng shot Jingfeng an annoyed glance before turning away, leaving him perplexed. "Did Deputy Sect Master just invite you to the demon domain, Brother Bai Fan?" Jingfeng queried. Bai Fan nodded. "How did you know, Brother Jingfeng?" "I guessed. Your performance was remarkable. It's only natural for the Deputy Sect Master to want you as a disciple. If he hadn't extended an olive branch, that would have been unusual." Jingfeng chuckled. Yu Xiaofeng expressed her surprise. "Bai Fan, does the Deputy Sect Master genuinely wish to take you as his disciple?" "Indeed. But only after I complete the trial in the demon domain," Bai Fan confirmed. Yu Xiaofeng teased. "Bai Fan, you are soaring to new heights. Don't forget about us. Especially the regard the young lady holds for you. Sister Xiaofeng, I shall never forget. If it weren't for the lady taking me in and imparting her cultivation techniques, I would still be tending to the herb garden in obscurity," Bai Fan replied earnestly. Jingfeng waved his fan, capturing the attention of the female disciples from Yunu Peak. "Brother Bai Fan, I must take my leave. Remember to come watch the matches tomorrow and cheer for me." "Brother Jingfeng, I will be there on time," Bai Fan assured, stroking his chin. "Brother Jingfeng, we will also cheer for you," the female disciples chorused, surrounding Jingfeng, causing him to flee in disarray. Disregarding his composure, Yu Xiaofeng laughed. What a pretentious fellow, yet he finds himself in such a comical predicament. Though she jested at Jingfeng's expense, Her expression remained warm, hinting at a fondness for him. Bai Fan sensed the unique nature of Yu Xiaofeng's attitude towards Jingfeng, stirring a hint of jealousy within him. The demon domain was vast and boundless, bordered by numerous cities, with Jiuyo City being but one of them. Within the demon domain thrived an array of beasts, demonic creatures, and monsters, each corner fraught with peril. The demon domain proved a fitting ground for cultivators of all levels to hone their skills, particularly the outer regions, which served as a prime training ground for disciples in the mortal realm from various sections. In the Qingyang sect, the same stipulation applied. To ascend to inner disciple status, one must first endure a month of training in the demon domain, with even the progeny of senior members being no exception. This policy aimed to elevate the quality of inner disciples and enhance the competitiveness amongst sect members. Yu Xiaofeng shared this information with Bai Fan to prepare him mentally, recounting various tales about the demon domain. Bai Fan, if you intend to venture into the demon domain, exercise caution. The creatures there are not the most fearsome, rather. It is humanity that poses the greatest threat. In the realm of the demon domain, countless humans engage in arduous training year-round, posing a constant threat, as they may strike at any moment, necessitating vigilance, as Xiaofeng cautioned. Bai Fan wholeheartedly concurred, acknowledging that practitioners often resort to violence at the slightest provocation, and any conflict of interest could lead to a veritable deluge of bloodshed. Thank you, Sister Xiaofeng, for your sage warning. I shall make ample preparations before I venture into the demon domain, Bai Fan responded. Chapter 21. The Art of Memory that evening. Bai Fan devoted himself to his training with renewed vigor, even beginning to practice the first form of the Qingyang Piao Suju, the drifting rain and flying flower sword. As he was about to venture into the demon realm, where danger lurked at every corner, he believed it prudent to acquire more self-defense techniques. The drifting rain and flying flowers sword appeared light and airy, seemingly lacking in force, yet it was enigmatic and insidious, penetrating the defenses of the unsuspecting. However, mastering this technique proved to be profoundly challenging, and Bai Fan found himself only able to practice it with great difficulty, knowing that true mastery would take considerable time. In his quest for survival, Bai Fan was unperturbed by the prospect of training in forbidden techniques, as he understood their potential to prove invaluable in critical moments. Throughout the night, he immersed himself in his martial arts training, also delving into the techniques contained within the Blood Demon Great Method. The following morning, all the female disciples of Yunnu Peak set out to witness the inter-sect disciples martial arts competition, and they insisted on bringing Bai Fan along. Naturally, it was understood among them that their true motivation was not merely to observe the matches, but rather to catch a glimpse of Jingfeng. Today, Yu Xiaofeng had clearly put an effort into her light makeup, appearing even more exquisite and radiant than usual. Bai Fan could not help but steal glances at her. Feeling an inexplicable discomfort, typically she eschewed adornment, yet today she had evidently made an effort to impress Jingfeng. Could it be that I have developed feelings for Sister Xiaofeng? No, that cannot be. I am unworthy of her. A flurry of thoughts raced through Bai Fan's mind, startling him with their intensity. Sister Xiaofeng has always been kind to me. Surely, I am merely misinterpreting her kindness as affection. Bai Fan attempted to reassure himself. Mingfeng Valley was bustling with even more fervor than the previous day, a throng of people filling the space. Even before the matches commenced, the air was filled with cheers of encouragement. Jingfeng, Jingfeng, you are the most handsome. You are the strongest. Most of the voices rallying behind Jingfeng were those of female disciples, their exclamations rather overwhelming. In contrast, the male disciples harbored envy and jealousy towards Jingfeng, refraining from offering him their support. Emonan, Emonan, with a single punch, conquer the world and defeat Jingfeng. Emonan, a talented individual second only to Jingfeng, had a rugged appearance that did not endear him to the female disciples, rendering him the hope of the male disciples eager to see Jingfeng defeated. The cheers for Emonan grew louder, overshadowing those for Jingfeng, as there were simply more male disciples present, their voices resonating more powerfully. What madness! Bai Fan marveled. The disciples of Yunnu Peak, enjoying a relatively high status within the Qingyang sect, arrived a little later, but still managed to secure seats close to the front. Jingfeng swiftly approached and sat beside Bai Fan. Brother Bai Fan, you are quite the reliable one, Jingfeng remarked, seemingly initiating conversation while his gaze remained fixated on the female disciples of Yunnu Peak, especially lingering on Yu Xiaofeng. True to his reputation as a charming figure, even as the matches were about to begin, he maintained an interest in the lovely ladies around him. Brother Jingfeng, aren't you going to prepare? Bai Fan inquired with a smile, unable to hide his disdain for Jing Feng's lingering gaze, wishing for him to keep his distance. What is there to prepare for in this competition? Jing Feng replied with nonchalance. Brother Jing Feng is indeed formidable. You seem to be fully confident already, remarked a female disciple. Jing Feng's composure was indeed remarkable. Had Bai Fan been a girl, he might have found himself enamored by Jing Feng's graceful demeanor. Alas, being a man, he felt a twinge of jealousy instead. The inner sect disciples competition was presided over by the vice sect master, Ling Xinya, who declared the matches officially open. The 10 arenas of Ming Feng Valley were made available for simultaneous bouts among 10 groups. The enticing rewards for the top 16 competitors drew a significant number of inner sect disciples eager to participate. Nearly 1,000 inner sect disciples were in attendance. With the competition structured as a knockout system, victorious participants from the first round would face off against the victors from the second round, continuing until only 16 remained. At which point a round-robin format would determine the champion based on the highest number of wins. The inner sect disciples' matches were far more spectacular than those performed by registered disciples, showcasing an array of dazzling skills and techniques. To qualify as an inner sect disciple, one must possess a minimum cultivation level of the brave martial realm, ensuring that all participants wielded formidable inner strength and had mastered powerful techniques. As they stepped into the arena, they displayed their signature skills, creating an enthralling spectacle. Bai Fan was captivated, immersing himself in the display of martial prowess, diligently memorizing techniques and devising counter-strategies in his mind. Remarkably, his ability to retain information proved advantageous not only when memorizing manuals, but also in observing these martial techniques. As long as he witnessed a technique being executed, it would be etched in his memory. Although he was unable to practice these techniques, he found that contemplating them during idle moments often led him to discover ways to counter them, ensuring he would be well prepared for future encounters. Moreover, the more techniques he memorized, the greater the benefits for his future training and even for the creation of his own techniques. Once burdened by poor memory, Bai Fan's faculties had transformed dramatically following a near-death experience, leaving him astonished by his newfound capabilities. Unbeknownst to Bai Fan, the myriad peculiarities he exhibited were a gift from the dual-colored lotus that had merged with his being. He mistakenly attributed his abilities to the effects of consuming the millennium-old spirit milk from the Earth's veins. Sitting beside Bai Fan, Yu Xiaofeng noticed his eyes darting across the 10 arenas as he seemed to be absorbing the entirety of the competition. Filled with curiosity, she inquired, Bai Fan, what insights are you gleaning from such a broad observation? Just taking a casual look, Bai Fan replied, not turning to face her. He could not bring himself to disclose that he was memorizing the techniques being performed by the combatants in the arenas, so he offered a vague response instead. Bai Fan, you would do better to focus on one arena to gain more combat experience. It would be beneficial for you, Yu Xiaofeng suggested. I understand, he replied. Yet his gaze continued to flit about, showing no intention of focusing on any particular match. Humph, Yu Xiaofeng huffed, her irritation evident as she chose to ignore him thereafter. Chapter 22. A humiliating scene at last. It was time for Jing Feng to make his entrance. And Ming Feng Valley erupted with thunderous cheers and screams. Jing Feng, I adore you. You are the best. The female disciples rose to their feet, their voices ringing out. The maidens from Yinu Peak were no exception. Bai Fan's eardrums nearly shattered from the cacophony. Although Yu Xiaofeng did not shout, her evident nervousness suggested a deeper sentiment. It appeared he had overthought things. Who was he to expect affection from Sister Xiaofeng? Bai Fan mused silently. Jing Feng stepped onto the stage, brandishing a high-quality long spear approximately 2 meters in length, moving with an impressive grace that commanded attention. His deliberate display of prowess elicited another wave of ecstatic screams. Jing Feng's opponent was a burly man, sturdy and robust, who was well aware of Jing Feng's formidable strength and had little desire for combat. Overlord Divine Spear, Thunderstrike. Jing Feng's long spear conjured countless phantoms, darting toward his opponent with the speed of lightning. The stout man, overwhelmed by the onslaught, lost all will to fight. I concede, he cried, just as Jing Feng's spear was poised to strike his face. In an instant, Jing Feng retracted his weapon and executed a dazzling flourish. Standing proudly with his spear in hand, his posture undeniably striking. Jing Feng, you are so handsome. The female disciples of Ming Feng Valley erupted into yet another tempest of applause. Yu Xiaofeng's enchanting eyes sparkled, completely captivated by Jing Feng. Meanwhile, Bai Fan hung his head, feeling a swell of discontent. In his heart, there were 2 women of utmost significance. Yu Xiaofeng and Yu Siyuan, who had shown him kindness. Yu Siyuan, the daughter of the sect leader, was a prodigy of Qingyang's sect, having entered the ranks of Xian'an Palace, one of the 9 great sects of the Tianyu Great World. She seemed so unattainable, a mere dream for Bai Fan. In contrast, Yu Xiaofeng's warmth and care made her seem more approachable. In the past, Bai Fan might not have harbored any thoughts beyond camaraderie, but as his strength grew, he found himself nurturing some lofty aspirations. Regrettably, it seemed Yu Xiaofeng was far more interested in Jingfeng. Had it been anyone else, Bai Fan might have felt compelled to compete. But Jingfeng was not only kind to him but also far superior, extinguishing any desire to vie for Yu Xiaofeng's affection. Bai Fan's heart sank, and he couldn't help but recall Yu Siyuan's delightful visage, which gradually calmed his tumultuous thoughts. The matches progressed swiftly, and Bai Fan absorbed an increasing repertoire of martial techniques. Soon encountering repetitions that made his task easier, he merely needed to memorize the unique techniques. The martial skills practiced by the inner disciples may not have been particularly extraordinary, yet they were well suited for Bai Fan's learning. Drawing from these techniques, he made significant gains, deepening his understanding of the blood demon art and the drifting rain and flying blossom sword. Casting aside his worries, Bai Fan immersed himself in the study of martial skills. Observing his intense focus, Yu Xiaofeng felt a stirring in her heart. It is often said that a man absorbed in his endeavors is the most alluring. And this sentiment proved true as Yu Xiaofeng found herself entranced by Bai Fan's dedication. Had he known this, the tranquility in his heart would have surely been disrupted. Time passed unmarked until Jingfeng reappeared for the second round, effortlessly dispatching his opponent with the same thunder strike, securing victory with ease. Jingfeng, already possessing immense strength, had further honed his skills after parting ways with Bai Fan, achieving a new level of transformation. Among the inner disciples, Jingfeng was undoubtedly the foremost. In contrast, Minnan had just barely reached the realm of immense strength. Typically, when inner disciples faced Jingfeng, their courage crumbled before the battle even commenced. Standing confidently atop the stage, Jingfeng recalled Jiang Wan from Beishu Palace, igniting a fierce fighting spirit. Minnan, fixated on Jingfeng, was filled with the desire to confront him, regardless of the outcome. Their gazes clashed, and time seemed to freeze. Bai Fan watched the two with rising excitement. I must grow stronger and one day stand above you all. The competition continued, showcasing a mix of thrilling moments, yet few possessed true strength. Among the talents of Qingyang's sect, only Jingfeng and Minnan stood out, while the rest paled in comparison. In recent years, although Qingyang's sect had welcomed many new disciples, genuine talents were scarce, leaving the higher-ups in a state of agitation. Consequently, Ling Xinya, recognizing Bai Fan's potential, eagerly sought to uncover his background, wishing to recruit him as a disciple. With a sweeping motion, Jingfeng sent his opponent flying, claiming victory. Minnan, undeterred, struck out with his sword like a venomous serpent, landing a decisive blow that forced his opponent to concede. Jingfeng returned to the stage, his spear whirling, disarming his opponent and prompting their surrender. Minnan, with a light flick of his sword, pierced through his opponent's defense, sealing another victory. The arena became a battleground for the display of Jingfeng and Minnan's prowess, each showcasing their unique skills in a friendly rivalry. The audience divided into factions, with the female disciples rallying behind Jingfeng while the male disciples supported Minnan, creating a raucous atmosphere in Mingfeng Valley. After a day filled with competition, Bai Fan had memorized countless martial techniques, leaving his mind somewhat overwhelmed. The inner disciples had been significantly reduced, leaving just over 100 participants. The next round of matches would resume the following day, continuing the elimination process until only the top 16 remained. As the day's events concluded, Jingfeng found himself surrounded by numerous female disciples, wearing a wry smile. The maidens from Yunnu Peak attempted to join the throng, but were forcibly pulled away by Yu Xiaofeng. It was clear that Jingfeng's popularity stirred unease within Yu Xiaofeng. Not far from their departure, 5 inner disciples intercepted them. Well, if it isn't the lovely maidens from Yunnu Peak, hurrying home, one of the men, his complexion as dark as coal, remarked. Bai Fan recognized him. He had withstood 3 of Jingfeng's strikes in the arena before being defeated. Yu Xiaofeng's voice turned icy. Luo Sheng, what do you want? I seek nothing in particular. I merely heard that Yunnu Peak has gained a male disciple with a commendable relationship with Jingfeng. I wanted to witness this for myself, Luo Sheng replied with a grin. Luo Sheng was clearly targeting Bai Fan, who could hardly evade such scrutiny. There was no escape, of course. Bai Fan stepped forward, scrutinizing Luo Sheng closely before speaking. Brother, did you just emerge from the mines? Shouldn't you have washed up before making such a fool of yourself? His words struck a nerve, causing the female disciples from Unipeak to burst into laughter, even eliciting a soft chuckle from Yu Xiaofeng, lifting her spirits. Luo Xing's expression darkened, shifting from black to red, then to a shade of purple. Well, very well. You exhibit some courage. Do you truly believe that being friends with Jingfeng will shield you from my challenge? I challenge you, boy. What audacity. You've been an inner disciple for years, and now dare to challenge someone who has just become a named disciple. Aren't you ashamed? Oh, I forgot. Your dark complexion means we wouldn't notice even if you were blushing, Yu Xiaofeng interjected, fearing that Bai Fan might accept the challenge, leading to irreversible consequences. I accept the challenge. However, Bai Fan suddenly declared. Chapter 23, The Roar of Dragons and Tigers. Bai Fan, upon hearing Yu Xiaofeng's exclamation, realized that she had done all she could to prevent him from accepting the challenge, yet he remained oblivious and foolishly agreed. Luo Sheng, a formidable figure newly entered into the spirit wisdom realm and a standout among the inner disciples, posed a significant threat. Yu Xiaofeng knew better than anyone that Bai Fan, having only recently begun his training, stood no chance against Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng, elated by Bai Fan's acceptance, smugly remarked, "What is it? Speak your mind. Since you initiated this challenge, I trust one may dictate the time and place." Bai Fan smiled warmly, "Of course. You may choose the location and timing." Yu Xiaofeng interjected, "Let us set it for 10 years from now. The location is inconsequential." However, Luo Xing's expression immediately darkened at the mention of such a distant time frame. "Yu Xiaofeng, I need not 10 years to defeat you. Let us settle this in 1 year at the Inner Disciples competition." Bai Fan's confidence was unwavering. "Very well, 1 year it is. You will certainly regret this decision today," Luo Sheng hastily affirmed, wishing to prevent Yu Xiaofeng from intervening further. He strode away, flanked by his companions, exuding arrogance. "Bai Fan, why not wait until 10 years? Even 3 years would suffice. In just 1 year, do you truly believe you can reach the spirit wisdom realm? It seems impossible." Yu Xiaofeng's face flushed with frustration. "Rest assured, Sister Xiaofeng, I will surely defeat him in a year," Bai Fan declared, viewing Luo Sheng as a source of motivation for his diligent practice. The pressure he felt was a catalyst for his growth, compelling him to strive harder. Starting late meant he must work twice as hard. If he could not surpass Luo Sheng, how could he hope to outshine Imo Nan and Jingfeng? Moreover, the vast world beyond teemed with prodigies. In a fit of anger, Yu Xiaofeng turned on her heel and left, contemplating how she might impart additional martial skills to Bai Fan, for he would need them to stand against Luo Sheng. Upon returning to Jade Maiden Peak, Yu Xiaofeng remained miffed, tossing 2 manuals at Bai Fan without a word before departing. Understanding her concern, Bai Fan felt no anger. He picked up the 2 manuals and began to read. One was the Roar of Dragons and Tigers boxing technique, with an unknown origin, while the other was the Qing Yang Wind Sword technique, designed for inner disciples. Bai Fan, already capable of practicing the latter, delved into it first. The Qing Yang Wind Sword technique comprised 72 moves, characterized by a light and agile style, inheriting the lineage of the Qing Yang Fluttering Flower Sword technique. Many of the inner disciples had demonstrated this swordplay, and Bai Fan committed these techniques to memory. By cross-referencing his recollections with the Qing Yang Wind Sword technique, he swiftly engraved the entire set in his mind. Rather than rushing into practice, he meticulously examined the Roar of Dragons and Tigers boxing manual. This boxing technique recorded an unparalleled set of powerful moves that starkly contrasted with the styles of Qing Yang sect, suggesting it originated from elsewhere. The techniques of Qing Yang sect were predominantly light and swift, rarely emphasizing strength and force. Even Jing Feng's Overlord Divine Spear was not a Qing Yang technique, but rather one he had fortuitously discovered in a cave. After some time, Bai Fan committed the Roar of Dragons and Tigers boxing moves to memory. Subsequently, he chose to practice the Qing Yang Wind Sword technique, as he had prior experience with the Fluttering Flower Sword, making it easier to grasp the related techniques. His immediate goal was to enhance his strength. Once proficient in the swordplay, his defensive capabilities would significantly improve, allowing him to later focus on the boxing techniques. Throughout the night, Bai Fan diligently practiced the Qing Yang Wind Sword technique, finally mastering over 20 moves, though he still had a way to go before achieving full proficiency. The next morning, he visited the medicinal garden to inspect the spiritual herbs and ensured the weasel spirit consumed 2 of them. Each herb was personally unearthed by him. Had the weasel spirit foraged on its own, it would have surely ravaged the precious herbs. After completing his tasks, he joined Yu Xiaofeng and the others to witness the competition in Mingfeng Valley. For Bai Fan, observing the competition was of utmost importance. It would not only impart invaluable battle experience, but also aid in memorizing numerous martial techniques. Such knowledge was essential for his training, and practical experience was a rare treasure. The more he learned, the greater his chances of survival in the future. Were it not for these benefits, Bai Fan would not have bothered with the commotion, as he was not one to seek out crowds. Mingfeng Valley buzzed with even greater excitement than the previous day as more spectators gathered, including many reclusive powerhouses from Qingyang sect. The competition commenced with several rounds of elimination, and both Jingfeng and Mo Nen advanced smoothly into the top 16. By midday, the top 16 had been determined, and the afternoon would feature the contest for rankings. The rewards for inner disciples far surpassed those for registered disciples, with a significant disparity between the top 10 and the subsequent 6. Naturally, the top 3 prizes were the most lavish. The first place reward was the highest, with a top-grade magical artifact that could drive inner disciples into a frenzy. Additionally, the first-place winner would receive 3 spirit-nourishing pills and 10 transformation pills. With these elixirs, even a disciple at the giant strength realm would find it considerably easier to reach the transcendence realm. Typically, inner disciples rarely had the opportunity to obtain such high-tier pill rewards unless they made significant contributions. Merely these 2 rewards would entice any inner disciple. Moreover, the prizes included the privilege of selecting an advanced manual from the Qingyang sect's treasury, each reward more intoxicating than the last. In contrast, the second-place reward was a tier lower, offering a mid-grade magical artifact, 1 spirit-nourishing pill, 8 transformation pills, and the option to choose an advanced manual. The inner disciples who had reached the top 16 were eager to elevate their standings, igniting a fierce competitive spirit. These individuals represented the elite of Qingyang sect, and their mastery of martial techniques was commendable. Bai Fan concentrated his mental faculties, determined not to miss any move or technique. The top 16 competition employed a round-robin format, where each participant would battle the other 15. Victors earned 3 points, ties awarded 1 point, and losses garnered none. Ultimately, the participant with the highest score would emerge as the champion. In cases of tied scores, their direct confrontations would determine their rankings. During the 1-hour lunch break, Jingfeng managed to escape the clutches of numerous female disciples and approached Bai Fan and his companions. Though ostensibly seeking a conversation with Bai Fan, his attention was evidently more fixated on Yu Xiaofeng. It was clear that Jingfeng was captivated by her beauty, frequently steering the conversation towards her, much to the discernment of those around him. While the female disciples from Jade Maiden Peak felt a tinge of envy towards Yu Xiaofeng, they dared not disrupt her. She was their leader, and they knew better than to cross her. Furthermore, they were self-aware enough to appreciate that merely being in proximity to Jingfeng was a privilege. Only Bai Fan felt a sense of discontent, exchanging casual remarks while wishing to distance himself from the scene, seeking a moment of peace. Chapter 24. The Championship Contest. The formidable opponent, embodying the spirit-wisdom realm, faced Jingfeng, who had reached the transformation realm. Unfortunately for the challenger, he encountered Jingfeng wielding the unparalleled Overlord Divine Spear. Not only those weaker than him, but even those of comparable strength found it arduous to withstand the relentless assaults of the spear. With its formidable might and swift strikes, Jingfeng concluded the battle in merely 5 moves, earning raucous applause. Similarly, Monin effortlessly triumphed in his match, also claiming 3 points, seemingly intent on competing with Jingfeng. As he too finished his battle in 5 moves, Monin's approach diverged sharply from Jingfeng's. He employed a style that was ethereal, rapid, and enigmatic, aligning perfectly with the ethos of the Qingyang sect. In contrast, Jingfeng favored a domineering, wild style, having forsaken the Qingyang sect's techniques in favor of the Overlord Divine Spear acquired through serendipitous encounters, which was already demonstrating its might. Both Monin and Jingfeng represented the younger generation of the Qingyang sect, being key figures cultivated by the sect. Their rivalry was met with enthusiasm by the sect. Frankly, apart from Monin and Jingfeng, the sect lacked any notable talents, as the remaining 16 strong participants from the inner sect were all of the spirit-wisdom realm, merely average and insignificant in the wider arena. During the inner sect competition, Bai Fan garnered significant insights. As the matches progressed into the final 16, the combatants exhibited similar strength, leading to fierce contests where an array of extraordinary skills were unleashed, greatly expanding Bai Fan's knowledge and allowing him to memorize numerous techniques. With the infusion of these martial skills and combat experiences, Bai Fan's future path of cultivation promised to be considerably smoother. Upon witnessing Bai Fan's engrossment in the matches, Yu Xiaofeng couldn't help but admire his diligence and thirst for knowledge, pondering that he might indeed become a formidable force in time. As the rounds of combat unfolded, both Jingfeng and Monin maintained a flawless record. As the competition approached its climax, Jingfeng and Monin finally crossed paths. Their duel was tantamount to a championship battle. The victor was virtually guaranteed the title. Both ascended the stage, their gazes sharp and brimming with competitive spirit. Jingfeng, victory is yours, echoed the chants from the audience. Monin, defeat Jingfeng, responded the crowd, with many male disciples harboring an intense desire for Monin's success, as Jingfeng's charisma had captivated nearly every female disciple, leading to a number of breakups among couples in the stands. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, Jingfeng and Monin exchanged fierce glances. Monin, your fellow disciples are cheering for you. Your allure is indeed remarkable, Jingfeng remarked, his words laced with innuendo. Monin, discerning the underlying implication, felt his face flush. The Qingyang wind sword technique, gentle willow in the breeze. Monin launched the first attack. Overlord divine spear, thunderous charge. Jingfeng countered with his own strike. Monin's attack was light yet swift, embodying an unpredictability that rendered it difficult to defend against. He not only executed the techniques of the Qingyang sect to perfection but also innovated upon them, integrating a peculiar footwork that augmented his power. Jingfeng's thunderous charge was equally swift and forceful, aware of Jingfeng's capabilities. Monin was wise enough not to engage him in a direct confrontation. His longsword danced like a serpent, constantly shifting direction to evade Jingfeng's spear, aiming for his chest. Jingfeng, remaining vigilant, retreated while sweeping his spear. The length of the weapon translated into strength, and any proximity to Monin could spell trouble for him. Monin deftly evaded Jingfeng's spear, drawing nearer with alarming speed. His footwork was unlike anything the Qingyang sect had taught, imbued with an eerie elegance that made it all the more terrifying. Monin continuously sought opportunities to close the distance, compelling Jingfeng to retreat to maintain the spear's effectiveness. From the onset of their clash, Monin had surprisingly seized the upper hand, leaving the audience in awe. Bai Fan observed intently, developing a newfound respect for Monin, particularly for his astonishing footwork, which he compared favorably to the foundational steps of the mysterious dance. Monin's technique was even more exquisite. Merely observing Monin's footwork proved immensely beneficial for Bai Fan, and witnessing the execution of the Qingyang windsword technique deepened his understanding, shedding light on many previously perplexing aspects as he was currently studying it. Jingfeng found himself on the defensive, compelled to retreat repeatedly until his patience wore thin. Overlord divine spear, raging thunder. Jingfeng unleashed this overwhelmingly forceful technique, summoning countless arcs of lightning that enveloped the arena. Though his power was not yet sufficient to conjure genuine thunder, the might of raging thunder was still formidable. The assault engulfed the entire arena, leaving Monin with no choice but to endure the onslaught. Boom, boom. With successive collisions, Monin was forced back. Jingfeng pressed his advantage relentlessly, wielding his spear with intricate flourishes, leaving Monin no chance to catch his breath. The ferocity of the barrage rendered Bai Fan unable to discern the individual techniques. Yet Monin, extraordinary in his own right, managed to evade through his agility, frustrating Jingfeng momentarily. However, once the Overlord Divine Spear was unleashed, its ferocity and speed only intensified. Monin could evade briefly, but such evasion was unsustainable. Given Jingfeng's inherent strength compared to Monin's, the latter's stamina would inevitably wane. With time, the disparity between them became glaringly evident. Jingfeng, not only handsome but exuding an air of dominance, was the object of adoration among many female disciples. Bai Fan, glancing sideways, noticed Yu Xiaofeng's eyes sparkling as she focused intently on Jingfeng. His heart lightened. He realized that his feelings for Yu Xiaofeng were merely a passing fancy, while his true affections lay with Yu Xiyun. Yet he dared not harbor any lofty aspirations, content instead with the fleeting daydreams of her. As the contest progressed, Jingfeng firmly established his dominance, forcing Monin into an ever-shrinking space, nearing defeat. Having faced off multiple times, Jingfeng consistently outperformed Monin, yet the latter never succumbed to despair. "I concede," Monin declared, having exhausted all avenues for resistance, his voice resolute. "Your defeat is acknowledged," Jingfeng replied calmly, devoid of triumph or bitterness. The intersect competition concluded swiftly, with Jingfeng unambiguously crowned champion. Even those male disciples who harbored resentment towards him couldn't help but applaud his prowess. Power was paramount. It conquered all, even adversaries. Bai Fan's gains from today's matches far surpassed those of the previous day. While others cheered and shouted, Bai Fan remained introspective, reliving the exhilarating moments of the combat, his remarkable memory enabling him to replay the day's events as if watching a film. Chapter 25. The unfolding conspiracy. Bai Fan returned to the Jade Maiden Peak, embarking on his daily regimen of cultivation. He began by refining his internal energy, followed by honing his martial skills. After several days, Bai Fan had memorized an extensive array of martial techniques. Practicing them felt remarkably effortless, each session yielding new insights. Notably, he made significant progress with the Qingyang Wind Sword technique, acquiring valuable experience from Mo Nan. After practicing it repeatedly, he mastered it to the minor achievement level. As dawn broke, Bai Fan had cultivated through the entire night. His success with the Qingyang Wind Sword technique filled him with exhilaration, dispelling any remnants of sleepiness. Accompanied by his dragon weasel, he made his way to the herb garden. Under Bai Fan's care, the various spiritual herbs thrived. Although the dragon weasel consumed 2 of them daily, life for Bai Fan was tranquil. He dedicated most of his time to cultivation, diligently preparing for his venture into the demon domain. Meanwhile, Zhu San, having witnessed Bai Fan's martial prowess, was consumed with unease and sleepless nights. Bai Fan must be eliminated. Otherwise, it will be my demise. He had garnered the favor of the deputy sect leader and would inevitably become the deputy's disciple, which would make it all too easy to crush him. Zhu San's expression darkened as he contemplated how to deal with Bai Fan. Not long ago, a disciple from the demon sect sought to extract intelligence about the Qingyang sect from him, but he had refused. That individual was quite powerful. Eliminating Bai Fan would likely not pose much difficulty, and he could be of use. However, Zhu San realized that he would need to wait for Bai Fan to descend the mountain, as the demon sect disciple would not dare intrude upon Qingyang Mountain. It seemed he needed to prepare thoroughly, ensuring he eliminated Bai Fan swiftly, for the latter's rapid growth was alarming. Then, Zhu San thought of the inner sect disciple Luo Shang, who was not merely an inner disciple. His grandfather was the grand elder of the Qingyang sect. Luo Shang had lost face because of Bai Fan, and word had spread throughout the sect. Humiliated, Luo Shang surely harbored resentment towards Bai Fan and would likely wish to eliminate him. Zhu San resolved to leverage this situation. If Luo Shang could kill Bai Fan, that would be ideal. If not, he could at least ensure Bai Fan faced additional formidable adversaries within the Qingyang sect. Luo Shang resided on Brightness Peak, the training ground of Grand Elder Luo Xiaodian, a place not easily accessed. As an outer sect steward, Zhu San dared not intrude upon Brightness Peak without permission. After much deliberation, he finally conveyed his thoughts to Luo Shang. Upon hearing that it involved Bai Fan, Luo Shang's interest was piqued. A mere nominal disciple dared to challenge his authority. Luo Shang had long sought an opportunity to teach Bai Fan a lesson. He summoned Zhu San to Brightness Peak for a personal meeting. I hear you have matters concerning Bai Fan. Speak swiftly. Should I find your information unsatisfactory or it delays my training, you know the consequences. Luo Shang's tone was icy. Zhu San's face turned a shade of deep red, resembling a pig's liver, as he hastily divulged Bai Fan's background, adding, he has only cultivated for a few months, transitioning from ineptitude to champion of the nominal disciples. His progress is remarkably swift. Luo Shang listened intently, his expression shifting continually. Zhu San, is it? You previously offended Bai Fan and fear his retaliation, thus seeking my assistance to eliminate him. What do I gain from this? Luo Shang smiled. Zhu San's expression shifted dramatically. Lord Luo Shang, you mustn't spare me your irrelevant chatter. I have a duel arranged with Bai Fan a year from now to settle our scores. Without incentive, I shall not intervene. Luo Shang interrupted. Lord Luo Shang, I am willing to offer all my savings. Zhu San gritted his teeth, speaking earnestly. No, I have no interest in your savings. I hear you manage the herb garden. I require several spiritual herbs. Luo Shang gestured dismissively. Upon hearing the names of the herbs Luo Shang requested, Zhu San was left speechless. If you cannot comply, then be gone. Luo Shang began to dismiss him. Furious, Zhu San pondered and replied, Lord Luo Shang, grant me a moment. I will provide the herbs you seek. I will give you time. You may leave now. Luo Shang reiterated his dismissal. Zhu San hurriedly exited Brightness Peak, inwardly cursing Luo Shang for extorting him despite bringing him intelligence. Very well, to preserve my life, I shall pilfer a few herbs from the storeroom. I curse you. May your cultivation stagnate henceforth. Zhu San's corpulent figure wobbled like a ball as he descended Brightness Peak. Junior brother, what are your plans? inquired Li Yufeng, a disciple from Brightness Peak who had been quietly listening. Bai Fan's talent is too monstrous. He must be dealt with swiftly. If Zhu Sen speaks the truth, Bai Fan must have experienced fortuitous encounters in the 10,000 Serpent Cave. Otherwise, how could a mere waste transform into a cultivation genius? He surely has not exhausted all the treasures gained from those encounters. We must find a way to seize them. Luo Sheng's eyes darkened, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding. Li Yufeng cautioned. Murdering a fellow sect member is forbidden in the Qingyang sect and will be met with severe punishment. Junior brother, we must proceed with caution. Fear not. I need not lift a finger. Bai Fan will find himself without a place to rest. Daring to challenge me, Luo Xing's voice dripped with malice. Meanwhile, Bai Fan remained absorbed in his cultivation on Jade Maiden Peak, entirely oblivious to the machinations unfolding around him. After making strides in mastering the Qingyang Wind Sword technique, he deepened his comprehension of the first move of the Qingyang Fluffy Sword technique, the Drifting Rain and Flying Flowers Sword, and practiced it in secret. Confident it would prove useful in the future. Having personally experienced the power of the first move of the carefree technique, the carefree immortal finger, during the competition, Bai Fan dedicated himself to its rigorous practice, making rapid progress. Unfortunately, his current strength was insufficient, confining him to the first move for now. The carefree immortal finger laid the foundation for the carefree technique, focusing primarily on mastering energy manipulation. Both the Misty Dance and the carefree technique required one to reach the Transcendence realm for proper cultivation, and at present, Bai Fan could only practice the most fundamental aspects. Yet, even these basics sufficed for Bai Fan to wield considerable combat prowess. Recently, Bai Fan also began training in the Dragon Soaring and Tiger Roaring Fist, which still demanded formidable strength. He could only study techniques for generating power. After diligently practicing the power techniques of the Dragon Soaring and Tiger Roaring Fist, he reaped significant benefits, enhancing his combat capabilities. Filled with determination, he began preparing for his journey down the mountain. Bai Fan found himself at the pinnacle of the internal energy realm, mere steps away from the organ realm. While seclusion could lead to a breakthrough, it would require considerable time, something Bai Fan could ill afford. He resolved to venture forth soon, believing that the experience would benefit both his cultivation and martial skills. As for training in the demon domain, Bai Fan decided to wait until he reached the organ realm, ensuring a safer approach. With this resolve, he sought out Yu Xiaofeng to request permission to descend the mountain. Chapter 26. Encounter with the disciples of the demon sect at the break of dawn the next day. Bai Fan set forth with his dragon weasel. Yu Xiaofeng personally came to bid him farewell, cautioning him to exercise caution. Bai Fan, perched upon the celestial crane, waved his hand, his eyes misty with emotion. The crane took flight, soaring into the sky, soon descending from Qingyang Mountain. News of Bai Fan's descent spread swiftly to Zhu Sen and Luo Sheng, who immediately set about plotting his demise. Previously, when Bai Fan had descended, fortune had favored him, allowing him to acquire several advantages. This time, however, Bai Fan did not descend with intentions of seeking fortune. Rather, his purpose was to engage in cultivation. He possessed a substantial supply of solid organs pills, which could expedite his ascension to the realm of the Zongfu. Yet, he refrained from such a course, for he had already made rapid advancements in strength, and overly swift progression could destabilize his foundation. Thus, he resolved to cultivate gradually, allowing breakthroughs to occur naturally. Upon reaching Qingyang town, Bai Fan commenced a lavish procurement of supplies and preparation for his journey. With the Tianyuan ring at his disposal and 2 Qiankuan bags in tow, he feared not the burden of carrying his necessities. Subsequently, he set off towards Listening Wind Valley, needing to gather resources for his venture into the demon domain. This time, Bai Fan intended to breach the demon domain after achieving a significant breakthrough in strength. Outside the domain, there were officials responsible for registering time, and sufficient duration spent within would naturally yield proof of his endeavors, requiring no effort on his part. During his journey to Listening Wind Valley, Bai Fan chose not to employ the swift movement talisman. His purpose for venturing forth was to experience the journey firsthand. He procured a map of Jiuyu City, confident he would not lose his way. After a brief respite in Qingyang town, he set forth. The stone path was rugged, the peaks steep, and the streams babbled gently. Surrounded by fresh foliage, it was truly a sight to behold. Bai Fan relaxed his mind, seeking to immerse himself in nature's allure. Just as he was reveling in the beauty, an unsettling premonition crept over him, as if something ominous loomed on the horizon, heightening his vigilance. He readied himself for any eventuality. Ahead lay a forest dense with towering trees. As he approached, Bai Fan's unease escalated. Nevertheless, upon reaching the forest entrance, he hesitated not a moment and resolutely stepped inside. To become a formidable warrior, mere fortune would not suffice. One must also possess great determination, courage, and wisdom. Should Bai Fan allow his anxiety to deter him from entering the forest, how could he muster the fortitude to confront the arduous trials of cultivation? With his radiant light sword in hand, emboldened, he pressed on, remaining acutely aware of the slightest rustle around him. Suddenly, a raucous laughter erupted as an individual emerged into view. Cloaked in swirling dark energy, exuding a formidable aura, he radiated a chilling presence. It was evident this person practiced nefarious demonic arts and was a practitioner of a demon sect. Bai Fan's heart raced, for the stranger's strength was formidable. He could not discern his true power, suggesting the individual was at least 1 or 2 realms above him. The intruder exhibited no urgency to attack, seemingly relishing the spectacle of Bai Fan's fear. Yet, Bai Fan disappointed him, swiftly regaining his composure. "Since you wish to kill me, why do you hesitate? Are you afraid of me?" The man seethed with rage. "You wish to die quickly, but it will not be so simple. I intend to vanquish you and then torment you, leaving you in a state where you can neither live nor die." Bai Fan retaliated, unleashing the Qingyang Wind Sword technique. Comprising 72 moves, he had mastered them all, perfect for this occasion. The technique, combined with the foundational steps of the ethereal dance, flowed gracefully, its speed remarkable. The assailant brandished a dark blade, effortlessly blocking Bai Fan's assault. "You've learned the Qingyang Wind Sword technique well, but with your current strength, you are still far from sufficient." He countered Bai Fan's strikes with ease, speaking casually. An expert of the spirit wisdom realm, Bai Fan was astounded. The man seemed intent on eliminating him, yet his strength was formidable, rivaling that of Qingyang sect's exceptional inner disciples. Bai Fan could not recall where he had wronged such a formidable figure. Was it truly the case that righteousness and evil could not coexist without conflict? Bai Fan sensed the situation was more complex. The man's sudden appearance felt deliberate, as if he had come specifically for him. "You are not as weak as I thought. Since you recognize my strength, surrender obediently, and I shall spare you some suffering," the man declared arrogantly. With Bai Fan at the pinnacle of inner breath, he lagged 3 levels behind the spirit wisdom expert, a vast disparity in power. Although Bai Fan had various tactics at his disposal, he struggled to devise a countermeasure. While contemplating, he continued to execute the Qingyang Wind Sword technique, refusing to concede defeat. The man appeared to toy with Bai Fan, merely deflecting his strikes without launching a counterattack. Gradually, Bai Fan regained his composure, practicing his martial arts against this formidable opponent. The Qingyang Wind Sword technique became increasingly fluid in his hands, its potency escalating with each move. Training in seclusion could never compare to actual combat, and the experience allowed him to grasp the technique swiftly. Bai Fan commenced the second round of the Qingyang Wind Sword technique, provoking the man's ire, who then decided to retaliate. As a spirit wisdom expert, he wielded his blade, pressing down on Bai Fan with overwhelming force. Qingyang Drifting Petals Sword. Recognizing the urgency, Bai Fan unleashed his most powerful technique, transforming his radiant sword into a flurry of snowflakes that surged toward the adversary. Not bad, the man's blade morphed into a multitude of shadows, swiftly shattering Bai Fan's swordplay. The disparity in their strengths rendered continued combat untenable. "You are still far from sufficient. I could crush you at my leisure." The man's visage twisted into a menacing expression. Realizing his swordplay was ineffective, Bai Fan sheathed his radiant light sword, preparing to confront the adversary with his most proficient technique, the 10,000 Ancestors' Fist. "Let us indulge in this a bit longer." The man sneered as he withdrew his blade. Unfazed, Bai Fan unleashed the 10,000 Ancestors' Fist in its entirety. Since his opponent sought to toy with him, Bai Fan immersed himself in the practical experience. He executed the 10,000 Ancestors' Fist, Ethereal Dance foundational steps, and the Dragon-Soaring Tiger Roaring Fist, all interspersed with the Celestial Finger and techniques from the Blood Demon art, a haphazard but fervent display. In the throes of battle, Bai Fan seamlessly integrated the 10,000 Ancestors' Fist, Ethereal Dance foundational steps, and Blood Demon art, and in moments of peril, he invoked the Dragon-Soaring Tiger Roaring Fist and Celestial Finger for self-preservation, unknowingly engaging in over 100 exchanges with the man. Of course, the man had no intention of swiftly defeating Bai Fan, so he refrained from unleashing his full power, particularly when Bai Fan began employing techniques from the Blood Demon art. The man's eyes gleamed with intrigue, and he became even less hasty. The techniques from the blood demon art were ruthless and insidious, perfectly suited for practitioners of the demon sect, and he recognized the potential threat they posed. He aimed to unveil Bai Fan's true capabilities, compelling him to reveal more of his arsenal. Chapter 27. The Power of Black Silk. Bai Fan was unaware of how many times he had executed the techniques he had learned. As each move came to him with effortless grace, his combat prowess had significantly increased, yet he was still no match for his opponent. The newcomer, rather than attacking with full force, seemed intent on witnessing Bai Fan's mastery of the blood demon arts. Noticing Bai Fan's repetitive display with no innovation, he taunted, "I never expected a disciple of the righteous path to practice our demonic techniques. Surrender your skills, and perhaps I shall spare you." Bai Fan understood well that this disciple of the demonic sect would not allow him to escape unscathed. Relinquishing the blood demon arts would only hasten his demise. "If you tell me who sent you, I will hand over the techniques," he proposed, still in the dark about the identity of his would-be assassin. Eager to unravel the mystery. "You wish to know who seeks your death? I can enlighten you." But the man's icy gaze bore into Bai Fan, his threat unmistakable. "Of course, my abilities are hardly formidable. Do you truly fear my escape? Very well, I'll indulge you. The one who desires your demise is a hefty outer court steward from the Qingyang sect. I didn't pay him much mind, but you should be able to guess who he is. Zhu San, conspiring with a disciple of the demonic sect to bring about my end." Bai Fan exclaimed, astonished. "Now, will you relinquish your skills?" The man pressed, impatience creeping into his tone. If you want my techniques, you might as well kill me," Bai Fan retorted defiantly, his resolve unyielding. He would not grant his enemy the satisfaction of an easy victory. "Seeking death, are we?" The man snarled, gritting his teeth, and unleashed a powerful strike that felt like a blade slicing through the air. "Why does the heavens not favor me? If hope was bestowed upon me, why snuff it out? Better to have left me in mediocrity." Bai Fan raged internally, his eyes ablaze with bloodlust. "Die!" He channeled all his spiritual energy, launching himself recklessly at his foe. With a resounding crash, Bai Fan was thrown back several paces, spitting blood. He swallowed it down and charged once more. The man, unwilling to see Bai Fan perish just yet, reached out to capture him. In a frenzy, Bai Fan lost all rational thought, failing to evade capture. "Child, surrender your skills, or I shall make you suffer." The man bellowed in fury. Bai Fan roared, seemingly possessed, ready to fight to the bitter end. Suddenly, dark tendrils of energy erupted from within him, infiltrating his adversary's body. A chilling scream pierced the air as the demonic disciple writhed in agony, his form contorting grotesquely, resembling a shriveled crustacean. Oblivious to the external chaos, Bai Fan flailed wildly, intent on a deadly confrontation. In an instant, the demonic disciple's body withered away, vanishing entirely, leaving behind only his enchanted garments, a formidable blade, and a spatial pouch. Dark energies swirled and expanded, joyously returning to Bai Fan's essence. Lost to the world outside, Bai Fan continued his frenzied dance until exhaustion overtook him, collapsing upon the ground. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Fan roused, his eyes scanning his surroundings. "I'm not dead," he exclaimed in delight, recognizing the garments and blade of the demonic disciple, as well as the spatial pouch. Rising, he surveyed the area, deducing that an unknown benefactor had rescued him and left his enemy's treasures behind. "To the nameless elder, I extend my gratitude," he declared aloud, calming his excitement. Bai Fan began collecting the remnants left by the demonic disciple. The garments were of inferior quality, the blade of superior craftsmanship. Yet he was most intrigued by the spatial pouch, curious as to its contents. With little time to ponder, having sustained serious injuries, he sought a place to recuperate. Climbing a towering tree, he settled upon a sturdy branch, consuming a healing pill and initiating the Qingyang longevity technique to mend his wounds. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes, fully restored. With agility, he descended from the tree. Although Bai Fan had fought with the disadvantage against the demonic disciple, he had gained much, particularly in mastering his techniques. Reflecting on his insights, he took his time to practice, each movement fluid and vivid, his punches like gusts of wind, his swordplay like cascading rain. With newfound mastery, he performed his techniques repeatedly before resuming his journey. Arriving in Helen Town as dusk fell, he resolved to rest for the night, intending to continue his travels the following day. That evening, he revisited his battle experiences and commenced his training. Following an exhilarating clash, Bai Fan felt on the verge of breaking through to the realm of visceral strength. Though he did not achieve a breakthrough that night, he was closer than ever, teetering on the edge of becoming a powerful adept. The next morning, after enjoying breakfast, he set off. As he was on a quest for experience, he did not rush, taking in the sights like an ordinary traveler. Before long, Bai Fan sensed he was being followed. Despite the bustling crowd, he could not discern the identity of his pursuer. Intentionally quickening his pace, he felt the watchful gaze of someone trailing him, an unsettling sensation that mirrored the danger he had faced with the demonic disciple. Though not quite as intense. Why do I possess such a keen sense of danger? He pondered, incredulous at his own instincts. However, given yesterday's events, he could not dismiss his suspicions. Typically, the stronger one became, the sharper their ability to foresee threats. Bai Fan, possessing such newfound acuity, found it hard to believe. Whether true or not, he prepared himself. Should an enemy strike, he had several contingencies in place, even means for counterattack. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he strolled casually, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Curiously, he wondered why so many adversaries seemed to await him so soon after descending the mountain. The demonic disciple had been dispatched by Zhu San to eliminate him, but who orchestrated this new wave of enemies? His curiosity piqued. Bai Fan decided to venture into more secluded areas, intent on luring out his pursuers. He was determined to confront his fate, preferring to face it sooner rather than later. He was not one to linger in uncertainty. Chapter 28. Ambush on a secluded path, where human presence was scarce. Bai Fan keenly observed the surroundings and noticed 3 young men clad in formidable attire trailing him. Each of these individuals possessed considerable strength, with the weakest among them still surpassing Bai Fan in power. Soon, they ventured into an uninhabited area, where the trio split up to encircle him, effectively blocking his escape. "Young man, you must be Bai Fan," one of the pale-faced men remarked. Bai Fan responded with a cold scoff. "Indeed, I am Bai Fan. I suggest you step aside promptly." Aware that the situation was dire, he refrained from further pleasantries. Among his adversaries, 2 were at the martial valor stage, while the third was a formidable opponent at the vitality stage. Despite their prowess, they were still no match for the disciple of the demon sect he had faced the previous day. Boldness indeed. "Brothers, attack." The trio wasted no time, launching simultaneous assaults on Bai Fan, who met their challenge with unwavering resolve. Armed with his flowing light sword, he executed the Qingyang wind sword technique with a ferocity that rivaled even Mo Nan's display. The sword light shimmered like shooting stars, shattering the fabric of time and space. As Bai Fan's figure began to blur, creating the illusion of multiple attacks, Bai Fan's swordsmanship was exceptional, ensnaring all 3 opponents within his radiant strikes. They had underestimated him, and in their arrogance, found themselves caught off guard, forced into a defensive stance. The 3 shouted in frustration. "Bai Fan, you are doomed. Do you believe you can defeat us? That would be impossible. If you were at our level, perhaps it would be different." With a surge of energy, they swiftly broke free from his confinement. One wielded a sword, another a blade, both of which were mid-grade magical weapons, while the third, a martial valor expert, unleashed devastating punches. Their synergy suggested long hours of training together. Bai Fan soon found himself on the back foot, resorting to the Qingyang wind sword technique for self-preservation. In a moment of desperation, he invoked the Qingyang drifting petals sword technique, at times executing both swordplay and fist techniques simultaneously. As long as he could resist his foes, Bai Fan poured forth all his strength. Having assimilated his martial skills after the previous day's battle, he managed to hold his ground. But the ferocity of his adversaries weighed heavily on him. The mounting pressure left him gasping for breath. With each passing moment, fatigue seeped into his limbs, slowing his movements. "I cannot lose. I cannot die." Bai Fan encouraged himself internally, his indomitable spirit refusing to yield. Before long, he bore numerous wounds. Yet the elusive, mysterious dance footwork allowed him to evade critical strikes. With a mighty roar, he rallied his spirit and launched a fervent counterattack. His relentless onslaught instilled a hint of trepidation into 3 formidable foes. Drifting Rain, Flying Flower Sword, Dragon's Roar, Tiger's Hell Fist, Mysterious Immortal Finger. Bai Fan unleashed his ultimate techniques, targeting the weakest among them, intent on taking one down. The unfortunate target, caught off guard, staggered back in shock as blood began to seep from several puncture wounds inflicted by Bai Fan's mysterious immortal finger. You dare harm our brother? You are finished." The other 2 roared in fury, launching a fierce retaliation against Bai Fan. With great effort, he narrowly avoided a sword strike but was struck by a powerful punch from the martial valor expert. The force of the blow sent him flying, and as he soared through the air, A spray of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, painting the sky in a dramatic display. As the blood coursed from him, Bai Fan felt a surge of inner energy rushing through his body, instinctively directing it towards his vital organs, initiating a rapid healing process that fortified him. To his astonishment, the transformation was nearly complete in an instant. I've entered the vitality stage. How timely, he thought, masking his newfound strength as he feigned severe injury. Preparing to ambush his foes. Unlike the disciples of the demon sect, these three were unknown to him. Bai Fan had no intention of probing their identities. They were enemies. And there was no room for compassion. Young man, you still possess some strength, but unfortunately for you, you have crossed the wrong individuals. The punch-wielding warrior remarked as he approached, emboldened by Bai Fan's apparent weakness. Though he revealed little, Bai Fan quickly deduced the identity behind this encounter. The only person he had angered was Luo Sheng, a disciple of the inner sect. To his dismay, Luo Sheng had proven to be treacherous, sending powerful foes to eliminate him despite their prior agreement to settle matters a year later. A wave of seething fury coursed through Bai Fan as the adversary, with a mocking glint in his eye, drew nearer, confident that even a slightly weaker opponent would succumb to his might. I'm going to give you a parting gift. To spare you further suffering, he taunted, closing the distance to less than a meter, arm raised to strike. Mysterious immortal finger. With every ounce of strength, Bai Fan launched a sudden counterattack. The warrior's throat was pierced, and he collapsed, clutching at the blood gushing from his wound, eyes filled with regret and unbridled hatred. In a final moment, he fell, his life extinguished, leaving his gaze fixed in horror. Second brother, the remaining two cried out, their eyes ablaze with fury. Bai Fan, I will make you wish you were never born, roared the other martial valor expert, lunging at Bai Fan with sword drawn, aiming for his face. You truly believe I fear you? Bai Fan retorted, fueled by anger as he leaped into the fray, seamlessly employing the Qingyang wind sword technique. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch. With his elevated cultivation, Bai Fan wielded the Qingyang wind sword technique with a potency greater than ever. Meanwhile, the third opponent, still nursing injuries from Bai Fan's earlier onslaught, could only spectate and cheer for his comrade. Brother, you must avenge our second brother, he urged from the sidelines. Suddenly, Bai Fan withdrew from the fight, revealing two talismans in his hands. Teleportation talisman, strength talisman, empower me. In a remarkable display, he activated both talismans simultaneously, launching himself back into the fray with newfound vigor and unparalleled speed, swiftly overpowering his opponent. Chapter 29, The Golden Silk Jade Book. Confronted with Bai Fan's frenzied counterattack, the leader among the two was somewhat flustered. This individual was merely a realm above Bai Fan. Yet after Bai Fan utilized the Divine Power Talisman and the Godspeed Talisman, the gap had been drastically narrowed. Bai Fan's martial prowess was evidently superior to that of his opponent, especially with advanced techniques such as the carefree immortal finger, the drifting rain and flying flowers sword, and the blood demon technique, skills that were well beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. It was clear that Bai Fan's adversary lacked advanced martial arts, with their most formidable skills only reaching the intermediate level. Initially, the opponent had the upper hand due to their substantial spiritual energy, but now the tables had turned, with Bai Fan imposing his dominance. Boss, attack. Kill him for second brother's revenge, cried the other man, who was severely injured and could only shout encouragement. Unbeknownst to him, such outcries would disturb his leader's composure, thereby diminishing his combat effectiveness. Suddenly, Bai Fan unleashed the drifting rain and flying flowers sword with his right hand, while employing the blood transformation divine palm with his left. The blood transformation divine palm, a technique from the blood demon arts, was exceedingly sinister. Once struck, the victim would be instantaneously reduced to a puddle of blood, effectively erasing all traces of their existence. Initially, Bai Fan had no intention of employing such a method, but having already slain one opponent, he realized it was necessary to eliminate the other to safeguard his secrets. This battle had revealed many of Bai Fan's hidden cards, and should they fall into the hands of his enemies, the repercussions could be dire. Caught off guard, Bai Fan's opponent evaded the luminous sword strike but was struck by Bai Fan's palm. With a roar, the man contorted in agony, his face morphing grotesquely. Following a series of cracking sounds, he collapsed to the ground. His body began to liquefy into blood, yet he remained alive, suffering unbearable torment that made his eyes bulge. Witnessing this, Bai Fan felt a wave of nausea. It was simply too horrific to behold. Boss, what's wrong? Boss. The injured man displayed a look of terror and began dragging his wounded body away. In a single leap, Bai Fan ended his life with a swift strike. The blood transformation divine palm was excessively gruesome. Bai Fan resolved never to use it lightly again, unless in life-and-death situations, to alleviate the man's suffering. Bai Fan swiftly took his life, the scream echoing ominously. The three men possessed no spatial bags, having only gathered a few magical artifacts, which Bai Fan casually tossed into his own bag, intending to exchange them later. Bai Fan continued his journey, encountering no further troubles along the way. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Wind-Listening Valley, having memorized the path through the maze and entering without a guide. As always, Wind-Listening Valley was bustling with activity. Even before entering the valley, the sounds of various hawkers filled the air. Come quickly. Top-grade elixirs, magical artifacts. Interested parties, come take a look. A divine skill manual for exchange for a top-tier artifact. Those interested, hurry. Despite their rigorous training, these cultivators were equally adept at commerce, their shouts louder than those of common vendors. Bai Fan paid no mind to the clamor, leisurely strolling and searching for the items he needed. This time, he primarily sought to purchase some detoxification pills in preparation for his ventures into the demon realm. However, he was in no rush to buy and instead meandered through the stalls. Drawing from his previous experience of finding hidden gems, Bai Fan entertained dreams of discovery once more. Even if he did not find any bargains, browsing the stalls was an opportunity to learn, and he was in no hurry. Having descended the mountain only once, there was much to learn. This was a rare opportunity. He examined everything with great interest, inquiring about prices, though he seldom made any purchases. Boss, why is this book so incomplete? Bai Fan inquired, holding a jade book edged with golden silk, noting that it was missing a substantial portion at the back. Upon closer inspection, he realized even the front page seemed to be missing, leaving the title unknown. The vendor, an elderly man, squinted at the book before replying. That is a manual for refining the body. Unfortunately, it only contains the first 3 levels, at most allowing cultivation up to the golden core realm. If you're interested, I can let it go for 100 crystal stones. I assure you, I am not trying to deceive you. Sir, it appears the most crucial part is missing. Can it truly be worth 100 crystal stones? Bai Fan placed the jade book back on the stall, preparing to leave. Armed with his previous experience, Bai Fan had gained deeper insight into seller psychology. Vendors who claimed not to be deceitful often turned out to be the most unscrupulous. 100 crystal stones was not a trivial sum. Despite his fascination with the golden silk jade book, Bai Fan was unwilling to part with such a significant amount. The jade book was merely a fragment, with only 3 pages remaining. Its value diminished further by the missing front page, making it even less worthy. Young brother, don't go. The price is negotiable. I can offer you a 20% discount. How does that sound? This is a rare opportunity you won't want to miss. The old man smiled widely, grabbing Bai Fan's arm. Bai Fan shook his head, stating, if the first page were intact, I would gladly offer 100 crystal stones. But without it, I cannot ascertain its usability. What if problems arise during cultivation? I would only be courting disaster. I might as well purchase a complete body refinement manual instead. Feigning a desire to leave, the vendor grew anxious. Young brother, how about this? You offer me 20 crystal stones, which is already at cost price. 10 crystal stones would suffice if you wish to buy it just for keepsake. Otherwise, you can keep it. Bai Fan was quite decisive. The old man scrutinized Bai Fan for a moment, unable to discern his thoughts, and finally sighed. All right. 10 crystal stones it is. The jade book is yours. With the transaction completed, Bai Fan proceeded to another stall. He visited dozens of stalls without any success. Young brother, do you require elixirs? I have a wide variety available, as long as you possess enough crystal stones, said a plump middle-aged man. Bai Fan glanced over and noticed many jade vials on the stall, presumably filled with elixirs. Do you have detoxification pills for sale? Detoxification pills? Certainly. Do you need the ordinary kind or something of higher quality? The best I have is the Billoodin, the rotund vendor replied with a smile. The Billoodin is capable of neutralizing most toxins, regarded as a superior detoxification elixir. Bai Fan was familiar with the name, and although the even better Huangquandin was unavailable, the Billoodin was still a commendable option. Is it only Billoodin? Do you have Huangquandin as well? Bai Fan inquired, hoping not to be perceived as an uninformed buyer. Ah, it seems you are knowledgeable about Billoodin. I won't need to elaborate further, the vendor chuckled. Each Billoodin is 80 crystal stones, and I assure you, it is well worth the price. Bai Fan shook his head with a wry smile. He was unaware of the Billoodin's true value. But 80 crystal stones for a single pill was exorbitant. making bulk purchases impossible. Given his intention to train in the demon realm for some time, he would certainly need a considerable quantity of the elixir. Sir, I will take a look around first before making any purchases. Fan decided to inquire about prices at 3 different stalls. Don't rush, young brother, the vendor smiled. The prices are negotiable. How many billow do you require? If you order in bulk, I can offer you a discount. The price is too high. I need 100 pills. My crystal stones are far from sufficient. Fan replied. The plump vendor narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before stating, I can offer you the best price. 5,000 crystal stones for 100 billow. You can ask around. My price is undoubtedly the lowest. Given the vendor's serious demeanor, Fan believed he was being truthful. In critical moments, billow could indeed be life-saving. And for Fan, spending 100 crystal stones would not be excessive. However, as he needed a large quantity, he hoped to negotiate a lower price, especially since his total crystal stones barely amounted to 7,000. Had it not been for Fan's slaying of several adversaries and acquiring 2 fortunate bargains, he would currently find himself bereft of a few hundred crystal stones. Given Fan's prowess, obtaining crystal stones was no trivial task, thus he was compelled to spend judiciously. Could it possibly be reduced any further? He pondered, contemplating a bold negotiation once more. The rotund proprietor shook his head in dismay, asserting, If I lower the price any further, I shall incur a loss. It cannot be diminished. May I inquire if I could exchange some magical artifacts instead? Fan suddenly recalled that within his Chinquan bag lay a considerable number of unused magical implements, which he deemed more beneficial to trade for elixirs. The corpulent merchant replied, Of course, present the artifacts, and I shall appraise them for you. With a flourish, Fan produced an array of magical artifacts he had collected over time, totaling 28 pieces, including 4 superior-grade items. The flowing light sword and silver thread garment he utilized were off-limits for sale, as were the soul-capturing bell, the inferior-grade clear light sword, and the medium-grade mountain opening blade, along with the superior-grade artifact awarded for his championship. The rest were prepared for sale. Upon witnessing Fan unveil such an impressive collection of artifacts, the merchant's tiny, bean-sized eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he regained his composure and began appraising the items one by one. Curiously, the prices he offered were slightly above market value, which Fan had a fair understanding of. Ultimately, the artifacts Fan presented were valued at 4,200 crystal stones, to which he added an additional 800 crystal stones to purchase 100 Luodan pills. The transaction concluded, the merchant beamed with delight, exclaiming, My young friend, may I inquire your esteemed name? Fan replied, There is no need to disclose my name. It may be difficult for us to meet again in the future. He was not inclined to leave a traceable identity, for should the origins of those artifacts be traced, it would certainly lead to considerable trouble. Young man, should you visit the Listening Wind Valley again for elixirs, do not forget to seek me out. Just mention Gold Fatty and you shall find me, the merchant shouted. Having procured the necessary items, Fan did not depart immediately from Listening Wind Valley. Having made the journey, he felt compelled to explore every nook and cranny before leaving. Subsequently, Fan inquired about prices at nearly every stall, committing the information to memory. He realized that the more he knew about prices, the less likely he would be to incur losses in future transactions. At other stalls, he also asked about the price of Luodan and was relieved to discover that Gold Fatty had not overcharged him, which improved his mood considerably. Whenever Fan encountered manuals, he enjoyed perusing their contents and recalling the information within. However, the vendors were astute. As soon as one began to read, they would swiftly reclaim the manuals, denying any thorough examination. Fan managed to glance at a dozen or so manuals but only glimpsed the briefest snippets before they were whisked away, leaving his aspirations unfulfilled. Young brother, do you wish to purchase this compendium of exotic beasts? It is merely 5 crystal stones, quite a bargain. I'll take it, Fan replied, producing 5 crystal stones to acquire the hefty tome. The compendium of exotic beasts was a commonplace book detailing various wild creatures, magical beasts, and poisons, precisely the type of resource Fan required. He was never stingy when it came to items of necessity. Continuing his leisurely stroll, Fan procured additional essentials, such as supplies for bandaging wounds, simple trapping mechanisms, and climbing gear. With all preparations complete, Fan's strength had reached the level of the Zongfu realm, signaling that it was time for him to venture into the demon domain. Chapter 1. A robbery on departure. The demon realm, vast and boundless, borders many grand cities, with Jiuyu City being just one of them. The Listening Wind Valley is a mere 2,000 miles from the entrance of the demon realm. And with the aid of a teleportation talisman, one can reach the entrance in just 2 days. Even without the talisman, the journey would only take 6 or 7 days. After resting for a night at Listening Wind Valley, Fan set off early the next morning and spent the evening meticulously studying the Beast Chronicle. The demon realm teems with wild beasts, demonic creatures, venomous entities, and possibly even monstrous beasts. Thus, it was prudent to familiarize himself with the dangers beforehand in order to respond with composure when the time came. That night, Fan also dedicated some time to perusing the Golden Silk Jade Book. The techniques for body refinement recorded within were remarkably profound and intricate, surpassing those found in the Blood Demon Great Method. The Golden Silk Jade Book consists of 10 pages. The first page is missing, and the following 6 pages are also absent. The first page is likely a summary, while the second, third, and fourth pages detail the first 3 levels of cultivation, with the third level enabling one's physical prowess to reach the Golden Core realm. Fan, however, did not begin practicing the techniques from the Golden Silk Jade Book due to time constraints. He carefully reviewed the first 3 levels several times and compared them with the Blood Demon Great Method, realizing that the techniques in the Golden Silk Jade Book could indeed be cultivated with promising results. Fan had resolved to practice the techniques from the Golden Silk Jade Book, albeit postponing it for the time being. At dawn the next day, Fan departed from Listening Wind Valley, heading towards the entrance of the demon realm. Every day, numerous individuals venture into the demon realm, and most of them prepare thoroughly before entering, making Listening Wind Valley a commendable choice. It was likely that the powerful beings who established Listening Wind Valley had considered this factor long ago, which accounts for its bustling prosperity. As he walked along the road, Fan encountered many young individuals like himself, presumably also journeying to the demon realm for trials. They were all strangers to one another, filled with wariness, and thus did not engage in conversation. "Hey, you there!" 3 individuals swiftly approached from behind, rudely shouting. Fan glanced around, observing no one else nearby, and thought, could they be calling me? "Hey, I'm talking to you. Stop looking around." The unfriendly voice called out again, confirming that they were indeed addressing him. Fan turned around, angered. "Are you looking for me?" He was still somewhat inexperienced, his emotions evident on his face. "Stop pretending. We are looking for you. Yesterday, you purchased a considerable amount of Biluodan at Listening Wind Valley. Hand it over. I see you possess quite a few magical artifacts. Take them all out, or you'll be in deep trouble," the leader, a youth clad in white, commanded. So it turns out that Fan had caught their attention back at Listening Wind Valley, explaining their intent to rob him. In the Tianyu Great World, such occurrences were exceedingly common. For the sake of treasures, even righteous disciples would act as robbers, indistinguishable from those of the demonic sections. The 3 behind Fan were all disciples of the righteous path, exuding an exceptionally pure aura. "Robbery is contingent upon your capability," Fan replied coldly, his confidence bolstered as he gripped his flowing light sword. The white-clad youth's gaze fixated greedily on the sword in Fan's hand. "What a splendid sword! It must be a superior magical artifact. That weapon will belong to me." "Belong to you? You'd better ensure you're alive to claim it," Fan proclaimed, standing tall with unwavering self-assurance. Having gained considerable strength from his previous battles, he had cultivated a formidable confidence. He had defeated opponents at the brave martial realm. Why should he fear these 3? The strongest among them, the white-clad youth, was only at the organs realm, while the other 2 had yet to even reach that level. "If you're wise, hand over the Biluodan and your magical artifacts, and you might escape unharmed. Our master is Jiangxing of the Beishu Palace. You cannot afford to offend him," one of the young men behind the white-clad youth boasted arrogantly. Fan found their bravado amusing. They were robbing someone, yet feared that he wouldn't know their origins, attempting to intimidate him with their backing. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Fan, who was impervious to threats and indifferent to the Beishu Palace, particularly regarding Jiang Wan of the Beishu Palace. Fan felt nothing but disdain and was oblivious to the relationship between Jiang Sheng and Jiang Wan. The Beishu Palace is indeed formidable, producing such exquisite specimens. And yet here you are, brazenly robbing someone under its name. What an eye-opener. Fan laughed heartily. The expression on the white-clad youth's face drastically shifted. "Attack. Leave no survivors." Prompted by Fan's words, the white-clad youth suddenly realized that if word of their robbery spread, he would face dire consequences upon returning to the Beishu Palace. As long as one possessed strength, robbery was not prohibited, and the spoils belonged solely to the victor. However, Using the Beishu Palace's name to tarnish its reputation was strictly forbidden, punishable by severe repercussions. Many sects had such unspoken rules, including the Qingyang sect. The white-clad youth's lackey, overly proud, had revealed their identity, leaving no room for retreat. Jiang Sheng's companions quickly surged to the front. Qingyang Wen's sword technique. Bai Fan executed the sword technique, and the sword light flickered. With a series of sounds, the garments of the two running ahead were reduced to tatters. Yet not a single scratch marred their skin, demonstrating Bai Fan's mastery over control. Both men trembled, their fear rendering them immobile, terrified of Bai Fan's sword. Jiang Sheng, lagging behind, stopped in his tracks upon witnessing the scene, a chill coursing through him. Comparing himself to Bai Fan, he realized that while he could defeat his two subordinates, he could never achieve the level of skill that Bai Fan displayed. It was evident that Jiang Sheng's strength paled in comparison to Bai Fan's. He possessed enough insight to recognize this. Yet, he found himself trapped, unable to advance or retreat. Bai Fan slowly approached Jiang Sheng, his steps light yet echoing ominously in Jiang Sheng's heart. Panic-stricken, Jiang Sheng began to retreat step by step, while his companions, in utter despair, cried out, "Please spare us, my lord. Spare the life of a mere dog. Simply place your magical artifacts, crystals, elixirs, and all valuable items on the ground, and you may leave. Should you dare conceal anything, you will meet your end." Bai Fan stated, his disdain for such petty individuals evident. Jiang Sheng retorted fiercely, "You dare lay a hand on me? My elder brother is Jiang Wan, the second on the hidden dragon list. If you're unafraid of retaliation, go ahead and attack." Jiang Wan? I've never heard of him. Nor do I care about the hidden dragon list. Even if your elder brother is formidable, if I were to erase the three of you from existence, who would ever trace it back to me? Bai Fan's voice was chillingly cold. One of Jiang Sheng's companions, placing items on the ground, fainted at the mention of erasing from existence, utterly overwhelmed. Jiang Sheng's complexion turned ashen, his legs trembling. Yet he could not bring himself to grovel like his two companions. "Hand over all your valuables, and you may depart. Otherwise," Bai Fan smiled menacingly. Without hesitation, Jiang Sheng retrieved his belongings and placed them on the ground. Perhaps Jiang Wen truly was Jiang Sheng's elder brother, for he possessed a Qianquan bag despite Jiang Sheng's evident lack of strength. Bai Fan swiftly gathered the items from the ground and strode away, leaving behind the three pitiful youths. As they watched Bai Fan's retreating figure, Jiang Sheng's eyes brimmed with resentment. "My lord, we do not even know who that fellow is. It will be difficult to seek revenge." Jiang Sheng spat bitterly. "He is surely heading to the demon realm for trials. I will ensure he meets his demise there. Find a way to sketch his portrait, make it realistic." "My lord, why do we need a portrait? Are you foolish? It's to offer a bounty for that scoundrel's head. Let us proceed to the entrance of the demon realm," Jiang Sheng declared. Though encountering a robbery was exceedingly vexing, Bai Fan had garnered substantial gains and began tallying them as he continued on his journey. Among the trio, only Jiang Sheng possessed a medium-grade magical artifact, while the other two wielded inferior-grade ones. The most valuable item among them was the Qianquan bag, which contained several elixirs, materials, and nearly 1,000 crystal stones, rendering them relatively affluent. Bai Fan hummed a cheerful tune as he continued on his journey, opting not to use the teleportation talisman, instead leisurely enjoying the scenic surroundings. The ensuing journey was devoid of any significant troubles, but as he approached the entrance of the demon domain, the number of people began to swell. The demon domain was not merely a place for trials. It was rumored to be teeming with spiritual herbs and even crystal or veins, alongside various rare metal deposits. Moreover, the magical beasts, wild animals, and even poisonous creatures within held considerable value. Consequently, a bustling small town had formed at the entrance of the demon domain, with a steady influx of cultivators entering and exiting daily, as well as many travelers moving between this town and other locales in the Jiuyou city. This small town was named Shiguan Town. Although referred to as a town, it resembled a small city. The town walls stood approximately 2 meters high, capable of withstanding attacks from wild beasts, and boasted 8 gates that allowed entry from all directions. Bai Fan strode confidently into Shiguan Town, discovering that the number of stalls inside rivaled those of Tingfeng Valley. As he gazed around, he noticed that both sides of the streets were lined with stalls and various shops. Countless such streets thrived within Shiguan Town, each bustling with activity and the vibrant echoes of vendors calling out their wares. The primary commodities traded in Shiguan Town included the corpses of magical beasts, spiritual herbs, and other specialties of the demon domain. Artifacts, magical treasures, and elixirs brought from outside were also in high demand, particularly detoxifying elixirs, which commanded prices significantly higher than those in Tingfeng Valley. A single Biluo pill could fetch up to 200 crystal stones. Bai Fan was filled with regret, wishing he had exchanged all his crystal stones for Biluo pills in advance. He was in no rush to enter the demon domain. Instead, he strolled about, primarily assessing the prices of various items, especially those produced in the demon domain. He meticulously memorized the prices of these goods for easier collection once he entered the demon domain. It was a rare opportunity to venture into the demon domain, and returning empty-handed would be unacceptable. Numerous stalls offered wares such as beast horns, pelts, fresh meat, spiritual herbs, ores, and crystal cores, with the latter being particularly rare and exorbitantly priced. Crystal cores were categorized by quality and the density of spiritual energy, ranging from 1st to 3rd grade. The lowest grade crystal core could still command an impressive price of 10,000 crystal stones, which explained the multitude of adventurers seeking fortunes in the demon domain. However, crystal cores could only be found within magical and demon beasts. The higher the beast level and power, the greater the likelihood of finding a crystal core within. The grade of a crystal core was not solely determined by the beast's level. Luck and the speed of defeating the beast also played crucial roles. If one took too long to slay a magical or demon beast, even if it possessed a crystal core, the spiritual energy would likely be depleted, drastically reducing its value. After spending half a day exploring a single street, Bai Fan felt exhausted but was pleasantly surprised by the wealth of knowledge he had gained. Towards the end of his excursion, he purchased several spiritual herbs and various components from magical beasts, all of which were considerably cheaper than their counterparts outside. Even if he had no immediate use for these items, he could trade them outside, especially since he possessed the Tianyuan ring, which had ample space to accommodate his acquisitions. Had it not been for his limited supply of crystal stones, he would have indulged in a grand shopping spree. Coming from humble beginnings, Bai Fan understood the significance and rarity of crystal stones. He would not let an opportunity to earn extra profit slip away. Due to the scarcity of crystal stones, he had to selectively choose items that differed significantly in price from those in the outside world, preparing to return to Tingfeng Valley to sell them for a handsome profit. By the end of the day, Bai Fan had exhausted all his crystal stones, but his Tianyuan ring was now filled with a variety of items. Chapter 2. The Black Tiger. Bai Fan took a respite in Shiguan Town for 2 days and 3 nights. During the day, he ventured out to familiarize himself with the conditions of the demon realm, and at night, he practiced diligently, achieving an optimal state of readiness. He had commenced his training in the body-tempering techniques inscribed within the Golden Silk Jade Book, yielding remarkable results. Having only mastered the first level, he experienced a significant enhancement in both physical strength and power, much to his delight. By the end of 3 nights, he had already achieved minor success in the first level, and with continued daily practice, he could attain the grand completion stage, thereby allowing him to progress to the second level. Although he remained unaware of the technique's name, he had already established a comparison in his mind, recognizing that this technique surpassed the blood demon art in complexity. The only regret was that the Golden Silk Jade Book contained only 3 pages, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire the complete text. On the 3rd day, at the break of dawn, Bai Fan had breakfast and set off. Having registered at the designated checkpoint, the demon realm was divided into zones, with different factions being teleported to various areas at random and even within the same zone. Individuals entered through different portals. Given Bai Fan's strength, he could only access the outermost regions of the demon realm. After a month's stay, he could shatter the teleportation jade token and be instantly transported out. Those entering for training received the teleportation tokens free of charge. However, to seek treasures or hunt magical beasts, one needed to purchase these tokens at a considerable price. Without a teleportation token, one would have to navigate their own way out. A daunting task indeed. In the demon realm, finding one's bearings was notoriously difficult, making the search for an exit exceedingly challenging. As Bai Fan stepped onto the teleportation passage, his mind conjured images of the demon realm, and he was abruptly whisked away. He felt a wave of dizziness, and the next moment, he found himself amidst a dense forest. Looking around, towering trees obscured his view of the distance, and with the morning sun filtering through, visibility was just adequate. The atmosphere of the demon realm felt somewhat chilly and damp, a fitting habitat for various poisonous creatures. To ensure his safety, Bai Fan consumed a Bailuodan, which would guarantee him a worry-free half-day. He had procured numerous Bailuodan with the intention of maintaining their potency within his system, thus minimizing the risk of poisoning. Few disciples of his rank could afford such extravagance. Had it not been for a stroke of luck that granted him some wealth, he would not be so generous. With keen awareness, Bai Fan began to traverse the jungle in search of magical beasts. However, after a short distance, he encountered several ordinary spiritual herbs, which held little value and did not entice him to harvest. Only herbs valued at over a crystal stone would warrant his attention. As a novice, his speed in harvesting was quite slow, and he was reluctant to squander time. The weasel perched on Bai Fan's shoulder, resting with its eyes closed, showed no interest in the common spiritual herbs, as it only favored those aged 10 years or more. Upon entering the demon realm, Bai Fan remained exceedingly cautious, proceeding at a deliberate pace. After a considerable period without encountering a single magical beast, he merely spotted a few small wild animals, which he chose to ignore. These small creatures were only suitable for roasting, holding little other value. In the demon realm, conserving energy was paramount. Unnecessary exertion could lead to perilous encounters with ferocious magical beasts. The outermost regions of the demon realm were devoid of formidable creatures, akin to practitioners at the embryonic stage. Should they appear in the outer areas, newcomers would face certain doom. As Bai Fan continued on his path, he was suddenly struck by a resonant roar of a tiger, prompting him to hasten toward the source of the sound. Since he had come for training, it was only natural to seek out magical beasts to engage in combat. Avoiding the sounds of magical beasts would render his training meaningless, and even if he became an inner disciple, his future achievements would be limited. Before long, Bai Fan finally beheld his first magical beast, a black tiger, emanating a powerful aura and likely possessing the strength of the visceral realm, a match for his own capabilities. The black tiger. Bai Fan felt a rush of surprise. Adult black tigers typically possessed the strength of the visceral realm and were among the elite of that stage. With formidable combat prowess, the black tiger was swift, with strong offensive and defensive capabilities, making it a challenging opponent. In his inaugural battle within the demon realm, Bai Fan found himself facing such a powerful creature, prompting him to proceed with utmost caution. The weasel, ever astute, had already distanced itself. With the flowing light sword in hand, Bai Fan felt an extraordinary surge of momentum, transforming his entire demeanor. The black tiger, spotting Bai Fan, let out a ferocious roar and lunged at him. Bai Fan perceived the sky darkening ominously, devoid of any light. Qingyang Fufeng sword technique. Bai Fan unleashed his most proficient sword technique, aiming the tip of his sword directly at the tiger's underbelly, ensuring that should the tiger dare to descend, it would meet a fatal fate. The black tiger seemed to sense Bai Fan's prowess, executing an agile maneuver in midair and soaring past him. Bai Fan swiftly pivoted, the flowing light sword dancing in a flurry, directing his attack toward the black tiger. The tiger's tail lashed out, striking the flowing light sword in a fierce collision, resulting in only a few stray hairs being dislodged. The immense force caused the flowing light sword to veer off course, nearly slipping from Bai Fan's grasp. What incredible strength! Bai Fan silently praised. Despite being of the same visceral realm, the black tiger's power and physique surpassed his in every regard, an unavoidable circumstance. Confronted with such overwhelming force, Bai Fan realized he must rely on his finesse and martial techniques to secure victory. He unleashed all the martial skills he had learned, launching a relentless assault on the black tiger, treating it as a training partner. Meanwhile, in Shiguan town, Jiang Sheng and his associates began to stir, brandishing Bai Fan's likeness and scouring the area for someone to eliminate him. Having been thoroughly plundered by Bai Fan, they lacked the crystal stones to offer a bounty, resorting instead to seeking assistance from the disciples of Beishu Palace. Jiang Sheng promised that upon returning to Beishu Palace, he would immediately pay a bounty of 2,000 crystal stones. He even exaggerated the value of Bai Fan's possessions, hoping to entice those preparing to enter the outer demon realm to take action. Unbeknownst to Bai Fan, sparing Jiang Sheng and his companions would summon endless trouble. Otherwise, he would have left no trace of them behind. Roar. The black tiger was covered in wounds, its once proud pelt now tattered. Utilizing his exquisite fundamental footwork, Bai Fan unleashed a flurry of swift attacks, leaving the black tiger with no recourse, unable even to flee. The injuries it sustained ignited its ferocity, leading it to attack indiscriminately with all its might. Thank you for being my sparring partner, Black Tiger. It's time for you to depart, Bai Fan remarked with a smile. Falling rain and flying flowers soared. Bai Fan poured all his inner energy into the strike, unleashing a torrent of sword flowers that cascaded upon the black tiger. With a piercing scream, the black tiger collapsed, convulsing a few times before drawing its last breath. The creature bore numerous grievous wounds, all inflicted by Fan's final strike. The tiger's hide was rendered useless, yet its flesh and bones would fetch a considerable price. Should he acquire a tiger whip, it would be of significant value as well. Fan promptly stored the black tiger's carcass within his Tianyuan ring and swiftly departed. Having conducted considerable preparations during his time in Shiguan town, he was well aware that intense battles and the scent of blood would attract even more magical beasts. At that moment, having expended more than half of his inner energy, he needed to rest. Prolonged combat was unfeasible. The demon realm was fraught with peril, necessitating that he always maintain his peak condition. To be injured would spell disaster. Shortly after Fan's departure, the sounds of beastly roars echoed in the distance, heralding the arrival of formidable magical beasts. Fortunately, he had familiarized himself with the situation prior to entering. Otherwise, remaining to skin the tiger would have invited great trouble. Fan, filled with exhilaration, sought out a large tree to climb, settling onto a branch to commence his meditation and restore his inner energy. As time quietly slipped away, the weasel suddenly emitted a series of sharp cries, signaling a warning. Fan had just recovered 90% of his strength when he heard the weasel's alarm and hastily ceased his practice. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the weasel poised against dozens of venomous snakes, visibly excited, for poison was the weasel's favored prey. However, there were dozens of venomous snakes, and the ferret was reluctant to engage, particularly as it had the responsibility of protecting Fan. When the ferret saw Fan rise, it was overwhelmed with excitement. Darting forth in a flash before instantly retreating, a venomous snake clasped in its tiny mouth. The snakes trembled in fear, incessantly shaking their heads. Fan remained vigilant against any potential ambush from the snakes, showing no intention of striking. The ferret swiftly consumed the head and gallbladder of the snake, discarding the lifeless body aside. Once again, it launched itself with lightning speed, returning with another venomous snake in its grasp. The ferret, a natural predator of such toxic creatures, moved with astonishing swiftness, rendering the ordinary snakes utterly defenseless. Unable to withstand their terror any longer, the snakes began to flee, rustling the leaves, some even plummeting to the ground. The ferret, in a state of urgency, dropped the snake it held and dashed off in pursuit of the others. Observing the ferret's insatiable appetite for venomous snakes, Fan quickly joined in to assist. With a flick of his finger, he dispatched a snake with each strike. In the blink of an eye, over 20 snake carcasses littered the ground, both Fan and the ferret having slain around 10 each, while the remaining snakes escaped. Gluttonous ferret, I shall collect your food first, then we must make haste, Fan remarked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. The ferret, undeterred, seized another snake and continued unabated. It did not consume all of them, primarily feasting on the venom and gall. Fan acted swiftly, soon transferring all the snakes into his chinquan bag before hastily departing with the ferret. Initially, he had only regained 90% of his strength, and after the recent exertion, it was reduced to 80. He found a large tree and, having carefully ensured there were no toxins present, began his cultivation. Before long, he finished his training and set out to seek magical beasts, venturing deeper into the demon domain. Along the way, he gathered a considerable amount of spiritual herbs. Yet not a single rare mineral was discovered. Precious crystal veins and rare metal deposits likely resided further within the demon realm, far beyond Fan's current reach. Perhaps he was destined to be devoid of encounters with magical beasts, as he had traveled quite a distance without encountering another. Is it not said that magical beasts abound in the demon domain? Why have I not encountered any? Fan lamented, feeling quite disheartened. Suddenly, a howl from a pack of wolves startled him. Just when I thought I'd be spared, here comes a whole pack. What a predicament. He sighed with a wry smile. Even though the wolves were mere beasts and lacked the strength of magical creatures, their sheer numbers posed a considerable challenge. Who could say whether these wolves were magical wolves? Those who had cultivated inner breath. Fan contemplated retreating, yet the sounds of battle drew his attention, prompting him to halt. Regardless of the danger, he was willing to lend a hand if he could assist others without jeopardy. He stealthily approached, ready to assess the situation before deciding on his course of action. The pack consisted of over 100 wolves, 12 of which were magical wolves, the strongest 2 at the visceral realm. 5 individuals engaged in fierce combat with the wolves, all of whom possessed strength at the visceral level. Although the human side was relatively strong, they were overwhelmed by the number of wolves, each sustaining injuries. The techniques employed by the 5 were unfamiliar to Fan. He had never encountered such martial arts before and could not discern their sect. he refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to conceal himself behind a large tree and memorize their techniques. The five appeared to be in no immediate danger, and Fan hesitated. Uncertain if they were worth saving, he decided it prudent to wait until they were sufficiently exhausted before intervening. Otherwise, he risked provoking their wrath. Chapter 3. A gallant intervention. The pack of wolves moved in a coordinated manner, particularly the two lead wolves, who, in moments of crisis, disrupted the lethal strikes of the five humans, thereby safeguarding their fellow wolves. The pack remained unscathed while the five humans grew increasingly weary. If this continued, the demise of the five formidable young men seemed imminent. Within the demonic realm, surrounded by wolves, escaping proved exceedingly challenging. Without a miraculous turn of events, these five youths were destined to meet their end here. The five had a history of collaboration, their synergy often commendable, at times even flawless, allowing them to vanquish one or two ordinary wolves. Yet, with hundreds of wolves present, the death of a few held no significance, especially considering the two lead wolves and the 10 demonic wolves, all of whom remained uninjured, posing the greatest threat. The two lead wolves and the 10 demonic wolves, when they moved, compelled the humans either to fight for survival or face injury. Suddenly, one human had his sleeve torn by a demonic wolf, revealing a deep wound on his arm, blood gushing forth. The five humans, united, quickly shielded him, assisting in bandaging his injury. Regrettably, all five were already fatigued and injured, unable to rest. Witnessing each human sustain injuries, Fan realized it was time to act. Delay would only worsen their plight. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt from a tree, executing the Qingyang wind sword technique with his right hand, while employing the carefree immortal finger with his left, targeting the two demonic wolves. Before he even touched the ground, his attack struck true. The cries of two demonic wolves echoed in the air. They had been preoccupied with the five humans, utterly unprepared for the assault. Upon landing, Fan executed a graceful turn and continued his onslaught against the remaining demonic wolves. He understood that eliminating the demonic wolves was the key to victory. Fan's foundational footwork had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to swiftly dispatch 4 demonic wolves in quick succession. The two lead wolves let out furious howls and charged at him. "Brothers, take advantage of this moment to slay the demonic wolves," he urged. The five, no fools, launched a fierce counterattack against the demonic wolves. With an overwhelming number of ordinary wolves, their elimination was futile. Hence, targeting the demonic wolves was paramount due to their significant threat. Fan refrained from engaging the lead wolves directly, instead utilizing his agility to weave through the fray, leaving the pack disoriented. His current prowess allowed him to easily dispatch demonic wolves of a lower level, let alone ordinary ones. Enraged, the two lead wolves pursued him relentlessly. But Fan's movements were too fluid and swift for them to catch. In a matter of moments, all 10 demonic wolves lay slain, leaving only the two lead wolves, the most formidable adversaries. Fan halted, prepared to confront the two lead wolves. Their strength was formidable, providing an excellent opportunity to test his own abilities. With a deafening roar, the lead wolves charged at him from either side, their howls infused with inner energy, causing Fan's ears to ring. Maintaining his composure, he evaded one demonic wolf and lunged at the other. The Qingyang wind sword technique and carefree immortal finger were unleashed in tandem, aiming to swiftly conclude the battle. The superior quality artifact, the flowing light sword, struck the demonic wolf, but its tough hide resisted penetration, merely slicing the skin. Surprised, Fan noticed the other demonic wolf closing in, prompting him to abandon the attack and evade. The two demonic wolves, now cautious, launched a coordinated assault, but one was wounded in the process. Fan, recognizing the heightened defense of the demonic wolves at this level, knew he had to devise a strategy. With a renewed onslaught, the two demonic wolves attacked in unison, making it increasingly difficult for him to counter. The five humans, heavily injured and drained, struggled against the ordinary wolves, let alone the demonic ones. Fan, momentarily at a loss, opted for evasion to avoid their onslaught. As the demonic wolves continued their furious roars, Fan felt his frustration mounting. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He deliberately slowed his pace. The demonic wolves roared once more. In a swift motion, Fan turned, unleashing the carefree immortal finger aimed directly at one wolf's open maw. With a resounding impact, the demonic wolf spewed blood and tumbled to the ground, incapacitated. The technique had proved devastating, rupturing its blood vessels and trachea. The remaining demonic wolf, sensing the tide turning, attempted to flee. "You won't escape so easily," Fan shouted, activating his ethereal footwork. In an instant, several afterimages appeared, and he intercepted the fleeing demonic wolf. Its furious gaze locked onto Bai Fan, but it dared not roar in fear of his formidable technique. Quite clever, Bai Fan remarked. With only one demonic wolf remaining, he had ample means to deal with it. Employing the Qingyang Wind Sword technique, Bai Fan unleashed a rapid assault on the demonic wolf. Even if he could not inflict lethal damage, he succeeded in causing considerable distress. The flowing light sword was relentless, leaving numerous lacerations on the beast. The intense agony overwhelmed the wolf's senses, and it refrained from roaring in retaliation, its eyes bloodshot from the pain. In a final, desperate leap, the demonic wolf lunged for Bai Fan's throat, its massive jaws still clamped shut in fear of his mystical finger technique. It's time to bring this to a close, Bai Fan coldly stated. The flowing light sword erupted, showering the area with radiant golden light, though seemingly feeble. This was one of Bai Fan's most potent techniques, the Rain of Flowers sword. The 5 youths, having dealt with ordinary wolves with relative ease, were awestruck by the sheer brilliance of Bai Fan's display. Despite their comparable levels, his combat prowess was in an entirely different league. The demonic wolf, realizing it was ensnared by the sword light, was overcome with terror. Exhausted from its previous efforts, it could no longer halt its momentum. In a fit of desperation, the wolf surged forward, intent on sinking its teeth into Bai Fan's neck. With a deft maneuver, Bai Fan executed a bridge stance, the sword tip gliding above him. The dispersed sword light coalesced into sharp spikes, aiming directly for the wolf's throat. The wolf soared over Bai Fan, but the spikes sliced through its fur, followed swiftly by the flowing light sword piercing through its wound. With a final, gory sound, the wolf's belly was torn open, blood splattering Bai Fan. As the wolf collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the 5 human youths stood in stunned silence, utterly captivated by Bai Fan's ability to adapt in dire circumstances. Bai Fan sheathed the flowing light sword and wiped the blood from his face. "Thank you for saving our lives. May I know your esteemed name?" inquired a slender, scholarly youth named Li Ziyun. "It was but a small act. There is no need for excessive gratitude," Bai Fan replied with a smile. "I am Li Ziyun. From the Li family of Jiuyo City," the youth continued. "We shall forever remember your kindness. I am Bai Fan, a registered disciple of the Qingyang sect. There is no need for formality. However, I must take the corpses of the demonic wolves I have slain. You have no objections, I hope?" "Of course. They rightfully belong to you," Li Ziyun responded with a smile, though wary of Bai Fan's prowess. The 5, heavily injured and nearly depleted of energy, posed no threat to him. Without hesitation, Bai Fan collected the bodies of the demonic wolves into his Tianyuan ring. The astonishment on Li Ziyun and his companions' faces was palpable when they witnessed Bai Fan effortlessly storing nearly 20 corpses of both demonic and ordinary wolves. It was evident that his spatial storage capabilities surpassed that of a typical Qiankuan bag, which could only hold a fraction of such volume. Bai Fan claimed to be a registered disciple of the Qingyang sect, yet this assertion seemed far too simplistic. Li Ziyun and his companions dared not underestimate him merely because of his status. Rather, they suspected that Bai Fan was intentionally concealing his true identity. However, they refrained from probing further, fearful of inciting his wrath. If Bai Fan were truly ruthless, he could easily slay all 5 of them, seizing not only their valuables but also the corpses of nearly 100 wild wolves. The pelts and meat of these creatures could fetch a considerable sum in crystal stones, making murder for profit a common occurrence. Having collected the corpses of the demon wolves, Bai Fan swiftly vanished into the dense forest. Although he could have dispatched Li Ziyun and his group, he was not a bandit and chose not to do so. As Bai Fan disappeared from sight, Li Ziyun and his companions finally exhaled in relief. Bai Fan was far too formidable to be merely a registered disciple. Indeed, he was likely an elite disciple nurtured by the Qingyang sect. Otherwise, he would not possess so many spatial bags. Li Ziyun remarked, pausing briefly before urging, "Let us quickly skin the intact wolf pelts and depart from this place. Unlike Bai Fan, we lack the luxury of spatial bags to carry the wolf corpses. We must take only the most valuable pelts and leave, for the stench of blood here is overwhelming." After distancing himself, Bai Fan sought a secluded spot to meditate. The recent battle, though appearing effortless, had drained him significantly. Moreover, he had gleaned many insights from the encounter that required immediate contemplation. After a considerable time, Bai Fan rose, feeling a renewed surge of strength, his entire being enveloped in comfort. It seemed that real combat was indeed the finest means to enhance one's power, he mused. As nightfall descended, the demon realm became perilous, with many beasts emerging to hunt under the cover of darkness. Bai Fan reluctantly abandoned his quest for deeper exploration and chose a large tree to rest momentarily. The night air in the demon realm was particularly eerie, accompanied by chilling winds and the rustling of leaves. Tightening his clothing, Bai Fan commenced his cultivation. Internal energy was paramount for any practitioner. Yet it was also the most challenging to accumulate, requiring gradual and diligent effort. While elixirs were beneficial, they could never match the purity of internally cultivated energy. Bai Fan opted not to consume the solidifying elixir, instead cycling through the Qingyang longevity technique repeatedly. Sensing the gradual increase of his internal energy, he felt a wave of joy wash over him. Upon completing the Qingyang longevity technique, Bai Fan turned to the techniques inscribed in the Golden Silk Jade Book to further hone his physique. The day's battle had illuminated the advantages of possessing formidable physical strength. Had his body not been robust, even defeating 2 alpha wolves would have left him utterly drained. If he had collapsed then, it was likely that Li Ziyun and his companions would betray him, seizing his treasures. Such treachery was not uncommon in the Tianyu Great World. A powerful physique afforded numerous benefits. Increased combat effectiveness was merely the beginning. Crucially, should one's internal energy be depleted, possessing the strength for self-defense became vital. A strong body would enhance one's survival skills, which were equally important for future cultivation. Immersed in his training, Bai Fan diligently hammered away at his physique. Not long into his practice of the Golden Silk Jade Book techniques, he distinctly felt his physical strength reach the equivalent of 2 cloud stones, combined with his internal energy. His power soared to 6 cloud stones, akin to a novice in the brave warrior realm. Just as Bai Fan became deeply engrossed in his training, a sudden tiger's roar shattered the stillness. Chapter 4. The mysterious Grand Canyon. The tiger, king of all beasts, becomes even more fearsome when transformed into a magical creature. Just the sound of its roar reveals that this tiger has undoubtedly cultivated its inner essence, evolving into a magical tiger. Bai Fan lightly leaped down and swiftly made his way toward the source of the sound. Having finally encountered a magical beast, he did not wish to miss this prime opportunity to hone his martial skills. With graceful movements akin to that of a nimble leopard, Bai Fan darted through the forest. In no time, he spotted the magical beast, a majestic tiger, standing 2 meters tall and stretching 4 meters in length, its pure white fur free of blemishes. Its powerful limbs propelled it swiftly through the trees in search of prey. What a magnificent creature, Bai Fan thought to himself. If only he could have such a majestic mount. However, he lamented that such musings were futile. Magical beasts possessed a certain level of intelligence and pride, making them exceedingly difficult to tame, perhaps even more so than to slay. The tiger's body was sleek and exuded strength. Bai Fan assessed the situation and realized he was no match for the magical tiger in terms of power. He dared not make a sound, trailing the tiger from a distance. Before long, the tiger hunted down a wild boar weighing around 200 pounds and triumphantly carried it back. The speed with which the tiger dispatched its prey was astonishing, far surpassing that of a magical wolf. Bai Fan's heart raced at the sight, and he refrained from taking any rash actions, choosing instead to follow the tiger back to its lair to gauge the situation before deciding on his next move. The tiger's lair was immense, standing 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, its depths unfathomable. As he watched the tiger enter, Bai Fan let out a sigh of relief. He climbed a large tree directly facing the cave, intending to observe the scene for a while. The tiger would likely be indulging in its meal, leaving Bai Fan to wait patiently in the branches. Suddenly, a ferret poked its head out from Bai Fan's embrace. Emitting a series of excited squeaks, its eyes fixed on the cave. Bai Fan quickly covered the ferret's mouth, fearing it might alert the tiger. Quiet now. There's a formidable magical tiger inside, he whispered. The ferret seemed to understand, ceasing its noise but continuing to fidget on Bai Fan's shoulder, displaying an eager demeanor. At last, Bai Fan comprehended. There must be some treasure within the cave. Otherwise, the gluttonous ferret would not be so agitated. Yet, considering the ferocity of the magical tiger, Bai Fan felt a pang of hesitation. This tiger was no ordinary beast, and he lacked the confidence to confront it. The ferret, however, persistently gestured, implying that the cave likely harbored exceptional spiritual herbs. Abandoning such an opportunity would be a grave mistake. Bai Fan remained indecisive but did not depart, opting instead to stay perched in the tree. He resolved to wait until dawn, though it was still far off. Entering the cave without knowing what lay within would be exceedingly perilous. Bai Fan felt overwhelmed, unsure of how to proceed. The ferret grew increasingly restless, indicating that whatever treasures lay within the cave would greatly benefit it. All right, be quiet for a moment. I'll go investigate, Bai Fan conceded. The ferret immediately calmed. its eyes brimming with anticipation. Its human-like behavior was endearing. Bai Fan approached the cave entrance and peered inside, but the darkness obscured his view, leaving him uncertain of what awaited him. He bent down, picked up a small stone, and tossed it into the cave. With a loud thud, the magical tiger, engrossed in its feast, was abruptly interrupted, and it roared in fury. The sound reverberated painfully in Bai Fan's ears. Moments later, a white blur shot out of the cave with astonishing speed. Bai Fan quickly retreated, but the tiger was swifter, appearing before him in an instant. It fixed its gaze on Bai Fan, emitting a deep growl, poised to attack. Bai Fan felt a surge of adrenaline and swiftly drew his shimmering sword, preparing to defend himself. With a thunderous roar, the magical tiger lunged at him, its massive jaws wide open, aiming for Bai Fan's head. Remaining calm, Bai Fan unleashed his celestial finger technique, directing it toward the tiger's mouth, hoping to replicate his previous success against a magical wolf. Unfortunately, the tiger was far more attuned to energy fluctuations. It deftly evaded Bai Fan's attack, while its powerful tail swept toward him. The tail cut through the air with a menacing whoosh, displaying its tremendous force. Bai Fan staggered back, countering with his shimmering sword. The impact was so powerful that he felt as if the tiger's jaws might shatter, and he nearly lost his grip on his weapon. Upon closer inspection, he realized the tiger's tail had suffered no damage, merely shedding a few hairs. Such incredible power! Such a formidable physique! Bai Fan was astounded. The tiger was indeed a formidable opponent, and Bai Fan knew he must remain vigilant, not daring to let his guard down. Frustrated by its failed attack, the tiger pivoted and charged at Bai Fan once more. Azure Sun Wind Sword Technique. Bai Fan executed a flurry of sword techniques, momentarily stalling the tiger, yet failing to inflict any harm. The tiger clearly possessed strength surpassing that of a warrior, proving to be more challenging than even the most skilled human fighters. Suddenly, the ferret darted into the cave, and Bai Fan caught sight of it, his brow furrowing in concern for its safety. To divert the tiger's attention, he unleashed a series of attacks, his Rainflower Sword, Celestial Finger, Blood Demon Technique, and the Dragon Tiger Roar Fist, all in rapid succession. He aimed to strike and flee, seeking to avoid any significant harm. Bai Fan utilized his agility to its fullest, narrowly escaping injury. Though the tiger endured several blows from Bai Fan's shimmering sword, it remained unscathed, its fury escalating. The tiger unleashed every weapon at its disposal, biting, lunging, clawing, sweeping its tail, and roaring. Yet Bai Fan, like a slippery eel, evaded each assault, managing to stay out of harm's way. After a prolonged struggle, Bai Fan realized that defeating the tiger would not be an easy feat. He could only continue to evade until the ferret emerged. Defeating the tiger would require a high risk of mutual destruction, a gamble he was unwilling to take. In the realm of magic, engaging in such reckless confrontation was tantamount to courting death. As Bai Fan continued to evade the tiger, he finally spotted the ferret emerging from the cave and breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he dodged the tiger's next lunge and sprinted into the forest. Now was not the time to linger. The clever ferret leaped onto Bai Fan's shoulder, keeping pace with him as they fled. The tiger, enraged by Bai Fan's audacity, would not let him escape so easily and pursued him relentlessly. Bai Fan took a serpentine route, weaving through the trees. The tiger's massive form struggled to navigate the forest's confines, and before long, it was left far behind. As Bai Fan paused to catch his breath, the ferret jumped onto his shoulder. "Did you find something good?" he inquired. The ferret squeaked excitedly, clearly having discovered something of value, though it seemed to have already consumed it, leaving Bai Fan curious about the nature of the treasure. Before he could ask further, the ferret burrowed into his embrace and fell asleep. Could it be that the ferret was on the verge of evolving? Bai Fan was taken aback. Whatever treasure it had encountered must have been extraordinary to induce such a transformation. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the air. The magical tiger had realized its prized possession was missing. "Tiger, I shall return after my trials are complete, and then our encounter shall not be so easily resolved," Bai Fan murmured as he hastily departed. The realm of magic was vast and unbounded, offering countless hiding places. Bai Fan found a suitable spot to rest for the night and set out early the next morning. Having just embarked on his journey through the realm of magic, he felt compelled to seize every moment, seeking out more magical beasts to battle and enhance his strength. Otherwise, his venture into this realm would be in vain. Bai Fan had not come merely to become an inner disciple. He sought rapid advancement in his cultivation. Everything else was but a fleeting concern. True power was the only pursuit that mattered. As long as one possesses strength, Even inner disciples can deliver a punishing blow, rendering their adversaries unrecognizable. By Fan, light as a swallow, darted through the forest, pausing only to gather any valuable spiritual herbs he encountered. The expanse of the demon domain was vast. Despite the multitude of adventurers venturing into its depths, human encounters remained scarce. After 3 days within the demon domain forest, By Fan had hunted 5 magical beasts and numerous wild creatures, yet he had not crossed paths with another human. Day after day, he hunted. And even during his nighttime rest, he remained on high alert, perpetually tense. By the end of the 3rd day, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, yet his gains were considerable, and his strength surged rapidly. By Fan experienced a blend of agony and joy. With the dragon Martin still in slumber, boredom enveloped him, compelling him to relentlessly seek out magical beasts to slay. On the 4th day, while pursuing a magical leopard, he stumbled upon a grand canyon. The canyon, approximately a kilometer wide, was flanked by sheer cliffs, and within it, towering trees flourished, amidst which lay a plethora of precious spiritual herbs. The leopard had long since vanished, frightened away by Fan's prowess. Standing at the canyon's entrance, he found himself momentarily speechless. The entrance was exceedingly concealed. Without following the leopard, one would never discover it. Even upon reaching this spot, a meticulous search would yield little success in finding the way in. One had to traverse a narrow passage, winding downward with numerous forks, taking over 2 hours to navigate. What a delightful surprise! By Fan marveled at the breathtaking beauty of the canyon, a veritable paradise adorned with vibrant flora and fauna, alongside babbling brooks, reminiscent of an idyllic utopia. Gazing upward, he was astounded by the imposing height of the canyon walls. Certainly, those below the transcendent stage would find it impossible to descend from such heights. Generally, formidable beings of the transcendent stage would not venture into the outer fringes of the demon domain, as it was deemed disgraceful. The deeper one delved into the domain, the more treasures awaited. True powerhouses seldom risked their fortunes in the periphery. It was no wonder the spiritual herbs within the canyon remained untouched. Now he understood. With newfound clarity, By Fan felt a sense of ease wash over him. To err on the side of caution, he refrained from hastily harvesting the ripe spiritual herbs, choosing instead to explore the area and ensure no dangers lurked nearby. He remained unaware of the leopardess whereabouts. It would be prudent to locate and eliminate it to prevent future troubles. Delving into the thicket, By Fan wielded his shimmering sword with utmost caution. The air was rich with spiritual energy, suggesting the presence of formidable magical beasts. Should a fierce creature emerge, he would have no choice but to flee. Along his journey, By Fan encountered numerous rare spiritual herbs, of which he recognized only a select few. The intoxicating aromas wafting from these herbs invigorated him, stirring his very essence. These herbs were exceedingly precious. Harvested, they could yield a fortune in crystal stones and be transformed into exquisite elixirs. By Fan's heart raced with desire as he reached for a resplendent 7-colored fruit. The 7-colored fruit, blooming once every 100 years, bearing fruit after another century, and maturing thereafter, was a key ingredient for crafting the essence spirit pill, immensely valuable. However, just as his hand approached, an enraged roar erupted, nearly shattering his eardrums and sending shockwaves through his psyche. From the sheer ferocity of the roar, he recognized the formidable strength of the magical beast. It was beyond his capacity to confront. Abandoning his quest for the 7-colored fruit, By Fan hastily retreated toward the canyon's entrance. In his flight, he seized a millennium-old human-headed ginseng. Just as he secured his prize, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, making even breathing a challenge. By Fan dared not linger. He channeled all his energy and sprinted toward the passage, where the pressure significantly lessened. For reasons unknown, the powerful beast within the canyon showed no intention of pursuing him. Chapter 5. The thunderstruck By Fan, still shaken from the encounter, felt a lingering fear. The beasts lurking in the canyon were likely more than mere monsters. Perhaps they were indeed demonic creatures. Although the canyon was replete with precious spiritual herbs, By Fan suppressed his greed for the moment and began to navigate his way out of the passage. His remarkable memory allowed him to recall the path he had followed alongside the magical leopard, and as he exited, he meticulously etched the route into his mind for future reference. The abundance of rare spiritual herbs in the canyon was too enticing for By Fan to ignore. He resolved to return once he had gained sufficient strength. Upon exiting the hidden passage, By Fan climbed the tallest tree to ascertain his bearings, committing the location to memory. Surrounded by towering trees, it was no easy feat to remember his surroundings. So he made a circuit of the area, marking points of reference. Having firmly established the canyon's position in his mind, he cast a reluctant glance back before departing. Fortunately, the dragon weasel had succumbed to slumber. Otherwise, it would have been loath to leave upon discovering such a wealth of spiritual herbs. Not far from the canyon's edge, Fan encountered 3 human youths cautiously traversing the forest. They were formidable, each a powerhouse of the Zongfu realm. This demon realm is truly no place for humans. I long for the romance of the outside world, murmured one of the elegantly dressed youths. Lin, as long as we can become inner disciples, who cares about the rest? Declared a robust youth confidently. The elegantly dressed youth chuckled. Indeed. It would be fortuitous if we could cross paths with the target of Jiang Sheng's bounty. A reward of 1,000 crystal stones would afford us many visits to the pleasure houses. The demon realm is vast. Encountering him may prove difficult, replied the robust youth, brimming with confidence. Fan, concealed in the distance, overheard their conversation and realized they were speaking of him. It seemed Jiang Sheng had offered a substantial bounty for revenge. Fan felt a flicker of concern. However, most adventurers in the outer demon realm were below the Linghui realm, and Fan was unafraid. Not wishing to create enemies, he allowed them to pass. Yet fate had other plans. A massive black serpent, the width of a water barrel, suddenly appeared behind him, presenting a formidable challenge. Fan had previously consumed a Biluoden, and its effects still lingered. Cautiously, he took another one and swallowed it. The jungle serpent was not only immensely powerful but also possessed potent venom. With the serpent's emergence, Fan could no longer remain hidden. He sprinted forward to create distance. The trio, who had not strayed far, returned upon hearing the commotion. Look, that serpent is pursuing the very person Jiang Sheng wants dead, exclaimed the robust youth. Indeed, he resembles the portrait perfectly, the elegantly dressed youth replied, astonished. What should we do, Lin? Asked the robust youth, looking to the elegantly dressed youth for guidance. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Lin resolved. Let us hide and wait for them to weaken each other, then we will strike. Lin's mind works quickly. Such a brilliant idea, praised another slightly plump youth. The trio concealed themselves in the underbrush, silently observing the battle between Fan and the serpent. The serpent displayed its might, sweeping its tail with such force that even small trees snapped like twigs, while Fan dared not engage head-on. Despite his efforts, the blade of his flowing light sword merely left superficial marks on the serpent's tough hide. Fan fought and retreated, becoming increasingly adept at employing the Qingyang Fufeng sword technique. He had long been aware of the 3 youths and had formulated a plan. Suddenly, the serpent's tail struck Fan with a resounding thud. He spat blood, propelled by the impact, and landed some distance away, clutching his injured chest. He stumbled towards the hiding place of the elegantly dressed youth and his companions. Could he have discovered our hiding spot, deliberately luring the serpent here? Lin's brow furrowed in concern. Unlikely, he appears severely injured and is merely fleeing in panic, the robust youth countered. Let us hope so, Lin sighed. It would be troublesome otherwise. The serpent, sensing its prey attempting to escape, pursued with unrelenting fervor. The trio could no longer remain concealed. They sprang into action, launching a series of attacks on the serpent. In truth, they had hoped to eliminate Fan first, but his escape route was too far from their hiding place for a successful ambush. Their coordinated strikes were deft, yet ultimately failed to inflict mortal harm on the serpent, merely leaving a gaping wound across its abdomen. Furious, the serpent retaliated with a sweeping tail, devastating the surrounding flora. The slightly plump youth, lacking agility, was struck and sent crashing into a tree, collapsing to the ground. Xiao Peng, the robust youth shouted in alarm. Lin remained expressionless, fixated on the serpent, his resolve faltering. This creature likely possessed the strength of a warrior, rendering it a formidable foe. With Xiao Peng gravely injured, the pressure on Lin and the robust youth intensified, diminishing their chances of victory. Fan, having concealed himself, had feigned his earlier injury intentionally to lower the guards of Lin and his companions. He was biding his time, waiting to reap the benefits of their struggle. The serpent exhaled a cloud of toxic mist, prompting Lin and the robust youth to hastily consume antidotes while retreating. The serpent grew even more ferocious, its massive tail a relentless weapon, striking with alarming ferocity. Lin, filled with rage, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die!" He hurled a small, dark object and retreated quickly. Retreat. The robust youth understood the gravity of the situation and fled without hesitation. Xiao Peng, gravely injured, was unable to escape and wore a look of despair. Uncertain of the dark object's nature, Fan instinctively retreated as he observed their fear. A tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the surrounding trees and sending shockwaves that tossed Lin and the robust youth aside. Xiao Pang suffered the worst, impaled by countless splinters, meeting an untimely demise. Though Bai Fan was farthest from the blast, he too was thrown off balance, his ears ringing and momentarily deafened. This is overwhelming. Could it be the 5 Thunderstrike? Bai Fan gasped in horror. The 5 Thunderstrike, crafted by disciples of the esteemed 5 Thunder sect, varied in potency depending on the cultivator's strength. The force of this particular strike was likely equivalent to the full might of a giant Force Realm warrior. Having previously doubted its power when mentioned by Jing Feng, Bai Fan now bore witness to its true ferocity. The serpent, caught at the center of the explosion, was unlikely to have survived. The thick cloud of smoke obscured the aftermath. Cough, cough. Lin and the robust youth managed to assist each other to their feet. You've used your life-saving 5 Thunderstrike. This is a significant loss, remarked the robust youth. As long as we can kill the person Jiang Xing has put a bounty on or find a crystal core within the serpent, I will recover my losses. Lin replied determinedly. I'll check to see if that person has perished. He was already injured, and perhaps we need to intervene, the robust youth declared. The two individuals were now exhilarated, completely oblivious to their companion and indifferent to the fate of the slightly plump youth. At that moment, as the dust settled, the epicenter of the explosion became discernible. The colossal serpent had vanished, leaving a gruesome scene of flesh and blood scattered all around. In the center, a large pit revealed a glimmering crystal core lying within. The serpent is slain, and yet a crystal core remains, exclaimed the youth in splendid garments. The robust young man, disregarding the search for Bai Fan, joined the elegantly dressed youth in a hasty dash towards the pit. The crystal core was of immense value. The serpent had not fought long, sustaining minimal damage, and the core brimmed with spiritual energy. Acquiring this core would not only recuperate their losses, but also yield substantial profit. As the youth prepared to leap into the pit to retrieve the core personally, Bai Fan suddenly emerged within the pit and seized the core. You dare to steal our core? You are doomed. The robust young man bellowed in fury. Bai Fan retorted with a cold smirk. Is that so? Even if I do not take your core, you would still seek to kill for the bounty, would you not? Since you are aware, then prepare to meet your end. The youth in splendid garments brandished his sword and lunged at Bai Fan. The robust young man, in perfect synchrony, attacked from another angle, cutting off Bai Fan's escape route. With a swift maneuver, Bai Fan evaded their onslaught and, merging with his sword, charged towards the youth in splendid garments. Flowing rain and flying blossom sword. He unleashed his most formidable technique, striking without mercy. Having appeared to seize the crystal core, Bai Fan had resolved to eliminate witnesses. The youth in splendid garments, having expended over half his internal energy in his previous battle with the serpent and sustaining injuries from the explosion, attempted to block the assault. But his reaction was a fraction too slow. The radiant blade glided across his neck, leaving him aghast, his eyes wide with regret. Ling Xiao. The robust young man shouted in disbelief. You were unharmed all along. It was you who lured the serpent to our hiding place. Indeed, but alas, it is too late. Bai Fan chuckled lightly. Carefree, immortal finger. Dragon roaring tiger howling fist. He unleashed a relentless barrage upon the robust young man, overcome with shock and unable to react. The robust young man took a hit from the carefree immortal finger, resulting in a gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing forth. Immediately after, Bai Fan's fist struck the same wound, creating an even larger cavity in the robust young man's torso. Bai Fan's speed was akin to lightning, swiftly concluding the conflict. Among the three youths, only the one in splendid garments possessed a dimensional bag. All their possessions were plundered by Bai Fan. He discarded their lifeless bodies into the pit and covered them with earth, ensuring they would not be devoured by beasts, thus avoiding a fate where their remains would vanish entirely. Bai Fan's actions were not born of mercy, but rather a sense of duty. He could not allow their bodies to be consumed by wild creatures. Once everything was settled, Bai Fan hastily departed. The commotion had been too loud, likely attracting both humans and beasts. In his current state, he needed to cultivate and restore his internal energy. Although the battle had concluded swiftly, the toll on his reserves was significant. Moreover, in order to lower the suspicions of the youth in splendid garments and endure a blow from the serpent in preparation, he had sustained minor injuries that necessitated immediate recovery. Within the demon realm, both humans and beasts posed threats. Only by maintaining his peak strength could he navigate the perils with ease. Bai Fan swiftly vanished into the dense forest, seeking a secluded spot to commence his cultivation. Chapter 6. Fierce battle with the demon ape. Not long after Bai Fan departed, 5 humans arrived at the site of the explosion. These individuals appeared weary from their travels, yet their eyes sparkled with determination, unmistakably marking them as elites. The trials of the demon realm had not diminished their courage. Among the remnants lay serpent skins, human corpses, and traces of the explosion. It seemed a giant python had perished in the blast, one human appearing to have succumbed to the explosion shockwave, while 2 others had met their end at the hands of fellow humans. Could it be that the giant python had yielded a crystal core, inciting this team to turn upon each other? One remarkably handsome man meticulously examined the surroundings, formulating his analysis. Another, more seasoned man interjected, "Your analysis has merit. Yet there exists another possibility. The humans may have split into 2 factions, with those who survived reaping significant rewards. If Bai Fan had been present, he would have been astonished. These individuals merely surveyed the scene and arrived at nearly accurate conclusions, displaying a level of experience that indicated this was not their first venture into the demon realm. Enough analysis. This time, junior brother Jiang Sheng has been affronted. We must swiftly locate the culprit and eliminate him. Brother Jiang Wen has entrusted this task to us, and we cannot return empty-handed." The speaker, adorned with a jade crown and possessing a visage akin to white jade, was Guyu, a disciple of the North Su Palace and the leader of this expedition. "Guyu, should we not pursue the departing individuals to see if we might gain substantial benefits?" The handsome man inquired. "That is unnecessary. Communicate with all disciples of the North Su Palace. We must cast our net and ensure we capture or eliminate that individual," Guyu replied, shaking his head. This time, Jiang Sheng has escalated the situation. "Many forces are eager to observe our plight. Thus failure is not an option. Success is our only mandate." Having completed his training, Bai Fan embarked on a new journey, unaware that the North Su Palace had spread its net, preparing to ensnare him. This time, Bai Fan had set his sights on a formidable demon ape, yet he hesitated to strike. Towering at 3 zhong, the ape possessed immense strength, a body as resilient as iron, and was notoriously ferocious, certainly a challenging adversary. After following for a while, Bai Fan finally made his move. This time, he refrained from employing the glimmering sword or any sword techniques. The demon ape's formidable physique presented an opportunity for Bai Fan to hone his own physical prowess through combat. He unleashed the Wan Ancestor Fist, his most proficient martial technique. Though this was a foundational fist technique, bolstered by Bai Fan's strength at 6 cloudstones, its power remained formidable. With a resounding impact, Bai Fan's fist struck the demon ape, yet the creature stood unmoved, causing Bai Fan to stagger back several paces from the recoil. What tremendous power! Bai Fan silently marveled before charging again. The demon ape roared in fury, swinging its forearm in an attempt to strike Bai Fan down. Utilizing his extraordinary footwork, Bai Fan evaded the attack and countered from the side, treating the demon ape as a punching bag for his training. Despite its incredible strength, the ape's lack of agility rendered it incapable of catching Bai Fan, who relentlessly battered it with a flurry of punches. While his blows failed to inflict substantial harm, they tormented the demon ape, further igniting its rage. Unfazed, Bai Fan immersed himself in his training. Through this encounter, Bai Fan gained profound insights into his martial intent and began practicing the second move of the dragon's soaring and tiger roaring fist. His mastery of the carefree celestial finger also advanced, enhancing its potency. Bai Fan executed all he had learned, even channeling the sword technique through the carefree celestial finger, resulting in an even greater display of power. However, the carefree celestial finger consumed considerable inner energy, necessitating careful use. If only Bai Fan could reach the divine ability realm, he would wield the carefree celestial finger with abandon, and its might would be beyond measure. Moreover, Bai Fan continuously practiced the foundational steps of the ethereal dance, gaining profound comprehension, and perhaps in the near future, he would be able to cultivate the ethereal dance. To his astonishment, the benefits of battling the demon ape were numerous, and he was determined not to miss this opportunity. The demon ape's strength surpassed that of typical warriors of the same realm, yet it found itself at the mercy of Bai Fan's agile movements, becoming a mere plaything. The ape's eyes turned a deep shade of purple. Yet it was of no use. It was destined to serve as a punching bag on Bai Fan's path of cultivation. Perhaps one day, when Bai Fan had grown immensely powerful and achieved a legendary status, this punching bag would also gain notoriety alongside him. For 5 consecutive days, Bai Fan engaged with the demon ape. During this period, his physical strength surged to 3 cloudstones, while his inner energy increased significantly, enabling him to unleash a combined force of 8 cloudstones. nearing the prowess of the spirit wisdom realm. Even more gratifying was the elevation of his martial skills. The second move of the dragon's soaring and tiger roaring fist reached a minor mastery. The carefree celestial finger combined with sword techniques became even more formidable. And he was on the verge of cultivating the ethereal dance. "Thank you, demon ape. I must take my leave," Bai Fan said as he gracefully departed. Seeing Bai Fan finally leave, the demon ape let out a long breath, an expression of relief evident in its eyes. It had suffered greatly at Bai Fan's hands and eagerly anticipated his departure. The demon realm truly was a remarkable place for honing skills, and Bai Fan found it hard to part with it. After 5 days of intense combat, he felt confident in his ability to slay the demon ape. Yet out of gratitude for the training it had provided, he chose to spare its life. The allure of crystal stones was fleeting. Bai Fan preferred to act with spontaneity. After defeating the trio of elegantly attired youths, he had gained numerous benefits, yet the only item that piqued his interest was a small, unremarkable black pellet. To his surprise, within the elegant youth's spatial pouch lay a thunderbolt bomb, which explained the youth's apparent regret at the moment of his demise. Having witnessed the thunderbolt bomb's devastating power firsthand, Bai Fan became utterly enamored with it. He carefully concealed the thunderbolt bomb, recognizing it as a precious treasure for survival. Bai Fan's speed was remarkable. He had lost interest in ordinary beasts. He moved through the forest with grace, relishing the abundant power coursing within him. With a mighty roar, he yearned for a worthy opponent. Although magical beasts were formidable, they could not compare to human warriors. Testing his skills against the exquisite techniques of human masters would be the optimal choice. Suddenly, Bai Fan heard the sounds of battle ahead. Accompanied by the anguished cries of humans, an evident clash was unfolding. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved like a phantom, swiftly vanishing into the dense foliage. Ahead lay a river, its waters babbling melodiously with several clearings along its banks. In one area, a fire still smoldered, remnants of a meal long burnt beyond recognition. It appeared that humans had been enjoying a riverside feast when they were unexpectedly besieged by magical beasts, resulting in a chaotic ambush. Bai Fan scanned the surroundings and finally spotted the scene. On a clearing, 6 humans formed a protective circle, encircled by 12 magical bears, 3 of which possessed the strength of the internal organs realm, while the leading bear exhibited might at the warrior realm. 6 humans stood together, one of whom had achieved the formidable realm of martial valor, while the other 5 were formidable warriors of the organ realm. This assembly was indeed powerful, however. They were confronted by an equally formidable foe, the magic bear. The magic bear was renowned for its exceptional physical prowess, slightly smaller, yet far more agile than the magic ape. The battle commenced, but casualties had yet to unfold. Bai Fan strategically positioned himself atop a grand tree, affording him a clear view of the entire battlefield. The martial techniques employed by the 6 humans were strikingly familiar. They belonged to the disciples of the North Su Palace. What a twist of fate! Bai Fan mused with delight, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he began to plot. Among the 6 humans, 5 were indeed Gu Yu and his companions, accompanied by an additional ally. Gu Yu, the strongest among them and a martial valor expert, possessed intelligence that surpassed his peers, serving as the leader of the group. Had it not been for Gu Yu's adept command, the sudden appearance of the magic bear could have resulted in dire consequences for his companions. In the face of a horde of magic bears, scattering in panic would be tantamount to seeking death. Only by forming a united front could they hope to resist, provided they possessed the strength to contend with the bears. The combined might of Gu Yu's party was not significantly inferior to that of the magic bear horde. Gu Yu had already sent a special message to the disciples of the North Su Palace for assistance, and as long as they could endure for a few hours, the arrival of reinforcements would offer a glimmer of hope for victory. Many disciples had entered the outskirts of the demon domain to eliminate Bai Fan, thus becoming an invaluable asset for Gu Yu. "Brothers, hold steadfast. Our reinforcements will arrive shortly," Gu Yu shouted, bolstering their morale. The magic bears proved to be formidable adversaries, exhibiting coordinated movements and mutual defense, effectively pressuring Gu Yu and his companions to the brink of exhaustion. Particularly, the martial valor magic bear was a force to be reckoned with, leaving even Gu Yu hesitant to engage directly, as he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Bai Fan observed with keen interest. The prowess of Gu Yu and his companions far surpassed that of Jiang Xing, each exhibiting unique skills. Bai Fan diligently committed their techniques to memory, intent on devising a counter-strategy for future encounters with the disciples of North Su Palace. Suddenly, a disciple of North Su Palace managed to injure a magic bear with a sword thrust, but was swiftly retaliated against. Receiving a crushing blow to his arm from an adjacent bear, blood streamed down his arm, rendering him temporarily unable to exert force. Guyu hurriedly shielded the injured comrade, leaving only 5 to contend with the relentless assault, thus amplifying their burdens. Let us not seek glory, but rather avoid mistakes. We must not sustain further injuries. If anyone else is wounded, we may not withstand the onslaught, Guyu cautioned. The magic bears, particularly their leader, demonstrated remarkable intelligence, choosing not to engage Guyu directly, but rather focusing their efforts on the other 4 humans. With the leader's prowess, none could rival him but Guyu. As a result, Guyu found himself compelled to follow the leader's movements, throwing the human formation into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the magic bears launched a fierce assault, causing the disciples of North Su Palace to flounder in chaos. Fortunately, their overall strength prevented severe injuries or fatalities, with only 2 sustaining minor wounds yet remaining capable of fighting. Everyone, charge with me towards that great boulder. Guyu still found the presence of mind to observe his surroundings and implement emergency measures, showcasing remarkable composure. The 5 humans encircled their injured companion, retreating toward a large stone by the river while continuing to fend off the bears. The magic bears, perceiving Guyu's intentions, intensified their assault. Guyu unleashed his ultimate techniques, carving a path through the fray, finally leading his companions to the safety of the boulder. Leaning against the stone, Guyu and his comrades breathed a sigh of relief. They now faced attacks from only 3 fronts, considerably easing their burden. Just as they began to relax, the magic bears launched a battering ram-style offensive, repeatedly charging with their robust physiques, dismissing the 6 humans as insignificant. With each assault, Guyu and his companions found themselves increasingly flustered, and each encounter resulted in casualties. With no avenue for retreat, they were compelled to withstand the relentless onslaught of the magic bears. Ultimately, the human physique could not match the sheer might of the bears, and suffering losses became an inevitable reality. Chapter 7. Aiding the demon bear. The onslaught of the demon bear was indeed formidable. Fortunately, Guyu and his companions had a backing, allowing them to focus on confronting the bear without distraction. If they could endure a little longer, they should be able to hold their ground. Everyone must persevere. I believe our fellow disciples will arrive shortly. Guyu rallied the spirits of his comrades, facing the fierce charge of the warrior-level demon bear. Guyu gritted his teeth and stood firm. He understood the importance of maintaining morale. Revealing any hint of weakness could lead to despair and inevitable casualties. Bai Fan, observing from a tree, wore a chilling smile. He was not one to shy away from retaliation, especially since the disciples of Beishu Palace had chosen to confront him. With the agility of a monkey, Bai Fan deftly descended to the ground and stealthily approached a large rock. In the midst of the fierce battle between the bear and Guyu, no one noticed Bai Fan's quiet approach. Concealing himself behind a boulder, he gathered a handful of small stones, his grin widening. He aimed at a disciple of Beishu Palace, standing near Guyu, and flicked the stones with his fingers. Having cultivated the art of the carefree immortal finger, his finger strength was astonishing. The stones whizzed through the air with a piercing sound. Look out, Guyu. Perceptive as ever, sensed the imminent danger during the struggle and attempted to push his comrade aside, but it was too late. A scream erupted. The arm of Guyu's companion fell limp, his weapon clattering to the ground, a bloody hole gaping in his arm as blood gushed forth. Who dares to aid the demon bear against humanity? Guyu's fury ignited. He quickly deduced the direction from which the stones had come and scanned the area, but found no trace of the assailant. Bai Fan, hidden behind the rock, chuckled silently, disregarding Guyu's ire. Concepts of righteousness and morality were mere illusions. If Bai Fan did not take action against the disciples of Beishu Palace, they would eventually turn their attention toward him. He preferred to strike first. The situation grew increasingly dire for Guyu and his 5 companions, with 2 now incapacitated, further tipping the scales against them. Moreover, they had to remain vigilant, fearing ambush from hidden foes. The demon bear, astute and relentless, intensified its assault. One by one, Guyu's companions sustained injuries, leaving only Guyu in a relatively better position. We must hold on. Reinforcements are on their way, Guyu urged, refusing to lose hope. You should not have provoked me. Otherwise, I might have turned my attention to the demon bear. Now, it seems fate has dealt you a cruel hand. Bai Fan unleashed another volley of stones, this time launching 4 in rapid succession, targeting all still engaged in battle. With a swift motion, Guyu, alert as ever, pierced 1 stone with the tip of his sword. However, the remaining 3 struck their marks, incapacitating the others. Bai Fan did not seek to kill them. He merely aimed to render them powerless, knowing the demon bears would be all too eager to feast upon the humans before them. Gu Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he realized his companions had been abandoned, and he sought to escape. Fleeing won't be so easy, Bai Fan sneered. With a flick of his fingers, more stones flew towards Gu Yu, leaving him flustered and unable to evade the encroaching bears. In mere moments, Gu Yu's companions met a gruesome fate, torn apart by the ravenous bears, who showed no mercy. Having slain 5 humans, the bears closed in on Gu Yu. If I find out who ambushed us, I shall tear you limb from limb. Gu Yu roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Bai Fan smirked, but remained silent. After all, they were merely doomed souls, and engaging with them would be a waste of breath. He had little interest in further conflict. Knowing the bears would soon take care of Gu Yu, the cacophony of violent clashes and anguished cries resonated in the air. After a considerable time had passed, the sound subsided, leaving only the sickening crunch of bones being devoured by the bears. Peering cautiously, Bai Fan confirmed that Gu Yu had been dismembered, his remains consumed. Satisfied that Gu Yu was no more, Bai Fan swiftly vanished into the forest, not straying far but climbing a tree to await the bears' departure. The strength of Gu Yu and his companions assured them of valuable treasures, which Bai Fan intended to collect once the bears had moved on. Before long, the bears, having satisfied their hunger, dragged the remaining flesh away. Watching them retreat, Bai Fan leaped down from the tree. The ground was a horrifying sight, stained with blood and remnants of flesh. Suppressing his nausea, he gathered all the weapons left behind, along with numerous crystals and a spatial pouch, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Just as he finished collecting his spoils, voices approached. Could it be the reinforcements from Beishu Palace? Bai Fan swiftly concealed himself among the foliage. Shortly after, 3 young men appeared by the riverbank. Did not senior brother Gu Yu say he would be here? Where could he be? One remarked. Let us follow the river. With their strength, they should be fine. Hearing their conversation, Bai Fan recognized them as disciples of Beishu Palace. Over here, there are signs of a struggle and much blood. The 3 young disciples hurried to a large stone, their faces paling as they beheld the gruesome scene. It seems something has happened to senior brother Gu Yu. He must have been slaughtered and devoured by the bears. One pointed, Look, this blood trail likely leads where the bears dragged the remains. The blood is still fresh. They can't have gone far. Should we pursue? Pursue? With senior brother Gu Yu and his 5 strong companions dead, one would have to be foolish to follow. Another retorted. But wait, where are Gu Yu's artifacts? And the crystals he carried? The trio searched diligently but found nothing, their brows furrowing in confusion. The bears couldn't have taken the artifacts. It appears someone else has gotten to them before us. We need to look around. That person must not have gone far. Senior brother Gu Yu's rainbow sword is a high-quality artifact. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of another sect. The 3 young men, clever as they were, began to track the blood trail. Seeing that they would soon discover his presence, Bai Fan decided to make a quick exit. These individuals held some utility upon their return. They could report that Gu Yu and his companions had perished at the hands of the bears. Bai Fan preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements, ready to retaliate should anyone provoke him. The 3 young men were insignificant players, and since they posed no threat to him, he chose to let them go. After a prolonged search with no results, the trio departed. They had no intention of avenging Gu Yu. Their sole interest lay in obtaining his artifacts and crystals. Finding a secluded spot, Bai Fan assessed his gains. There was little to tally, primarily curious about the contents of the spatial pouch. It appeared to belong to Gu Yu, and upon opening it, Bai Fan discovered over 300 crystals, 1 mid-grade artifact, 3 low-grade artifacts, and 2 manuals. Bai Fan's interest was piqued by the manuals. One was the internal cultivation method of Beishu Palace, the Shuyang Ju, while the other was a sword technique, the Rising Sun Sword art. These manuals represented mid-level techniques within Beishu Palace, typically inaccessible to ordinary disciples, comparable to the Qingyang Wind Blade. Though Bai Fan had no intention of practicing these techniques, they could serve as valuable references for his own martial training. Should he master the Rising Sun Sword art and blend it with the carefree immortal finger, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to discern his methods. Bai Fan meticulously gathered his belongings, feeling immensely satisfied. He was already aware that the disciples of Beishu Palace were actively searching for his whereabouts, as there were numerous individuals willing to kill him for the bounty placed upon his head. However, he harbored no concern whatsoever. With the enhancement of his strength, Bai Fan's confidence burgeoned. Moreover, most of those who ventured into the outskirts of the demon domain were not particularly formidable. and only the weak would be lured into the perilous terrain for a mere 1,000 crystal stones. Free from any pressure, Bai Fan pressed onward into the depths of the demon domain, seeking suitable magical beasts to hone his skills. At present, the magical beasts within the brave martial realm no longer posed a significant challenge for him. He needed to seek out those in the spirit wisdom realm to effectively sharpen both his martial techniques and physical prowess. The number of magical beasts above the spirit wisdom realm in the outskirts of the demon domain was exceedingly scarce, and upon encountering one, it was likely that most adventurers would flee in terror. As Bai Fan scoured the area, he failed to encounter a single magical beast of the spirit wisdom realm. He did, however, vanquish 5 or 6 creatures beneath that level with relative ease, as even the brave martial realm beast struggled to threaten him. Every day, Bai Fan experienced rapid progress in his strength, physique, and martial skills. In the blink of an eye, he had spent half a month in the outskirts of the demon domain, during which his power had more than doubled. Notably, his physical strength had reached the level of the Zongfu realm after completing the first tier of the Golden Silk Jade Book's techniques. His raw physical might had attained an equivalent of 4 cloud stones, while the explosive force of his internal breath approached 6 cloud stones, culminating in a total strength nearing 10 cloud stones, comparable to a peak spirit wisdom realm expert. Remarkably, despite being at the pinnacle of the Zongfu realm, Bai Fan found himself able to stand shoulder to shoulder with an opponent 2 levels above him, a feat that was indeed commendable. He increasingly appreciated the extraordinary nature of the techniques recorded in the Golden Silk Jade Book, though regrettably, the method was incomplete. Spirit Wisdom Realm magical beasts, please manifest quickly. I can hardly contain my anticipation, Bai Fan silently prayed. He recognized that he was at a bottleneck in the Zongfu realm and required further trials to facilitate a swift breakthrough. He yearned to cultivate into the spirit wisdom realm soon, so he could practice the carefree technique to rapidly increase his internal breath capacity. The internal breath techniques within the carefree technique would undoubtedly yield far superior results compared to the Qingyang longevity technique. Rather than relying on medicinal pills to transcend realms, Bai Fan preferred to achieve breakthroughs through practical combat, as this approach would solidify his foundation. Just as he was musing upon this, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, resonating with a chilling intensity. The nature of the magical beast remained unknown, but the sheer sound was enough to instill trepidation, indicating its formidable power. Overwhelmed with excitement, Bai Fan hastened toward the source of the sound. Finally, a powerful magical beast to spar with had appeared. Chapter 8. The Evil Fire Serpent Lion. Bai Fan moved swiftly, anxious that the magical beast might escape. Suddenly, he felt the little creature in his arms stir. The dragon ferret had awakened. Compared to battling the beast, Bai Fan was far more concerned about the little ferret. He gently took it out, examining it closely. He discovered that the ferret had not changed much. It remained petite, but its white fur gleamed with an even brighter luster, and its eyes sparkled with vitality. Gluttonous ferret, you must be hungry. Here, have some to eat, Bai Fan said, producing 2 spiritual herbs from the Tian Yuan ring. The ferret eagerly took the herbs, devouring them in mere bites, and afterward looked up at Bai Fan with pleading eyes, clearly still unsatisfied. Gluttonous ferret, I didn't expect you to become even more voracious after your evolution, Bai Fan chuckled. The ferret consumed 2 more herbs before letting out a contented burp. With your appetite, I fear I might not be able to afford to keep you. The ferret squeaked in protest, as if to say, I haven't eaten much at all. Seeing the adorable expression on the ferret's face, Bai Fan couldn't help but smile. Gluttonous ferret, stay with me for now. I'm going to find a formidable magical beast to practice against. A powerful roar echoed through the forest, and Bai Fan quickened his pace. Soon, he finally caught sight of the beast. It was a fiery red creature resembling a lion, towering at 2 zhang and stretching 3 zhang long, with a fearsome black serpent tail measuring 4 zhang in length. Evil Fire Serpent Lion, Bai Fan gasped in astonishment. The Evil Fire Serpent Lion was an exceptionally powerful and malevolent magical beast, known for its formidable physique and venomous tail. Once it reached the divine power realm, it could unleash fire-based attacks. Sensing the aura of the Evil Fire Serpent Lion before him, Bai Fan realized it was a beast of the spiritual wisdom realm. Should it reach the great strength realm, with its overwhelming combat prowess, Bai Fan knew he would have no choice but to flee. The Evil Fire Serpent Lion was evidently out hunting, its sharp claws pinning down a rhinoceros weighing 500 to 600 pounds, which was already on the brink of death. Bai Fan did not act immediately. Instead, he intended to track the beast and discover the location of its lair. Generally, Powerful magical beasts guard treasures such as spiritual herbs and crystal mines. If he could locate the lair of the evil fire serpent lion, he was certain there would be rewards in store. When the battle commenced, he would let the ferret seize the opportunity to pilfer the treasures, provided they were small enough for the little creature to carry away, as larger items would be beyond its capability. The evil fire serpent lion carried the rhinoceros effortlessly, moving swiftly through the forest. Fan remained cautious, trailing at a distance. After about an hour, they arrived at a secluded valley where the lion placed its prey upon a large flat stone and began to feast. At that moment, the evil fire serpent lion was in a state of hunger, its strength diminished, an ideal opportunity for challenge. The ferret, upon arrival, was visibly excited. It was clear that the valley held treasures. After instructing the ferret, Fan set it down and strode forward. Roar! The evil fire serpent lion spotted Fan and opened its massive jaws, letting out a thunderous roar. As it was enjoying its meal, it despised being disturbed, its fury igniting as its eyes turned red. Before Fan could make a move, the lion's long tail swept toward him. The dark tail, thick as an arm, was not only covered in scales, but also bore vicious barbs. If struck, those barbs would tear the skin and inject venom into his body. Although Fan had consumed a Bailuo Dan, he dared not let the poisonous tail make contact. The Bailuo Dan might not be sufficient to counteract the lion's toxins. Even without the poison, the force of the lion's tail would be immensely painful if it landed a blow. Fan focused intently, employing the ethereal dance's basic footwork to evade the attack. The lion's tail struck a round stone of about a meter radius, shattering it into fragments that scattered across the ground. Fan couldn't help but feel a chill at the sight, becoming even more cautious for fear of being hit. Simultaneously, he hastened toward the evil fire serpent lion. Once he closed the distance, the tail's effectiveness would be greatly diminished. With a resounding crack, the lion unleashed a flurry of tail swipes, uprooting trees and smashing rocks in its wake. Fan moved with swift agility, narrowly avoiding each strike while remaining entirely alert. Before long, he was merely 2 meters away from the evil fire serpent lion, the flowing light sword in hand, as he unleashed the Qingyang Wind Sword technique. A magical beast of the spiritual wisdom realm, once it channeled its inner energy for protection, would possess an incredibly hard body. The flowing light sword was merely a superior-grade artifact. Striking the lion would only manage to dislodge a few tufts of fur. Yet, Fan was unconcerned. He intended to use the evil fire serpent lion to hone his martial skills, never contemplating its demise. Thus, a fierce battle ensued between man and beast. While the lion's tail could not effectively strike close-range targets, it still possessed a formidable mouth filled with sharp teeth and claws, its most lethal weapons. Clawing, biting, charging, pouncing. The evil fire serpent lion unleashed all its might. Fan's movements were fluid, and when in peril, he employed the carefree immortal finger to escape danger. Though he was quite disheveled, he emerged unscathed. The carefree immortal finger consumed vast amounts of inner energy, and Fan refrained from using it unless absolutely necessary. The evil fire serpent lion was thoroughly incensed by Fan's relentless attacks, roaring furiously as it launched a series of frenzied assaults, intent on tearing him apart. While Fan continued to strike back, he deliberately retreated, seeking to lure the lion away from the valley, allowing the ferret to act in secret. Before long, Fan successfully drew the evil fire serpent lion away from the valley and into the forest. In the woods, the lion's poisonous tail was restricted, rendering it far less effective, and Fan felt considerably relieved. The lion's massive physique also reduced its agility in the forest. Fan dedicated himself to practicing martial techniques, repeatedly executing various sword strikes. Each iteration brought new insights, for even a slight variation in angle or force could yield different results. This required careful exploration. Moreover, a partner was essential for training. Solitary practice was insufficient. A powerful adversary was needed for constant experimentation, facilitating the discovery of the most effective angles and forces, and potentially leading to the creation of new techniques. Finding a strong opponent was challenging, but the thick-skinned and muscular magical beasts made for the perfect sparring partners. While remaining vigilant against the lion's attacks, Fan freely practiced his techniques, executing the Qingyang Wind Sword technique over a dozen times. Regardless of the swordplay, he even engaged the evil fire serpent lion in close combat, utilizing the myriad ancestor fist and the dragon rising tiger roar fist, reaping significant rewards from the encounters. Though the lion sustained no injuries, it had its ferocity ignited by Fan's relentless assault. Roar! The evil fire serpent lion bellowed in rage, smashing down the surrounding trees. The towering giants crashed to the ground, creating a cacophony that prompted Bai Fan to hastily evade. Squeak! The ferret had returned, though it was uncertain what treasures it brought back. Noticing his inner energy was nearly depleted, Bai Fan decided it was time to retreat. It was best to avoid confrontation while the evil fire serpent lion was in a furious state. As Bai Fan made his escape, the lion pursued him relentlessly. With remarkable speed, the evil fire serpent lion chased after Bai Fan, who navigated through the dense forest, selecting paths thick with trees. Given its massive size, the lion was forced to either take a longer route or break through the trees, both of which consumed valuable time. At long last, Bai Fan eluded the evil fire serpent lion, finally feeling a sense of relief when the ferret arrived. In the forest, the ferret's speed was unmatched, far exceeding Bai Fan's. The little creature returned with a black lotus flower, its size comparable to a basin, held delicately by its stem. The dark lotus radiated a shimmering, obsidian light, akin to black flames rising into the air. Once, Bai Fan encountered it by chance and became aware of this elixir, though it would be more apt to refer to it as a poison. This is the malevolent flame poison lotus, extraordinarily toxic, infused with an intense aura, and classified as a rare mystic-grade elixir. Most likely a favorite of the malevolent flame serpent lion. Elixirs are categorized into 9 grades: yellow, mystic, earth, heaven, king, emperor, sovereign, and legendary. With each grade further divided into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and exceptional, depending on the years of growth. If the malevolent flame serpent lion were to consume the malevolent flame poison lotus, it would undoubtedly undergo evolution. Greedy weasel, let me have a look, Bai Fan exclaimed, filled with excitement. Mystic-grade elixirs were a rarity for him. Previously, he had only cultivated yellow-grade elixirs, as mystic-grade plants were beyond the care of a mere novice herbalist like him. The 7-colored fruit and the millennium human head ginseng he had encountered in the mysterious Grand Canyon could also be considered mystic-grade elixirs. The malevolent flame poison lotus was exceedingly rare, surpassing even the rarity of the 7-colored fruit and millennium human head ginseng. Reluctantly, the greedy weasel presented the malevolent flame poison lotus to him. Bai Fan handled it with great care, wrapping its stem in cloth as he lifted it. Just as he was about to examine it closely, a multitude of black threads erupted from within him, enveloping the malevolent flame poison lotus entirely. This manifestation of black threads was a first for Bai Fan, filling him with dread. The greedy weasel, frightened by the sight, scurried away, emitting cries of terror. To his astonishment, the malevolent flame poison lotus began to dissolve, ultimately vanishing, with even its stem reduced to nothingness. The black threads appeared to grow even more luminous before retreating into his body, disappearing without a trace. Bai Fan stood there, frozen, at a loss for words. How could the black threads emerge from within him? What were these threads? Why did they consume the malevolent flame poison lotus? His mind was inundated with confusion and fear. Squeak! The greedy weasel expressed its discontent. The malevolent flame poison lotus was its favorite delicacy, replete with rich aura and potent toxins. Naturally, the disappearance of the lotus infuriated the weasel. Yet, it was also deeply afraid of the black threads within Bai Fan, daring not to approach him. The weasel's cries roused Bai Fan from his stupor, prompting him to check his body for any anomalies. Fortunately, nothing seemed amiss, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, what were those black threads? How did they come to reside within him? Overwhelmed by confusion, Bai Fan felt a throbbing headache. He meticulously examined his body for any irregularities, finding none. He then began an introspective journey to ascertain the state of his inner being. Chapter 9. The Undying Companion. With Bai Fan's formidable strength, introspection was a simple endeavor, yet it marked his inaugural experience of such a practice. His flesh, meridians, and organs were robust and devoid of any abnormalities. As he directed his gaze towards his dantian, he beheld a nebulous mist within, undoubtedly his inner energy. To his astonishment, nestled within this mist was a lotus flower. This was none other than the rare 2-colored lotus he had encountered in the Cave of 10,000 Snakes. The lotus boasted 18 petals, alternating between black and white, and even the grand lotus leaves floated amidst the fog as if nourished by his inner energy. However, the lotus appeared somewhat wilted, seemingly deprived of moisture, while the black petals retained a glimmer of vitality. Bai Fan was certain that this was indeed the 2-colored lotus he had previously seen. As for how it had entered his body, he remained utterly perplexed. In light of his prior confusions, Bai Fan had begun to piece together some possibilities. The transformation he had undergone was so profound that it could largely be attributed to the two-colored lotus. The spirit milk of the ancient earth could not possibly yield such miraculous effects. He attempted to sense the two-colored lotus and communicate with it, but met with silence. He found himself unable to harness its power. It seemed that further exploration would have to wait. As he ceased his introspection, he caught sight of the furious visage of the dragon marten, which elicited a chuckle from him. "Fear not, my gluttonous companion. When I procure exceptional spiritual herbs, I shall reserve some for you," he smiled, beckoning it to perch upon his shoulder. However, the dragon marten vehemently shook its head, unwilling to draw near. Understanding its fright, Fan relented, saying, "Then follow closely, but do not stray." He did not venture far from the lair of the evil fire snake lion, instead seeking a secluded spot nearby to commence his cultivation. The evil fire poison lotus consumed by the two-colored lotus had released a considerable amount of spiritual energy, slightly augmenting Fan's inner strength and bringing him one step closer to the breakthrough into the realm of martial prowess. Seizing the opportunity to practice, he restored his inner energy before reflecting on the recent battle, analyzing experiences and refining his techniques to enhance their effectiveness. After dedicating 5 hours to this endeavor, Fan significantly improved his martial skills and advanced his cultivation. Stretching his limbs, he heard a satisfying crack as he sighed in relief. What bliss! The dragon marten, ever vigilant, remained at a distance, no longer daring to nestle in his embrace. Fan waved his hand. "Come, my gluttonous friend, the black silk will not appear. If it intended to harm you, you would have long ceased to exist." Understanding his words, the dragon marten hesitated but ultimately chose to trust him, leaping onto his shoulder. It gazed around nervously, prepared to flee at the slightest sign of danger, presenting a rather comical sight. After a lengthy pause, with no sign of the black silk, the dragon marten relaxed its taut nerves and settled down on Fan's shoulder to rest. With the dragon marten reassured, Fan prepared to seek out the evil fire snake lion for further solitary training. Upon Fan's departure, the evil fire snake lion returned to vent its fury on its meal, devouring an entire rhinoceros. Upon entering its lair, it discovered that the evil fire poison lotus, which it had guarded for centuries, had vanished. Instantly, thoughts of Fan consumed its mind, filling it with an intense hatred. When Fan arrived, the evil fire snake lion was deeply asleep, only to be roused by his presence. Enraged, it charged forth, and upon recognizing Fan, its fury escalated. Without hesitation, the evil fire snake lion lunged at him, unleashing a fierce assault. The dragon marten had already concealed itself in the woods. Fan unleashed the enhanced Qingyang windsword technique, its potency magnified. Although his strikes still failed to significantly harm the lion, the frequency of his hits had increased, inflicting greater agony upon it. With a thunderous crash, the evil fire snake lion, truly enraged, barreled towards Fan. He deftly evaded, causing the lion to collide with a tree, splintering it. What incredible strength! Fan marveled. In terms of raw power and physical resilience, he could not match the evil fire snake lion. However, he excelled in agility, leveraging the environment to entangle with the beast. By staying close, Fan neutralized the lion's formidable tail, which was its greatest weapon. With its venomous tail rendered ineffective, the lion's combat prowess was halved. The more the evil fire snake lion fought, the more infuriated it became, unable to land a blow on Fan. As Fan's strength grew, his techniques flowed more seamlessly, allowing him to unleash his full potential. Dragon Tiger Roar Punch, second form. Tiger roars across rivers. He bellowed, transforming into a ferocious tiger. Channeling his entire strength into a single punch, he struck the lion. To his astonishment, the lion's massive frame was pushed back several steps. Though it remained uninjured and lunged at him once more, its jaws wide open, intent on devouring him whole. Carefree, immortal finger. As the lion approached, Fan seized the moment, launching a concentrated attack that pierced its gaping maw. With a series of anguished howls, the evil fire snake lion sustained significant injuries. "Since you are already wounded, it is only fitting that I finish you off," Fan spoke coldly. He unleashed a flurry of carefree immortal finger strikes, forcing the lion to evade, clearly recognizing the threat. "Ah, it seems you've grown wiser," Fan remarked in surprise. Unfazed, he continued to bombard the lion with various attacks, ready to deliver a lethal blow at the first sign of vulnerability. Blood streamed from the lion's maw as it endured excruciating pain, gradually succumbing to fear of Fan. After such a prolonged battle, it had gained nothing, realizing that Fan's agile movements countered its own. With its fighting spirit waning, Bai Fan prepared to unleash his ultimate attack to swiftly conclude the encounter. Suddenly, he heard the rapid approach of several individuals, evidently drawn by the sounds of combat. Without hesitation, he chose not to finish off the evil fire snake lion and swiftly vanished into the forest. Left bewildered, the evil fire snake lion felt a surge of relief as the dreaded adversary departed. Lying on the ground, it suppressed its pain and began to heal. Although its anger was temporarily quelled, it remained simmering beneath the surface. Beasts are inherently savage, and the evil fire snake lion, more so than most, had never before endured such a defeat. It was not a matter of strength, but rather by Fan's exquisite footwork that had rendered its every attack futile. With a flash of rage in its eyes, the lion harbored an intense hatred for Bai Fan and, by extension, all humanity. Unbeknownst to it, Bai Fan had not ventured far. He had concealed himself to observe the unfolding drama. How would these humans fare against the wrathful, evil fire snake lion? Bai Fan chuckled to himself. The dragon Martin returned to his shoulder, puzzled by Bai Fan's actions. Before long, 7 humans appeared at the entrance of the valley, all falling within Bai Fan's line of sight. Among them were members of the North Su Palace. He recognized 3 individuals as those who had previously scoured the riverbank for his whereabouts. What a twist of fate. Since these individuals seek their demise, I shall gladly oblige. Though I wonder if they are all disciples of the North Su Palace. Let us observe for now, if they are indeed disciples. I wouldn't mind aiding the evil fire snake lion in a plot to eliminate them. Bai Fan mused quietly, observing the traces of battle. It is evident that a fierce confrontation has transpired here. Now, silence prevails, leaving one to ponder whether the conflict has indeed concluded. The identity of the beast remains unknown. Yet its formidable strength is undeniable, as even a tree, capable of being embraced by a single person, lies shattered. The onlookers express their astonishment. Caution is urged, for the beast may still be alive, and a moment's inattention could invite a stealthy ambush. An older individual warns them. The group, oblivious to the danger, chat freely, unwittingly disturbing the wounded infernal serpent lion. This time, the creature has grown wiser. It refrains from making a sound, retreating into the woods, seeking to flank the humans for a surprise attack. The infernal serpent lion, consumed by rage, vows to annihilate these intruders. Familiarity with the terrain allows it to swiftly maneuver behind the humans without a sound. The 7 humans tread cautiously along the remnants of the skirmish, acutely aware of the lurking danger, and disperse to search for clues. The infernal serpent lion advances stealthily, and with a swift sweep of its venomous tail, ensnares the neck of the last human. The unfortunate soul emits no cry, succumbing to a silent demise. His weapon clatters to the ground, breaking the stillness. Jimin, what on earth are you doing? One among them turns, only to witness their comrade being dragged away, lifeless. A cry escapes his lips. A beast. Such a ferocious beast. Jimin is finished. The remaining 5 pivot in terror, their eyes locking onto the revealed infernal serpent lion. Realizing its presence has been compromised, the creature relinquishes Jimin, unleashing its lengthy tail in a sweeping arc dodge. Shouts one, recognizing the peril of the infernal serpent lion and its toxic appendage. The 6 humans, disregarding all else, scramble to evade. Though their flight is frantic, they emerge unscathed. We must retreat into the dense forest, otherwise we stand no chance. A young man in purple exclaims. The infernal serpent lion, incensed by its failed strikes, charges forward. The 6 humans, no longer able to ponder their predicament, tumble into the thicket. With a roar fueled by fury, the infernal serpent lion pursues, targeting one of the humans with its tail. To be ensnared is to face certain death. The straggler, gripped by terror, cries out, "Brothers, save me. A dead comrade is better than a living coward." The others grasp the gravity of his words and, without a backward glance, hasten their escape. Chapter 10. Subjugation. The infernal serpent lion coiled its tail around the last man, exerting a fierce twist. A chilling crack echoed as the man's neck snapped, his lifeless eyes betraying a lingering resentment. The remaining 5 fled swiftly into the depths of the forest. A thunderous roar erupted from the infernal serpent lion, more fearsome than that of a lion. The remaining 5 were momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. Only Bai Fan, aware of the lion's formidable roar, was prepared and thus remained unperturbed. In that fleeting moment, the infernal serpent lion closed the gap and launched its attack. The 5 humans had no choice but to fight. Fleeing now would be tantamount to seeking death. Bai Fan quickly maneuvered behind them, poised to intercept. Observing discreetly, He discerned that all these individuals were disciples of the North Su Palace, with the strongest among them being a purple-clad youth, a practitioner at the initial stage of the spirit wisdom realm. Typically, those at this level would venture into the second layer of the demon realm for trials. Yet he lingered at the periphery, clearly fixated on Bai Fan. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Bai Fan's eyes. During his previous encounter with Jiang Sheng, he had only possessed the strength of the internal organ realm, yet the North Su Palace had sent spirit wisdom disciples to meddle. Their unwillingness to eliminate Bai Fan was palpable. The names Jiang Sheng and Jiang Wen were etched in Bai Fan's memory, and he resolved to make them taste the bitterness of a hunted beast in the future. The purple-clad youth led the other four, coordinating their movements to fend off the infernal serpent lion's assaults. The confines of the forest hindered the lion's full strength, compounded by its injuries from the earlier battle with Bai Fan, leaving it at a disadvantage. A gleam of joy lit the purple-clad youth's face as he proclaimed, "The infernal serpent lion seems to be losing its strength. Let us rally our efforts and slay it. Then we shall prosper." The lion's skin, flesh, and especially its tail were of immense value. With the youth's encouragement, the other spirits soared, and they unleashed their full capabilities. After a prolonged struggle, the infernal serpent lion appeared increasingly beleaguered, its hatred for Bai Fan intensifying. Had Bai Fan not drained its inner energy, it would have been unfazed by these humans. "Push harder. The infernal serpent lion is on the verge of collapse," cried the purple-clad youth with elation. "Looks like I must assist you," Bai Fan mused inwardly. Utilizing the celestial finger technique, he flicked stones that split toward the 5 adversaries. Bai Fan had aptly named this technique flicking finger mastery. Upon hearing the whistling sound of the stones, the infernal serpent lion, sensing an attack from Bai Fan, exhibited a glimmer of fear. Just as it prepared to flee, it realized the stones were not aimed at it but rather at its challengers. Confused, the lion could not fathom Bai Fan's motives. Bai Fan's flicking finger mastery unleashed tremendous force with remarkable speed, rendering evasion nearly impossible. The purple-clad youth managed to shatter a stone effortlessly. Yet the other four lacked his prowess, sustaining direct hits. Cries of agony echoed as all four were injured, 2 of them even struggling to maintain their magical artifacts, rendering them incapable of continuing the fight. "Despicable coward! How dare you ambush your own kind?" the purple-clad youth bellowed in fury. The only response was the sound of stones slicing through the air. Bai Fan unleashed several more attacks, his masterful technique shining through. The youth, unable to afford the luxury of cursing, quickly dodged. With 4 of his companions wounded, evasion became increasingly difficult. The purple-clad youth, seeking to unite their power against the infernal serpent lion, had no choice but to assist them in deflecting the stones. Seizing the opportunity, the infernal serpent lion retaliated fiercely, its ferocity as a magical beast laid bare. A shriek rang out as one injured individual was slain by the lion's powerful strike. The remaining 4, their faces pale with terror, contemplated their own escape. The purple-clad youth abandoned his companions, prioritizing his own survival, demonstrating the lack of deep bonds among them. Though Bai Fan had witnessed the coldness of humanity, he could not help but feel a chill within. His hands moved swiftly, sending stones flying with unrelenting precision. Since his successful ambush by the river, he had gathered numerous suitably sized stones, conveniently stored in his bag for easy access. Bai Fan's fingers flicked rapidly, stones shooting forth like bullets from a machine gun. He particularly targeted the purple-clad youth, who was compelled to defend against Bai Fan's onslaught, thwarting his desire to flee. The infernal serpent lion, emboldened, slaughtered 3 of the 5, leaving only the purple-clad youth. "Human brethren, do not deceive yourselves. Do not ally with a magical beast," he declared with a tone of righteous indignation, though his voice remained calm. Bai Fan retorted coldly, "Spare me the brotherhood, if you wish to survive. Plead for mercy from the infernal serpent lion, or perhaps you might join it as a brother. Cowardly scoundrel, come forth and fight." The purple-clad youth seethed with anger. Bai Fan chuckled softly, "Do not even entertain the notion of seeking my aid against the infernal serpent lion. Relish your fate." The lion, having slain 4, found its fury undiminished, swelling even stronger. With a ferocious roar, the infernal serpent lion lunged at the purple-clad youth, its gaping maw aimed at the youth's head. The youth, alarmed, disregarded further words with Bai Fan and hastily evaded, launching a counterattack. However, isolated and constantly wary of Bai Fan's potential ambush, he could not unleash his full power. The lion, invigorated by its victories, became increasingly ferocious. Bai Fan did not rush to intervene. Instead, he keenly observed the purple-clad youth's martial skills. The youth deployed the technique known as Rising Sun, which exhibited considerable power. Having studied the secrets of Rising Sun numerous times, Bai Fan had yet to grasp its essence. However, witnessing its application now illuminated many aspects for him. Bai Fan sought to learn Rising Sun primarily to enhance the effectiveness of his Qingyang Wind Sword technique and incorporate it into his Celestial Finger technique. Despite the purple-clad youth's persistent attempts with Rising Sun, he could not overcome the Infernal Serpent Lion. Having gleaned all he needed, Bai Fan resolved to aid the Infernal Serpent Lion in eliminating the North Su Palace disciples. Flicking finger mastery, Double Dragon seizing the pearl. 2 stones shot forth, aimed directly at the youth's eyes. Engaged in a fierce battle with the Infernal Serpent Lion, the youth was caught off guard by the whistling sound. Unable to react in time, and could only shield his vital areas. A cry of pain erupted as the stone struck his face, creating 2 bloody wounds, with 1 stone embedding itself in his handsome visage. In agony, the youth covered his face, momentarily forgetting the looming threat of the Infernal Serpent Lion. Seizing the moment, the lion delivered a crushing blow, shattering the youth's skull, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage. Afterward, the Infernal Serpent Lion unleashed a deafening roar, venting its pin of fury. Before casting a wary glance toward the direction of the stones, revealing a flicker of fear, it then retreated hastily, neglecting to carry away the human corpses. "Fear not. I shall seek you out again," Bai Fan chuckled, stepping forth to gather the remnants of the North Su Palace disciples. Each possessed a magical artifact and a modest amount of crystal stones, none of which caught Bai Fan's interest. The purple-clad youth appeared to be a prized disciple of the North Su Palace, as evidenced by his possession of a Chincoin bag, which Bai Fan accepted without hesitation. Bai Fan hastened toward the valley, recognizing that the Infernal Serpent Lion had nearly depleted its strength, marking the optimal moment to strike. In a surprising turn, the lion, clutching the corpse of the innermost human, fled swiftly. If Bai Fan had been any slower, he would have lost sight of it entirely. "Do not run," Bai Fan bellowed, pursuing the beast with relentless determination. Realizing Bai Fan was in hot pursuit, the Infernal Serpent Lion discarded the human corpse and fled. Bai Fan unleashed his agility to the fullest, embarking on a relentless pursuit. The malevolent fire snake lion was excessively massive, crashing through numerous trees along its path, causing a slight delay. Yet, Bai Fan was remarkably nimble, consistently selecting the optimal route to close the distance between them. Suddenly, the fire snake lion halted, turned to face Bai Fan, and astonishingly ceased its flight. Believing the creature was preparing for a desperate struggle, Bai Fan remained vigilant, poised to strike at any moment. Unexpectedly, the fire snake lion displayed a grotesque grin, its eyes filled with an almost pitiful gaze directed at Bai Fan, its front paws clasped together as if in supplication. Bai Fan was momentarily bewildered, uncertain of the creature's intentions. A deep growl emitted from the fire snake lion as it gradually lowered itself to the ground. Bai Fan, now even more perplexed, maintained his posture of caution. At that moment, the dragon weasel emerged, emitting a series of chirps and gesturing animatedly. Having spent considerable time with the weasel, Bai Fan was largely able to decipher its movements. It became clear that the fire snake lion was indeed afraid, imploring for mercy, which explained its newfound docility. "Ah, you wish to spare your life? That is conceivable," Bai Fan remarked with a broad smile. The fire snake lion's eyes shimmered with hope, yearning for Bai Fan's leniency. "You must accompany me, or else, haha." Bai Fan's grin was laced with a hint of menace. The fire snake lion hesitated. After all, no beast, especially one of formidable strength, would easily submit. It harbored immense pride and a deep-seated animosity towards Bai Fan, naturally resisting the urge to capitulate. Yet, it was acutely aware that refusal would undoubtedly lead to its demise at Bai Fan's hands. "Consider this carefully. Think of the benefits of following me. I could even provide you with crystals and cores for your cultivation," Bai Fan suggested with a smile. The dragon weasel bounced around, seemingly persuading the fire snake lion as well. The fire snake lion glanced between Bai Fan and the weasel, mulling over its options for an extended period. Bai Fan, exhibiting remarkable patience, continued to watch the creature with a sly expression. Finally, the fire snake lion bowed its head in submission, its eyes reflecting utter compliance. Bai Fan rejoiced, exclaiming, "Excellent. From now on, you shall be called Fire Lion. Offer your soul." The fire snake lion obediently revealed a wisp of its soul, which Bai Fan promptly collected. Should the fire snake lion harbor any treachery, Bai Fan could easily shatter that essence, inflicting grievous harm upon the creature's soul. Chapter 11. Breaking through the boundaries. The day after, Bai Fan sat comfortably atop the back of the evil fire snake lion, embarking on his journey once more. With the serpent guiding the way, encounters with magical beasts were largely unnecessary for Bai Fan to intervene. In the presence of ordinary magical beasts, he preferred to refrain from action, only engaging with those at the martial realm and above, where he could derive valuable experience. Unfortunately, within the outskirts of the demon domain, formidable beasts of the martial realm were exceedingly rare. As the evil fire snake lion galloped through the forest with remarkable steadiness, Bai Fan seized every moment to meditate and cultivate his skills. His strength grew ever more formidable, yet he remained unsatisfied, intensifying his efforts in training. Aware that he had started late, he understood the urgency of his cultivation. Moreover, the image of Yu Yin frequently haunted his mind, leaving him curious about her well-being. As a disciple of the Xian Nu Palace, her prowess was undoubtedly formidable. A singular thought consumed Bai Fan: to surpass Yu Yin and emerge as a prodigy in his own right. He was prepared to make any sacrifice necessary for success. Recently, he felt his internal energy deepening, nearing a breakthrough into the martial realm. Should he succeed in this endeavor, his combat capabilities would increase significantly, rendering him fearless even against large groups of disciples from the Bei Su Palace. Thus, Bai Fan commanded the evil fire snake lion to halt, seeking its protection as he ascended a large tree to commence his cultivation. In his pursuit of a swift breakthrough, Bai Fan even consumed a martial pill. The potency of the pill surged through him upon ingestion, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy within his meridians. A wave of immense pain washed over him, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, initiating the Qin-Yang longevity technique to refine and absorb the energy contained within the pill. Although the Qin-Yang longevity technique was a rudimentary method for cultivating internal energy, its efficacy in refining the pill was slow, and the absorption rate was not high. Regrettably, the more advanced Xian Yao technique could only be practiced at the spirit wisdom realm, which would have expedited the process considerably. It took Bai Fan a full hour to absorb the entirety of a single martial pill, with over half of its spiritual energy wasted in the process. Nevertheless, he distinctly felt his internal energy had increased substantially, yet it still fell short of breaking through the bottleneck. Bai Fan remained unhurried in his approach, for he possessed several martial pills and believed that refining a few more would heighten his chances of success. After consuming one martial pill, he did not immediately take another. Instead, he practiced martial techniques until his internal energy was entirely depleted. With the evil fire snake lion guarding him, Bai Fan felt secure against any interruptions from others or magical beasts, allowing him to train freely. Once his internal energy was exhausted, he resumed cultivating until it was fully restored. Through this repetitive cycle, his internal energy became significantly purer. He understood that excessive consumption of pills without moderation could lead to a chaotic internal energy state, adversely impacting future cultivation. Bai Fan proceeded to consume a second martial pill, continuing the refinement of its potency. This time, the process was considerably quicker, and his internal energy accumulated more profoundly. Still, he did not rush to breach the bottleneck, maintaining the cultivation regimen he had established earlier. Over the span of 2 days, he refined a total of 8 martial pills, dedicating extensive time to each one to ensure his internal energy remained pure before consuming another. By the end of these 2 days, Bai Fan's internal energy surged relentlessly. Having accumulated enough to break through the bottleneck, he adjusted his state to its peak, preparing to confront the threshold. Evil fire snake lion, no matter the circumstance, ensure that I am not disturbed, Bai Fan stated solemnly. The process of breaking through was perilous. The earlier stages posed little risk, but once one reached the martial realm, vigilance was paramount. The greater the power, the higher the stakes. Disturbances were intolerable, which is why most would avoid attempting breakthroughs in the wilderness. Boldly, Bai Fan chose to cultivate and challenge the martial realm's bottleneck within the demon domain, an audacious feat that few would dare to undertake. The dragon mongoose remained ever vigilant nearby, ready to respond to any threats. With all preparations in place, Bai Fan began his cultivation to breach the bottleneck. The Qin-Yang longevity technique operated swiftly, unleashing his internal energy from the Dantian as he directed it toward the barrier. The energy surged forth, continuously impacting the bottleneck, effortlessly overcoming obstacles as if the process were as natural as flowing water. Nevertheless, the endeavor brought immense physical and spiritual agony, demanding unwavering endurance. Without great willpower and courage, the further one advanced, the more challenging it became to breach the threshold. Bai Fan cast aside all suffering. maintaining a tranquil mind as he diligently operated the Qing-Yang longevity technique. For 3 continuous hours, he cultivated, warding off several approaching magical beasts, all of which were deterred by the fearsome presence of the evil fire snake lion. Its strength at the spirit wisdom realm was undoubtedly a dominant force in the outskirts of the demon domain, causing lesser beasts to retreat in terror. At long last, with a resounding boom, his internal energy shattered the final barrier, successfully breaking through the bottleneck. His internal energy swelled grandly, flowing ceaselessly. Bai Fan was overwhelmed with elation. He had finally become a powerful figure within the martial realm. He eagerly anticipated advancing to the spirit wisdom realm, where he could practice the Xinyao technique and enhance his speed. With a triumphant roar, Bai Fan stood up, reveling in his achievement, then descended to the ground. The evil fire snake lion and the dragon mongoose quickly approached him, both displaying expressions of joy. The evil fire snake lion, having followed Bai Fan, naturally wished for his strength to grow ever greater. As for the dragon mongoose, it had come to regard Bai Fan as family, sharing in his happiness without reservation. Let us continue our journey. With newfound confidence and a shifting demeanor, Bai Fan mounted the evil fire snake lion once more, while the dragon mongoose leaped alongside him. And the serpent strode forward with purpose. Bai Fan had no specific destination in mind, even losing track of time. He was not concerned whether a month had passed. His purpose was to hone his skills, and he would leave once he sensed that the outskirts of the demon domain no longer offered opportunities for growth. To undertake training in the demon domain, a minimum stay of 1 month was mandated, with no maximum limit imposed. Having recently broken through, Bai Fan sought formidable opponents to practice against and solidify his newfound realm. Magical beasts found themselves unfortunate victims of their encounters with him, regardless of their strength. As both the evil fire snake lion and Bai Fan dispatched them with ease, collecting their remains in the Tianyuan ring. Though Bai Fan possessed 5 Chinquan bags, their limited space hindered substantial storage of magical beast corpses. With the evil fire snake lion accompanying him, he no longer intended to sell the remains. The serpent had a hearty appetite and required ample provisions. As it was the serpent's meal, it exerted itself diligently, searching for magical beasts, even pursuing groups without hesitation. Bai Fan, in pursuit of formidable adversaries, allowed the evil fire snake lion to charge forward unrestrained. The evil fire snake lion thrived in this pursuit, while other magical beasts faced dire misfortune. Along their journey, Bai Fan and his companions encountered numerous young humans, all engaged in training within the outskirts of the demon domain. Upon sighting the evil fire snake lion, they were rendered immobile with fear. Witnessing a youth atop the beast, they were struck with astonishment, their emotions a mixture of envy, jealousy, and awe directed at Bai Fan. Bai Fan had no interest in confronting these individuals. They were all prodigious talents from various sects, and making enemies of them would be unwise. As the evil fire snake lion swept past them like a gust of wind, the onlookers remained in shock. After a considerable time, they regained their senses and began to murmur amongst themselves. What manner of magical beast is this? Its aura is so powerful that I can hardly move. That is the evil fire snake lion, a beast of remarkable combat prowess. I wonder how that human managed to tame it. He must be extraordinarily fortunate. If he tamed it himself, he is truly formidable. Indeed. What sect or faction does he belong to? It is said that Xian Wuji ranks first on the 9 Nether Hidden Dragon list. Do you think this youth has the potential to surpass him? The likelihood is slim. After all, Xian Wuji has held the top position for several years. This youth appears too young for comparison. Perhaps given a few years, he may stand a chance. Moreover, the evil fire snake lion possesses immense growth potential and formidable combat capability should it ascend to the transformation realm. It could even contend with experts of the spirit-nourishing realm. Bai Fan was oblivious to the discussions of those around him. The infernal fire serpent lion had already darted far away at an astonishing speed. The origin of the demonic realm remains shrouded in mystery, cloaked in numerous legends, one of which suggests it was an ancient battlefield. Countless grievances have soared to the heavens, and for millennia, none dared to approach. Over time, towering trees have flourished, and the realm has become increasingly populated by wild beasts, demonic creatures, and supernatural beings, ultimately giving rise to the demonic realm. However, the ancient era lies far beyond our current grasp, devoid of any written records, rendering the legends unverifiable. Furthermore, the demonic realm today is devoid of grievances, its spiritual energy even more potent than that of the outside world. For reasons unknown, humans cannot engage in prolonged cultivation within the demonic realm, as it induces a state of fury, even leading to madness. The demonic beasts and supernatural creatures within are inherently more ferocious than those found elsewhere. Yet they do not succumb to madness. Thus, various human factions have refrained from vying for this coveted land, unanimously designating it as a training ground. Do malevolent energies and grievances truly exist? Many express skepticism, yet none can provide evidence. Fan has perused numerous legends on this topic, dismissing them with a chuckle. Thousands of years have passed, and countless individuals have sought to validate the notion that this is indeed an ancient battlefield, yet none have gleaned any insights. Delving into such a legend would be an exercise in futility. Fan understands that he is but a minor character, and as such, he possesses the awareness that his focus should be on enhancing his strength. Even if the demonic realm were a repository of ancient treasures, it is beyond the reach of someone like him. It is far more prudent to engage in diligent cultivation. Roar! The infernal fire serpent lion dispatched a demonic tiger, issuing a triumphant roar. Recently, the infernal fire serpent lion has become increasingly animated. It feels that following Fan is, indeed, a commendable choice. Unlike before, when it merely indulged in eating and sleeping, now it finds itself exhilarated. Born for battle, the infernal fire serpent lion thrives on excitement and combat. Its only grievance lies in encountering formidable demonic beasts, as Fan often strikes first, leaving the infernal fire serpent lion unfulfilled. Suddenly, from deep within the outskirts of the demonic realm, a torrent of violent energy erupted, saturating the air with malevolence. Fan felt as though his heart had nearly ceased to beat. Even the infernal fire serpent lion trembled in trepidation. What is this? Fan was utterly astounded. Not only he but also the disciples training in the periphery of the demonic realm and the demonic beast sensed it. Chapter 12. The Malevolent Aura Without Hesitation. Fan swiftly commandeered the infernal fire serpent lion, racing towards the epicenter of the malevolent aura explosion. Recently, it had become increasingly difficult for Fan to find worthy opponents, making this an opportune moment for exploration. Along the way, he altered his appearance to avoid recognition by the disciples of the North Sun Palace, thereby circumventing unnecessary complications. It was not that Fan feared the disciples. Rather, he wished to expedite his inquiry into the cause of the malevolent aura eruption. He sensed that the source of this malevolent energy was far from ordinary. Could the demon realm truly be an ancient battlefield? The thought left Fan astounded. In ancient times, powerful entities thrived, wielding numerous formidable spiritual artifacts and even celestial tools. Should this place indeed be an ancient battlefield, discovering fragments of celestial artifacts would be nothing short of extraordinary. In the present day, the major worlds had deteriorated, and the strong from the celestial spirit realm had nearly vanished, taking their celestial artifacts with them, leaving only a handful of super sects to wield these treasures to govern fate. Lost in excitement, Fan urged the infernal fire serpent lion to accelerate further. The creature, equally intrigued by the malevolent aura, exerted itself as it ran. Along the route, numerous human youths and magical beasts rushed towards the center of the malevolent aura explosion. No one dared engage in battle. Reaching their destination was paramount. Observing these hurried figures, Fan felt a twinge of admiration. Especially notable were the many magical beasts of formidable rank, which made Fan realize that he had not encountered any powerful beasts simply because he had traversed narrow paths. Or perhaps the mightier creatures were concealing themselves. These hidden magical beasts had undoubtedly been roused, signaling an impending fierce battle. Fan was exhilarated. He need no longer toil to seek out adversaries. Although he encountered several human powerhouses, few, if any, sat atop magical beasts like he did. Especially given the overwhelming strength of the infernal fire serpent lion, which drew considerable attention. As Fan and the infernal fire serpent lion glided like a gust of wind, they inevitably captured the gaze of both human experts and magical beasts. The epicenter of the malevolent aura lay at the deepest reaches of the demon realm, approaching its second layer. With the assistance of the infernal fire serpent lion, Fan soon arrived at his destination. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Towering trees stood withered, and a vast expanse of vegetation had turned a charred yellow. Here, the malevolent aura was potent, albeit less violent than during its initial eruption. A multitude of humans and magical beasts had gathered, yet none dared to venture into the heart of the malevolent aura. The rapid desiccation of the towering trees illustrated the formidable nature of the aura, dissuading anyone from risking their safety. No one knew what had transpired or how the malevolent aura had manifested, nor did they have an inkling of its source. A sense of bewilderment filled their hearts. Yet curiosity kept them at bay, awaiting a brave soul to take the plunge. As Fan stepped into this area, he felt the dual-colored miraculous lotus within him stir, particularly the black lotus, which seemed especially animated. Compelled by the urging of the dual-colored miraculous lotus, Fan unexpectedly leaped off the infernal fire serpent lion and made his way towards the shroud of malevolent aura. At that moment, he felt as if he were being led by the lotus, unable to exert control over his own body. Greedy ferret, infernal fire lion, wait for me outside. Do not enter, Fan commanded, biting his tongue to regain a moment of clarity. Upon stepping into the encroaching malevolent aura, Fan felt its insidious tendrils begin to invade his body. He could not allow the ferret and the infernal fire serpent lion to take such risks. The infernal fire serpent lion, eager to enter, heeded Fan's command and promptly retreated. The greedy ferret, torn between curiosity and fear, darted anxiously, hesitating to step forward. With measured steps, Fan advanced deeper into the heart of the malevolent aura. All eyes, both human and beast, were fixed upon him, relieved to have a pathfinder emerge. As Fan penetrated 20 meters into the aura without incident, some humans and beasts could no longer contain their trepidation and, emboldened, ventured into the shrouded realm. A chorus of agonizing screams erupted as those who entered were assailed by the malevolent aura, driven to the brink of madness. In a horrifying display, 6 human experts succumbed to madness, flailing wildly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Those who had yet to enter gasped in horror, grateful for their restraint. The magical beasts, equally intimidated, retreated to maintain a safe distance from the malevolent aura. The infernal fire serpent lion and the greedy ferret, astute as ever, understood that the humans and beasts could not find trouble with Fan but might instead seek to confront them. Thus, as the screams echoed, they distanced themselves swiftly and concealed their presence. What's with that guy? He's gone nearly 30 meters in without a hitch. One human exclaimed in anger. Indeed, we must devise a strategy. Otherwise, he will claim all the rewards for himself, another added, urgency palpable in their tone. Outside, the humans grew frantic, while the magical beasts remained eerily quiet, seemingly biding their time. Observing Fan's continued advancement without incident, their astonishment grew. Remarkable. He treats the malevolent aura as if it were inconsequential, one individual marveled. He must possess some artifact capable of warding off the aura, otherwise he would have succumbed to madness long ago. A human powerhouse retorted, clearly envious. Does anyone know the exact location of the malevolent aura's epicenter? Surely treasures await us there. We cannot afford to remain idle. One voice boomed, desperation creeping in. Who possesses calming elixirs? I am willing to pay handsomely. Another shouted. Instantly, those with such elixirs were galvanized into action, consuming their potions and advancing towards the malevolent aura with renewed vigor. Perhaps the aura had thinned, or the elixirs were effective. Those who had ingested the potions ventured 10 meters deeper without incident. Hey, do you have any more elixirs? I'll pay a premium. Those without calming elixirs clamored anxiously. I'll offer 100 crystal stones for a single elixir. Who has won? I'll take them all. 100 crystal stones is nothing. I would wager my entire fortune for just one elixir. Who is willing to sell? Indeed, many individuals possessed calming elixirs, though their timidity had kept them from entering the malevolent aura. Now, with the prospect of fortune looming, they were unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. I have a calming elixir. Act quickly, the highest bidder wins. One human proclaimed, brandishing the potion. In an instant, a throng encircled him, bidding fervently, and the elixir swiftly changed hands. Such scenes unfolded in various locales, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Meanwhile, magical beasts gathered on the opposite side, remaining silent, as if awaiting their moment. Those who obtained the elixirs promptly consumed them before charging into the malevolent aura. As Fan delved deeper, he gradually vanished from the sight of the crowd, having penetrated at least several hundred meters. The further he ventured inward, the more intense the malevolent and spiritual energies became. The bicolored extraordinary lotus thrived, eagerly absorbing these energies. With little to occupy his mind, Fan turned his gaze inward and noticed that the lotus had become increasingly lustrous. Moreover, a small protrusion began to emerge at the center of its petals, resembling a budding seed pod. It was just making its appearance, yet curiously, the flower showed no signs of wilting, only growing more vibrant. Filled with curiosity, Bai Fan yearned to witness any further transformations of the bicolored extraordinary lotus. However, progressing from this point proved exceedingly arduous, primarily due to the mounting pressure. He was compelled to take a step, pause for a moment to rest, allowing the lotus to absorb the surrounding energies before continuing onward. As for the source of the malevolent energy, Bai Fan had yet to encounter it and was uncertain how much further it lay ahead. Outside, numerous individuals had ventured into the malevolent energy zone, and as they delved deeper, the intensity of the energy increased. Many astute individuals began to withdraw, while others, unwilling to concede, pressed on. This was especially true for those who had expended significant sums on tranquilizing elixirs, who found it difficult to relinquish their pursuit. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters, those who remained outside watched anxiously, even more tense than if they themselves were inside. Were they all succumbing to madness? Many silently prayed for their safety. When a human formidable being ventured 25 meters in, he suddenly erupted into a frenzy, screaming wildly as he tore at his clothing and hair. Alas, he has succumbed to madness. Those still within the malevolent energy zone hastily halted, feeling disheartened. With someone having succumbed to madness once more, who dared to proceed further? Among them was an individual who had exhausted all his resources to acquire a single elixir. Unwilling to abandon his quest, he took a few more steps forward. Yet, learning from the past, he too fell victim to madness and perished. This time, no one hesitated any longer. All who had entered withdrew, and those who had been contemplating entry halted their advance. Those who had opted to sell elixirs were elated, secretly reveling in their fortune. What had transpired with that individual earlier? It was astonishing. He seemed unafraid of the encroaching malevolent energy. Let us observe the situation for now. If it becomes dire, we shall immediately report this to our superiors and see how they will respond. Everyone made a mental note of that individual's appearance. Should he emerge alive, they would find a way to intercept him. These individuals were eager to ascertain Bai Fan's condition, yet regrettably, he had already moved far beyond their sight. Chapter 13. A host of powerful beings enter suddenly. The periphery of the demon realm was engulfed in an overwhelming aura of malevolence, creating a significant commotion that was witnessed by most of the inhabitants of Shiguan Town, as well as those in the second layer of the demon realm. However, the periphery was separated from the second layer by prohibitive barriers, preventing the latter's inhabitants from entering and simultaneously safeguarding against the entry of formidable beasts from the second layer into the outer realm. The emergence of this ominous aura was an omen. Some individuals' expressions changed dramatically as they murmured in disbelief. Such dense malevolence at the periphery, could the legends be true? Many entertained this thought, realizing that the appearance of this aura signified the potential reemergence of the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield, where countless powerful beings perished, undoubtedly harbored numerous treasures, stirring the desires of many. The reappearance of the ancient battlefield could very well mean the emergence of fragments of divine artifacts. Everyone should venture forth to witness this phenomenon. As soon as the phrase fragments of divine artifacts was uttered, the attendees were instantly electrified. Divine artifacts. Those were weapons of unfathomable might, with only one known to exist in the vast universe, named the Taiji Seal, currently in the possession of the foremost sect, the Yuanshi sect. It was rumored that divine artifacts possessed the power to upheave the very heavens and seas. The Yuanshi sect seldom utilized the divine artifact, reserving it solely for the suppression of fortune. Even fragments of divine artifacts bore an incomparable power, far surpassing that of ordinary spiritual tools, which were already exceedingly precious within the celestial realm. Faced with the prospect of divine artifact fragments, it was unlikely that anyone could remain indifferent. Instantaneously, the crowd surged towards the designated area for purchasing tokens, eager to acquire permission to enter the periphery of the demon realm. This phenomenon was not isolated to a single location. Nearly the entirety of Shiguan Town was stirred into action. Those responsible for selling the tokens were initially reluctant to cater to these individuals, as they were predominantly powerful practitioners accustomed to the second and third layers of the demon realm. However, they could not withstand the pressure exerted by the multitude and, in resignation, sold the tokens for the outer realm. At least several thousand powerful beings from Shiguan Town procured tokens and entered the periphery of the demon realm, hastening towards the source of the malevolent aura. These individuals employed various extraordinary techniques, some utilizing speed-enhancing treasures like the divine movement talismans, all striving to reach the destination swiftly. Of course, some were more cautious, refraining from recklessly charging forth. If it were truly the ancient battlefield, it would undoubtedly not be easy to traverse. Bai Fan was unaware of how far he had wandered. With each step, he had to pause to absorb the malevolent and spiritual energies. A process that took roughly 20 minutes and was only increasing in duration. The malevolent and spiritual energies grew increasingly turbulent, making Bai Fan exceedingly uncomfortable. Were it not for his body being under the control of the dual-colored Wonder Lotus, he would have long since fled. The infusion of malevolence was far from pleasant. And even with the protection of the dual-colored Wonder Lotus, Bai Fan endured considerable agony, unable to assist in absorbing the energies. He found himself helplessly observing the changes in the lotus from time to time. Having absorbed a significant amount of malevolence and spiritual energy, the petals of the dual-colored Wonder Lotus expanded and became increasingly vibrant. Within its core, the seed pod was also enlarging, nearing completion. The seed pod, too, bore the dual colors of black and white, resembling a Taiji diagram. 18 hollows adorned the pod, equally divided in color, yet still devoid of seeds. Though the seed pod remained diminutive compared to the flower, it was steadily growing larger, which should be a positive development, or so Bai Fan hoped. He could not definitively ascertain the nature of the situation. He could only proceed step by step. The fact that the dual-colored Wonder Lotus was concealed within him left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Thus far, no adverse occurrences had transpired, providing him with some measure of reassurance. As the seed pod began to form, the rate at which the dual-colored Wonder Lotus absorbed malevolence and spiritual energy increased significantly. Bai Fan could distinctly sense the energies coalescing into an ever-expanding vortex, surging into his being. Could this truly be the ancient battlefield? Otherwise, how could such a dense concentration of malevolence and spiritual energy exist? Though Bai Fan could not control his body, his thoughts remained active. He felt a burgeoning anticipation, wondering about the source of the malevolence and spiritual energy and whether it concealed countless treasures. Simultaneously, he maintained a watchful eye behind him, ready to detect if anyone pursued. To his surprise, amidst the throngs of humans and beasts, not a single entity followed. Outside, those more anxious than Bai Fan were left in a state of unease. He had been inside for nearly 3 hours without any sign of activity. Was he alive or dead? All were keenly focused on this question, including the beasts. They secretly hoped for Bai Fan's demise. The thought of him claiming all the spoils alone was unacceptable. What should we do? That individual has been inside for so long. He must have already claimed everything. One voice expressed concern. It cannot be. There remains a considerable distance from the center of the malevolence. He cannot possibly approach swiftly. The deeper one goes, the more intense the malevolence. Perhaps he has succumbed to it and perished. Indeed, it is likely he has died after such a long time inside. No one wished for Bai Fan to still be alive. These individuals could not venture deeper themselves, nor would they allow anyone else to surpass them. They were all prodigies from various sects, proud and competitive, unwilling to accept inferiority. Should anyone rise above them, they would stop at nothing to eliminate the rival. As these individuals anxiously awaited, a group of formidable beings suddenly appeared, exuding an unparalleled aura, at least at the rebirth stage. As soon as these individuals touched down, more strong figures arrived in succession. The beasts trembled in fear and scurried away, no longer daring to linger. However, these human warriors appeared solely focused on the malevolence, not even casting a glance at the retreating beasts. "Can someone explain the situation regarding the malevolence?" inquired a strikingly handsome man. He was a formidable warrior of the rebirth stage, and as he surveyed the scene, the earlier humans lowered their heads in trepidation. One human, trembling in fear, stepped forward, saying, "My lord, the malevolence is exceedingly fierce. We dare not venture deeper, for doing so would lead to madness and death. However, what is it? Speak quickly. My lord, there is one individual who seems undeterred by the malevolence. He has been inside for 3 hours and has shown no sign of movement." "What?" The handsome man gasped in astonishment. "My lord, it is true. Everyone can bear witness. One individual has indeed been inside for quite some time, and we are oblivious to their fate." That individual ignored the malevolence and advanced with remarkable speed. The crowd began to murmur excitedly. In a matter of moments, the area outside the malevolent zone was filled with hundreds of powerful beings, with many more arriving in haste. "Let us enter the malevolent zone and investigate." Finally, some of the later arrivals could no longer contain their curiosity and prepared to explore. A warrior leaped forward, covering 10 meters into the malevolent zone, and boldly strode ahead, seemingly unaffected by the malevolence. Upon reaching the spiritual enlightenment stage, one undergoes a transformational shift. experiencing a qualitative leap in spirit and vitality alongside a significant enhancement of wisdom. The spiritual enlightenment stage represents a monumental threshold. Many fail to cross it. Once one surpasses the spiritual enlightenment stage to enter the transformational stage, it becomes considerably easier. Overcoming the rebirth stage is another significant hurdle. Internal energy transforms into spiritual energy, and there are substantial enhancements to the spirit, vitality, and consciousness more thorough and intense than the transformations experienced in the spiritual enlightenment stage. Therefore, those at the rebirth stage possess a resilience against malevolence that far surpasses that of individuals below the spiritual enlightenment stage, with one individual leading the charge. Others who considered themselves to possess considerable strength followed suit, entering the malevolent zone with haste, eager not to lag behind. The later arrivals to the periphery of the demon realm were predominantly warriors of the rebirth stage, as those below the spiritual enlightenment stage exhibited self-awareness, recognizing the overwhelming presence of powerful beings and opting to abandon their opportunity to enter. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. The first few formidable individuals have already delved 50 meters deep, their pace noticeably slowing as they contend with the increasingly potent malevolent aura. However, thus far, no one has succumbed to madness. After a brief interval, thousands of powerful beings have nearly all reached the periphery of the malevolent energy zone. Observing the throngs entering, the newcomers, unaware of the circumstances, boldly rushed in. They had already fallen behind and could not afford to lag further. These formidable beings are truly impressive. They exhibit no fear of the corruptive aura. One wonders when we might cultivate to such a level. It is premature to claim immunity from the malevolent energy's encroachment. The deeper one ventures, the more formidable it becomes. Let us continue to observe, for it seems a spectacle is imminent. One individual appeared self-assured. No sooner had he spoken than, as if to validate his assertion, a sudden scream pierced the air. A practitioner at the spiritual wisdom stage was seen rolling on the ground, clutching his head in agony. This is dire. He has fallen into madness. Almost everyone halted in their tracks. The afflicted had a few companions who attempted to rescue him, yet he had succumbed to frenzy, indiscriminately attacking those around him. After a brief struggle, he bled from all 7 orifices and collapsed lifelessly. Everyone, be cautious. The malevolent energy grows stronger. Those lacking sufficient strength should withdraw. A practitioner at the transcendent stage warned loudly. Many individuals below the transcendent stage retreated, unwilling to risk madness and death. The transcendence practitioners, renowned for their skill and boldness, chose to remain. Naturally, some below the transcendent stage, emboldened by hidden trump cards, resolved to press on. The legends of the ancient battlefield are irresistibly alluring. A temptation few can resist. After one individual fell into madness, the others slowed their pace, becoming increasingly cautious. During this time, some felt overwhelmed by the corruptive energy and quickly withdrew, feeling unwell but at least avoiding madness. Another has succumbed to frenzy. Confident in his formidable strength and possessing life-saving measures, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The insidious encroachment of the malevolent energy is intangible. Before he could employ his trump card, he too fell into madness. The screams echoed into the ears of those within the malevolent energy zone, chilling their hearts and sending shivers down their spines, prompting many to withdraw. Soon, fewer than 300 chose to continue, each proceeding with utmost caution. And from time to time, individuals opted to retreat. Chapter 14. The black and white lotus seeds by Fan was entirely oblivious to the multitude of powerful beings that had arrived outside. He was merely advancing step by step under the manipulation of the 2-colored miraculous lotus. He had no notion of when this journey would culminate, surrendering himself to fate, comforted by the fact that the lotus bore no ill intentions toward him. Yet, his optimism was unwavering, and he found himself increasingly intrigued by the source of the malevolent energy surrounding him. As time passed, Fan attentively observed the changes in the miraculous lotus, and before long, he noticed 2 small seeds, one black and one white, had appeared in the lotus pod, each no larger than a grain of rice. Could it truly be that the lotus was on the verge of producing seeds? He pondered whether these seeds could be consumed. Evidently, the seeds were birthed from the substantial absorption of malevolent and spiritual energies, and they continued to grow. The miraculous lotus was accelerating its absorption, yet Fan's progress was gradually decelerating. A tempest of malevolent and spiritual energies had formed, causing even the withered leaves to dance in the air. Occasionally, these leaves struck Fan's face, causing a faint stinging sensation. The fact that he could still feel pain filled him with joy, for it indicated that his body remained his own. Look, there are indeed people ahead, and they are still alive. A voice exclaimed from behind, and Bai Fan heard it clearly. Oh no, someone has arrived. I cannot move at all. What if they decide to attack? Panic surged within him. If he could control himself, he would have felt no fear. A few formidable figures slowly approached from behind, still over 200 meters away, but they had spotted Bai Fan's silhouette. At this moment, out of several hundred powerful beings, only 13 remained steadfast, the majority having been eliminated, with many falling into madness. Each of these 13 was a remarkable individual of the Transcendence realm, and they soon caught sight of Bai Fan. That lad has not moved at all. What could be the situation? He has been still for quite some time. Could he be dead? Nevertheless, reaching this point is quite an achievement. I heard he is merely a junior of the martial courage realm. Is that true? The martial courage realm? Impossible. Those outside must have misjudged. Or he is merely playing the fool. We are already Transcendence realm experts, and yet we can barely progress this far. One of the powerful figures scoffed. Indeed, each of them was a master, but after entering the area saturated with malevolent energy, they found themselves at a standstill. The person ahead had traversed an additional 200 meters compared to them. How could he possibly be a mere junior of the martial courage realm? It should be noted that just moments ago, several Transcendence realm experts had succumbed to madness, and no one believed that a martial courage junior could venture this far. The pressure is mounting. We may not be able to advance much further. One side. Indeed, the malevolent energy is too potent. It seems only a master of the divine ability realm could investigate the source of this energy. Otherwise, we should retreat and allow the higher-ups from our sect to explore. After all, any potential rewards would not be ours to claim. The 13 powerful beings began to entertain thoughts of retreat, unwilling to risk their lives. Look, that individual has not perished. He has taken a step. One exclaimed, astonished. All 12 powerful beings turned their attention to Bai Fan, witnessing him standing firm, their mouths agape in disbelief. After a moment, one of them remarked in astonishment, could he be a master of the divine ability realm? There is a strong possibility, otherwise he could not have advanced so far. But why would a divine ability master venture to the outskirts of the demon domain? The group fell silent, each pondering the implications. Regardless, I must return and report to the higher-ups of my sect. I shall take my leave now. What about you? Since you are leaving, we shall all withdraw. The individual who spoke was clearly struggling, indicating he would soon exit. The source of the malevolent energy was still quite distant. He would not reach it. One by one, they withdrew, and as they left the malevolent energy zone, they were thoroughly drenched. At last, we are out. If we had lingered any longer, we would have perished. One of them exhaled deeply. Everyone, what transpired within? Many gathered around, eager for news. Yet, the 13 powerful beings who emerged remained tight-lipped, having gleaned no information. They hastily sought to depart, clearly intent on leaving the outskirts of the demon domain. Many astute individuals followed suit, having concluded that if they could not penetrate the central area, remaining there would be a futile endeavor. In a matter of moments, the number of human cultivators surrounding the malevolent energy zone dwindled to less than 100, composed solely of disciples from various sects left behind to observe the situation. Bai Fan was concerned for those powerful beings behind him, only to realize they had chosen to depart, leaving him perplexed. He had no time to contemplate this, as he was now struggling against the encroaching malevolent energy. Even with the protection of the two-colored miraculous lotus, the energy continued to assault his soul, causing him immense suffering. Grandfather Holy Lotus, spare me. I do not wish to perish yet. Bai Fan could only beseech inwardly. However, the two-colored miraculous lotus evidently had not yet absorbed enough malevolent and spiritual energies, showing no signs of retreat. Bai Fan had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the overwhelming agony, the torment of his soul, the anguish of his mind. The pressure on his spirit, almost driving him to madness. Madness would be a welcome relief, a way to escape the torment. To his surprise, his consciousness remained remarkably lucid. Even amidst the pain, he yearned to unleash a primal scream to vent his suffering, yet no sound escaped his lips. Endure. Bai Fan had become adept at enduring. A little more suffering would be inconsequential. But the intensity of this agony was unbearable. He genuinely wished to faint. Fainting would be the epitome of bliss. The two-colored miraculous lotus continued to guide Bai Fan forward. But soon, not only was his soul tormented, his physical body began to feel the impact as well. Perhaps due to the excessive absorption of malevolent and spiritual energies, some of it remained within Bai Fan's body, wreaking havoc and rupturing numerous meridians. Bai Fan was besieged by dual suffering, pushing him to his limits. Suddenly, the techniques he had learned from the Golden Silken Jade book began to operate autonomously, initiating the process of refining the malevolent and spiritual energies, tempering his flesh. Bai Fan was astonished, momentarily forgetting his pain as he closely observed the operation of the technique. The techniques inscribed within the Golden Silken Jade book were truly formidable, skillfully amalgamating the invading energies and relentlessly striking at his body, inadvertently aiding Bai Fan in tempering his physique. He could distinctly feel his physical strength augmenting, an exhilarating sensation that made him cast aside his suffering. At this juncture, Bai Fan was in no rush to exit. As long as he could enhance his strength, he was willing to endure any torment. What did it matter if he was drenched, or if his head felt as if it might explode? As long as he did not perish, he would embrace the opportunity for cultivation. Regrettably, the Qingyang longevity technique was too rudimentary to operate independently. Otherwise, Bai Fan would have wished to experiment with cultivating his inner energy here. Alas, he could not control his body, nor could he practice the technique. The two-colored miraculous lotus was hastening its absorption of malevolent and spiritual energies. The seeds were gradually enlarging, and the lotus pod was likewise expanding. All of this transpired slowly, time slipping by, and Bai Fan had lost track of how long he had remained inside. Suddenly, a resounding roar of a tiger jolted Bai Fan from his thoughts, and he quickly ceased his introspection. A colossal black tiger materialized before him, not far away, its eyes glowing crimson, as if it had succumbed to madness. Upon spotting Bai Fan, the black tiger let out several roars and lunged directly at him. The tiger exuded a formidable presence, even surpassing that of the infernal fire serpent lion. Bai Fan summoned all his strength, attempting to evade, yet his body betrayed him. It was over. Bai Fan shut his eyes, having done all he could. Just as the tiger's gaping maw approached Bai Fan's head, it abruptly halted, suspended mid-air, thrashing about in a futile struggle. Upon opening his eyes, Bai Fan discovered that the black tiger was ensnared by a web woven from black silk, rendering it immobile. In an instant, the creature let out a pained howl, its form beginning to vanish before his very eyes, leaving behind only a pile of white bones. A wave of nausea washed over Bai Fan. Before long, even the skeletal remains dissipated, and the black silk strands fragmented, retreating into Bai Fan's own body. He felt a numbing sensation, as if the black silk had grown increasingly potent. He surmised, albeit vaguely, that the black silk was intertwined with the dual-colored miraculous lotus within him. However, a glimmer of joy arose within him, for this was sufficient proof that a force within him was safeguarding him, manifesting at critical moments. Bai Fan hastily turned his attention inward, eager to discern the truth. The dual-colored miraculous lotus continued to absorb malevolent and spiritual energy, remaining unchanged. Time slipped away, and Bai Fan felt his physical power surge to the level of 6 cloud stones, now on par with his internal cultivation. What splendid news! He could now contend with formidable opponents of the giant force realm. Elation surged within him. Furthermore, he discovered that the initial 2 lotus seeds had become plump and full, indistinguishable from mature seeds. 2 more voids emerged, one white and one black, heralding the birth of additional lotus seeds. The cascade of delightful surprises caused Bai Fan to momentarily forget his agony. Were it not for the lack of control over himself, he might have cried out in triumph. Deeply immersed in this experience, Bai Fan felt as though he were being swept away by a whirlwind of malevolent and spiritual energy. The wind lashed against his face like a blade. The dual-colored miraculous lotus seemed like an abyss, having absorbed an unfathomable amount of malevolent and spiritual energy, enough to overwhelm countless masters of the divine ability realm, yet its transformation remained minimal. Aside from the addition of 1 lotus pod and 2 seeds, nothing remarkable appeared to have changed. Suck it in. Absorb it, he urged, as long as he was not overwhelmed by the energy. Bai Fan found himself indifferent to the relentless, piercing pain, rendering him somewhat immune to it. His interest in the source of the malevolent energy had waned significantly. The external torment was already unbearable, and the source must be even worse. He surmised that merely approaching it would result in being torn apart by the cyclone of energy. To seek benefits from such a venture was but a dream. Presently, Bai Fan yearned for the dual-colored miraculous lotus to quickly saturate itself with malevolent and spiritual energy. So he could depart swiftly. He was already quite content with his newfound strength. Greed could lead to ruin, and one must be wary of the consequences of excessive desire. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, He once again heard human voices. More powerful beings had arrived, making it seemingly difficult to escape. The newcomers were likely formidable, for only those with exceptional strength dared to venture deeper. The previous entrants had all been masters of the rebirth stage. The strength of those now arriving could not be underestimated. "It is you, greedy creature, who has brought this plight upon me," Bai Fan lamented inwardly, filled with profound frustration. Chapter 15. Ascending to great heights indeed. There was a youth at the center of the malevolent aura, quite impressive. One individual exclaimed. A man with a goatee furrowed his brow and remarked, "This person is not afraid of the corrosive energies, having remained here for so long. Could he be practicing some nefarious technique? The malevolent aura is genuinely formidable. We are all compelled to utilize our energy to resist it. His ability to endure for over a day within this realm is certainly suspect." Bai Fan could clearly hear the conversation of those behind him, and a wave of frustration washed over him. Who have I offended to be branded as a disciple of the demonic path, practicing sinister arts? How absurd. He could only ponder these thoughts in silence, unable to voice a defense. Even if he could articulate his situation, it would be futile, impossible to convey in words. Bai Fan felt helpless. He could only hope that these formidable beings would not target him. He was curious to see whether this young man truly possessed extraordinary capabilities. As he seemed quite remarkable, he wondered which sect this disciple belonged to. Soon, Bai Fan heard the sound of light footsteps approaching, not just one but several individuals, moving with remarkable speed. These were indeed true powerhouses, unafraid of the malevolent aura, capable of striding purposefully through its domain. Bai Fan's heart raced, fearing that these individuals might dismiss him without a thought. Suddenly, a cry of anguish erupted from the fastest among them, who staggered back several steps. This boy is truly uncanny. The malevolent aura here is dozens of times denser than elsewhere. I nearly succumbed to its influence, yet he remains unscathed. The other two powerful beings who followed tested the aura for themselves, confirming the previous man's claims, their astonishment palpable. This is too eerie. Could he genuinely be harnessing the malevolent aura to cultivate a formidable dark technique? Initially spoken in jest, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the more than 10 powerful individuals present. If he were indeed practicing such dark arts, it would be tyrannical, should he succeed. The disciples of the righteous path could face dire consequences. Before long, the group of powerful figures had surrounded Bai Fan, each one testing the aura's intensity, but daring not to approach him any closer. The dual-colored extraordinary lotus absorbed vast amounts of both malevolent and spiritual energy, creating a colossal vortex around Bai Fan, where the energies raged uncontrollably, even overwhelming the seasoned practitioners. Remember this person's visage. We must find him after we exit. If he truly practices dark arts, we must find a way to eliminate him, one of the powerful beings stated. Bai Fan found himself at a loss for words. Yet he took solace in the fact that he had altered his appearance, allowing him to breathe a little easier. The practitioners of divine transcendence were among the elite within a sect like the Qingyang sect, and if they set their sights on him, his future would be fraught with peril. Let us proceed further. I wonder if this is the ancient battlefield? Another suggested. Agreed. Everyone, be cautious, came the response. The group of more than 10 powerful beings departed, their camaraderie apparent in their conversation. Bai Fan understood well that should these individuals belong to different sects, the discovery of an ancient battlefield, especially one containing treasures, could lead to ruthless conflict. Even those from the same sect would resort to violence should treasures be unveiled. Such is the cruelty of this world, where one must remain vigilant even against those closest to them. Old geezers, I hope a wealth of treasures awaits ahead. And you may fight among yourselves, Bai Fan mused inwardly. After a moment of alarm, Bai Fan's heart began to settle. Divine transcendence practitioners were indeed significant figures within the entire Nine Nether City, and Bai Fan was regarded as little more than an insect in their eyes. He had no inclination to confront such formidable beings. He sought to avoid courting disaster. In his heart, he vowed, just wait. I will surpass you all and trample you underfoot, allowing you to experience the might of my invincible stench. Before long, the group of powerful beings had vanished into the distance, leaving Bai Fan standing alone. The incantations inscribed within the golden silk jade book activated rapidly, refining his physique and augmenting his strength. His spirit, vitality, and essence became increasingly robust and resilient under the relentless pressure of the malevolent aura. The two new lotus seeds sprouting from the pod gradually grew, soon reaching the size of grains of rice. Oh, dual-colored extraordinary lotus, I implore you. Conclude your feast on the malevolent and spiritual energies before those practitioners return. Otherwise, I shall find myself in a great deal of trouble, Bai Fan thought, yearning to escape. Temporarily placing the enhancement of his strength aside. Strength could be cultivated over time, but if he lost his life, what good would that strength be? Boom. A tremendous noise shook the heavens and the earth. The deafening reverberation nearly sent Bai Fan flying, his ears ringing painfully, rendering him momentarily deaf. Those old men had finally stirred up trouble. Why must they drag him into their chaos? Bai Fan's heart brimmed with resentment. Yet, this was far from over. Following the explosive blast, a colossal whirlwind formed. This time, Bai Fan could not evade it and was swept up into the sky. The gust carried numerous stones and trees. Bombarding him incessantly, he became a mere punching bag. With no means to evade, he could only shield his head with his arms, protecting vital areas. Had it not been for the rigorous honing of his body during this time, he might have succumbed to the violent impacts. Especially since he could not mobilize his inner essence for protection, he would have surely faced doom. Bai Fan was lifted higher and higher, oblivious to where the whirlwind might take him. The dual-colored extraordinary lotus continued its insatiable consumption of malevolent and spiritual energies, showing no signs of relinquishing control of Bai Fan's body. He could only submit to fate, unable to move even an inch, carried away by the tempest. He wondered what calamity those old men had unleashed to create such a commotion, and whether they had survived. Time passed, and he had no idea how long he had been airborne, during which he was struck unconscious multiple times by the debris of stones and tree remnants. Each time he lost consciousness, he was jolted awake again, enduring inhuman suffering. Bai Fan's nerves were exceptionally resilient. He did not utter a single sound, bearing all the pain in silence. At last, Bai Fan descended, his body feeling as though it were in pieces, with countless fractures he could not even begin to count. Unable to move, he waited for his strength to return before commencing the incantations within the golden silk jade book to mend his body. As he activated the incantations, the white lotus burst forth with numerous white filaments, coursing through Bai Fan's body, assisting in the restoration of his physical form. The filaments were miraculous. Wherever they traveled, pain diminished immediately. Even the fractures began to knit together. Bai Fan was overwhelmed with joy, not merely because of his injuries, but he felt compelled to shout in exhilaration. Thanks to the incantations of the golden silk jade book and the aid of the white filaments, his body healed rapidly. After several hours, he could barely stand. Bai Fan glanced around, realizing he seemed to still be within the demonic realm. This domain was exceedingly perilous, especially now that he was gravely wounded. He needed to find a secluded place to recuperate. Dragging his heavy limbs, he walked for half an hour until he finally located a cave nestled within a cliff, perfectly suited for concealment. With considerable effort, he managed to enter the cave, obscuring the entrance with green vines. Bai Fan began to cultivate the Qingyang longevity technique, repairing his damaged meridians and body, while simultaneously restoring his inner essence. As he practiced the Qingyang longevity technique, the white lotus once again released white filaments, aiding in the repair of his meridians. With the assistance of the filaments, the recovery process accelerated, including the restoration of his inner essence. It appeared that the white lotus possessed remarkable healing properties, which pleased Bai Fan immensely. After a full day and night of cultivation, he finally completed his practice, restoring both his body and inner essence to full health. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, unable to suppress a triumphant shout. After experimenting for a while, Bai Fan discovered that his physical strength had neared that of the seven-cloud stone, and the force emanating from his inner energy had indeed reached the same level. Despite enduring considerable hardship, the benefits were substantial, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities. Now that he had fully recovered, Bai Fan resolved to seek out the evil fire snake lion and the dragon mongoose, particularly the latter, whom he could not bear to part with. After carefully assessing his surroundings, he realized he was lost. Climbing to the pinnacle of a towering tree, he still could not discern his direction. A whirlwind swept him away, and he had lost all sense of time and place. Based on Bai Fan's conjecture, he believed he was still within the demon realm. However, whether he was near the periphery remained uncertain. Should he find himself in the second layer of the demon realm or deeper, it would pose significant challenges. In the event of encountering a formidable magical beast, he would undoubtedly have to flee in haste. At that moment, Bai Fan had entirely forgotten that he could utilize the teleportation jade tablet to return to Shiguan town. primarily due to the overwhelming series of extraordinary experiences that had left his mind somewhat disoriented. Not long after, he encountered a magical beast of the spiritual wisdom realm. With his current prowess, he dispatched the creature with ease in just a few minutes. Yet, paradoxically, his spirits grew heavier. The magical beasts in the outer demon realm were typically the strongest entities, and now, every beast he encountered was of the spiritual wisdom realm, suggesting he was likely not in the outer regions after all. Suppressing his anxiety and unease, Fan resolved to explore further. Given the presence of such powerful beasts, it was only prudent to hone his skills against them. Otherwise, it would be a missed opportunity. Steeling himself, he began to seek out more magical beasts. Indeed, there were numerous creatures in this area, and it wasn't long before he encountered another beast, this one at the Valor realm. He did not let it escape, swiftly defeating the creature with a few strikes. As he journeyed onward, Fan observed his surroundings, but found no precious spiritual herbs. It appeared they had all been harvested by others. In truth, the number of treasure seekers entering the demon realm was overwhelming, and acquiring rare spiritual herbs relied heavily on luck. Most cultivators entering the demon realm to accumulate crystal stones primarily relied on the hides and meat of magical beasts for trade. Obtaining a crystal core would mean striking it rich. Rare spiritual herbs and elusive golden ores demanded exceptional fortune to procure even a few. Fan did not press the issue. As long as he had formidable magical beasts to spar with, he felt sufficiently satisfied. Chapter 16. The Might of the Flood Dragon. Fan treaded cautiously through the forest, acutely aware of his surroundings. Having encountered two formidable magical beasts, he was now certain that he was not on the outskirts of the demon realm. The likelihood of him being in the second layer of the demon realm was substantial, as it was said to be predominantly inhabited by magical beasts of the Valiant realm and occasionally featured creatures on par with the Rebirth realm. Naturally, there was also the possibility of confronting particularly powerful magical beasts, whose strength rivaled that of demon beasts. Should he encounter such entities, his only recourse would be to flee with great haste. Otherwise, escape would be nearly impossible. With the absence of the alerting dragon weasel and the protective fiery serpent lion, caution was of utmost importance. Not long after, Fan suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him, followed by a tremendous sound, reminiscent of a stampede of thousands of horses. A horde of magical beasts. Rather than succumbing to fear, Fan felt a surge of excitement. He resolved to head towards the source of the commotion, eager to confront the magical beasts. The noise grew progressively closer, and the earth quaked more violently. Soon, Fan beheld a formidable assembly of colossal magical beasts, 18 in total. Each beast towered over the fiery serpent lion, some adorned with two elongated horns measuring approximately a meter in length, while others bore a single horn. The savage magic cattle. Fan marveled at the sight. According to his readings, the savage magic cattle possessed immense strength and, when charging, were exceedingly fierce. However, they could not evolve into demon beasts. The most powerful among them possessed strength comparable to that of a demon beast. In contrast, the fiery serpent lion that Fan had tamed was capable of gradual evolution, ultimately achieving the status of a formidable demon beast. As the herd of savage magic cattle charged, their sheer might was awe-inspiring. With a thunderous crash, one of the beasts collided with a tree large enough for a person to embrace, shattering it effortlessly. Fan gasped, realizing that such force could easily send a human flying. Once the herd passed, he leaped onto the back of the last savage magic cattle. Upon feeling the weight of a rider, the savage magic cattle let out a roar and began to buck violently, attempting to dislodge Fan. Gripping the beast's horns tightly with both hands and securing his legs around its body, Fan held on as the savage magic cattle thrashed about. Even so, he found himself nearly thrown off on several occasions. The brute strength of the beast required his complete focus, leaving him unable to mount an offensive. "Submit," Fan bellowed, channeling his strength in an effort to subdue the savage magic cattle. Though the creature was momentarily weighed down by his force, it did not yield. It merely slowed its pace. The other 17 savage magic cattle took notice of the commotion, stopping to encircle the one upon which Fan rode. They could do nothing but watch, unable to assist. Seated atop the savage magic cattle, Fan exuded an air of dominance, boldly challenging the others, beckoning them to come forth. This blatant provocation ignited a fiery rage within the savage magic cattle, their eyes turning crimson and their breaths becoming labored. The savage magic cattle were renowned for their brute strength, particularly when charging, Yet Bai Fan's position atop one rendered the others powerless to retaliate. As he engaged in a battle of strength with the savage magic cattle, he found himself gradually gaining the upper hand, forcing the beast to falter. Having subdued this particular savage magic cattle, Bai Fan's interest waned. He then targeted another beast of immense strength, propelling himself from the one he rode and leaping onto the back of the new target. Utilizing his agility, he expertly maneuvered from one savage magic cattle to another, barely touching the ground as he traveled. In disarray, the herd attempted to charge at him, but Bai Fan remained airborne, evading their grasp. After several leaps, he finally landed atop the back of a savage magic cattle of colossal strength. He secured his legs tightly and gripped its horns firmly. In fury, the beast began to thrash about, careening into trees in a desperate attempt to dislodge its rider. Bai Fan remained resolute, thoroughly enjoying the contest of pure strength against the savage magic cattle. As he sat upon the beast, its power continued to escalate. Bai Fan, with his own considerable strength, pressed down with astonishing force. Yet the savage magic cattle remained undeterred, continuing its wild antics. What a magnificent creature to ride! Bai Fan exclaimed, pondering the thrill of such a mount. Suddenly, the savage magic cattle went berserk, crashing through several trees as it charged through the forest, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Bai Fan held on tightly, his body jolted from the ferocity of the ride. But his grip on the creature's horns remained steadfast. The other 17 savage magic cattle began to fall behind, unable to keep pace. Feeling a surge of anger, Bai Fan employed a technique called the carefree immortal finger to tighten his grip, freeing a hand to strike the savage magic cattle. The beast roared in pain, growing even more erratic as it barreled through the demon realm, its speed increasing. The commotion startled numerous magical beasts. Those of lesser strength retreated into their lairs, while the more powerful ones, fearing the savage magic cattle's charge, yielded the path, unable to pursue due to the beast's incredible speed. However, Bai Fan's expression shifted. Should the savage magic cattle inadvertently charge into the lair of a demon beast, it could spell disaster for him. Suddenly, he recalled the teleportation jade token, and with a calm resolve, he decided to continue his exhilarating escapade with the savage magic cattle. Go on, go, Bai Fan urged, fully embracing the wild ride. Enraged, the savage magic cattle's eyes blazed as it galloped furiously, intent on crashing through everything in its path. After an indeterminate duration of relentless sprinting, the beast, despite its stamina, began to tire. Suddenly, the savage magic cattle plunged into a vast, crystal-clear pool, sending splashes of water soaring into the air. The pool was unfathomably deep, and to Bai Fan's astonishment, the savage magic cattle demonstrated an aptitude for diving, descending into the depths in an effort to force him off its back. Despite its fury, the beast retained its cunning. Bai Fan quickly held his breath, gripping the creature's horn tightly, as the savage magic cattle thrashed about in the water. Attempting to shake him off, a powerful force erupted from the depths of the pool, causing the entire surface to roil and sending towering columns of water into the air. The weight of the savage magic cattle was no match for the force, and it was sent hurtling upward. Bai Fan struggled to catch his breath as the water struck him like a hammer, causing immense discomfort. A demon beast! Bai Fan gasped in shock. The depths of the pool undoubtedly concealed a demon beast, for such a force could not arise without reason. Fear gripped the savage magic cattle, which frantically swam toward the surface. Just as they broke free from the water's surface, the pool erupted, sending a colossal water spout skyward. Emerging from the depths was a creature with a long, pointed horn and a massive head, its body stretching an impressive 30 meters long and covered in scales. A flood dragon! Bai Fan exclaimed in horror. The flood dragon possessed the bloodline of dragons and could potentially evolve into a giant dragon, boasting formidable strength that could rival the rebirth realm upon reaching maturity. The wild demon bull, upon catching sight of the flood dragon, felt its limbs weaken and trembled uncontrollably, forgetting even to flee. With a thunderous roar, the flood dragon opened its massive maw, revealing an array of razor-sharp teeth, and lunged directly at the wild demon bull. Bai Fan, paralyzed by fear, could no longer remain. He activated the teleportation jade talisman and vanished in an instant. Just before his disappearance, Bai Fan witnessed the flood dragon swiftly severing the wild demon bull into two, rendering it irreversibly lifeless. A chill coursed through Bai Fan as he silently rejoiced. Had it not been for the teleportation jade talisman, he would have met the same fate as the wild demon bull. In the blink of an eye, Bai Fan found himself back in Westgate Town, narrowly escaping disaster. The teleportation jade talisman proved to be an invaluable asset. reflecting on his harrowing experience. Bai Fan returned to his original appearance and hesitated before entering the outskirts of the demon realm. Having spent considerable time within the second layer of the demon realm, he was uncertain of the current state of the malevolent aura surrounding its periphery. He decided it prudent to gather information first. Moreover, Bai Fan required a storage belt capable of containing living creatures, akin to a spatial pouch, but at a more affordable price. The fiery serpent lion was too conspicuous due to its size and its appearance in the aura-laden area. By securing it within a pet belt, he could avoid unnecessary complications. Bai Fan first ventured to the trading market in search of a pet belt. Such belts were rare, typically sought after only by cultivators who had tamed magical beasts. After an extensive search without success, Bai Fan resorted to setting up his own stall, offering to exchange a spatial pouch for a pet belt. 1 for 1. Who needs a pet belt? Come quickly, he called out eagerly, waving the spatial pouch in his hand. Soon, a crowd gathered around him. Brother, how much for the spatial pouch? Brother, give me a price. I want that spatial pouch. It's only for a pet belt, not for sale, Bai Fan declared loudly. What a pity. No pet belts available. Brother, why not trade the spatial pouch for crystals and then buy a pet belt? I'll offer a good price. Surrounded by a clamoring crowd, Bai Fan felt overwhelmed by their incessant chatter. Only for a pet belt, not for sale. He reiterated emphatically. Brother, don't be so rigid in business. Everything is negotiable. Suddenly, a voice broke through the din. Chapter 17. The Eastern Azure Dragon. 3 young individuals emerged from the crowd, striding forward with an air of confidence. Bai Fan's gaze sharpened, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He had hoped to swiftly exchange his pet belt, but to his dismay, someone had dared to disrupt him, which was truly unfortunate. Lacking business acumen, he only traded and did not sell. His voice carried a hint of stiffness. The leader of the trio, strikingly handsome and poised, regarded Bai Fan coldly. Are you the one who has oppressed junior brother Jiangxing? In an instant, Bai Fan understood. They were from Beishu Palace, and it was no wonder they sought trouble. However, he remained unperturbed, for fighting was prohibited in Shiguan Town, and they could not lay a finger on him here. Who is Jiangxing? I do not know him. Do not impede my business, Bai Fan replied icily. Very well. You are quite audacious. Beishu Palace is conducting business here. Irrelevant individuals are requested to leave. The handsome youth sneered. Bai Fan retorted loudly, do you intend to cause a ruckus in Shiguan Town? Come on, I'm ready for you. The youth suddenly recalled the prohibition against fighting in Shiguan Town and reluctantly abandoned the idea of teaching Bai Fan a lesson. You have provoked the people of Beishu Palace. You will regret it, he warned. Indeed, is Beishu Palace the foremost sect of the Tianyu Great World, to be so arrogant? Bai Fan scoffed. Many around them shared a disdain for Beishu Palace, primarily due to the arrogance of its disciples. However, those from smaller sects dared not voice their grievances, fearing retribution from Beishu Palace. Though Beishu Palace is not the top sect, it is sufficient to suppress you, the handsome youth chuckled. Suddenly, a cold voice interjected. Beishu Palace certainly has a grandiose presence. Today, I have gained some insight. The speaker was a remarkably strong youth, towering over 2 meters with pronounced features and piercing eyes. He was the Eastern Azure Dragon, a recent prodigy from the Eastern clan, renowned for his formidable strength and potential to challenge the 9 underworld's hidden dragon list. It was said that the Eastern Azure Dragon was cold and domineering. Why would he involve himself in others' affairs? Perhaps they were acquainted. Bai Fan glanced at the Eastern Azure Dragon, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, brother, for your forthrightness. Do not mention it. I simply detest bullies. If one possesses true ability, they should let their fists do the talking rather than relying on backdoor influences. Such behavior is disgraceful, the Eastern Azure Dragon proclaimed loudly. The 3 disciples of Beishu Palace turned green with anger, but dared not retaliate against Bai Fan or the Eastern Azure Dragon. Firstly, the Eastern clan's strength was on par with Beishu Palace, and secondly, the disciples of Beishu Palace were no match for the Eastern Azure Dragon. They could only swallow their rage, directing their ire toward Bai Fan. Very well, boy, I shall issue a challenge. Do you dare to accept? The handsome youth declared loudly. Fighting was prohibited in Shiguan Town, but challenges mutually agreed upon were permitted. Bai Fan remained silent, focused solely on exchanging his pet belt swiftly to venture into the outskirts of the demon domain to search for the gluttonous ferret and the malevolent fire snake lion. Ah, so you are merely a coward. No wonder I have been able to bully you, the handsome youth taunted. Indeed, are the disciples of Qingyang's sect so easily bullied? A familiar voice interjected, and Bai Fan immediately recognized it as Jing Feng's. Ah, It is Jing Feng from Qingyang sect, ranked 3rd on the 9 underworld's hidden dragon list. Many around recognize Jing Feng as well, gasping in astonishment. It is said that his strength rivals Jiang Wen's. Last time, Jiang Wen triumphed due to his powerful artifacts. Indeed. Who would have thought that the youth exchanging for a pet belt is a disciple of Qingyang sect? He has no reason to fear Beishu Palace. Brother Jing Feng, what brings you here? Bai Fan asked, his face lighting up with joy. Jing Feng replied with a smile. I heard the aura of malevolence is intense in the outskirts of the demon domain, so I came to take a look. Have you completed your training? The training has concluded, but my gluttonous little companion wandered off, and I still need to venture into the outskirts of the demon domain, Bai Fan explained. The two chatted freely, treating the disciples of Beishu Palace as if they were invisible. The trio understood Jing Feng's prowess and dared not provoke him. Jing Feng was known for his ruthless nature. One should not mistake his charm for weakness. Then let us enter together. I am curious to see for myself. Jing Feng proposed. Certainly, Brother Jing Feng, Bai Fan agreed. Brother Bai Fan, why do you not teach those 3 flies a lesson? They are quite bothersome. Jing Feng observed that Bai Fan's strength had significantly increased, sufficient to subdue the 3 disciples of Beishu Palace. Bai Fan shook his head. I merely wish to exchange for a pet belt quickly and then enter the outskirts of the demon domain to retrieve my greedy ferret. I did not anticipate that acquiring a pet belt would be so challenging. I have a pet belt. First, teach this pretty boy a lesson. If you win, the pet belt will be yours, Jing Feng said, eyeing the handsome youth from Beishu Palace coldly. Jing Feng's dissatisfaction with him was palpable. Perhaps it was due to the youth's striking looks. Really? Then it is settled, Bai Fan exclaimed with delight. He turned to the handsome youth. What is your name? I accept your challenge. Bai Fan's disregard thoroughly enraged the disciple from Beishu Palace. His face darkened as he replied, I am Gu Feng from Beishu Palace. You will regret this. Gu Feng was a strong practitioner of the Linghui realm, and he recognized that Bai Fan was merely at the Yangwu realm, which emboldened him to issue the challenge. Indeed, we shall see who will truly regret this, Bai Fan smiled. The crowd gathered around Bai Fan and Gu Feng as they made their way to the arena in Shiguan town. As word spread of the impending duel, more spectators joined, and the throng grew larger. Jing Feng leaned close to Bai Fan and whispered, Brother Bai Fan, do not hold back during the match. Give it your all. I will take responsibility for any consequences, as long as no lives are lost. Understood. I will teach him a lesson and ensure he understands the consequences. After all, I have already offended Beishu Palace. I am not afraid of making a few more enemies, Bai Fan replied. The arena soon came into view, and to their surprise, hundreds of spectators followed closely behind Bai Fan and Gu Feng, creating a formidable procession that quickly drew attention throughout Shiguan town. Had it not been for many individuals entering the outskirts of the demon domain to investigate the aura of malevolence, the crowd would have been even larger. Bai Fan and Gu Feng glared at each other as they ascended the arena. A referee soon appeared, signaling the commencement of the match. Are you ready? Ready. Let the duel begin. The match commenced, and Bai Fan chose not to wield any artifacts, opting instead to face his opponent with his bare fists. Gu Feng, noticing Bai Fan's choice, felt compelled to refrain from using his own artifacts. With a resounding impact, Bai Fan absorbed a punch, stumbling back 3 steps, while Gu Feng merely swayed his upper body. Bai Fan cautiously tested his opponent, not utilizing any of his internal energy. Is that all? You cannot even breach my defenses, Bai Fan declared loudly. Furious, Gu Feng launched a frenzied assault, yet Bai Fan remained composed, effortlessly blocking his attacks. The disciple of Qingyang sect is indeed formidable. Despite only practicing basic techniques, he has reached such an extraordinary level, capable of contending with Monkey Fist. Gu Feng was no slouch, possessing impressive strength at the Linghui realm. Beishu Palace had recruited many promising talents in recent years. Who do you think will emerge victorious, Bai Fan or Gu Feng? I wager Gu Feng will win. His strength is a whole realm above. I too bet on Gu Feng's victory. Some spectators even established a betting pool, with the majority favoring Gu Feng. I stake 5,000 crystal stones on Bai Fan's victory, Jing Feng surprisingly declared, backing Bai Fan. 5,000 crystal stones was a substantial sum, representing Jing Feng's entire fortune. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the odds of Bai Fan's victory were 1 to 3. Should Bai Fan emerge triumphant, Jing Feng would reap a reward of 15,000 crystal stones, a considerable fortune. For those below the transcendence realm, accumulating such wealth is exceedingly challenging unless supported by a powerful ally. Bai Fan and Gu Feng engaged swiftly, exchanging over 100 blows in mere moments. Neither party able to gain the upper hand. Bai Fan, my brother, are you not aiming to enter the outskirts of the demon realm? It would be prudent to conclude this battle swiftly, Jing Feng called out. The onlookers, already astonished by the parity between Bai Fan and Gu Feng, were further surprised by Jing Feng's apparent favoritism towards Bai Fan. Could it be that Bai Fan possessed undisclosed techniques? Many speculated internally, particularly those who had wagered on Gu Feng's victory, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. Dongfang Canglong abstained from betting, his gaze fixated coldly on the arena, his eyes shimmering with an intensity that seemed to penetrate Bai Fan's very essence. Bai Fan of Qingyang's sect, our confrontation is inevitable. I did not expect to encounter another who, like myself, specializes in honing physical strength, he declared, a powerful fighting spirit igniting within him, causing those nearby to retreat in apprehension. Jing Feng regarded Dongfang Canglong with admiration, reflecting, what an overwhelming aura and fighting spirit. It won't be long before we have yet another formidable opponent. Upon hearing Jing Feng's words, Bai Fan resolved to end the skirmish decisively. With an eruption of physical prowess and internal energy, Bai Fan's strength surged to nearly 14 cloud stones, rivaling that of a peak giant force realm warrior. He unleashed the most fundamental of techniques, the 10,000 Ancestors' Fist, yet such formidable power was not easily endured. Boom, boom. A series of attacks sent Gu Feng staggering back. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Despite his superior realm, Gu Feng was powerless to turn the tide. Down you go, Bai Fan roared, channeling all his might into a punch aimed at sending Gu Feng off the stage. Having been relentlessly suppressed, Gu Feng's humiliation ignited a fierce anger within him. Rising Sun, he unleashed, wielding a high-grade magical artifact to execute a sword technique that thrust towards Bai Fan's fist. Bai Fan's fist was already racing towards Gu Feng, leaving no room for retreat. Not good. Dongfang Canglong's expression darkened with concern. The disciples of Beishu Palace are truly treacherous. Bai Fan is at risk of defeat. The sword struck, rendering Bai Fan's hand incapacitated. How ruthless the disciples of Beishu Palace were. Yet Jing Feng remained unfazed, gently fanning himself with a smile, for he had witnessed Bai Fan's extraordinary skills firsthand. He murmured to himself, this time, the disciples of Beishu Palace will surely face misfortune. My brother Bai Fan is destined for renown. Chapter 18. The dominance of the Azure Dragon Gu Feng displayed a triumphant smile, while the other two disciples of the Beishu Palace erupted in cheers, believing victory was assured. However, Bai Fan's momentum remained unabated. His fist transitioned into a palm. His wrists slightly bent, and two long, jade-like fingers pointed skyward as he deliberately approached Gu Feng's sword. The sword slipped effortlessly through Bai Fan's fingers, only for him to clamp down on Gu Feng's weapon with surprising strength. The sword halted abruptly, rendering Gu Feng's attempts to retrieve it futile, and his expression shifted dramatically. Your strength is inadequate, Bai Fan remarked dismissively, shaking his other hand lightly. Enraged, Gu Feng nearly spat blood as he strained to pull back his sword, his face reddening with effort, yet the sword remained immovable in Bai Fan's grip. With a powerful tug, Bai Fan yanked Gu Feng closer, delivering a solid punch to his chest. Bang! The blow landed squarely, and Gu Feng expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, losing his grip on the sword and tumbling off the ring. Gasps of astonishment filled the air below. Most spectators had assumed Gu Feng would emerge victorious. Yet the outcome defied all expectations. Not only did Bai Fan win, but he did so with remarkable ease. Throughout the skirmish, he executed a series of techniques from the Wanzu Fist, culminating in a final move that resembled no known martial arts. How could this be? Gu Feng lost so swiftly. Indeed, the crowd was left bewildered by the rapid turn of events. Though Gu Feng was ostensibly at a higher realm, the truth remained elusive. Bai Fan's physical prowess was formidable, having attained a level of giant strength, rendering Gu Feng's defeat unsurprising. The combat prowess of the brave warrior realm equaled that of the giant strength realm, an overwhelming advantage that promised further advancements for Bai Fan in the future. Many spectators gasped in astonishment. Both Dongfang Canglong and Jing Feng maintained a calm demeanor. Jing Feng was aware of some of Bai Fan's secret techniques, while Dongfang Canglong, having cultivated physical strength himself, recognized Bai Fan's exceptional talent. Victory for Qingyang Gates Bai Fan. The referee's announcement momentarily silenced the crowd, only to be replaced by a cacophony of noise. Many had lost their crystal stones in betting, resulting in a chorus of complaints. And Gu Feng was subjected to scathing ridicule. Disregarding the request for high-quality magical artifacts, Gu Feng fled in embarrassment alongside his companions. Bai Fan, however, graciously accepted the high-quality magical artifact, a prize worth several hundred crystal stones. Jingfeng's eyes sparkled with delight as he suddenly found himself wealthy, having won 15,000 crystal stones. "Brother Bai Fan, I owe this victory to you," Jingfeng remarked with a grin. Bai Fan replied, "Brother Jingfeng, you flatter me. It was merely your keen judgment. Now, we should head to the outskirts of the demon domain. We remain unaware of the situation regarding the malevolent aura," Jingfeng suggested. "May I accompany you?" Dongfang Songlong interjected suddenly. Jingfeng appraised Dongfang Songlong, but remained silent. After a moment of reflection, Bai Fan nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us travel together for mutual support." Jingfeng, seeing Bai Fan's approval, did not object. The trio procured teleportation jade tokens and entered the outskirts of the demon domain. Due to Gu Feng's provocations and the ensuing duel, Bai Fan had neglected to gather information regarding the situation, particularly concerning the malevolent aura and the enormous explosion that had occurred. Eager to uncover the truth, especially regarding the weasel dragon and the evil fire serpent lion, Bai Fan wished to locate them swiftly. Upon entering the outskirts of the demon domain, the three made their way directly toward the malevolent aura region. Along the journey, Jingfeng generously presented Bai Fan with a pet belt, as he had profited greatly and had no qualms about such a gift. Despite Dongfang Songlong's lower cultivation level, his physical strength was impressive. Having reached the level of 5 cloud stones, though not as extraordinary as Bai Fan's, it was still formidable. Though their personalities differed, the three men quickly bonded over their shared valor. However, it became apparent through Dongfang Songlong's dialogue that he bore an air of unhappiness, even displaying signs of solitude. "Bai Fan, when shall we spar? Your physical prowess seems to surpass mine. I am curious about your training methods. What a marvel," Dongfang Songlong stated earnestly. Bai Fan forced a smile. "Very well, perhaps we can arrange that in the future." Dongfang Songlong, obsessed with martial prowess, repeated his request, while Bai Fan sought to evade him, uncertain when this matter would conclude. Recognizing Bai Fan's evasiveness, Dongfang Songlong remained undeterred in his determination. "Brother Bai Fan, have you spent your time solely within the outskirts of the demon domain? Do you know the current state of the malevolent aura?" Jingfeng inquired. "I was occupied with training when the malevolent aura surged upward, drawing all individuals and magical beasts toward its vicinity," Bai Fan recounted slowly. "The malevolent aura region is vast, and many sought to investigate. However, shortly after entering, some succumbed to madness and perished. Consequently, they had no choice but to retreat. Eventually, stronger individuals, including those of the spiritual wisdom realm and even some of the transcendence realm, ventured inside, only to suffer significant casualties and ultimately withdraw as well. After these individuals exited, they summoned powerful members from their sects, and upon their entry, a tremendous explosion occurred, followed by a storm that swept me into the second layer of the demon domain. I barely escaped with my life, returning to Shiguan town using a teleportation jade token. It was truly perilous." Jingfeng and Dongfang Songlong stared in shock, their mouths agape, as they processed the gravity of Bai Fan's revelation. Indeed, the malevolent aura is formidable. Even those seasoned veterans could not tame it, Jingfeng marveled. "Let us hasten to uncover the truth," Dongfang Songlong urged loudly. The trio raced forward, swiftly approaching the area where the malevolent aura had erupted. Suddenly, a pack of 21 magical wolves appeared ahead, all at the magical wolf level, with the strongest among them reaching the spiritual wisdom realm. "Excellent! A chance for a thrilling battle. Do not attempt to steal my prey. These magical wolves belong to me," Dongfang Songlong exclaimed with excitement. Bai Fan and Jingfeng exchanged glances and shook their heads in wry amusement. Dongfang Songlong brandished a dark, watermelon-sized high-quality magical artifact and charged into the fray, splitting the mountain. Power like 1,000 tons. The seemingly modest weapon in Dongfang Songlong's grasp unleashed a thunderous force. Boom! With a single stroke, one magical wolf was decapitated, blood spraying 3 meters away. Dongfang Songlong paid it no mind, swiftly striking another wolf with relentless ferocity. "This fellow is impressive, so valiant and resolute. His future is boundless," Jingfeng remarked, gently fanning himself with his newly acquired high-quality jade fan, which was both stylish and effective in combat. Bai Fan chuckled. "Dongfang Songlong appears to specialize in physical strength. His combat ability is remarkable. Yet you, Brother Bai Fan, also focus on physical strength. I recall during the disciple selection, your physical prowess was on par with ordinary practitioners. How have you progressed so rapidly?" Jingfeng queried with a hint of incredulity. Bai Fan found himself momentarily speechless. Dongfang Songlong dispatched the magical wolves with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. His techniques lacked sophistication. They were merely a blend of raw strength, courage, and dominance. Jingfeng, in contrast, embodied a gracefulness intertwined with ferocity. Utilizing the most straightforward and direct moves, Dongfang Songlong was nearly unstoppable, as few magical wolves could withstand even 3 of his strikes. Before long, the pack of magical wolves lay vanquished at his feet. Jingfeng and Bai Fan watched in awe, their minds racing with admiration. Brother Jingfeng, brother Bai Fan, come quickly to collect the magical wolves' remains. Dongfang Songlong called out exuberantly. Following the intense battle, Dongfang Songlong was in high spirits. Brother Songlong, you have slain the magical wolves. Naturally, the spoils belong to you. Jingfeng smiled warmly. Those who witness shall partake. Why speak so much? My bag of holding is limited, and I cannot carry away so many beast carcasses. Surely we shall encounter more beasts ahead, remarked the Eastern Azure Dragon. Bai Fan and Jingfeng, eschewing any further niceties, casually collected several corpses of the magical wolves, indifferent to the presence of any cores. The likelihood of cores manifesting within beasts is notably low. It is the formidable creatures that most readily yield such treasures. The trio divided the magical wolf bodies among themselves and proceeded on their journey. Following the recent battle, Eastern Azure Dragon found himself only slightly fatigued. He consumed a restorative inner essence pill and, after a brief period of meditation, regained his full strength. Throughout their journey, the 3 men traveled at full speed, encountering several waves of magical beasts, all of which they dispatched with ease. At last, after traversing a great distance, they arrived at the outskirts of the Fiendish Aura region. The area surrounding the Fiendish Aura was a scene of devastation. Towering trees lay broken in half, and in some places, the very earth had been stripped away. Shadows of many figures flitted about the perimeter, all hesitating to venture inside. Bai Fan spoke. Jingfeng, my brother, Azure Dragon, you stay here and keep watch. I will scout the surroundings for the gluttonous ferret. The infernal fire serpent lion must remain concealed, particularly in the vicinity of the Fiendish Aura, should it be revealed. Many would likely recall the young man who had ventured deep into that cursed area. Go forth, but exercise caution, Jingfeng advised. Bai Fan turned and melded into the forest, beginning his search while sending signals to the infernal fire serpent lion through a fragment of its soul. As long as the distance was not too great, it should be able to sense him. The fragment of the lion's soul remained intact, indicating that no harm had befallen it. Before long, the infernal fire serpent lion responded. Its essence quivered and directed Bai Fan's path. He hastened toward the source and was elated to find both the infernal fire serpent lion and the gluttonous ferret unharmed. Fire lion, gluttonous ferret, for now. You must endure confinement within the pet belt. If recognized, it could lead to significant trouble, Bai Fan stated. The infernal fire serpent lion nodded in agreement, while the ferret, albeit somewhat reluctant, ultimately acquiesced to the necessity of the situation. Bai Fan secured them within the pet belt, providing ample nourishment before swiftly departing. The Fiendish Aura region, having endured cataclysmic explosions and tempestuous storms, remained as fierce as ever, if not more so. The last of the elderly adventurers who had entered had now retreated, looking disheveled and defeated, suggesting they had garnered little benefit. Upon their emergence, the elders immediately proclaimed the sealing of the Fiendish Aura region, forbidding any entry, leaving all outsiders merely to gaze in helpless astonishment. Chapter 19. A fortuitous encounter. Bai Fan swiftly reunited with Jingfeng and Dongfang Songlong, who had already gathered a wealth of the latest intelligence. The source of the sinister aura was a vast, unfathomable cave, where several elders had inadvertently triggered a catastrophic explosion upon entering. Had it not been for their formidable strength, they likely would have perished within. These elders had sealed off the area of malevolence, awaiting the arrival of even more powerful masters to breach the source of the sinister energy. Among these elders, there were formidable figures from the Qingyang sect. Otherwise, Jingfeng would not have acquired such detailed information. What shall we do now? We cannot simply stand here idly, especially since we cannot access the area of sinister energy, Dongfang Songlong remarked, unable to tolerate inactivity. He thrived on training and combat, detesting the notion of waiting. Jingfeng and Bai Fan exchanged glances and shared a light chuckle. Let us depart. This visit has been in vain, Jingfeng lamented, feeling utterly disheartened. He had hoped to witness the might of the sinister energy firsthand, only to find it sealed off by the powerful sections. How about we hunt some magical beasts? Due to the sinister energy, they have become quite concentrated, Bai Fan suggested. All right then, We must at least earn back the crystals needed to purchase the teleportation jade tokens. Jingfeng agreed. Dongfang Songlong, ever eager for combat, needed no further encouragement. The trio departed from the vicinity of the sinister energy, setting out in search of magical beasts. The sinister aura reached skyward, and humans flocked in droves, sending the magical beasts into a frenzy. Many of these creatures, typically solitary, now gathered in groups for self-preservation. It was rare to encounter lone magical beasts in the outskirts of the demonic domain, and those that did were invariably powerful. Among the three, it seemed Bai Fan had the least experience, while Jingfeng and Dongfang Songlong possessed effective methods for locating magical beasts. Before long, they stumbled upon a pack of 30 magical bears, the strongest among them reaching the might of the giant strength realm. Shall we engage? Jingfeng inquired. Let us go? I'm not afraid, Bai Fan replied nonchalantly. Absolutely. Dongfang Songlong declared with enthusiasm. The three charged into battle, with Jingfeng's overlord's spear resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, aimed directly at the nearest magical bear. Dongfang Songlong wielded a watermelon knife with impressive vigor, his appearance somewhat peculiar. Bai Fan, appearing more conventional, brandished his flowing light sword with a commanding presence that could intimidate even the most minor foes. Boom! Jingfeng struck first, the overlord's spear mercilessly slaying a magical bear. Roar! The magical bears cried out in alarm, quickly regrouping to retaliate. Dongfang Songlong arrived, his blade sweeping down, severing another bear's spirit. Bai Fan did not lag behind, delivering a full-force thrust that pierced a magical bear's throat. Haha! Exhilarating. Let us compete and see who can slay the most bears. Dongfang Songlong laughed heartily, without waiting for Jingfeng and Bai Fan's agreement. He had already launched his attack. The youthful duo, unwilling to concede easily, joined in the fray. The overlord's spear proved unstoppable under Jingfeng's command. With almost no challengers, his strength was now nearing the transcendence realm, far surpassing that of the magical bears. The watermelon knife was a sight to behold. Dongfang Songlong employed no elaborate techniques. With a simple yet effective strike, he achieved results. The flowing light sword, a dance of brilliance. Bai Fan executed the Qingyang Wind sword technique, and in a dazzling display, the magical bears around him fell one by one. In mere moments, the three had dispatched the entire pack of 30 magical bears. Haha, it seems I am the victor, Jingfeng proclaimed, beaming triumphantly. As the strongest among them, he had claimed the most kills, including the mightiest of the magical bears. Bai Fan's tally was comparable to Dongfang Songlong's, though the latter's decisive strikes yielded slightly better results. Each gathered a portion of the magical bear's remains, their fortunes regarding crystal cores left to chance. Dongfang Songlong, lacking sufficient spatial bags to carry entire bear corpses, resorted to dismembering them, taking only the most valuable parts. Bai Fan, where did you acquire so many spatial bags? Jingfeng inquired with curiosity. Just fortunate, I suppose, Bai Fan replied, unable to disclose the truth behind his acquisitions, as doing so could lead to significant trouble. Jingfeng understood implicitly and refrained from further questioning, as he too had seized numerous spatial bags. Soon, Dongfang Songlong concluded his task. Even his watermelon knife proved effective in dismemberment. Following their fierce battle, the camaraderie among the trio flourished, filled with laughter and banter. After traversing for an undetermined distance, they heard the sounds of conflict ahead, suggesting a considerable number of both humans and magical beasts were engaged in battle. Let us investigate, Jingfeng suggested, signaling for them to approach cautiously. Typically, humans engaged in combat with magical beasts were wary of onlookers. Such occurrences were considered taboo. Thus, the three endeavored to remain calm and silent. Perched atop a large tree, they observed a fierce battle not far ahead. A horde of over 100 magical wolves surrounded 11 humans, who were locked in a fierce struggle. Jingfeng recognized those humans, his expression turning icy as battle intent surged within him. Brother Jingfeng, we might be discovered, Bai Fan cautioned. One of the 11 had already noticed them. A striking young man resembling Jingfeng met his gaze with piercing intensity. Jingfeng smiled. Let us join in and apply some pressure on those humans. With a graceful leap, he descended from the tree, revealing himself. Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong followed suit, disregarding the potential consequences. Clearly, Jingfeng was not only acquainted with these individuals, but held a significant grudge against them. Jiang, I never expected you to be so inept. Cornered by mere magical beasts. Jingfeng laughed heartily. Bai Fan realized that the adversaries were disciples of the Beishu Palace, including Jingfeng's old rival, Jiang Wan, formidable in his own right, wielded his sword with finesse, dispatching magical wolves left and right. Without Jiang Wen's support, the others would have faltered long ago. Jingfeng, what do you intend to do? I advise against any reckless actions, Jiang Wen warned sternly. Genuinely fearing that Jingfeng and his companions might aid the magical wolves, which would spell disaster for them. Upon noticing Jingfeng and his friends, a faction of the magical wolves redirected their attention, glaring but refraining from attacking. The wolves were astute, unwilling to make too many enemies. Jingfeng chuckled, enjoy yourselves. I'm simply here to witness the spectacle. With that, the trio stood at a distance, eyes keenly observing, much to Jiang Wen's irritation. Brother, that fellow is the one who humiliated me. A young man among Jiang Wen's group pointed at Bai Fan with disdain. He was Jiang Xing, the very youth whom Bai Fan had thoroughly defeated. Chapter 20. A loss of face. Jiang Wen gazed coldly at Bai Fan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You dare to bully my younger brother? You'll regret this. Bai Fan merely scoffed, his demeanor indifferent, which infuriated Jiang Wen even more. Jingfeng chuckled. That useless brother of yours couldn't even defeat a nominal disciple of the Qingyang sect. Perhaps it would be better for him to perish. Upon hearing this, the members of Beishu Palace erupted in fury. Jiang Wen's face turned ashen as he retorted, Jingfeng, how dare you insult Beishu Palace? You will pay dearly for this. Oh really? If you have the guts, come and bite me, Jingfeng replied with a smile, elegantly fanning himself. Dongfang Songlong inquired, Jingfeng, shall we take them on? Noticing the strength of the Beishu Palace disciples, his combative spirit was rekindled. No, I don't wish to be accused of relying on the magic wolf's might. Jingfeng shook his head. As Jingfeng and his companions observed, the pressure on Jiang Wen and the disciples of Beishu Palace intensified. Let us finish off the magic wolves swiftly, Jiang Wen commanded. He unleashed his true prowess, wielding a low-grade magical weapon of immense power, slaying several magic wolves with each strike. The weapon, the Zhu Xian sword, was particularly fierce. It was the very sword that had once defeated him. However, this time, defeating Jiang Wen would not be so simple, Jingfeng mused. Bai Fan remarked, relying solely on a powerful weapon is not impressive. Jingfeng chuckled, brother Bai Fan. A weapon is indeed a part of one's strength. One must never underestimate it. Cultivators often risk everything for a good magical artifact. Bai Fan recalled his own artifacts, which he could not reveal for fear of losing them. Jingfeng, I will remember your words. With Jiang Wen displaying formidable prowess, the magic wolves began to fall one after another. The disciples of Beishu Palace summoned all their strength to expedite the conclusion of the battle. Despite their numbers, the magic wolves were outmatched, especially with a killer like Jiang Wen among them. Dongfang Songlong fixed his gaze on Jiang Wen, his fighting spirit surging. Although he recognized he was no match for Jiang Wen at that moment, he viewed him as a benchmark, especially with the imminent re-ranking of the Jiuyou Qianlong list. Feeling Dongfang Songlong's intense scrutiny, Jiang Wen's heart stirred slightly. He could not afford to underestimate him. Jiang Wen is indeed a formidable opponent. The magic wolves are on the verge of collapse, Jingfeng praised. Ignoring other factors, Jiang Wen's strength was undeniable, having reached the transformation realm. Brother Jingfeng, I hope you all won't advance to the next realm within a year. Otherwise, the competition for the Jiuyou Longbang will become fierce, Bai Fan said with a smile. Reaching the transformation realm is no easy feat. It's a significant hurdle, Jingfeng replied. Dongfang Songlong added, not advancing is preferable, if everyone ascends. It diminishes the challenge of competing for the Jiuyou Qianlong list. He relished the thrill of challenges, particularly against strong opponents. Jingfeng shot Dongfang Songlong a bewildered glance. While Bai Fan remained silent, he too was filled with fighting spirit. The cries of the magic wolves echoed, their losses mounting. Before long, only 20 magic wolves remained, scattering in a panic. Many among Jiang Wen's group were injured, their bodies stained with blood. However, Jiang Wen, exuding a murderous aura, approached Jingfeng and his companions. Focusing more on Jingfeng, as he deemed Bai Fan a minor player unworthy of his concern. At last, you concluded the battle. Your pace is rather slow. We ought to settle our old scores, Jingfeng remarked, fanning himself with a smile. I'll give you an hour to recover your internal energy. Don't claim I'm bullying you. Jiang Wen retorted angrily, Jingfeng, you are merely a defeated foe. How dare you act so arrogantly? Is that so? I could easily leave you searching for your teeth on the ground. Do you believe it? Jingfeng maintained his cheerful demeanor. Jiang Wen, however, chose not to engage with Jingfeng's taunts and turned to Bai Fan, coldly stating, you are formidable, but I will show you something even stronger. Indeed. If you were to strike now, I could make you regret it. Bai Fan mimicked Jing Feng's tone. Jiang Wen's fury escalated. Very well. I shall teach you a lesson. Though his internal energy was significantly depleted, he remained confident in his ability to defeat the valiant Bai Fan. Yet, he glanced at Jing Feng, wary of interference. Understanding Bai Fan's capabilities, Jing Feng chuckled. Jiang Wen, given your current state, it would be wise to refrain from challenging him, lest you suffer humiliation. He knew Jiang Wen well enough to provoke him effectively. Furious, Jiang Wen declared, Fine. I will test the prowess of you, my fellow disciple. Allow me to handle this. Dongfang Songlong interjected, brimming with enthusiasm. Bai Fan insisted. He challenged me. I shall take him on. He stepped up, eager to gauge the true strength of the transformation realm. Be cautious of Jiang Wen's low-grade magical weapon, the Zhu Xian sword. It is exceedingly lethal, Jing Feng warned. Bai Fan nodded, drawing his Liuguang sword. Prepare to die, brat. Jiang Wen launched his attack first, the Zhu Xian sword slicing through the air, aiming to trap Bai Fan within a blinding curtain of light. Bai Fan deftly pivoted, moving like a shadow, evading with remarkable speed. Jiang Wen pursued relentlessly, the Zhu Xian sword lunging towards Bai Fan's face, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Bai Fan executed the foundational steps of his ethereal dance, his form flowing like a feather, skillfully dodging with lightning swiftness. Jiang Wen's initial strike ultimately missed its mark, allowing Bai Fan to counterattack with the Qingyang Fufeng sword technique, as gentle as a breeze caressing willow branches. To Jiang Wen's astonishment, he chose not to evade but instead met the attack head-on with the Zhu Xian sword. Despicable. Bai Fan cursed inwardly, compelled to shift tactics. The Zhu Xian sword, a low-grade magical weapon, clashed with Bai Fan's Liuguang sword, and the outcome was predictable. Quickly reassessing his approach, Bai Fan abandoned offense altogether, focusing solely on evasion, rendering his Liuguang sword nearly redundant. His aim was to exhaust Jiang Wen's internal energy. After all, Jiang Wen's reserves were dwindling. Jiang Wen sought a swift resolution, but Bai Fan denied him the opportunity. Jiang Wen was not as adept in footwork as Bai Fan and found himself at a disadvantage. The Qingyang sect is filled with cowards, Jiang Wen bellowed. The disciples of Beishu Palace joined in, hurling disparaging remarks. Bai Fan felt little impact from their taunts, as he held no fondness for the Qingyang sect. However, Jing Feng was incensed. You seek death. Bai Fan, end this battle swiftly. Spare me any semblance of mercy. Seeing Jing Feng's impatience, Bai Fan abandoned his plan to exhaust Jiang Wen's internal energy. Qingyang Fufeng sword technique. Bai Fan harnessed his gentle force to its peak, avoiding a direct clash with the Zhu Xian sword. Simultaneously, he unleashed the Xianyou finger, capable of long-range attacks that were difficult to counter. The first strike of the Xianyou finger caught Jiang Wen off guard. Despite his efforts to evade, he sustained a wound beneath his arm, blood gushing forth. Cold fury surged within Jiang Wen, and he hesitated to unleash reckless attacks against Bai Fan, now somewhat apprehensive. Occasionally, Bai Fan would release a surge of sword-like finger force, striking with precision. Brother Bai Fan, this finger technique is astonishing. It can actually generate sword-like energy to assault the enemy. Dongfang Songlong exclaimed in astonishment. Jing Feng remarked, Brother Bai Fan is the fastest cultivator I have ever encountered, and his potential is limitless. After a prolonged engagement, Jiang Wen found himself in dire straits. His internal energy had dwindled significantly. In a surprising turn, Bai Fan relinquished his Liuguang sword and engaged Jiang Wen in close-quarters combat. With footwork perfected to an art, he darted left and right, forward and backward, striking and retreating in the blink of an eye. Utilizing an incredibly flexible combat style, Jiang Wen found himself utterly overwhelmed. His body was already fatigued from relentless rapid movements, imposing a significant strain on him. Bai Fan exerted complete dominance over Jiang Wen, while the disciples of Beishu Palace wore grim expressions, in stark contrast to the smiles of Jing Feng and Dongfang Songlong. Hey, who would have thought that a formidable figure, ranked second on the Nine Nether, would be bullied by an insignificant nobody to this extent? What a missed spectacle. However, it is not too late. We shall witness the most thrilling conclusion. Suddenly, peals of laughter erupted from within the dense forest. Moments later, more than 10 individuals emerged, with the foremost two exuding an imposing presence: Wang Feng, the young lord of Nine Nether City, and Hong Yu Tian, the young lord of Tianshui Palace. Jing Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Feng ranked fourth on the Nine Nether, just behind Jing Feng, while Hong Yu Tian was not far behind, holding the fifth position. Naturally, Jiangwen noticed the two, and his complexion turned a shade resembling that of a pig's liver, even causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiangwen, who was exceptionally proud, felt utterly humiliated on this occasion. Bai Fan, let Jiangwen off the hook for now, Jing Feng suggested. The Qingyang sect and Beishu Palace were both righteous sects, and without a complete rupture of relations, it was improbable they would brazenly attempt to kill one another. With two major factions' disciples present, it would be prudent to conclude matters swiftly, lest their true natures be exposed. Bai Fan contemplated briefly and grasped Jing Feng's intention. Promptly retreating from the fray, Jiangwen coughed up another crimson spurt of blood, his body trembling with rage. The fact that he had been spared by an unknown individual, especially in front of so many witnesses, was a bitter pill to swallow for Jiangwen. Jing Feng, Bai Fan, I shall settle this score with you sooner or later, Jiangwen declared, unable to maintain his fade any longer, and swiftly departed with the disciples of Beishu Palace. Haha. The members of the 9 Nether City Lords' residence, Tianshui Palace, and Jing Feng all burst into laughter, bidding farewell to Jiangwen with their mirth. Although his expression was concealed from view, it was evident that it must have been exceedingly grim. Jing Feng, Bai Fan, you will inevitably meet your end at my hands. Jiangwen's eyes gleamed with malice. Wang Feng appraised Bai Fan and remarked, Jing Feng, it seems your Qingyang sect has produced another talented individual. Not at all. Had it not been for Jiangwen exhausting most of his inner energy while arrogantly challenging my disciple, he would not have suffered such disgrace, Jing Feng replied, fanning himself with a jade fan, chuckling. Wang Feng said, Jing Feng, you are being modest. This time, the competition for the 9 Nether will be even more intense. He cast a meaningful glance at Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong, who met his gaze with fierce determination. Bai Fan's expression remained inscrutable, rendering Wang Feng unable to gauge his depths. I wonder if he has advanced yet? Jing Feng's countenance betrayed a hint of trepidation, as if merely uttering this person's name struck fear into him. Wang Feng and Hong Yutian exchanged alarmed glances, both shaking their heads, unwilling to speak further. Soon, the 3 groups parted ways. Unable to contain his curiosity, Bai Fan inquired, Jing Feng, who were you referring to earlier? Why does everyone seem so fearful of him? The first on the 9 Nether, an unassailable number 1, Xian Wujing of the Wuji sect. Jing Feng's voice was laced with reverence. Dongfang Songlong exclaimed in surprise, Wuji sect. The mightiest force in 9 Nether City, said to have ties to the Yuanshi sect of the Tianyu Great World. Xian Wujing, is that formidable? I truly wish to meet him. Bai Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Jing Feng chuckled, Xian Wujing is far too abnormal. The disparity between us is insurmountable. Do not provoke him under any circumstances. Chapter 1. The vast disparity. Bai Fan, Jing Feng, and Dongfang Songlong hunted numerous magical beasts before returning to Westgate Town. Each of them returned laden with spoils, eager to sell the pelts and meat of the beasts they had slain. Bai Fan, wishing to reserve the meat to feed his infernal fire snake lion, sold only the pelts, netting over 3,000 crystal stones. Despite their successful hunts, none of them had obtained any crystal cores, underscoring their rarity. Jing Feng and Dongfang Songlong, similarly devoid of crystal cores, sold nearly all the remains of the beasts due to the limited space in their bags. Songlong, what are your plans moving forward? Jing Feng inquired. Dongfang Songlong replied, I intend to continue my training and prepare diligently for the Juyo Qianlong ranking a year from now. It seems I must also exert myself. I cannot allow you to surpass me, Jing Feng chuckled. I plan to train in the demon realm for a while. What about you, Bai Fan? Bai Fan pondered briefly before stating, I need to return to Qingyang sect to pay a visit to the deputy sect master and learn some martial arts techniques. It appears we must part ways. I shall see you at the Juyo Qianlong competition in a year, Dongfang Songlong said reluctantly. Having few friends. Dongfang Songlong regretted the separation from 2 kindred spirits, yet he understood that all gatherings must eventually come to an end. After they parted ways, Bai Fan hurried toward Qingyang Mountain, utilizing a swift travel talisman to expedite his journey. With his training in the demon realm complete, he was now eligible to become an inner disciple. Joining the deputy sect master Ling Xinya's tutelage would undoubtedly be beneficial, and Bai Fan had personal matters to attend to, such as dealing with Zhu San. 3 days later, Bai Fan returned to Qingyang Mountain, first heading to the Yunu Peak. After being away for so long, he felt it essential to greet Yu Xiaofeng. Upon reaching the peak, he noticed the female disciples of Yunu Peak bustling about, as if they were hosting esteemed guests. Could it be that Miss Yu Xiyuan had returned? This thought crossed Bai Fan's mind, conjuring a vivid image of her pure and ethereal beauty, causing his heart to race and his cheeks to flush inexplicably. "What is happening, Xiaoyan? Are you all occupied with something?" Bai Fan called to one of the female disciples. Xiaoyan, a petite beauty with a cherubic face, replied joyfully, "Xiao Fan, you're back. The miss has returned as well. You should go greet her." Bai Fan nodded and followed Xiaoyan inside. The residence of Yuan consisted of several bamboo houses situated at a distance from which laughter could be heard. To Bai Fan's surprise, there was a man's voice within, resonant and powerful. "Who was that man, Xiaoyan?" Bai Fan found himself asking, against his better judgment. "That is the Mrs. Senior Brother. He seems quite formidable." "You mustn't provoke him," Xiaoyan cautioned. "A senior brother?" Bai Fan murmured, realizing the significance of a disciple from the Xian Envy Palace. He proceeded with heightened caution to avoid unnecessary trouble. In no time, Bai Fan arrived at the bamboo house. Before he could speak, Yuan seemed to sense his presence. "Bai Fan, you've returned. Please come in." Having heard much about Bai Fan from Yu Xiaofeng, Yuan regarded him with greater esteem. As Bai Fan entered the bamboo house, he beheld Yuan, even more radiant than before, seated alongside Yu Xiaofeng. Beside Yuan sat a man with a hawkish nose, piercing eyes, and a commanding presence. Their gazes met, and Bai Fan felt a palpable sense of hostility emanating from the man. Confused, he wondered why he had drawn the ire of Yuan's senior brother upon his return. "Greetings, miss," Bai Fan offered respectfully. Yuan appraised Bai Fan for a moment before smiling. "Bai Fan, quite impressive. You've made significant progress." "Thank you for your kind words, miss," Bai Fan replied, feeling a sense of satisfaction akin to sipping ice water on a sweltering day. "Humph," the man scoffed, his demeanor shadowy. "Such weakness, one need not even engage in battle to see how easily he falters." Yuan's expression turned grave as she retorted, "Senior brother Tian. Is this really necessary?" "Dear sister, I meant no offense. I merely wished to test his strength. I did not expect him to be so easily defeated." Tian replied with a smile that belied his malice. With a pallid face, Bai Fan silently vowed to repay this humiliation tenfold. He concealed his resentment, fully aware of the man's capacity to end his life with a mere flick of his wrist. "Let us not forget, this is the territory of Qingyang's sect, not Xian Envy Palace," Yuan stated coldly. Tian's eyes flashed dangerously as he chuckled. "Of course, I would not act recklessly. I must give my sister face." "Humph. Bai Fan, you may leave now," Yuan commanded. "Miss, I take my leave," Bai Fan said, suppressing his pain and anger as he retreated slowly. Endurance was paramount. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. However, this did not signify his acceptance of defeat. Bai Fan understood that his training had only just begun, and with relentless effort, he would have the opportunity to avenge today's indignity. Returning to his own bamboo house, Bai Fan immediately commenced his training. Although Shui Tian's attack had merely been a display of pressure, its impact was formidable, nearly shattering his heart pulse. As he practiced the Qingyang Eternal Life technique, white lotus energy enveloped him, facilitating his recovery. An hour later, Bai Fan completed his training, fully healed, and even gaining new insights. "Shui Tian, one day, I shall repay you 100-fold for this humiliation," he vowed with unwavering resolve. Regardless of his opponent's background, Bai Fan was determined. After resting through the night, he descended the mountain early the next morning, eager to seek out Ling Xinya and learn advanced martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. Yang Mountain. One of the main peaks of Qingyang Mountain was a verdant paradise of cliffs and cascading waterfalls, teeming with wildlife. As Bai Fan traversed the rugged paths, he felt as if he were in an ethereal realm. However, he was too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery. With the Dragon Roar Abyss token in hand, he passed through without hindrance, reaching the summit of Yang Mountain. "Is that Bai Fan, the top-ranked disciple in the outer competition? It seems Master intends to accept him as an inner disciple," many murmured, their curiosity piqued. "Indeed, he must be favored by the Master. I should ingratiate myself with him." Others speculated. Bai Fan's arrival drew considerable attention, and the whispers among the disciples grew louder. The disciples under Ling Xinya's tutelage varied in status, with only the inner disciples being regarded as true apprentices. Given Bai Fan's performance in the outer competition, it was not improbable that he would be recognized as an inner disciple. "Junior brother Bai Fan, please follow me. Master wishes to see you." A robust middle-aged man approached him. Though the man bore no intimidating aura, Bai Fan knew his strength far surpassed his own. He was at least a formidable practitioner. "Thank you for guiding me, senior brother," Bai Fan replied, following closely behind. To his surprise, it was none other than senior brother Yang Feng personally leading him. A clear indication that Bai Fan was to be made an inner disciple. The other disciples gasped in astonishment. Yes, senior brother Feng has always been responsible for attending to master and rarely makes appearances, they whispered. Yang Feng addressed Bai Fan, junior brother Bai Fan. You have successfully completed the training in the demon realm, correct? Indeed, senior brother, Bai Fan responded respectfully. You've made remarkable progress. You've already reached the brave martial realm. Yang Feng was somewhat astonished. Bai Fan remarked, I must enter the master's tutelage without any negligence, fearing to bring shame upon my esteemed mentor. Excellent. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall lend you my utmost support. Yang Feng responded with a smile. Thank you. Senior brother. Navigating through several caves and countless dwellings, Bai Fan trailed Yang Feng to a remarkably profound cave dwelling. Junior brother, this is the cave where our master cultivates. Generally, one is not permitted to approach, Yang Feng indicated. Bai Fan glanced around, noticing a few formidable figures concealed in the shadows, each possessing considerable strength. Bai Fan has arrived. Please enter, came the resonant voice of Ling Xinya, which Bai Fan remembered distinctly, deep and powerful. Junior brother, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and step inside. I shall take my leave now, Yang Feng urged. Understood. Bai Fan responded, striding toward the cave dwelling. Chapter 2, Apprenticeship. The cavern was profound, illuminated by luminous pearls embedded in the walls, casting a bright light within. Bai Fan walked for half an hour before reaching the end, a simple stone chamber furnished with a stone table, several stone chairs, and a few cushions. On one of the cushions sat Ling Xinya, eyes closed in meditation. Please, take a seat, Ling Xinya said, without opening his eyes. Bai Fan approached and settled on the cushion opposite him. Vice Master, I have returned from my trials in the demon realm, Bai Fan announced. Excellent. Remarkable. You have attained the Valor realm, Ling Xinya praised. Thank you for your kind words, Master. I am humbled, Bai Fan replied respectfully. Shortly, I shall take you to pay respects to our ancestor, and I will announce that you are my 11th disciple, Ling Xinya continued. In our lineage, we have few rules, but one must always remember to never betray the sect. Indeed, Master, I will keep this in mind, Bai Fan affirmed. Ling Xinya smiled. There is no need to be overly tense. Our sect is quite lenient. Just ensure you do not suffer losses outside. Now, tell me what techniques you have mastered, so I may impart to you more advanced methods. I have nearly mastered the 10,000 Ancestor Fist, the Blue Sun Longevity Technique, and the Blue Sun Wind Sword Technique. I have also learned the basic footwork and 2 moves of the Dragon's Roar Fist, and I have specifically trained my finger strength, along with some methods for honing the body. Bai Fan hesitated, omitting certain practices, particularly the Blood Demon Technique and the Golden Silk Jade Manuscript, which he deemed best kept secret. Ling Xinya contemplated for a moment before saying, Your foundation is commendable. I will teach you the Blue Sun Fluffy Sword Technique, the Inner Chi Cultivation Technique, Dragon and Tiger Technique, the Agile Dragon 8 Steps, and the Agile Dragon Palm. For now, this will suffice. Once you have fully integrated these techniques, I shall impart further advanced methods. Ling Xinya presented 4 volumes of scriptures to Bai Fan, who received them with both hands and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. I will diligently practice these teachings. The Dragon and Tiger Technique is one I acquired serendipitously. It, like the Dragon's Roar Fist, originates from the ancient Longhu sect, which has long since vanished. You may practice it without concern. Mastering the Dragon and Tiger Technique will unlock greater power, making it well suited for your cultivation, Ling Xinya explained. He paused before continuing. The Blue Sun Fluffy Sword Technique is a more profound skill than the Blue Sun Wind Sword Technique, and is one of the advanced martial arts of the Blue Sun sect. The Agile Dragon 8 Steps and the Agile Dragon Palm are high-level techniques created by me. Practice them well. Yes, Master, Bai Fan replied, exhilarated. Acquiring 4 advanced martial techniques through his apprenticeship was indeed a great boon. If you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult your elder brother, Yang Feng, Ling Xinya advised. Bai Fan nodded. I will do so. Master, how can I rapidly enhance my strength? Bai Fan, your progress has already been quite swift. Why the urgency for further acceleration? Ling Xinya questioned, puzzled. He paused, then added, gaining strength too quickly may not be beneficial. An unstable foundation can hinder future cultivation. Master, upon returning to Jade Maiden Peak yesterday, I encountered Miss Si Yan's senior brother, Shuang Tian. His mere presence nearly cost me my life. I must grow stronger quickly to avoid such humiliation, Bai Fan recounted earnestly. Shuaying Tian. Ling Xinyao exclaimed, surprised. He is the second son of the Xian New Palace's master, ranking among the top 20 of the younger generation in the Tianyu Great World, possessing strength that surpasses many seasoned experts. Regardless of his prowess, I shall one day humiliate him, placing him in a position of life and death. Bai Fan declared with unwavering determination. Good. Excellent. This is the spirit of my disciple, Ling Xinya. He laughed heartily. If you have the courage, venture into the abyssal demon realm to hunt the abyssal demons. However, the first layer of the abyssal demon realm is beyond your current abilities. Only those who have reached the transcendence realm may safely enter. The abyssal demon realm. The abyssal demons. Bai Fan exclaimed in astonishment. For it was the first time he had heard of such entities. Previously, he had only known of those who practiced demonic arts, unaware that a demonic race existed in this world. Seeing Bai Fan's interest, Ling Xinya elaborated. The abyssal demons are unique, neither belonging to the divine, beast, nor human races. And they are adversaries of those who walk the demonic path, existing beyond the 6 realms, unrecognized by heaven and earth. Thus, the abyssal demon realm has formed, becoming a haven for these demons. No one has fully explored this realm, as most great worlds and planets possess direct entrances to it. Of course, the abyssal demons occasionally invade the human world, wreaking havoc. Humans and abyssal demons are mortal enemies. Humans frequently enter the abyssal demon realm to hunt them, both to hone their martial skills and to acquire crystal stones. The corpses and cores of abyssal demons are far more precious than those of magical beasts, highly sought after in the human world. The first layer of the abyssal demon realm mainly hosts abyssal demons below the transcendence realm, and due to their overwhelming numbers, it is perilous for human warriors of that level to enter. Bai Fan, if you truly wish to enter the abyssal demon realm for cultivation, you must think carefully. Once you enter, you are required to remain for a full fortnight, and any challenges faced must be borne solely by you. No one will assist you. Ling Xinyao warned solemnly. Bai Fan resolutely replied, Master, please send me into the abyssal demon realm. I will take care of myself. Seeing Bai Fan's unwavering resolve, Ling Xinyao did not dissuade him. Very well, cultivate for a month first and familiarize yourself with the scriptures I have given you. Then you may enter the abyssal demon realm. Yes, Master, Bai Fan agreed after some contemplation. It was indeed wiser to acquire more life-preserving skills before entering the abyssal demon realm. Subsequently, Ling Xinya took Bai Fan to pay respects to the ancestral master, Yang Ding, at the peak of Yang Mountain, performing the solemn ceremony of 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, marking his true initiation. Yang Ding was a legendary figure who had vanished thousands of years ago, rumored to have ascended to the celestial realm after achieving the spirit immortal realm. Bai Fan, remember that you are not only a disciple of the Blue Sun sect, but also the heir of the Yang Mountain lineage, Ling Xinya admonished seriously. Master, I will remember this. Bai Fan nodded affirmatively. You shall cultivate at Yang Mountain. Your elder brother will make the necessary arrangements. And I will also send someone to inform Jade Maiden Peak, Ling Xinya stated calmly. Thank you, Master. I shall begin my cultivation now, Bai Fan said. Turning to leave the cavern, Yang Feng had already prepared a secluded chamber specifically for Bai Fan's cultivation. At Yang Mountain's peak, only inner disciples were afforded such solitary quarters, which were imbued with much richer spiritual energy. The hierarchy was distinctly defined: core disciples, inner disciples, registered disciples, outer disciples, and attendants, each enjoying vastly different privileges. This system was designed to concentrate resources on nurturing core disciples, fostering competition, and accelerating the cultivation speed of the younger generation. Upon arriving at Yang Mountain, Bai Fan was met with envy and jealousy from many, having immediately acquired a personal cultivation chamber. However, he paid them no mind. He had no time for such distractions, not even for Zhu San. Originally, Bai Fan had not been particularly eager to cultivate, but after realizing the vast disparity between himself and Shuaying Tian, he recognized his own weakness. Acknowledging the gap in strength and understanding the need for improvement, he resolved to exert himself in his cultivation. For complacency was not in Bai Fan's nature. Bai Fan, having struggled to cultivate his abilities, yearned to become a formidable force more than anyone else. He had endured enough humiliation and was unwilling to continue being oppressed. Thus, he resolved to strive with unwavering determination. With the right conditions and access to advanced scriptures, he promptly entered seclusion to hone his skills. Upon learning that Bai Fan was in seclusion atop Yang Mountain, Yu Si Yin felt a pang of disappointment. burdened by the sense of guilt regarding her treatment of him and the matter concerning Shuang Tian. The actions of Shuang Tian had incited Yu Yan's ire. Yet he was, after all, the son of the Lord of Xian Nu Palace, leaving her powerless against him. In resignation, Yu Yan bid farewell to her father and departed from Qingyang Mountain. Unable to confront Shuang Tian directly, she resolved to take him away from Qingyang Mountain to prevent his arrogance from overshadowing the place. Having grown up on Qingyang Mountain, her attachment to the Qingyang sect surpassed that to Xian Nu Palace. She could not tolerate any form of bullying against her sect, not even from her senior brother. Originally, Yu Yan had been indifferent towards Shuang Tian, but following the incident with Bai Fan, her demeanor grew even colder. Shuang Tian, who had persistently pursued Yu Yan, was taken aback by the disdain she expressed after he had merely asserted dominance over a mere herbalist. He believed he had done no wrong and harbored resentment towards Bai Fan. Convinced that Yu Yan regarded Bai Fan with favor and regretting not having dealt with him more decisively. Chapter 3. Abyssal Demon Clan. There was no need for Bai Fan to glance at the Qingyang floating willow sword technique, for he had already mastered it. Having learned the first move, the drifting rain and flying flowers sword, the dragon tiger technique indeed complemented the dragon's soaring and tiger howling fist with its internal breathing cultivation method, significantly enhancing both strength and momentum, perfectly suited for Bai Fan's training. Without hesitation, Bai Fan studied the dragon tiger technique several times before commencing his cultivation. As the dragon tiger technique began to operate, the flow of his internal energy through the meridians accelerated, gradually forming a surging force. The cultivation of the dragon tiger technique was indeed swifter than that of the Qingyang longevity technique, though it was less effective in healing. The dragon tiger technique was a rather domineering method, ideally paired with equally forceful martial skills for greater impact. Ling Xinya had not misjudged the technique. After training with the dragon tiger technique for a while, Bai Fan found that his execution of the dragon's soaring and tiger howling fist had multiplied in power. The 8 steps of the wandering dragon and the wandering dragon palm were both agile martial techniques, well suited to accompany the Qingyang floating willow sword technique and the Qingyang windblade sword technique. The 8 steps of the wandering dragon and the wandering dragon palm were precisely what Bai Fan had been lacking, prompting him to begin his training in them. With the foundational footwork of the ethereal dance, Bai Fan swiftly mastered the 8 steps of the wandering dragon, nearly exerting no effort at all to wield it with ease. As for the wandering dragon palm, though it did not match the dragon's soaring and tiger howling fist in power, its speed was remarkable. And when combined with the 8 steps of the wandering dragon, it proved to be immensely potent. The wandering dragon palm was particularly suitable for agile combat. With minimal consumption of internal energy, Bai Fan's training proceeded with relentless intensity. He dedicated a significant portion of his day to refining his physique, followed by cultivating his internal energy and martial skills, scarcely allowing himself any time for rest. Yet, he still felt the hours insufficient. Wishing for a day to stretch into 2, a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Bai Fan had not stepped outside his cave even once. Both the 8 steps of the wandering dragon and the wandering dragon palm had reached a small level of mastery, enabling him to confront adversaries effectively. His training in the dragon tiger technique was progressing excellently, and the first 2 moves of the dragon soaring and tiger howling fist had become second nature to him. At present, Bai Fan's internal energy had reached the pinnacle of the brave martial realm, on the verge of a breakthrough. His physical strength had also surged rapidly, surpassing the explosive power of his internal energy to reach the level of 9 cloud stones. Bai Fan's total strength now equated to 17 cloud stones, exceeding the power typical of the transformation realm. However, compared to the formidable beings of the transformation realm, the gap in realms was significant, making victory still a challenging prospect. Additionally, with the exquisite artifact, the purple gold soft armor, he felt confident in his ability to survive in the first layer of the abyssal demon realm. The exquisite artifact. The purple gold soft armor had already begun to exhibit some defensive capabilities, thanks to the energy provided by its core. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Bai Fan visited Ling Xinya to discuss his intention to enter the abyssal demon realm. My little disciple, since you have made your decision, I shall not impede you. But do exercise caution, Ling Xinya advised, producing a low-grade artifact longsword, the purple feather sword, a set of low-grade armor, the purple vine armor, and a chinkoan bag, which he handed to Bai Fan. These are prepared for you by your master. With this equipment, you will possess greater means of self-preservation. Thank you, master. Bai Fan expressed his immense gratitude as he accepted the items, cradling them in his hands. Ling Xinya continued, Prepare yourself and request anything you need from your senior brother. Yang Feng, return to my cave early tomorrow morning, and I shall personally escort you to the first layer of the abyssal demon realm. After bidding farewell, Bai Fan sought out Yang Feng to request provisions, water, a change of clothing, and other necessities. Lastly, he asked for some spiritual herbs intended for the weasel. Yang Feng asked no questions and provided Bai Fan with everything he needed, even items he had not considered. Thank you, senior brother. Bai Fan felt a deep sense of appreciation, having little else to say. Yang Feng cautioned, little junior brother, be exceedingly careful when entering the abyssal demon realm. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. Understood, senior brother, Bai Fan replied. Yang Feng then shared numerous important considerations regarding the abyssal demon realm, all drawn from his personal experiences. Bai Fan committed these warnings to memory, recognizing their potential to save his life. Upon returning to his cave, Bai Fan opened the Qianquan bag to discover numerous crystal stones and elixirs, including healing and detoxification pills, as well as others suitable for his level of cultivation. My master is truly too kind, Bai Fan reflected. The low-grade artifact, the purple feather sword, was vastly superior to the flowing light sword, prompting him to immediately refine it. The purple vine armor was also commendable. He refined it as well, knowing it could be summoned to his body in times of peril. With his entry into the abyssal demon realm imminent, Bai Fan began making final preparations, reviewing all the martial skills he had acquired. He organized his equipment, talismans, and elixirs, ensuring they were readily accessible. Having completed everything, Bai Fan managed to rest for only a few hours before dawn broke. As the first light of day emerged, he tidied himself and made his way directly to Ling Xinya's cave. Bai Fan's emotions were a tumultuous blend of excitement, anticipation, anxiety, fear, and curiosity. My little disciple, are you prepared? Ling Xinya inquired gravely. Master, I am fully prepared, Bai Fan affirmed. The passage to the abyssal demon realm at the summit of Yang Mountain was originally opened by their ancestor. It was a one-way passage, preventing the abyssal demon clan from entering Yang Mountain. However, to return, one would require a special transmission jade talisman. This is the transmission jade talisman. Safeguard it well. If lost, you will be unable to return. Remember, the talisman can only be used after 15 days, lest it be wasted, Ling Xinya instructed. Bai Fan accepted the transmission jade talisman and stored it within his Tianyuan ring. 15 days was not the duration he had prepared for. During this venture into the abyssal demon realm, he intended to train diligently and strive to elevate himself to the rebirth realm as swiftly as possible. Real combat was the fastest path to cultivation, and Bai Fan was determined not to miss this rare opportunity, unless faced with an overwhelmingly dire situation. He planned to remain for a full year and then return to compete against Luo Xing, preparing for the 9 Nether Hidden Dragon ranking battle. Ling Xinya activated the passage, which appeared unfathomably deep, leading to the unknown. Without hesitation, Bai Fan stepped into the passage. The darkness enveloped him, rendering even his night vision ineffective. As he drifted through the abyss, he lost track of time until he finally felt solid ground beneath his feet. In that moment, Bai Fan hastily donned the purple vine armor and the purple gold soft armor, channeling energy to protect himself. This was a lesson taught by Yang Feng. For the abyssal demon realm was rife with the abyssal demon clan, and one could easily find themselves amidst a horde upon entry. Many had perished the instant they entered the abyssal demon realm, never even catching a glimpse of its landscape. Just as Bai Fan secured his armor, dozens of attacks rained down upon him. Boom, boom. The onslaught was fierce, yet Bai Fan's 2 pieces of armor were both artifact grade, with the purple gold soft armor being of exquisite quality, endowing him with remarkable defense that allowed him to emerge unscathed. Drifting rain and flying flowers sword. With the purple feather sword in hand, he unleashed his most formidable sword technique. As petals fell like rain, blood spilled onto the ground. In an instant, dozens of abyssal demons surrounding Bai Fan fell lifelessly, their blood staining the earth. With no time to survey his surroundings, a fresh wave of abyssal demons surged toward him. The abyssal demons bore resemblance to beasts, their forms grotesque and terrifying, some appearing merely as swirling masses of black mist that could shift shape at will. Bai Fan executed his sword techniques with lethal precision, slaying numerous abyssal demons. These creatures were not particularly strong, most lacking the internal energy realm, and posed little threat to Bai Fan. In no time, Bai Fan had annihilated a significant number of abyssal demons in his vicinity. At that moment, with no more abyssal demons rushing at him, he finally had a chance to observe his surroundings. The abyssal demon realm also possessed a sky, adorned with a violet sun hanging high above. The abyssal demon realm appears rather dim and foreboding, devoid of any flora, with the ground covered in black gravel. Upon arriving in this desolate place, Fan felt a sense of discomfort, a chill enveloping his entire being. The corpses of the abyssal demons lay in abundance. Fan selectively gathered only those of the abyssal demons at the inner breath realm and above, placing them into the celestial ring. Within the craniums of the abyssal demons resided energy cores, the crystallization of their power, though not every abyssal demon possessed one, making these cores exceedingly rare. Fan, however, found himself bereft of time to ponder their existence. He had yet to clear the bodies of the slain abyssal demons, while more continued to encircle him. The ceaseless influx of abyssal demons was indeed a grim reality. Few humans dared to venture into the abyssal demon realm alone, as exhaustion would inevitably claim them. In dire need of rest, Fan had no choice but to summon the infernal serpent lion. With its assistance, he finally secured a moment to recuperate and replenish his inner breath. Chapter 4. Dark clouds gathering the moment the infernal serpent lion emerged. It radiated an exuberance that was palpable. Confined within the pet belt, it had been stifled. With a resounding roar, the infernal serpent lion commenced its slaughter against the abyssal demon clan. In the areas where Fan ventured, the abyssal demons were of relatively low rank, lacking any formidable adversaries, thus presenting no challenge for the infernal serpent lion. After clearing the battlefield, Fan took the opportunity to recuperate his internal energy, preparing to take over for the infernal serpent lion. The most fearsome aspect of the abyssal demons lay in their inexhaustible numbers. Human warriors always required rest, which deterred anyone from daring to venture alone into the abyssal demon realm. Fan, in his quest to rapidly enhance his strength, had no choice but to enter this perilous domain alone. However, he had already accounted for the assistance of the infernal serpent lion and his own physical prowess. His physical strength was even more formidable than his internal energy. Once depleted, he could still rely on his bodily might. Fan needed to devise a method to restore his internal energy during combat, for even without the infernal serpent lion, he aspired to navigate the abyssal demon realm with confidence. The dragon tiger technique could not be cultivated in battle, which was a limitation, while the carefree technique allowed for recovery during conflict, though Fan's current strength was insufficient. The carefree technique emphasized spontaneity and a natural approach, permitting cultivation at any time or place. Only such a technique could be practiced continuously, unlike most that necessitated a tranquil environment or meditation. I must reach the spirit wisdom realm soon, Fan pondered. The infernal serpent lion grew increasingly ferocious, dispatching numerous abyssal demons in mere moments. Not long after, Fan had sufficiently restored his internal energy, allowing the infernal serpent lion to rest. He even provided the creature with medicinal pills to aid its recovery, knowing that forthcoming battles would surely escalate in intensity. Dealing with these abyssal demons posed little difficulty. Yet Fan refrained from seeking out more powerful foes for the time being. As a newcomer, it was prudent to first assess the situation to avoid unforeseen dangers. After several exchanges with the abyssal demons, the vicinity around them was nearly devoid of adversaries. During this time, the strongest abyssal demon encountered was merely at the courageous realm, easily vanquished by him. It was time to delve deeper. With both Fan and the infernal serpent lion fully recuperated, they prepared to embark further. A sudden, thunderous roar reverberated through the air. What an overwhelming presence! Fan exclaimed in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, a mass of dark clouds surged forth, shifting ominously in form, instilling fear. Suddenly, the clouds morphed into a colossal mouth, aiming to engulf Fan and the infernal serpent lion. Emerging purple feather sword, drifting rain and flying flowers sword. Fan swiftly unleashed his ultimate technique. Sword energy surged forth, piercing into the dark clouds. But the clouds merely altered their shape a few times before effortlessly dissipating Fan's assault. The infernal serpent lion, rendered helpless, could only gaze skyward at the ominous clouds. Cackling wickedly, the clouds emitted a chilling laughter. Fan's expression shifted, and he began to scrutinize the dark clouds intently, particularly the subtle fluctuations in energy. He needed to discern the core of the clouds to strike at the abyssal demons concealed within. These abyssal demons displayed remarkable cunning, releasing the dark clouds to shroud their true forms, leaving Fan at a loss. Furthermore, their strength was formidable, easily achieving the giant force realm. As the dark clouds descended once more, Fan promptly activated the Azure Sun Windsword technique to shield himself and the infernal serpent lion. Concurrently, He invoked the carefree immortal finger, utilizing its essence to unleash erratic sword strikes. With a fierce roar, Fan launched multiple attacks, ultimately landing a hit that elicited a wretched scream from the abyssal demon. The dark clouds trembled and expanded, enveloping both Fan and the infernal serpent lion. Disregarding Fan's attempts to strike, Fan remained unperturbed. Having struck the abyssal demon, he had locked onto its position, capable of tracking it regardless of how it shifted within the clouds. However, he refrained from hastily attacking, biding his time for the opportune moment. Employing his sword techniques primarily for self-preservation, Fan adeptly deflected the relentless assaults of the abyssal demons, whose attacks bore fiery and corrosive properties, necessitating careful defense from Fan. Suddenly, an abyssal demon struck him, sending him crashing to the ground, suffering significant injuries. As the dark clouds cackled menacingly, the infernal serpent lion panicked, preparing to sacrifice itself to protect Fan. Fan urgently implored the infernal serpent lion to remain still, for his previous injury had been a ruse to lure the enemy. The abyssal demon took the bait and lunged forward, drifting rain and flying flowers sword. Once more, he employed this technique, the purple feather sword piercing into the heart of the dark clouds. The abyssal demon within quickly met its demise, its cries abruptly silenced. With its death, the dark clouds rapidly dissipated, revealing the true form of the abyssal demon, resembling a lion yet larger than the infernal serpent lion itself. Its body cloaked in dark fur, exuding a powerful presence. Upon witnessing the abyssal demon's fall, the infernal serpent lion lunged forward, ravenously consuming its flesh. The flesh of the abyssal demon contained potent energy, akin to that of magical beasts, enabling the infernal serpent lion to advance swiftly. Fan, however, chose to focus on his own cultivation, having expended considerable energy earlier. Suddenly, the infernal serpent lion unleashed a deafening roar, its expression contorted in agony. Fan halted his training, alarmed to see the creature engulfed in black flames, writhing in torment upon the ground. What could this mean? Fan was at a loss, wary of making any rash moves. The flames intensified, threatening to incinerate the infernal serpent lion, yet paradoxically, its aura grew ever stronger, displaying no signs of true harm despite its evident suffering. Could it be that the infernal serpent lion was on the brink of evolution after consuming the abyssal demon? Fan speculated. In truth, the abyssal demon possessed a crystal core, and its consumption by the infernal serpent lion signified the onset of its evolution. Unbeknownst to Fan, even if he had been aware, he would have willingly offered the crystal core to the infernal serpent lion, no matter how precious the core. It paled in significance compared to the creature's potential for growth. As the infernal serpent lion continued to writhe in agony, blood seeping from its body, Fan watched anxiously. Feeling utterly helpless, he was tempted to intervene multiple times, but restrained himself, fearing that any misguided action could prove detrimental to the creature. Please, Fire Lion, let nothing befall you. Fan silently prayed, hoping fervently that the infernal serpent lion would emerge unscathed. The bond they shared was hard-won, and he could not bear the thought of losing such a promising ally. Chapter 5. Advancement. The malevolent fire serpent lion's aura abruptly transformed, becoming exceedingly ferocious. Fan retreated repeatedly, daunted by its presence. The serpent lion's might intensified, and its form expanded. After a prolonged moment, the creature ceased its tumultuous movements and unleashed a thunderous roar. Witnessing the serpent lion's exultant cry, Fan's heart finally settled. Congratulations on your successful advancement, Fire Lion, he said with a smile. Observing the serpent lion's formidable aura, it had evidently ascended to the pinnacle of the giant power realm, significantly enhancing its strength. Moreover, the serpent lion seemed to exhibit numerous changes, albeit Fan could not discern the specifics. The serpent lion's newfound power indicated that the forthcoming trials would be considerably safer. Much to Fan's delight, the serpent lion raised its head and howled to the heavens, brimming with excitement. Its roar attracted numerous abyssal demons. Yet Fan refrained from intervening, choosing instead to gauge the serpent lion's prowess. The serpent lion, undeterred, charged forth, employing its body to ram, claws to strike, bites to rend, and tail sweeps to devastate. Its ferocity was unparalleled, encountering almost no resistance. Simultaneously, the serpent lion astonishingly unleashed black flames, incinerating any abyssal demon that came into contact with them to mere ashes. Clearly, the serpent lion had acquired special abilities post-advancement, such as fire breathing, with the flames possessing corrosive properties. The serpent lion reveled in its newfound capabilities, joyously slaying the abyssal demons while emitting ecstatic cries. Bai Fan observed closely and noted that the black flames were exceedingly fierce. When they touched the ground, they corroded the earth and stone, producing wisps of green smoke. The intensity of the corrosive effect was terrifying, and Bai Fan dared not confront the flames head-on. In no time, the serpent lion had vanquished the horde of abyssal demons. Still yearning for more, Bai Fan instructed the serpent lion to rest and recover its internal energy before they continued their journey. The abyssal demon realm was boundless, and the first layer predominantly housed abyssal demons beneath the rebirth realm, yet their numbers were overwhelming. With time of the essence, Bai Fan was determined to slay more abyssal demons to hone his skills. Currently, he was at the periphery of the first layer, encountering no formidable abyssal demons. Accompanied by the serpent lion, he pressed deeper, dispatching any abyssal demons they encountered. There was no choice but to eliminate them. The abyssal demons were endless and fearless, unwilling to flee unless defeated. Escaping the throngs of abyssal demons was exceedingly difficult, and it was more prudent to slay them as they advanced. For the various parts of the abyssal demons held considerable value. Days passed, and Bai Fan lost count of how many abyssal demons he had slain. The abyssal demons were diverse, mostly resembling beasts, with some bearing human-like features, and the most bizarre being a sentient cloud of black mist. After encountering so many abyssal demons, Bai Fan felt somewhat desensitized. However, those resembling humans were among the more advanced abyssal demons, which were absent in the first layer. The most powerful races among the abyssal demons were the abyssal hellhounds and abyssal dragons, possessing astonishing combat prowess. These races dwelled in the deepest parts of the abyss and seldom emerged. It was said that many humans ventured into the abyssal demon realm for training. Yet after several days, Bai Fan had not encountered a single one of his kind. Communication with the serpent lion was impossible, and their days were consumed by ceaseless battles, rendering the experience exceedingly monotonous. In that moment, Bai Fan longed for a companion by his side, recalling Jing Feng and Dongfang Songlong, wondering how they fared in their training. Suddenly, a formidable abyssal demon tiger appeared ahead, its aura commanding respect, causing the surrounding abyssal demons to part ways. Bai Fan swiftly prepared himself, poised to strike at any moment. The serpent lion was eager, having yet to encounter an opponent of comparable strength since its enhancement. Fire Lion, this one is yours. Bai Fan gestured towards the abyssal demon tiger. The serpent lion, elated, let out a triumphant roar and lunged forth. The abyssal demon tiger also possessed giant power realm strength, making it an ideal test for the serpent lion's abilities. The clash between lion and tiger was exhilarating, with both combatants employing similar tactics and matching strength. The serpent lion, equipped with its long, powerful tail, gradually gained the upper hand. Perhaps in a bid to showcase its formidable physical might, the serpent lion refrained from utilizing its fire-breathing technique. Boom. The battle raged on for an hour, with the abyssal demon tiger increasingly overwhelmed, sustaining multiple injuries while the serpent lion bore only minor wounds. Fire Lion. It's time to conclude, Bai Fan announced, having cleared the surrounding abyssal demons. Heeding Bai Fan's command, the serpent lion sprang into action. A surge of black flames erupted forth, catching the abyssal demon tiger off guard. It was unable to evade as the flames engulfed it, igniting rapidly. The fire intensified, and the abyssal demon tiger rolled in anguish, emitting a piercing scream. In mere moments, it was reduced to ashes. Bai Fan observed, hoping to find a crystal core, which could provide energy for his purple gold armor. The more, the better. Onward, Bai Fan exclaimed, filled with fervor, believing that crystal cores would eventually come. The serpent lion was equally exhilarated, eager to find stronger opponents. With a triumphant sweep, they continued to decimate the abyssal demons, advancing at a brisk pace. As they delved deeper, the strength of the abyssal demons escalated, prompting Bai Fan and the serpent lion to moderate their speed to conserve energy. This was no trivial matter. A shortage of stamina against a powerful horde of abyssal demons could spell disaster. Having only just begun to grow, Bai Fan had yet to establish his position and dignity. He was not keen on encountering unforeseen mishaps. After resting, Bai Fan and the serpent lion prepared to set off once more when they suddenly heard distant sounds of combat. There are humans. Let us investigate, Bai Fan exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. At last, humans had appeared, although encountering them might not guarantee safety. He was nonetheless eager to see. The abyssal demon realm was too quiet, and the relentless slaughter of the abyssal demons had grown tiresome. Over time, solitude could drive one to madness. With swift resolve, Bai Fan and the serpent lion cut through any abyssal demons they encountered and soon reached the vicinity of the battlefield. There, they beheld a human besieged by a throng of abyssal demons, many of which exuded formidable auras, including those from the spirit wisdom and giant power realms. Remarkably, the human exhibited impressive prowess, maneuvering effortlessly amidst the numerous powerful abyssal demons. Suddenly, Bai Fan gasped in recognition. He knew this human warrior. Chapter 6. The rivalry among brothers. When Bai Fan beheld the face of the individual before him, he was astonished to recognize Dongfang Songlong, whom he had parted from not long ago. In Dongfang Songlong's hand was a formidable black watermelon knife, rendering him nearly invincible. With few Abyssal Demon Clan members able to approach him, "Songlong, you have also arrived in the Abyssal Demon realm," Bai Fan exclaimed excitedly. In his enthusiasm, Bai Fan momentarily forgot that Dongfang Songlong was engaged in battle. His interruption could distract him and lead to injury. Upon hearing Bai Fan's voice, Dongfang Songlong indeed lost focus and was attacked by several powerful members of the Abyssal Demon Clan. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have sustained serious wounds. "Bai Fan, is that you? Quickly assist me in dealing with these abyssal demons, and we can converse later," Dongfang Songlong called out. "Certainly. Fire Lion, engage," Bai Fan replied with a smile. This time, Bai Fan and the infernal fire serpent lion plunged into battle together, relentlessly dispatching the Abyssal Demon Clan. Even without employing his dark flames, the infernal fire serpent lion proved formidable. Even those of the giant strength realm fell before him, while those below that realm were vanquished in mere moments. Particularly fearsome was the serpent tail of the infernal fire serpent lion, which swept through numerous foes at once. Bai Fan, not lacking in strength himself, wielded the purple feather sword, clearing a path with unparalleled might. Before long, Bai Fan and the infernal fire serpent lion joined forces with Dongfang Songlong, significantly alleviating the pressure on him. "Bai Fan, your arrival is truly timely. Had you come any later, I fear I might not have been here to greet you," Dongfang Songlong laughed. "Brother Songlong, you jest. With your capabilities, it was only a matter of time before you dealt with these abyssal demons," Bai Fan replied. Dongfang Songlong gazed at the infernal fire serpent lion in astonishment, exclaiming, "Bai Fan, when did you tame a magical beast? How impressive." There was a hint of envy in Dongfang Songlong's tone. Taming a magical beast was no easy feat, and he naturally yearned for one as a companion. "I was merely fortunate. Otherwise, I could never have subdued it," Bai Fan smiled, lacking any sense of arrogance. "Luck is also a form of strength," Dongfang Songlong remarked. Though engaged in conversation, their pace in eliminating the abyssal demons did not falter. Soon, all the abyssal demons in the vicinity had been vanquished, and Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong exchanged hearty laughter. "Bai Fan, you may choose half of the spoils from these abyssal demon corpses. The remainder shall be mine," Dongfang Songlong offered. The most precious aspect of both magical beasts and abyssal demons was their core, but without dissection, none could ascertain its presence. Dongfang Songlong's offer was merely a matter of chance. "Brother Songlong, since you have slain the majority, it is only fitting you choose first," Bai Fan said, not wishing to take undue advantage. Dongfang Songlong, not one to be overly formal, casually claimed half of the abyssal demon corpses, while Bai Fan promptly gathered the remaining half. As for who would be fortunate enough to obtain the cores, that was left to fate. "Brother Songlong, what brings you to the abyssal demon realm?" Bai Fan inquired. "And you as well?" Dongfang Songlong laughed. "Haha, we are all striving to elevate our powers swiftly." "Very well, let us delve deeper," Bai Fan chuckled. Surprised to encounter a friend in the abyssal demon realm, Bai Fan felt genuine joy. "Indeed, but first, let us meditate for a while to restore our internal energies," Dongfang Songlong suggested. They commenced their cultivation, cognizant that the journey ahead would become increasingly perilous, necessitating caution. Before long, their meditation concluded, and Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong set forth once more. The abyssal demon realm held countless secrets and innumerable abyssal demons, awaiting their adventurous spirits. "Brother Songlong, how long have you been in the abyssal demon realm?" Bai Fan asked. "Only a few days. I presume we arrived around the same time," Dongfang Songlong replied. Bai Fan smiled wryly. "It seems we have both ventured blindly. We are unaware of where the more formidable abyssal demons reside, suitable for our training. With the two of us, along with the infernal fire serpent lion, even if we encounter the mightiest abyssal demons, we shall escape unharmed," Dongfang Songlong declared with confidence. The strongest abyssal demon on the first level of the abyssal demon realm was typically of the first layer of the transformation realm. Each level of the abyssal demon realm was guarded by a powerful demon king, vastly exceeding others of the same level. Should Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong encounter such a being, their only recourse would be swift retreat. Bai Fan's strength could not contend against the forces of the transformation realm, let alone bridge the gap of realms. Considering the disparity in realms, Bai Fan's power would need to vastly exceed that of the opposing abyssal demon to stand a chance. Dongfang Songlong, possessing slightly less strength than Bai Fan, would also struggle against the demon kings of each level within the abyssal demon realm. Dongfang Songlong's assertion was one of optimism, should they truly encounter a demon king. Escape would be a formidable challenge. Indeed, we brothers are invincible together, Bai Fan replied with a grin. The infernal fire serpent lion roared with excitement. Traveling together, the two and the magical beast proved formidable. They could rest whenever needed to maintain their internal energy for battle, and wherever they roamed, the abyssal demons fell before them. Dongfang Songlong appeared well prepared, possessing ample Chinkoan bags, sparing them the time required for dismembering corpses. When he noticed Bai Fan also gathering corpses into Chinkoan bags, he expressed mild surprise but refrained from further inquiry. Bai Fan consistently collected the corpses into Chinkoan bags before surreptitiously transferring them to the Tianyuan ring, for his Chinkoan bags would otherwise be insufficient. The Tianyuan ring alleviated many of Bai Fan's burdens. Unfortunately, his current power was too feeble to unlock the ring's additional functionalities. Due to his weakened state, even with fine treasures, he was unable to wield their true power, making him susceptible to the covetous eyes of others. Thus, Bai Fan refrained from disclosing any details about the items acquired from the 10,000 Serpent Cave, even to Jing Feng and Dongfang Songlong. Walls have ears, no wall is impenetrable. Bai Fan understood this well, exercising great caution and maintaining silence. Bai Fan, I did not anticipate your strength to have surged so significantly. I feel left behind. I must intensify my training and not lag behind you, Dongfang Songlong declared loudly. My current cultivation is merely a result of fortunate circumstances. Advancing further will not be as effortless. Bai Fan shook his head. Indeed, much of Bai Fan's progress stemmed from serendipity, accompanied by considerable risk. A feat difficult for the average person to replicate. Regardless, I will train fervently. Before he could finish, Dongfang Songlong charged once more into the throng of abyssal demons, wielding his watermelon knife with unmatched prowess. Bai Fan, invigorated by the challenge, was eager not to fall behind. He and Dongfang Songlong had forged a bond of friendship, yet rivalry lingered between them. Should they meet in the 9 Nether Dragon ranking tournament, neither would show mercy. It was precisely this dynamic that allowed them to converse freely and cultivate their friendship. Jingfeng shared a similar sentiment. Competition among brothers was a healthy rivalry that never resorted to underhanded tactics. Chapter 7. Yi Guxuan of the Baiming sect after Bai Fan joined the fray. He found himself in fierce competition with Dongfang Songlong to see who could slay more abyssal demon clan members. Bai Fan, we must determine a victor. Let us not hold back, Dongfang Songlong declared, his competitive spirit ignited. It was precisely this ambition that had propelled him to his current level of cultivation. Having endured disdain and ridicule during his youth due to his lowly status within the Dongfang family, Dongfang Songlong was determined to excel. As he worked diligently, his skills rapidly advanced, gradually earning the attention of some higher-ups in his family. Yet, a significant portion of the clan still looked down upon him. Primarily because he was a bastard child. Dongfang Songlong had never met his mother. His father, the son of the Dongfang family's patriarch, was a charming figure with numerous wives and children, showing little concern for Dongfang Songlong's upbringing. This background instilled in him an even stronger desire to surpass all the young talents of the Dongfang lineage. With fervor, Dongfang Songlong unleashed his abilities to vanquish the abyssal demon clan. Bai Fan, equally young and ambitious, began to take the battle seriously. The Xiling sword danced in his hands, executing the Qingyang Fufeng sword technique with unparalleled prowess. This time, the evil fire serpent lion refrained from intervening, conserving its energy to protect Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong. Faced with these two formidable young human warriors, the abyssal demon clan met their unfortunate fate, falling in droves. As Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan reveled in their growing excitement, they laughed heartily while dispatching their foes. Bai Fan, step it up. You're lagging behind in kills, Dongfang Songlong called out. You started before me. Those earlier kills don't count, Bai Fan retorted with a grin. Their banter, amidst competition, formed an odd but delightful camaraderie. If anyone had witnessed their interaction, they would have found it peculiar. Both Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan meticulously kept track of their kills, voicing their tallies, for pressure breeds motivation. And their pace of eliminating the Abyssal Demon clan was impressively swift. Before long, they had cleared the area of Abyssal Demons, with Dongfang Songlong boasting a slightly higher count. As he had indeed started first. I concede, Bai Fan admitted. It should be me who concedes. I had already slain quite a few before you. Dongfang Songlong replied with a chuckle. They exchanged a knowing smile, choosing not to dwell on the competition. Suddenly, a voice broke through their merriment, startling both Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan. The newcomer exuded a formidable presence, having evidently lurked nearby for some time, unnoticed by the duo, indicating his significant strength. With a cold gaze, Dongfang Songlong inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Yi Guxuan from the Baiming sect." "There's no need for such wariness, brothers. Our meeting is serendipitous. And I hope we can become friends," the newcomer replied, an elegant young man with striking features. The Baiming sect, one of the 9 major sects. Both Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Guxuan smiled. "Indeed, I hail from the Baiming sect, but I am not yet a true disciple. One must reach the rebirth stage to be considered a genuine disciple of the Baiming sect." Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong were once again taken aback. The standards for disciples in the 9 major sects were indeed formidable, leaving them to ponder the qualifications of core disciples. The vast difference in status between major sects and minor factions like Jiuyu City was starkly apparent. Yi Guxuan displayed considerable strength, at least at the giant strength stage. Yet he was not an inner disciple of the Baiming sect. This revelation left Bai Fan in disbelief, as his own recent progress paled in comparison. With a non-inwardly disciple from the Baiming sect surpassing him in cultivation, he felt his pride dissipate. Dongfang Songlong felt similarly humbled. Yet their spirits ignited with fierce determination rather than defeat. If someone of Brother Ye's caliber is not an inner disciple, we have even more reason to strive harder. Bai Fan remarked with a smile. "Brothers, you are far too modest. With your talents and cultivation, entering a major sect should not be insurmountable," Yi Guxuan replied. "By the way, may I ask your esteemed names?" Dongfang Songlong, he replied curtly. "I am Bai Fan, a humble person from a small place." "I hope, brother, you will guide us in the future," Bai Fan added. "You are both too kind. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Yi Guxuan offered generously, though Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong remained cautious. "Brothers Dongfang and Bai, do you have any plans? Would you be interested in venturing deeper into the Abyssal Demon realm?" Yi Guxuan proposed. Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong were inclined to refuse. But before they could voice their objections, Yi Guxuan continued, "You are likely entering the Abyssal Demon realm for the first time. I have been here thrice. It would be wiser to follow me than to wander aimlessly." Both young men were intrigued, as they had been lost and unsure of their path. "I wish to explore the depths of the Abyssal Demon realm, but my solitary strength is insufficient. If we cooperate, we can divide the spoils fairly. I genuinely hope you will join me," Yi Guxuan stated earnestly, his sincerity palpable. After a brief discussion, Bai Fan nodded. "Very well. We shall journey together into the depths of the Abyssal Demon realm." "Excellent. This is wonderful news," Yi Guxuan exclaimed with delight. The deeper regions of the Abyssal Demon realm hold numerous treasures, and disciples from all major sects aim directly for the depths. I found myself alone this time, which is why I sought your collaboration. Thus, once we enter, exercise utmost caution. The Abyssal Demon clan is not our only concern. We must also be wary of other humans. "Thank you for the warning, Brother Yi. We shall proceed with care," Bai Fan replied. Dongfang Songlong inquired, "Do all young people from the Tianyu Great World enter the Abyssal Demon realm for training?" Indeed, the Abyssal Demon realm comprises numerous layers, catering to cultivators of all levels. The competition among disciples of major sects is fierce. Without accelerating our cultivation, we risk being left behind. Thus, we frequently enter the Abyssal Demon realm for training and occasionally venture into the demon domain to hunt magical beasts, Yi Guxuan explained. He then shared additional precautions, which Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong listened to attentively, committing them to memory. The dangers of the Abyssal Demon realm were well known. Caution is the mother of safety. Neither Bai Fan nor Dongfang Songlong were blindly arrogant. They understood that being prudent is the key to survival. The chance to gain insights from Yi Guxuan was invaluable, and they would not let it slip away. "Shall we set off? We have covered everything," Yi Guxuan announced, leading the way. Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong followed closely, remaining vigilant. Chapter 8. Siege. Yi Guxuan led the way, with Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan closely following, accompanied by the infernal fire serpent lion. This quartet of formidable warriors moved with remarkable speed. Yi Guxuan did not bother to engage the abyssal demon clan members they encountered along the way. Instead, he simply barreled through, dispatching any who obstructed their path. The impressive pace set by Yi Guxuan astonished both Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan, who recognized his formidable prowess. "It's rather pointless to slay these abyssal demons," Yi Guxuan remarked. "The chances of obtaining a crystal core from them are minimal. It is far more advantageous to reach the depths of the first layer of the abyssal demon realm, where most demons are at the spirit wisdom realm or higher, significantly increasing our chances of acquiring cores." Bai Fan responded, "If we encounter a horde of these spirit wisdom realm abyssal demons, how shall we contend with them? Rest assured." Yi Guxuan replied with a smile, "The higher-ranked abyssal demons possess territorial instincts. Aside from those that dwell in groups, most venture out alone to hunt." As they journeyed, they encountered numerous humans, none of whom they recognized, and there was an air of suspicion among them. Yi Guxuan, accustomed to this, said nothing and showed no inclination to assist, even when humans were in peril. Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan, respecting Yi Guxuan's authority, refrained from voicing any objections. In the abyssal demon realm, it is generally unwise to intervene for strangers. The environment is too treacherous. There are those who feign distress, and once aided, many would turn on their saviors, Yi Guxuan explained. Both Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan nodded in understanding. Acknowledging Yi Guxuan's wisdom as a disciple of a prominent sect who had traversed the abyssal demon realm, they were receptive to his teachings, even posing questions about matters they did not grasp. Yi Guxuan frequently nodded in approval, elevating his regard for them. Initially, he had looked down upon Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong, hailing from lesser backgrounds, but he had since cast aside such sentiments. Suddenly, the sounds of battle echoed ahead, prompting the trio to rush forward. They soon beheld a scene of conflict, a young man clad in white, wielding a 3-foot sword, effortlessly dispatching abyssal demons with each swing. "It's Tianfeng from the Sword God sect," Yi Guxuan exclaimed in surprise. Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong, upon hearing the name of a Sword God sect disciple, were equally taken aback. The Sword God sect was one of the 9 major sects, a power far beyond that of the Qingyang sect. Each disciple of the Sword God sect was adept at swordsmanship, and upon reaching the rebirth realm, they would forge their innate sword embryo, significantly enhancing their strength. This innate sword embryo was immensely powerful, evolving alongside its wielder, and was one of the sect's most formidable techniques. The Sword God sect's prominence among the 9 sects was largely attributed to the cultivation methods of the innate sword embryo. Having only recently heard Yi Guxuan mention the 9 major sects, Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong were unaware of many details. In fact, Bai Fan did not even know the names of all 9 sections. "Is Tianfeng truly that formidable?" Dongfang Songlong inquired, intrigued. Yi Guxuan replied, "Tianfeng is not particularly remarkable. He is on par with me. We have clashed several times, and it has always been evenly matched." "Oh, should we assist you in eliminating him?" Dongfang Songlong casually suggested. "Really? If you could lend me your aid, defeating him would be a trivial matter," Yi Guxuan said, his excitement palpable. Bai Fan interjected, "Brother Yi, we belong to smaller sects and do not wish to invite trouble." Dongfang Songlong understood Bai Fan's intent and quelled his own eagerness. He yearned for the opportunity to challenge the disciples from prominent sects, but realized he would have to seek another occasion. "Bai Fan, Songlong, if you help me defeat Tianfeng, I assure you there will be no trace left behind, and it will pose no threat to you. Furthermore, I will grant you all of his wealth, keeping nothing for myself. Additionally, I shall offer you 2 low-grade magical artifacts as compensation for your assistance. What say you?" Seeing Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan hesitating, Yi Guxuan quickly sweetened the deal with tangible rewards. Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong exchanged glances, clearly tempted. Yi Guxuan, sensing their interest, promptly presented 2 low-grade magical artifacts, both weapons, offering them to Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong. "I shall provide the rewards up front, regardless of whether we succeed in slaying Tianfeng. The artifacts are yours." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong ultimately accepted the artifacts. Magical artifacts were rare treasures, and the disciples of major sects were indeed different. Even the outer disciples casually possessed such items. The prospect of defeating Tianfeng and claiming his vast wealth was a tantalizing incentive. Bai Fan was confident in his ability to slay Tianfeng, while Dongfang Songlong was purely motivated by his desire for combat. Yi Guxuan was elated to see them accept the magical artifacts. Brothers by Fan and Songlong. We shall encircle Tianfeng and ensure he does not escape. Otherwise, we will face significant repercussions, Yi Guxuan instructed. Understood. Both Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong were acutely aware that if Tianfeng managed to flee, it would spell disaster not only for them, but also for the forces they represented. The trio devised their strategy and prepared to act. Bai Fan would position himself to Tianfeng's right, Dongfang Songlong to his left, while Yi Guxuan would launch a surprise attack from behind. With a multitude of abyssal demons in front of Tianfeng, they would effectively create a four-sided encirclement. Action! Yi Guxuan signaled, and the three surged forward simultaneously. The moment they revealed themselves, Tianfeng sensed their presence. Turning to face Yi Guxuan, his expression shifted dramatically. Yi Guxuan, I never expected you would seek help to confront me. Tianfeng exclaimed, his composure faltering in frustration. Your misfortune to encounter me in the abyssal demon realm shall be your undoing. No one will know it was I who vanquished you, Yi Guxuan declared, launching a fierce assault without mercy. Simultaneously, Bai Fan's purple feather sword and Dongfang Songlong's watermelon blade struck with lethal precision. Initially, Tianfeng had focused solely on Yi Guxuan, dismissing the two unfamiliar faces as inconsequential. However, as Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong unleashed their attacks, Tianfeng quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Though their might was slightly inferior to Yi Guxuan's, it was not by a significant margin. Tianfeng, whose strength was comparable to Yi Guxuan's, could easily manage a single opponent, but found himself overwhelmed when faced with two adversaries of similar caliber. Additionally, he had to contend with the throngs of abyssal demons before him, leaving him with no chance of victory. Instantly grasping the dire circumstances, Tianfeng made a swift decision. As the saying goes, retreat is the best strategy. He plunged into the ranks of the abyssal demons, seeking their cover to escape. Chapter 9, Complications by Fan and Dongfang Songlong. Surround and kill him. We must not allow Tianfeng to escape. Yi Guxian's voice resonated loudly, clearly aimed at informing Tianfeng of Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong's names, compelling them to exert all their efforts against him. Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong inwardly cursed Yi Guxian for his cunning, their movements swift as they plunged into the abyssal demon horde to pursue Tianfeng. The evil fire serpent lion, under Bai Fan's command, remained stationary, poised for action. Tianfeng declared, Bai Fan, Dongfang Songlong, you still have time to withdraw. Otherwise, I assure you, I shall not spare you. He was astute, recognizing the discord among the trio. Yi Guxian's heart raced, fearing that Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong might retreat. Alas, both were resolute individuals, unwavering once they had set their minds on a goal. They pressed forward, cutting down the abyssal demons as they closed in on Tianfeng. Yi Guxian felt a surge of confidence and swiftly moved toward Tianfeng. However, Tianfeng's expression shifted drastically. His situation remained perilous despite their attempts at sowing discord. Bloodied and exhausted from slaying countless abyssal demons, he understood that once surrounded by Yi Guxian, Bai Fan, and Dongfang Songlong, he would face dire consequences. Thus, Tianfeng continuously altered his escape route, seeking to use the abyssal demons as a barrier between himself and his pursuers. Unfortunately, the trio's formidable prowess allowed them to dispatch the beast with remarkable speed, quickly forming a tightening encirclement around him. Just as Bai Fan, Dongfang Songlong, and Yi Guxian were on the brink of enclosing him, Tianfeng suddenly produced a purple longsword, its radiance sweeping through the ranks of the abyssal demons. Seizing the moment, he dashed forth, the sword cleaving a path with blinding speed. That is a sword embryo. How can this be? Yi Guxian gasped in astonishment. Isn't a sword embryo supposed to be formed only at the Transcendence realm? Indeed, it is impressive. I wonder if it can be appropriated? Bai Fan remarked, captivated. While we cannot refine it into our own sword embryo, utilizing it for crafting would yield potent artifacts, significantly surpassing the power of ordinary treasures of the same rank. Yi Guxian explained. Dongfang Songlong urged, then let us not hesitate. We must seize it and eliminate him. The trio charged forth like wolves. But the path Tianfeng had forged was swiftly reclaimed by the abyssal demons. He moved with astonishing speed, leaving them unable to catch up. And it appeared he was on the verge of escaping the throng. Bai Fan, Dongfang Songlong, regardless of your sect affiliations, I will remember this debt. Tianfeng laughed triumphantly. Bai Fan sneered. You think you can flee so easily? Evil fire serpent lion, detain him and be cautious of his weapon. As Tianfeng prepared to break free from the horde, the evil fire serpent lion appeared before him, unleashing a torrent of black flames. Sensing the lion's formidable presence and uncertain of its true nature, Tianfeng chose to evade rather than confront it directly. Ow! Tianfeng narrowly avoided the black flames. But many abyssal demons were not so fortunate, screaming in agony as they ignited. The thought of the black flames touching him sent shivers down Tianfeng's spine, prompting him to redirect his escape. The evil fire serpent lion had undergone a transformation, leading Tianfeng to mistake it for an abyssal demon. He veered in another direction, quickly carving a path. Yet, just as he was about to break through, the evil fire serpent lion reappeared in his path. Why do these abyssal demons seem to target me specifically? I refuse to be thwarted. I shall choose yet another direction, Tianfeng exclaimed in frustration. He changed course once more, determined to push through. The sword embryo wielded tremendous power, but at a great cost. Tianfeng resolved to break free at all costs, fearing the consequences of failure. However, as he carved a bloody path, the evil fire serpent lion materialized once again. Furious, Tianfeng shouted, "Beast, you seek death." He unleashed the sword embryo, its purple brilliance aimed at the lion. The evil fire serpent lion evaded while releasing black flames to impede him. In that fleeting moment, Yi Guxian, Bai Fan, and Dongfang Songlong converged upon Tianfeng, encircling him entirely. Tianfeng, you have no chance of escape this time. Surrender, Yi Guxian proclaimed, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Go to hell. I will drag someone down with me even in death. Tianfeng spat defiantly. Yi Guxian retorted, then perish. Brothers, attack. Yi Guxian struck first, followed closely by Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan, who acted almost in unison. In a sudden twist, Tianfeng pivoted and charged at Bai Fan, perceiving him as the weakest link. If he could force Bai Fan back, perhaps he could still find a way out. With lightning speed, Tianfeng aimed his purple longsword at Bai Fan's throat. Xiaoyao immortal finger, 2 fingers in. At the moment the sword drew near, Bai Fan slightly turned his body, his right hand darting forth, pinching the purple longsword between his 2 fingers. Tianfeng felt an unexpected sensation of his sword being immobilized. Panic surged through him as he exerted force to withdraw the sword, but it remained steadfast. His expression shifted dramatically. He realized he had underestimated his opponent and had instead struck an iron wall. Both Yi Guxian and Dongfang Songlong were equally astonished. It was their first encounter with Bai Fan's extraordinary skill. Had they attacked, they likely would have found their weapons trapped as well. In desperation, Tianfeng relinquished the purple longsword and struck at Bai Fan with an open palm. The force of his strike was formidable, sending a gust that rustled Bai Fan's clothing. Yet, as Tianfeng's palm approached, Bai Fan gradually sheathed the purple longsword and retaliated with a punch. With a resounding boom, Tianfeng was unexpectedly sent reeling back, while Bai Fan remained unyielding. Though Bai Fan appeared to be at the pinnacle of martial prowess, his true strength was nearing the transcendence realm. This was why Tianfeng had misjudged him. Bai Fan's physical power was exceedingly formidable, easily leading others to misinterpret his capabilities. At this critical juncture, Tianfeng's misjudgment proved fatal. He staggered back, only to be met with the onslaught from Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxian. Bang! Bang! Tianfeng suffered 2 heavy blows, spitting blood as he was flung backward. Tianfeng, meet your end, Yi Guxian roared, launching an attack aimed at delivering a fatal blow. Just then, a loud voice rang out. Yi Guxian, how dare you? You audaciously attempt to slay others, encircling a disciple of the Sword God sect. Yi Guxian's complexion changed dramatically. The newcomer was none other than Tianfeng's senior brother, Guoming. Everyone, hold him back. I will finish off Tianfeng first. Yi Guxian quickly regained his composure. Guoming's arrival forced Yi Guxian to steel himself, determined to eliminate him as well. Otherwise, if word of this incident leaked, he would face dire repercussions in the future. Chapter 10. Relentless Battles by Fan and Dongfang Songlong. Having heard Yi Guxian's words, understood the urgency of the situation and sprang into action to intercept the incoming threat. Yi Guxian launched a fierce assault on Tianfeng, determined to eliminate him first. The newcomer, Guoming, possessed formidable strength, having reached the pinnacle of the metamorphosis realm, just a step away from the rebirth realm. Those who block my path shall perish. Guoming bellowed, sweeping his sword in a wide arc, sending a gust of blade wind in all directions. Dongfang Songlong wielded his watermelon knife, fearless as he struck with ferocity. Bai Fan, with his Xiling sword in hand, executed the Qingyang Fufeng sword technique, unleashing a flurry of sword blossoms, elusive and beautiful. Initially intent on charging forward to rescue Tianfeng, Guoming soon realized the prowess of Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong was not to be underestimated, forcing him to focus his attention on them. Observing that Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong had successfully intercepted Guoming, Ye Guxian felt a sense of relief and intensified his efforts. Ye Guxian, whose strength was comparable to Tianfeng's, found that with Tianfeng severely weakened and heavily injured, he posed no threat. "Senior brother, save me." Tianfeng lacked the strength to flee, resorting to desperate pleas for help. Unfortunately, Guoming was entangled by Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong, unable to extricate himself. With a resounding strike, Ye Guxian decisively severed Tianfeng's head, showing no mercy. After slaying Tianfeng, Ye Guxian did not linger to collect any spoils. Instead, he turned his attention towards encircling Guoming. He had promised to share the spoils with Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong, and he dared not break his word, especially after witnessing Bai Fan's true strength. Upon seeing Tianfeng slain, Guoming erupted in fury. "Ye Guxian, you have killed Tianfeng. His elder brother, Tianyu, will not let you go unpunished." The mention of Tianyu caused Ye Guxian's countenance to shift dramatically. "Kill him, and all treasures shall belong to you," Ye Guxian declared loudly. He could not afford to let Guoming escape. Otherwise, he would surely meet his demise at Tianyu's hands. Tianyu was a formidable entity of the rebirth realm, far beyond Ye Guxian's capacity to confront. Seeing the fear etched on Ye Guxian's face, Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong comprehended the gravity of the situation. They recognized that if Guoming escaped, not only would Ye Guxian be in peril, but they too would face the repercussions. Moreover, the Sword God sect would not spare them or their affiliations. They could easily abandon them to appease the Sword God sect's wrath. It was imperative that Guoming did not leave alive. United in purpose, Dongfang Songlong, Bai Fan, and Ye Guxian surrounded Guoming. Meanwhile, Bai Fan discreetly summoned the evil fire serpent lion to lie in wait, prepared to strike at any moment. Despite being besieged by three powerful opponents, Guoming remained composed, demonstrating his exceptional prowess. "Ye Guxian, you cannot kill me. If I wish to leave, I can do so at any moment. You cannot stop me." His arrogance belied his intentions to escape with Tianfeng's corpse. "Is that so? Let us see." Ye Guxian retorted coldly. Although he lacked confidence in defeating Guoming, he felt bolstered by Bai Fan's capabilities. Bai Fan's strength far surpassed that of Tianfeng's, making him a worthy adversary against Guoming. Furthermore, Guoming was unaware of Bai Fan's true strength, rendering him susceptible to a clever ruse. With a subtle signal, Ye Guxian initiated a fierce assault. Dongfang Songlong did not hold back, bringing his watermelon knife down with intent. Aware that he could not kill Guoming alone, he sought to create an opportunity for Bai Fan. Bai Fan launched his own relentless attack, executing the Qingyang Fufing sword technique with vigor. As the trio unleashed their full might, Guoming found himself struggling against their combined efforts. Initially preoccupied with the treasures of Tianfeng, Guoming's thoughts soon shifted as he contemplated retreat. He pondered the origins of his formidable opponents, speculating on why such powerful young men remained obscure even among the 9 major sections. "You have done well, Ye Guxian, in finding such powerful allies. This time, I shall spare you. Tianyu will seek you out for retribution," Guoming declared as he prepared to withdraw, leaving behind a menacing warning. Ye Guxian shouted, "Guoming is attempting to flee. Hold him back." He launched an all-out offensive, disregarding his own defenses. Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan, hearing Ye Guxian's command, surged forward with renewed vigor, determined to restrain Guoming. "You are impressive, but you will never kill me," Guoming roared defiantly. The trio pressed on relentlessly, denying Guoming any chance to escape. The longer the battle dragged on, the more it favored Bai Fan and his companions. Alone and against 3, Guoming would soon find his internal energy dwindling, making escape increasingly difficult. Even if he managed to flee, he would be vulnerable to an onslaught from the Abyssal Demon clan. As the intensity of their conflict escalated, the arrival of more Abyssal Demon warriors surrounded all 4 combatants. With each passing moment, Guoming's expression grew more dire. He recognized the need to disengage before he found himself in a precarious situation. Cross of Soul Pursuit. Guoming finally unleashed the Sword God sect's ultimate technique, the highest level martial skill accessible to outer disciples. The Cross of Soul Pursuit executed with astonishing speed, emitting a barrage of cross-shaped sword energy, razor-sharp and lethal. Guoming swung his sword repeatedly, unleashing dozens of cross-shaped attacks toward Yi Guxian and his companions. Yi Guxian became the primary target, enduring a significant portion of the onslaught. Bai Fan, perceived as the weakest, faced the least aggression, with only 3 strikes aimed in his direction. Nevertheless, he skillfully employed the Qingyang Fufeng sword technique, augmenting his power to dissipate Guoming's assaults. In that moment, the rainfall and flower petal sword suddenly launched toward Guoming. As he attempted to evade, Guoming found himself confronted by Yi Guxian and Dongfang Songlong, who were relentless in their pursuit. Suddenly, Guoming felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. Danger! His instincts screamed as he turned to confront the threat. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward, intercepting Bai Fan's attack. Boom! Guoming was taken aback by the sheer force of Bai Fan's strike, nearly losing his grip on his sword. Who are you? How can you conceal your true prowess so deeply? Guoming exclaimed, astonished. Bai Fan replied, you may find out in hell. He pressed his assault without granting Guoming a moment's respite. Seeing Guoming intercepted, Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxian felt exhilarated. Launching another wave of fierce attacks, Guoming, wary of Bai Fan, directed his focus primarily on him. The pressure mounted for Bai Fan, yet he remained unyielding. Chapter 11. The Lizard Dragon Clan. Bai Fan was filled with excitement, unleashing various techniques, even employing the Dragon Tiger Roar Fist. However, he refrained from using the carefree immortal finger, his secret skill reserved for life or death situations. Despite his exhilaration, Bai Fan concealed over half of his strength, waiting for the opportune moment to strike down Guoming. Yi Guxian and Dongfang Songlong, both astute, made every effort to create openings for Bai Fan. The pressure on Guoming mounted, his internal energy depleting rapidly. It seemed he could not sustain himself for much longer. Cross-shaped soul-chasing sword. Guoming unleashed his ultimate technique once more, releasing dozens of sword energies. With more than half aimed directly at Bai Fan, the moment had arrived. Bai Fan had long devised a plan, relying on the exceptional defensive capabilities of the Supreme Treasure. The purple gold soft armor, he intended to withstand the majority of the attacks before confronting Guoming directly. Without hesitation, Bai Fan charged through, disregarding Guoming's onslaught, merely neutralizing the sword energies aimed at his head. Guoming's sword energies struck Bai Fan, tearing his garments, yet the purple gold soft armor effectively absorbed the blows. True to its reputation as a supreme treasure, despite some imperfections, it was more than adequate to withstand Guoming's assault. Bai Fan forcefully broke through the barrage of sword energies and surged toward Guoming. Rainfall and flower petal sword. Bai Fan executed his most formidable attack, launching a sudden onslaught against Guoming. Guoming had just unleashed his most ferocious strike, nearly exhausting the majority of his internal energy, leaving him with barely enough to escape. He believed his attack would sufficiently delay Bai Fan and his companions, granting him a chance to flee. Little did he expect Bai Fan to disregard his assault and counterattack directly. Summoning the remnants of his strength, Guoming attempted to thwart Bai Fan's advance. A tremendous crash echoed as Bai Fan sent Guoming's weapon flying. Without holding back, Bai Fan wielded the purple feather sword with increased ferocity, channeling all his might. Unsurprisingly, Guoming was dismembered by Bai Fan's relentless assault, having just neutralized Guoming's sword energies. Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxian were astonished to find that Bai Fan had already concluded the battle, their mouths agape in disbelief. After a moment, Dongfang Songlong regained his composure and remarked, Brother Bai Fan, you've concealed your strength quite well. It seems I must exert myself further to keep up with you. Brother Bai Fan, your prowess is truly remarkable. With your strength, it must be quite challenging to find an opponent below the transformation realm, Yi Guxian added. Bai Fan smiled wryly, acknowledging, were it not for your assistance, I would have been no match for Guoming. Remaining low-key is the true path. Bai Fan, a naturally humble individual, had no desire to seek glory. Yi Guxian suggested, now that the battle has concluded, let us quickly divide the spoils and depart, lest we attract unwanted attention. Dongfang Songlong responded, Brother Bai Fan, your contribution in slaying these two is paramount. I shall claim the treasures of Tianfeng, while all that Guoming possessed shall belong to you. Given Guoming significantly greater strength compared to Tianfeng, the treasures he possessed were undoubtedly more abundant. The mere weapons of the two were telling. Guoming wielded a mid-grade treasure, superior to that of Tianfeng. Moreover, since Bai Fan had already confiscated Tianfeng's strongest weapon, the purple long sword, Dongfang Songlong graciously conceded the lion's share to Bai Fan. Bai Fan, not one to be polite, recognized his lowly status and the necessity to amass his own wealth. He swiftly looted Guoming's belongings, allowing the Abyssal Demon clan to consume Guoming's remains. The trio continued on their journey, with Yi Guxian elated after vanquishing his longtime rival. Throughout their travels, Yi Guxian endeavored to befriend Bai Fan, recognizing the immense potential he possessed, a valuable connection for the future. Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong also wished to glean more about the outside world through Yi Guxian, and thus, the three engaged in amiable conversation. However, it wasn't long before they encountered a group of abyssal demons, a clan composed entirely of lizard dragons. The Lizard Dragon clan, while not true dragons and lacking dragon bloodlines, was nonetheless formidable. Hundreds of lizard dragons obstructed the path of Dongfang Songlong and his companions, quickly surrounding them. "Shall we fight or retreat?" Yi Guxian inquired. "Fight," Dongfang Songlong declared. Bai Fan remained silent yet showed no intention of fleeing. "Kill." The three of them charged into battle in unison. Bai Fan left the evil fire snake lion outside. Though the creature was displeased, it obeyed Bai Fan's command and refrained from joining the fray. In the perilous abyssal demon realm, excessive depletion of energy posed a significant threat. Keeping the evil fire snake lion hidden was a strategic advantage that could prove life-saving. While Bai Fan and his allies recuperated their internal energy, the evil fire snake lion would serve as their protector, even if spotted. Onlookers would mistakenly regard it as one of the abyssal demons. The Lizard Dragon clan was formidable. Even the weakest among them possessed cultivation at the internal energy realm, making them formidable foes, especially in such overwhelming numbers. Initially, Dongfang Songlong, Yi Guxian, and Bai Fan fought valiantly, akin to tigers descending a mountain, relentlessly attacking. However, before long, they found themselves encircled by the lizard dragons, their pressure intensifying as they struggled to eliminate their foes. Recognizing the dire situation, Bai Fan covertly harnessed his physical strength, sweeping through the ranks of lizard dragons with unmatched ferocity. Dongfang Songlong similarly unleashed his true capabilities, accelerating the pace of their onslaught against the lizard dragons. Seeing Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong's formidable prowess, Yi Guxian also unleashed his ultimate techniques, swiftly dispatching the abyssal demons. All three were powerful, and in mere moments, they had slain over 100 lizard dragons. Among the lizard ranks, several formidable foes emerged, including 3 at the Great Force realm and 1 at the Transformational realm. This transformational lizard dragon, measuring 20 meters in length, boasted massive, razor-sharp claws, elongated fangs, and a powerful tail, all signifying its dominance. This lizard dragon roared repeatedly, advancing toward Bai Fan, its keen senses identifying him as the primary threat. The presence of the transformational lizard dragon exuded an overwhelming aura. Bai Fan focused all his attention on this formidable opponent, proceeding with caution. As the transformational lizard dragon approached, the other lizard dragons dispersed to assail Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxian. Both Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxian faced significant challenges, contending with a great force lizard dragon, while another loomed ominously nearby. The pressure on everyone was palpable, and swift resolution of the conflict was imperative. After a tense standoff, Bai Fan boldly initiated an attack. The purple feather sword traced an exquisite arc, aimed directly at the lizard dragon's eye. The lizard dragon possessed formidable physical defenses, yet its eyes were its vulnerability. Aware of this, the lizard dragon adeptly shielded its eyes. Before Bai Fan's strike could land, the creature's powerful tail swept toward him. The strength of the transformational lizard dragon was immense, likely surpassing even Guoming's. Bai Fan wisely opted to evade rather than confront the blow directly. The tail struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater in the hard stony terrain and sending debris flying. Bai Fan's expression shifted, relief flooding through him. Had he been struck by the lizard dragon's tail, he would surely have faced dire consequences. The exceptional defensive properties of the purple gold soft armor were not infallible. A direct hit could still result in severe internal trauma. Enraged by its missed attack, the lizard dragon roared furiously and swung its tail once more toward Bai Fan. Chapter 12. Slaying the lizard dragon, Bai Fan gracefully executed the ethereal dance of his foundational footwork, deftly evading the sweeping tail of the lizard dragon as he swiftly closed the distance. The power of the dragon's tail was formidable, and only by engaging in close combat could he eliminate the threat it posed. Like a wraith, Bai Fan approached the creature in an instant, diminishing one significant peril. However, the lizard dragon was not merely dangerous due to its tail. Its foreclaws and fangs were equally lethal. Upon sensing Bai Fan's proximity, the dragon roared and lunged with its cavernous maw aimed at him. Bite me, and fear not the loss of your teeth. Bai Fan scoffed. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a hard stone that struck the dragon's teeth with a resonant crack. The stone shattered into dust, while one of the dragon's large fangs broke off. The dragon howled in agony, swiping at Bai Fan with its foreclaws. With the purple feather sword firmly in hand, Bai Fan executed a series of strikes, successfully parrying the dragon's ferocious assaults. Meanwhile, Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan were also in perilous straits, each grappling with a lizard dragon of immense power, which was already stretching their limits, compounded by the multitude of other dragons circling hungrily nearby. Bai Fan remained acutely aware of the overall battlefield dynamics. If no changes were made, the deadlock would prove detrimental to the trio. Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan found it increasingly difficult to contend with their respective dragons, leaving Bai Fan to rely solely on his own strength. Yet, his adversary was a metamorphic lizard dragon, a far more challenging opponent. Summoning all his strength, Bai Fan knew he had to act decisively to vanquish the dragon swiftly. He bellowed, muscles rippling as he seemed to grow taller. Perish! With the same purple feather sword and the Qingyang Fufeng sword technique. His full-powered strike more than doubled in potency. The sword rained down upon the dragon like a tempest, slicing through its armored scales and inflicting numerous wounds. The lizard dragon bled profusely, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Observing their leader's injury, the other powerful lizard dragon converged on Bai Fan, intent on launching an attack. With the additional dragon distracting him, Bai Fan faced a more formidable challenge in slaying the leader. Yet, he remained unperturbed, instead centering himself to unleash his martial prowess. As he executed his techniques with increasing fluidity, each iteration deepened his understanding. Bai Fan, astonishingly, held his ground against two foes. Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan were left in awe, with Dongfang Songlong exclaiming, "Bai Fan, my friend, how much do you truly conceal? Your prowess is extraordinary. You are not lacking either. Let us see who can vanquish their opponent first." Bai Fan laughed heartily, with the other powerful lizard dragon no longer watching. Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan seized the opportunity to unleash their full potential, gaining the upper hand. Bai Fan, youthful and spirited, yearned for a true contest. Thus, he initiated an offensive. His first target was the powerful lizard dragon, deeming it easier to dispatch than the metamorphic one. He unleashed wave after wave of attacks on the dragon, forcing it to retreat as wounds accumulated on its body. The lizard dragon leader, witnessing its subordinate suffering, retaliated fiercely in an attempt to divert Bai Fan's attention. However, Bai Fan's speed was unparalleled, allowing him to deftly evade the dragon's strikes and appear beside the powerful lizard dragon to launch his own assault. Dragon Soars, Tiger Roar's Fist, Qingyang Fufeng Sword Technique, Drifting Rain, Flying Flowers Sword. These formidable techniques cascaded upon the powerful lizard dragon, which became a mere punching bag, spitting blood until it ultimately succumbed. Only the leader remained. Howling in fury as Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan gradually gained the upper hand against their own adversaries. However, the surrounding lizard dragons, sensing the tide turning, initiated a collective assault, temporarily thwarting their efforts. "Keep pushing. I've already taken one down," Bai Fan called out. Dongfang Songlong replied, "Bai Fan, do not be too complacent. Your remaining opponent will not be easily dispatched." "Then let us compete," Bai Fan grinned. With the lizard dragon leader, he felt a newfound ease. Wandering Dragon 8 Steps. Wandering Dragon Palm. Bai Fan began to employ his palm techniques, engaging in evasive maneuvers while integrating his Dragon Soars, Tiger Roar's Fist. Though his fist techniques lacked the sharpness of the purple feather sword, under Bai Fan's immense strength, they proved equally formidable. The lizard dragon leader staggered back, blood spilling forth, indicating that its internal organs were beginning to suffer damage. This was fortuitous. Bai Fan intensified his assault, aiming to shatter the dragon's innards and kill it outright. Given the lizard dragon's thick skin and flesh, even the purple feather sword struggled to deliver a fatal blow. Thus, Bai Fan opted for sheer brute force, and his choice began to yield results. As Bai Fan's strength surpassed that of the dragon, the possibility of slaying it increased significantly. His punches penetrated the dragon's scales, striking at its vital organs. In no time, the lizard dragon was retreating, desperately attempting to flee. Attempting to escape? "It is too late," Bai Fan exclaimed with a laugh. Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan were wholly absorbed in their own battles, unaware of Bai Fan's progress. In secret, Bai Fan executed the carefree immortal finger. And as the dragon roared, the sword energy shot through its mouth and into its body. Despite its robust exterior, the dragon's interior was exceptionally vulnerable. Uru the dragon howled in agony, blood spraying forth. Dragon soars, tiger roars fist, second style, tiger roars across rivers. By Fan unleashed a flurry of punches, each one landing squarely on the dragon leader. With a thunderous crash, the lizard dragon leader was propelled backward, blood gushing, lying still upon the ground. Yes, it is done. By Fan shouted in exhilaration, only to turn and see that Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan had already concluded their battles and were beginning to survey the battlefield. By Fan, you were a step behind, Dongfang Songlong chuckled. Yet, we ultimately fell short. By Fan laughed, in the end, I was still a step behind. Let us call it even. He stowed the corpses of the two lizard dragons into his Qianquan bag, adhering to their prior agreement that the vanquisher would claim the spoils. Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan eyed the corpse of the dragon leader hungrily. Such a high-caliber abyssal demon's body held significant value and a high likelihood of yielding crystal cores. Yet, despite their covetousness, they refrained from claiming it, having already agreed upon their distribution method. Moreover, By Fan's prowess was evident, and any selfish thoughts were quickly suppressed. As By Fan approached the body of the lizard dragon leader, a sudden booming laughter echoed. Ha ha, the corpse of the dragon belongs to me. Depart now, and you may yet save your lives. Chapter 13. Dare to make a blood oath? Suddenly, a formidable presence arrived. By Fan paid it no mind and swiftly stowed the corpse of the lizard dragon into his Qianquan bag. As he finished speaking, the newcomer revealed himself, a man with a scruffy beard, appearing to be in his 30s. Big beard Wang Zhong, exclaimed Yi Guxian in astonishment. Do you know him? Asked Dongfang Songlong, pointing at the bearded man, his surprise evident. The renowned big beard Wang Zhong is quite famous among the younger generation in the Tianyu Great World, responded Yi Guxian. Yi Guxian continued, Wang Zhong, with no sect or affiliation, looks to be in his 30s despite only being 20. His strength is formidable, rivaling that of the youth from the 9 major sections. Armed with a wooden sword, he has undoubtedly defeated countless young talents. Who are you? You seem to know a lot about me, Wang Zhong grinned, his smile somewhat unrefined. I am Yi Guxian from the Biming sect, an unknown junior, replied Yi Guxian. Clearly, Yi Guxian was wary of Wang Zhong, gripping his weapon tightly. I have not heard of your name. Step aside, Wang Zhong stated. Wang Zhong advanced towards By Fan with quickened steps, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Hand over the lizard dragon's corpse, or I shall kill you, and take it by force. His voice was deep and resonant, each step exerting pressure upon By Fan. Wang Zhong, a peak transformation realm expert, emanated an overwhelming aura. By Fan felt immense pressure and quickly summoned his internal energy and physical strength. Relying on his robust and resilient nerves, honed through experience, to barely withstand Wang Zhong's oppressive presence. Unlike Guoming, Wang Zhong had evidently endured countless battles. His aura infused with fighting spirit and bloodlust, far surpassing Guoming's combat prowess. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, By Fan was significantly drained. Although he had consumed medicinal pills, full recovery was not immediate. Engaging Wang Zhong now would certainly put him at a disadvantage. By Fan contemplated how to stall Wang Zhong and buy time to restore his internal energy and vigor. Wang Zhong, if you desire the lizard dragon's corpse, you must first prove your capability, By Fan declared. With the Xiling sword in hand, he prepared for combat, determined not to show weakness, lest it embolden Wang Zhong further. Noticing By Fan's composure, Wang Zhong felt a twinge of uncertainty. Truth be told, Wang Zhong himself was unsure he could easily slay the lizard dragon in its transformed state, and he feared By Fan might possess other hidden strengths. Had he not witnessed By Fan's recent battle, he would not have dared to confront him. Wang Zhong, having long trained in solitude, understood the importance of timing better than anyone. You think you can intimidate me? It's not that simple, he said, slowing his approach. By Fan smiled. Big beard Wang Zhong, how about a wager? I see you've worked hard to reach your current level. I have no desire to kill you. Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxian were also recuperating and could not assist By Fan, leaving him to rely solely on himself. A wager? I'm intrigued. What are the terms? Wang Zhong inquired eagerly. He believed life itself was a gamble, and cultivation was no different. He was always betting his life. Considering By Fan's proposal, he readily accepted. By Fan suggested, you appear quite strong. Let us compete in strength. The one who prevails will be the victor. However, if you have other suggestions, feel free to share. What will be the stakes? Wang Zhong asked, narrowing his eyes. If I lose, the lizard dragon's corpse is yours. If I win, you must leave and refrain from pursuing us. Bai Fan stated. The stakes are too trivial. There's no excitement in that, Wang Zhong replied, shaking his head. Seeing Bai Fan's cautious demeanor, Wang Zhong presumed he was afraid and sought to gauge Bai Fan's true worth. If Bai Fan hesitated to place a substantial wager, Wang Zhong would not hesitate to eliminate him and seize their wealth. Such was the nature of this world, survival of the fittest. Wang Zhong deeply understood this principle, always seizing any opportunity that presented itself. Very well, let us raise the stakes, Bai Fan replied with a cold smile. Let us wager our lives. I wonder if you have the courage? Wager our lives? Wang Zhong's expression shifted as he pondered Bai Fan's true intentions. Afraid? If you are, then let it be. Bai Fan's tone was icy. At that moment, Bai Fan felt a surge of renewed internal energy, bolstering his confidence against Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong chuckled. Who said I am afraid? I accept your wager. If I win, I want all three of you to become my most loyal subordinates. Yi Guxian and Dongfang Songlong's faces turned pale. Both were prodigious talents and had no desire to become subservient to another over a mere wager. Bai Fan interjected, Wang Zhong, that is unreasonable. I can only speak for myself. They are my friends, and I cannot decide for them. Then it seems I shall resort to bloodshed, killing you all and claiming your riches. Wang Zhong laughed heartily. Yi Guxian retorted angrily, Big Beard, do not be so arrogant. If the Baiming sect decides to act against you, how long do you think you can survive? Wang Zhong pointed at Bai Fan. You threaten me, but I am not easily intimidated. If you refuse to comply, I will start with you and then deal with him. Dongfang Songlong glanced between Wang Zhong and Bai Fan and said, I trust brother Bai Fan. I accept. Yi Guxian, his teeth clenched, hesitated, unable to make a decision. Bai Fan expressed his gratitude. Songlong, thank you for your trust. Rest assured, I will not gamble with my freedom. Though Bai Fan appeared to be thanking Dongfang Songlong, he was actually urging Yi Guxian to make up his mind. In a true battle, victory would be difficult for Bai Fan, but in a contest of strength, he still held a chance. Finally, Yi Guxian resolved, all right, I accept your wager. Wang Zhong, we have all consented. If you lose, you shall swear to be my most loyal subordinate, and we must establish a blood oath now to prevent any future reneging. Bai Fan asserted. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Dongfang Songlong, Yi Guxian, and Wang Zhong shifted dramatically, especially for Yi Guxian and Wang Zhong. They had both been prepared to backtrack, knowing the gravity of such an oath. Once a blood oath was sworn, there would be no room for retraction. In this world, the power of a blood oath is enigmatic. While the initial consequences may seem negligible, as one's cultivation advances, it can manifest as a heart demon, making future cultivation exceedingly arduous. By invoking the blood oath, Bai Fan had turned the tide and gained valuable time. Chapter 14. In the blink of an eye, upon observing Bai Fan engrossed in silence, Wang Zhong discerned that he was recuperating his internal energy. That cunning lad seeks to intimidate me. It shall not be so easily accomplished. I shall consent to this blood oath amongst us. With a firm resolve, Wang Zhong agreed. Although he was a solitary cultivator, he held promises in the highest regard. Once uttered, his words would remain unbroken. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret. Having been momentarily subdued by Bai Fan and not seizing the opportunity to strike. Very well. I, Bai Fan, swear by my blood that should I lose this contest, I shall willingly become Wang Zhong's subordinate. Bai Fan bit his middle finger and swore to the heavens. Wang Zhong also proclaimed his vow, and after a moment's hesitation, Dongfang Songlong followed suit. Only Yi Guxian remained indecisive. He had previously placed great faith in Bai Fan's abilities, yet the latter had just emerged from a fierce battle. And Wang Zhong's reputation was formidable, far from mere empty boasts. Bai Fan relished Yi Guxian's delay, but chose to remain unperturbed. Wang Zhong scoffed. What is the matter? Lad from the Baiming sect? Are you afraid to make a blood oath? I could eliminate you right now and then engage Bai Fan. Yi Guxian's expression shifted dramatically. And ultimately, he too committed to the blood oath. Regardless of the outcome, preserving his own life took precedence. Excellent. With all oaths sworn, let us commence the competition. Bai Fan, how shall we measure our strength? Wang Zhong perceived Bai Fan's prowess and recognized the advantage on his side, thus he feigned magnanimity. Bai Fan pondered briefly before proposing, let us each flick a stone of identical size and see whose strength propels it further. Wang Zhong's expression shifted subtly as he queried. How shall we ascertain whose strength prevails? 100 meters ahead stands a towering tree. We shall strike it with our stones and observe whose stone penetrates deeper. This contest will not only test our power but also our finesse. I trust you have no objections? Bai Fan suggested. Wang Zhong contemplated this and replied, agreed. Let it be so. With innate strength and profound cultivation, he felt confident of victory should he harness his internal energy. Bai Fan, inwardly elated by Wang Zhong's acceptance of the challenge, maintained a facade of calm. With his mastery of the flicking technique combined with the prowess of the Xiaoyao immortal finger, his chances of triumph were significantly elevated. The two selected their stones, and the contest commenced. Standing 100 meters from the tree, both aimed effortlessly. You may go first. Bai Fan gestured courteously. Wang Zhong, unhesitant, took the stone in hand, exerting all his might with 3 fingers while channeling his internal energy completely. With a resounding bang, the stone transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the tree. A second sharp sound followed, causing the branches to quiver. What remarkable force! Bai Fan exclaimed in genuine admiration. Dongfang Songlong and Yi Gushuan's expressions darkened. Should Bai Fan falter, they would find themselves subservient to Wang Zhong, a fate none could accept. Wang Zhong felt the stone embed deeply, a smirk creeping onto his face. It is your turn, he said, though his smile lacked warmth. Bai Fan pinched the stone between his fingers, secretly channeling all of his internal energy while invoking the technique of the Xiaoyao immortal finger. Fly, he commanded, unleashing his full strength. The stone flew silently, its speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Bai Fan launched the stone with ease, not even glancing back. Wang Zhong's face paled as he perceived the velocity. Defeat loomed large. A faint sound followed, barely audible, and then 2 more soft thwacks resounded. Bai Fan's stone pierced through the tree, continuing onward to embed itself in another tree behind it. Haha, Wang Zhong, you have lost. Yi Gushuan laughed exuberantly. Bouncing with excitement, Dongfang Songlong nodded at Bai Fan, relieved. He had been so tense moments before that he had nearly forgotten to breathe. Wang Zhong, unable to grasp the reality, rushed to examine the tree closely. Bai Fan had indeed penetrated the tree's center, leaving no room for deceit. Tell me, how did you achieve this? Wang Zhong approached Bai Fan, scrutinizing his eyes. Bai Fan smiled. Have you conceded? Wang Zhong, his complexion pale, admitted, I have lost. From now on, I shall be your loyal subordinate. Very well. I shall later reveal to you the secret of my victory, Bai Fan replied with a grin. With the acquisition of a powerful ally, his spirit soared. Bound by the blood oath, Wang Zhong would likely not dare to renege. Should he harbor ill intentions towards Bai Fan, the backlash of the oath would be dire, no trifling matter. Having secured Wang Zhong, Bai Fan felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. While Dongfang Songlong and Yi Gushuan shared in his joy, they were spared from becoming Wang Zhong's subordinates. Wang Zhong fixed his gaze on Bai Fan. You must have employed some trickery, did you not? Even if I did, do you intend to cheat? Bai Fan retorted. Such a thought would never cross my mind. Wang Zhong replied, vexed. Very well, let us regard each other as brothers, given our similar ages. Brother Wang Zhong, Bai Fan said with a smile. Wang Zhong responded. Young master, I dare not presume. Forget the title of young master. Let us call each other Bai Fan and brother, Bai Fan insisted. Congratulations, Bai Fan. On acquiring such a formidable assistant, Yi Gushuan interjected, clasping his hands in respect. Thank you. Bai Fan replied, hardly pausing to catch his breath. Securing an individual of Wang Zhong's exceptional talents far surpassed the acquisition of the infernal fire serpent lion. Although the latter had great potential for evolution, it lacked human intellect and the ease of human action. With Wang Zhong's strength, provided he had ample medicinal elixirs, advancing to the next realm would be a straightforward endeavor. In the midst of this, only Wang Zhong wore a stormy expression, feeling utterly deceived. Brother Wang Zhong, you shall never regret following me. It is far superior to solitary cultivation, Bai Fan assured him. I will supply you with the elixirs necessary for your advancement. You need only focus on your cultivation. Furthermore, I shall not compel you to join my sect. Your freedom shall remain intact, save for the expectation of your assistance. Having sworn the blood oath, I shall naturally remain by your side. However, I shall not join your sect, as I abhor constraints, Wang Zhong replied. That is acceptable. Bai Fan recognized Wang Zhong's disposition and swiftly guided him to accept the reality. In the future, Bai Fan harbored confidence that he could earn Wang Zhong's genuine loyalty, transforming him into a capable ally. Unbeknownst to Bai Fan, his confidence was steadily growing, and his demeanor was subtly shifting. Alongside Wang Zhong, Bai Fan, Dongfang Songlong, and Yi Gushuan, all weary from exertion, began meditating to restore their internal energy. The abyssal demon realm was fraught with peril, necessitating that they remain in peak condition. After 3 hours, the trio had fully recuperated. As they prepared to depart, the infernal fire serpent lion emerged, rejoining their ranks. When Wang Zheng beheld the creature, he instinctively prepared to strike, only to be halted by Bai Fan. "This is the infernal fire serpent lion I have tamed. Do not harm it." Wang Zheng, upon recognizing the creature's strength, felt a wave of relief. He understood that even had he engaged Bai Fan and the others from the outset, the sudden appearance of the infernal fire serpent lion would have afforded him no advantage. Truly insidious. Wang Zheng silently cursed Bai Fan. Chapter 15. The San Yuan Gate. Wang Zheng ventured repeatedly into the abyssal demon realm to enhance his cultivation. Lacking the support of a sect and unable to afford elixirs, he relied solely on combat to swiftly elevate his prowess. Wang Zheng was intimately familiar with the abyssal demon realm, more so than anyone else, even surpassing Yi Guxuan. When Bai Fan inquired whether Wang Zheng required nurturing elixirs to break through his bottleneck, he was taken aback by Wang Zheng's outright refusal. "I shall rely on my own cultivation to surpass this limitation. I aim to prove to the disciples of the prominent sects that I can be their equal without the aid of elixirs," Wang Zheng declared. Perhaps due to past grievances with disciples from larger sects, his tone was disdainful, even towards Yi Guxuan, since Wang Zheng had declined assistance. Bai Fan did not press the matter further. Each individual must forge their own path and bear the consequences of their choices. In truth, Bai Fan shared a similar aversion to using elixirs for breakthroughs. He would only resort to them in dire situations. He believed that relying on elixirs could influence future cultivation, albeit slightly, and he was unwilling to jeopardize his future for the sake of immediate gains. His own progress had been rapid enough, leading him to abstain from elixirs in recent times. Although Yi Guxuan harbored discontent towards Wang Zheng, he nonetheless admired his determination. No one desires to delay breaking through their limits. The use of elixirs for cultivation had become a prevalent trend. Furthermore, there had been no adverse outcomes from their use, as nearly everyone utilized them, except for those without the resources to acquire them. With Wang Zheng's addition, Bai Fan and his companions significantly bolstered their strength, and they discussed continuing deeper into the abyssal demon realm. Along the way, they encountered numerous abyssal demon clans, all of which they dispatched with ease. The presence of an additional strong ally made a remarkable difference, allowing for efficient rotations during battles and enhancing their overall safety. The evil fire snake lion rarely engaged, often lurking in the shadows as a precaution. Wang Zheng silently cursed Bai Fan numerous times, labeling him as insidious and despicable. However, Bai Fan was merely exercising caution, a trait cultivated through enduring considerable hardships. Before long, they encountered a group of 5 humans, 4 men and 1 woman, all remarkably young and powerful. The weakest among them was already a formidable spirit wisdom realm cultivator, while the strongest had reached the peak of the transformation realm, on par with Wang Zheng. San Yuan Gate, Wu San and Wu Xiuli. Yi Guxuan exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Zheng recognized them as well, but merely scoffed, disinterested in engaging. San Yuan Gate. "I have not heard of it," inquired Dongfang Songlong, his voice loud enough to be clearly heard by the newcomers. "Yi Guxuan, Wang Zheng, what brings you two together? And your companion lacks manners. They ought to learn some etiquette," the foremost man chided. He was Wu San, appearing scholarly with a smile yet harboring cunning intentions. Not only was he the strongest among them, but he was also the most intelligent, undoubtedly their leader. Wang Zheng snorted disdainfully, turning his head away in silence. "Our association is none of your concern," Yi Guxuan retorted. "Moreover, my companion hails from a remote locale, unfamiliar with the world, so I ask for your magnanimity not to take offense." Yi Guxuan's tone was clearly confrontational, subtly belittling Dongfang Songlong, while implicitly criticizing Wu San for his narrow-mindedness. Wu San discerned the underlying message and his expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure. "Yi Guxuan, you are bold. Do not assume that just because you are with Wang Zheng, I will refrain from dealing with you. If you seek to harm me, come forth. However, you must remember that your San Yuan Gate remains outside the 9 great sects. Should you provoke the Biming sect, your entire San Yuan Gate will face dire consequences," Yi Guxuan coldly warned. Dongfang Songlong remarked, "If you are not one of the 9 great sects, it is no wonder I have not heard of you." At this, Wu San and his companions' expressions darkened. The strength of San Yuan Gate was only slightly inferior to that of the 9 great sects, a painful truth for all disciples of San Yuan Gate. Mentioning this in their presence was guaranteed to incite their ire. Dongfang Songlong, oblivious to the implications, would likely be undeterred even if he were aware. Rather, he might deliberately provoke discord, eager for a challenge against young disciples from other sections. "Your tongue is quite foul. Do you seek death?" spoke the sole woman among them, Wu Xiuli. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her words lacked elegance. Nevertheless, her strength was formidable, peaking at the might realm, granting her the audacity to be brazen. I do not seek death. I merely speak the truth. My mouth is my own, and I shall say what I wish, Dongfang Songlong replied coldly. Very well, if you possess the skill, step forward and engage me, Wu Xiuli challenged. Apologies, but I do not enjoy battling women. If there is to be a fight, let it be with a man, Dongfang Songlong stated. Do you look down upon women? Wu Xiuli's brows furrowed in indignation. It is not a matter of disdain. I simply prefer not to engage in combat with women, Dongfang Songlong retorted. Wu Xin interjected. Shall we spar, then? Your audacity is commendable, but I shall accompany you. Wang Zheng stepped forward. Yi Guxuan whispered to Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan. Rumor has it that Wang Zheng once challenged Wu San, ultimately leading to Wu San's defeat. No wonder he is so subservient. Dongfang Songlong chuckled at the revelation. Their conversation, neither too loud nor too soft, was overheard by Wu San, causing him to tremble with rage. Wu San glared at Dongfang Songlong, wishing to devour him. But Wang Zheng stood in his way. Bai Fan chuckled. Songlong, perhaps you should hold your tongue. It would be troublesome if they lose their temper. What is there to fear? A grand battle would serve as excellent exercise, Dongfang Songlong replied. Wu San coldly remarked. Wang Zheng, since when did you the lone wolf acquire companions? How rare. That is of no concern to you. Decide whether to fight or parley. Do not waste our time. Wang Zheng retorted, his words equally harsh. Wu San smirked. Continue your arrogance, Wang Zheng. Once we reunite with my senior brother, we shall settle the score. I eagerly await that timid fellow. The last time I challenged him, he evaded me. It is time to determine our strengths, Wang Zheng replied with a smile. Wang Zheng, your demise is imminent. Wu San shot back before departing with Wu Xiuli and the others. Once they were far enough away, Bai Fan turned to Wang Zheng to inquire about the San Yuan Gate. The San Yuan Gate holds considerable power in the Tianyu Great World. Slightly weaker than the 9 great sects. They have long aspired to join their ranks, yet have not succeeded. It is said that the San Yuan Gate has recently allied with the Yuan Shi sect, casting covetous glances at the lesser sects among the 9 great sects. Oh. So the San Yuan Gate has ties to the Yuan Shi sect. No wonder they are so arrogant, Bai Fan mused, enlightened. Regardless of the San Yuan Gate or the Yuan Shi sect, they were far removed from the Jiuyu city. And thus Bai Fan did not regard them with any concern. Chapter 16. The Dark Young Dragon. Bai Fan. Dear brother, exercise caution regarding Wu San. He is vengeful and exceedingly narrow-minded. In the past, I have defeated him, and he has made several attempts at retaliation, all of which I managed to evade. Wang Zheng remarked. Yi Guxuan nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, do not be deceived by Wu San's seemingly gentle demeanor. He is, in truth, a cunning fox. Upon hearing Yi Guxuan and Wang Zheng's assessments, Bai Fan grew increasingly wary of Wu San. It is not the true villain that one fears, but the hypocrite. It is always wise to tread carefully. The group of Bai Fan continued their journey, hunting the abyssal demons. The abyssal demons of the abyssal realm are boundless with skill. One can amass an endless fortune. No one would disdain an abundance of wealth, hence, whenever they encountered the abyssal demons, they endeavored to vanquish them. Along their path, they encountered numerous human warriors also engaged in slaying the abyssal demons. However, everyone remained vigilant, refraining from conversation. Bai Fan contemplated searching for the strongest abyssal demon on the first layer of the abyssal realm, though success in this endeavor would rely on fortune. The true might of a demon of the transcendent stage remains a mystery for now. All 4, being youthful and fearless, aspired to conquer the king of the first layer of the abyssal realm. Regardless of how formidable the king may be, we shall seek to experience it. It will undoubtedly benefit our cultivation, remarked Dongfang Songlong. Wang Zheng added, I have no objections. I have searched for it several times in the past without success. I, too, wish to witness it. Yet many who have encountered it have perished, including several disciples from our Baiming sect. Yi Guxuan interjected. Bai Fan smiled, saying, What are we waiting for? Let us continue our search. Youth is a blessing, brimming with passion and courage. We fear neither heaven nor earth. Suddenly, a young man, bloodied and disheveled, dashed past them, shouting, Run! A dark young dragon has appeared ahead. It has already slain many of my comrades. This individual, possessing a commendable character, did not forget to warn them. Subsequently, more individuals fled in haste from the same direction. Among them were many formidable warriors, including those of the great strength stage. Bai Fan's companions looked to him, asking, "What should we do? Even great strength warriors are fleeing. Should we not also take cover?" Yi Guoxuan inquired. Having witnessed Bai Fan's prowess, they instinctively regarded him as their leader. Bai Fan scanned Yi Guoxuan, Wang Zhong, and Dongfang Canglong. Yi Guoxuan exhibited signs of retreat. Dongfang Canglong appeared eager, while Wang Zhong maintained a calm demeanor, though his eyes gleamed with intensity. If we could slay the dark young dragon, we might acquire dragon crystals. How could we let such an opportunity slip away? Bai Fan mused. The value of crystal cores is significant, but the worth of dragon crystals is beyond measure. Although the likelihood of a dark young dragon yielding dragon crystals is slim, it does not mean it is impossible. As Bai Fan's words resonated, fervor ignited in their eyes. Even Yi Guoxuan's fear dissipated. Indeed, not only are dragon crystals precious, dragon hides, flesh, blood, tendons, and even teeth all possess considerable value. Dragon blood can enhance one's physical strength and defenses, while dragon hides can be fashioned into armor. Dragon tendons are ideal for bowstrings, and their teeth can be crafted into extraordinarily sharp weapons like daggers. If we succeed in slaying the dark young dragon, we would truly attain great fortune. With thoughts of these myriad benefits, the terror of the dark young dragon faded from their minds. Let us venture forth to witness the might of the dark young dragon. I suspect many human warriors are already gathered nearby, Bai Fan declared. Humans are inherently greedy. There will undoubtedly be those unafraid of death who will attempt to besiege the dark young dragon. For now, we remain uncertain of the dragon's true strength. If it is of the transcendent stage, it may prove exceedingly difficult to defeat. Bai Fan chose not to dwell on such thoughts, opting to assess the situation first. If the dark young dragon proves too powerful, we shall retreat. The four of them, accompanied by the shadow fire serpent lion, hastened forward, ignoring any abyssal demons they encountered along the way. As they progressed, they frequently encountered fleeing individuals, most bearing signs of a fierce battle and appearing utterly disheveled. Wang Zhong intercepted one of the fleeing humans, inquiring, "Where is the dark young dragon? How far is it?" The dark young dragon is approximately 3 kilometers ahead. It has already slain numerous humans. I advise you to abandon your intentions and refrain from hunting it, the man replied, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Fan and his companions. Wang Zhong released him, allowing him to depart. Everyone, be cautious. We are about to witness the true strength of the dark young dragon, Bai Fan cautioned. The four quickened their pace, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the 3 kilometers. Boom. The deafening sounds of fierce combat reverberated in their ears. The dark young dragon, enveloped in darkness, boasted glimmering scales and stood over 10 meters tall, its tail extending nearly 20 meters. Roar. The dark young dragon bellowed, causing their ears to ring. Surrounding the dark young dragon were dozens of human warriors, the weakest among them possessing the strength of the spirit wisdom stage, while the most formidable were formidable transcendent stage warriors. These individuals hailed from various sects, launching chaotic attacks against the dark young dragon. However, their artifacts inflicted no harm upon the beast. Even inferior-grade treasures failed to penetrate its scales. In contrast, the dark young dragon wielded its tail with devastating force, sending opponents reeling from the battlefield. Fortunately, as it was merely a young dragon, it refrained from unleashing dragon breath. Otherwise, the casualties among the humans would have been far greater. Nonetheless, the dark young dragon's physical assaults, claw strikes, and sweeping tail were overwhelmingly formidable and utterly invincible. Wang Zhong observed intently, assessing the dark young dragon's strength. Everyone, be cautious, though this dark young dragon is only of transcendent stage strength. The physical power of dragons is formidable. Its might is undoubtedly comparable to that of a spirit-nourishing stage warrior. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan, Dongfang Canglong, and Yi Guoxuan grew increasingly wary, especially Yi Guoxuan, who noticed many disciples from major sects struggling and faltering. His trepidation resurfaced. The purple marquis of the Zishuan sect is present, and he appears to be in quite a predicament, Yi Guoxuan exclaimed in astonishment. Following Yi Guoxuan's gaze, they beheld a figure clad in a tattered purple robe, bloodied and battered. This individual was a peak transcendent stage warrior, undeterred as he fought valiantly against the dark young dragon. His strength is commendable. If only he had allies to support him, they might stand a chance of slaying the dark young dragon. Unfortunately, his companions are a liability, Wang Zhong remarked coldly. Yi Guoxuan noted. The purple marquis is a standout among the younger generation of the Zishuan sect. I am surprised to see him in such disarray. There are numerous strong individuals here, yet they lack cooperation, which has led to their current predicament, Bai Fan observed. What is your plan, Bai Fan? Dongfang Songlong inquired. With a cold smirk, Bai Fan replied. The plan is, of course, to retreat. At his words, Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan exchanged bewildered glances, but they refrained from voicing their confusion. Having witnessed the might of the dark young dragon, they had already begun to contemplate retreat. The four swiftly withdrew, leaving no trace of hesitation. As they departed, the gazes that had been fixated upon them vanished. Had they lingered too long, they might have incited conflict. Chapter 17. 2 retreats. Bai Fan and his companions had withdrawn 2 kilometers away. Stop! Bai Fan commanded loudly. The four halted, with Yi Guxian and Dongfang Songlong still perplexed by Bai Fan's intentions, while Wang Zhong wore a calm expression, lost in thought. Brother Bai Fan, why must we retreat? Yi Guxian inquired. Bai Fan replied with a smile, with those individuals. Attempting to slay the dark young dragon will likely take an extensive amount of time. If we remain there, we will undoubtedly attract attention, making it difficult for us to seize any opportunities. He paused before continuing. Now that we have distanced ourselves, we are unobserved. When the time is right, we can reappear unexpectedly and seize our chance without jeopardizing our safety. Why not take such an advantageous approach? Sly. Indeed, quite cunning, Wang Zhong murmured. To this day, he remained troubled by his loss in the gamble, firmly believing that Bai Fan had employed underhanded tactics. Bai Fan pretended not to hear and said, let us first adjust our states to their optimum. We may yet need to personally strike down the dark young dragon. Bai Fan was acutely aware that given the assembly of human warriors, if they did not collaborate sincerely, it would be challenging to vanquish the dark young dragon. The creature possessed immense physical strength, capable of effortlessly dispatching any adversary below the transformation realm, even without utilizing its inner energy. Its physical endurance was comparatively slow to deplete, compounded by the dragon clan's extraordinary regenerative capabilities, making the dark young dragon a formidable opponent in prolonged combat. Even from 2 kilometers away, the sounds of battle echoed, the dark young dragon's ferocity palpable. The four sat in meditation, occasionally witnessing human warriors fleeing past them, while others hurried towards the fray. Those who escaped spread the word, leading to an influx of individuals hoping to profit from the chaos. Concealed behind a small hill, Bai Fan and his companions remained unseen. The dark young dragon roared incessantly, evidently not at ease. Ignoring the tumult, the four focused intently on their training. The massive form of the dark young dragon was visible from afar, surrounded by a throng of humans employing a myriad of techniques, artifact attacks, talisman strikes, even punches and kicks. Yet, the dragon's thick hide remained largely unscathed. There were no fewer than 100 humans encircling the dark young dragon, many injured yet unwilling to retreat. Furthermore, some concealed figures lurked in the shadows, eager to seize the opportunity. The primary force contending with the dark young dragon consisted of transformation realm warriors, the only ones capable of marginally matching the dragon's might for any length of time. Should the dark young dragon become enraged and assault a human warrior, the likelihood of that warrior's demise would be substantial. Numerous disbanded groups fled only after their leading transformation realm warrior fell, fearing the wrath of others seeking to exploit their misfortune. Many humans harbored no qualms about slaying weaker individuals to claim their wealth. Thus, in a group lacking a commanding transformation realm warrior, most would prudently withdraw to avoid becoming prey. As more human warriors arrived, they constituted the main force, intensifying pressure on the dark young dragon. Although the dragon's recovery was swift, it could not outpace the rate of its energy depletion. Gradually, the dark young dragon's movements began to slow, its once dominant presence diminished. Let us unite to slay it, and then divide the spoils, exclaimed one human warrior. His enthusiasm echoed by many, though when it came time to act, everyone held back their full strength, reserving their trump cards for the ultimate contest over the rewards. Human nature being what it is, this mindset prolonged the effort to eliminate the dark young dragon. The creature, not lacking in intelligence, recognized the increasing number of humans encroaching upon it and began to flee. As the dark young dragon attempted to escape, many concealed human warriors could no longer restrain themselves and surged forth to obstruct its path. The dragon charged wildly, carving a bloody path to freedom. Coincidentally, the direction of its escape led straight towards the concealed position of Bai Fan and his companions. The dark young dragon moved with astonishing speed, each step shaking the ground beneath. Behind it, over 100 human warriors pursued with fervor. Boom! Numerous artifacts struck the dark young dragon, but its scaled armor repelled the majority of the blows. Nevertheless, the sheer force caused the dragon considerable discomfort, eliciting a thunderous roar. Kill! We must not allow the dark young dragon to escape, lest others benefit. A human warrior bellowed. Chase it down. Many echoed, their shouts reverberating as they charged forward. At this moment, all utilized movement talismans. Those without were left merely watching in awe, for the dragon's speed was unparalleled. Wang Zheng felt the tremors beneath him and smiled. It appears fortune is on our side. The dark young dragon has come to us. What do you mean by good fortune? Being at the forefront is hardly advantageous. Bai Fan cautioned. The dark young dragon has not yet exhausted itself. Should we launch an attack now, it is unlikely we could slay it swiftly. Even if we succeed, our own energy expenditure would be significant, leaving us vulnerable to the approaching human warriors. What shall we do then? Yi Guxian asked. Let us retreat further, and if possible, hinder the dark young dragon's escape, allowing the others to catch up, Bai Fan suggested. The four retreated once more, followed closely by the evil fire snake lion. As for creating obstacles, no immediate solutions presented themselves, so they let that thought go. Wang Zhong, observing Bai Fan's meticulous calculations, felt a sense of admiration. Had he or Dong Feng Song long been in Bai Fan's position, they might have already engaged the dark young dragon in battle. The dragon was indeed swift, but its pursuers were equally swift, utilizing movement talismans and launching attacks that incited the dragon's fury. Dragons, by nature, are proud and violent beings, unwilling to be trampled upon. Moreover, the dark young dragon was unable to control its emotions, defying its instinct to flee. It turned back to engage the humans in combat once more. Bai Fan watched from a distance, exhaling a sigh of relief. This was the outcome he had hoped for, and he wished for the others to follow suit. Regardless, to reap any rewards would entail taking considerable risks, potentially antagonizing numerous disciples from significant sections. The dark young dragon found itself surrounded once again. This time, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Its intelligence, albeit limited, suggested that continued flight might have offered a chance of survival. Prepare yourselves, Bai Fan suddenly announced. Prepare for what? Are we joining the fray? Dong Feng Song Long replied, his voice brimming with excitement. Indeed, let us disguise ourselves completely. We must not be recognized. It would be best to avoid using our usual weapons, Bai Fan instructed. If we succeed in this endeavor, we will undoubtedly offend many. If we emerge as we are, we shall face considerable trouble in the future. Yi Guxian and the others admired Bai Fan's attention to detail, even contemplating the ramifications of their actions ahead of time. Chapter 18. Ambush on the way. Puff. Who says that a dark young dragon cannot exhale dragon breath? While it lacks the ordinary dragon breath, it possesses its innate dragon breath. Generally, dragons refrain from unleashing their innate breath unless faced with life and death situations, as doing so severely injures their vitality and requires considerable time for recovery afterward. Surrounded and unable to escape, the dark young dragon had no choice but to unleash its innate breath in a fierce display of desperation. The assailants were utterly unprepared. Typically, dragons do not resort to their innate breath. Even if they did, those who witnessed such an event would likely be dead. Consequently, the existence of an innate breath among dragons is seldom recorded, and even fewer are aware of it. The dark young dragon unleashed its innate breath, sweeping across the area. The black flames roared to life, engulfing many, who cried out in anguish. Only a few transformation realm experts reacted swiftly, managing to evade the flames, though some were still injured. One such expert, with a flicker of black flame on his sleeve, felt it rapidly spreading to his arm. In a panic, he drew his longsword and severed his own arm. Anyone touched by the black flames would be reduced to ashes in an instant, if not promptly dealt with. Among the hundreds of experts surrounding the dark young dragon, over 90 were burned to cinders, leaving only a handful alive. The scene was utterly tragic. As the fallen quickly turned to ash, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred bodies, inducing retching, the remaining human experts dared not approach the dark young dragon, keeping their distance. Yet, they were unwilling to leave, their eyes fixed on the creature. After expending its innate breath, the dark young dragon was gravely weakened, acutely aware of the lingering gazes upon it. Thus, it raised its head and roared defiantly to showcase its might. Shortly thereafter, the dark young dragon made a hasty retreat, unfortunately heading in the direction of Bai Fan and his companions. The dragon's breath is too powerful. We should retreat, Yi Guxian said, his face pale and trembling. The earlier display of the dark young dragons might have sent chills down their spines, filling them with dread. Unexpectedly, Dong Feng Song Long remarked, I never anticipated that a young dragon could unleash its breath, killing so many human experts in an instant. We need not take unnecessary risks. Wang Zheng remained silent, appearing indifferent to the unfolding events. Bai Fan, however, continued to observe the dark young dragon, his eyes narrowing with a sudden smile. Wang Zheng chuckled. Bai Fan, do you perceive something? From my observations, the dark young dragon seemed significantly weakened after expelling its innate breath. It concealed its condition well, but I discerned it nonetheless. Look closely. Although its speed is impressive, its path is unsteady, and its steps appear feeble, Bai Fan articulated. With keen scrutiny, Wang Zheng, Dongfang Songlong, and Yi Guxian acknowledged the truth in Bai Fan's assertion. Wang Zheng noted, the dark young dragon's steps vary in weight. It must be faltering. Bai Fan's deduction is indeed astute. Quite so. Bai Fan's insight is exceptional. Yi Guxian added. Dongfang Songlong declared, in that case, we must eliminate the dark young dragon. We cannot allow it to escape, but the battle must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, other human experts will seize the opportunity. As many are trailing behind the dark young dragon. Bai Fan nodded. Yi Guxian, you shall lead the way. We will follow your command. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Fan instructed Wang Zheng, take Yi Guxian and Song Long to intercept those pursuing us. I will confront the dark young dragon. Once I secure a victory, you must retreat immediately. The evil fire snake lion will clear a path for our escape. Remember, do not reveal our identities, especially Yi Guxian and brother Wang Zheng. Rest assured, intercepting them will not pose much difficulty, Wang Zheng assured with a smile. Very well. Let us prepare, Bai Fan affirmed. Wang Zheng led Yi Guxian and Dongfang Songlong away, maneuvering to flank the dark young dragon and halt the pursuing human experts. Meanwhile, Bai Fan readied himself. Though the dark young dragon was weakened, it would not be an easy task to slay it. Bai Fan first cast the divine movement charm and the divine power charm, summoning all his internal energy. The dark young dragon drew ever closer, maintaining its swiftness, yet its steps grew increasingly unsteady. Bai Fan observed intently, calculating the optimal moment for his attack. A decisive strike was essential. Any delay would undoubtedly attract the attention of those trailing behind. As they discerned the situation, they would rush forward to claim the kill on the dark young dragon. Thud, thud, the dark young dragon approached, closing the distance to mere 100 meters. Bai Fan's sword energy had a maximum range of 1 to 2 meters, yet at this distance, the dragon could close the gap with a single step. After launching his attack, Bai Fan needed to consider a swift retreat. Even if the dark young dragon perished, the force of its momentum could still inflict grave injury upon him. Taking a deep breath, Bai Fan prepared himself. The dark young dragon was now 10 meters away, and he could even see the dirt lodged between its scales. The dragon took a stride forward, covering 3 to 4 meters with ease. As its leg extended into the air, the moment had arrived. Bai Fan recognized this as the perfect opportunity to strike. Carefree, immortal finger. Rising sun. With the carefree immortal finger, he unleashed the rising sun technique, directing 2 brilliant waves of sword energy towards the dark young dragon's eyes. Caught off guard and charging forward, the dark young dragon never anticipated an ambush. By the time it registered the attack, it was too late to react. A howl of agony erupted as the 2 waves of sword energy struck true, piercing the dark young dragon's eyes and inflicting grievous injury. The creature surged forward, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Rather than retreating immediately, Bai Fan unleashed several additional waves of sword energy, targeting the dragon's gaping maw. Utilizing the iron plate bridge technique, the dark young dragon soared above him. As its sword passed, the dragon plummeted to the ground, blood gushing forth as Bai Fan's sword energy penetrated its veins and throat. Mission accomplished. Despite the dust coating his face, Bai Fan wore a triumphant smile. The dark young dragon was of such size that it could not fit within a typical spatial pouch, presenting a dilemma unless he resorted to using the Tian Yuan ring. However, he lacked the time to hesitate, as those behind had already witnessed the dark young dragon's demise. Quickly, the dark young dragon has been slain. That earlier dragon breath exacted a heavy toll. We cannot allow the one responsible to claim the spoils. We have all endured significant costs. The crowd surged forward, fervently charging ahead. Just then, Wang Zheng and his companions appeared, intercepting them. They could scarcely fathom that Bai Fan would directly transport the dark young dragon with a spatial item, and instead hoped to buy time for him to dissect the dragon's corpse and extract the most valuable components. Chapter 19. Escaping the pursuers. The remaining formidable adversaries were all-powerful beings at the transformation stage, their combined might overwhelming. However, Wang Zhong and his companions understood the significance of halting these foes. Thus they braved injuries to stand resolutely before them. The evil fire serpent lion had already set forth, seeking a rout with fewer abyssal demons. Without hesitation, Bai Fan utilized the Tian Yuan ring to collect the corpse of the dark young dragon. Retreat, Bai Fan commanded loudly. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Zhong and his companions swiftly withdrew, following Bai Fan. All three activated their movement talismans, their speed remarkable. Chase! We must reclaim the corpse of the dark young dragon. The pursuers growled, their eyes aflame with rage, as though they were ravenous beasts. Their companions had fallen victim to the dragon's breath, and their unwillingness to accept this loss drove them to pursue the dark young dragon. Now that the creature had been intercepted by others, it felt as though their hard-earned spoils were being snatched away, an affront they could not tolerate. The pursuers dashed forward, intent on intercepting Bai Fan. Wang Zhong, Dongfang Songlong, and Yi Guxuan remained unconcerned, as the dark young dragon was in Bai Fan's possession. Bai Fan chose not to follow the path indicated by the evil fire serpent lion, while Wang Zhong and the others did. His hesitation stemmed from a fear that they would be unable to traverse it successfully. Instead, Bai Fan opted for a route teeming with abyssal demons. He plunged into the throng of abyssal demons, and before long, a considerable horde followed closely behind him. The pursuers gaped in horror at the sight of so many abyssal demons separating them from Bai Fan. To pursue him, they would first need to vanquish the demons. Even if they attempted to circumvent the horde, they would find themselves surrounded by abyssal demons, not knowing how far they would have to stray. How should we proceed? What are our options? One of them lamented. This fellow is too cunning. The four had already devised a plan. Does anyone recognize them? If we could identify them, even if we escape, we must compel them to relinquish their spoils. We have lost too many comrades to let this slide. These four were unfamiliar faces, never before seen. Their weapons and techniques offered no clues as to their affiliations. Indeed, they are too clever. They employed common techniques during the ambush, obscuring their identities. As they deliberated, their confusion only deepened. All were disciples of prestigious sects, well-versed in various matters, yet the absence of any discernible flaw in their adversaries left them increasingly perplexed. Witnessing his pursuers obstructed by the abyssal demons, Bai Fan swiftly maneuvered into the throng, dispatching numerous demons along the way. The air grew thick with the scent of blood, and the abyssal demons became increasingly frenzied. As more and more of these demons closed in, the pursuers' expressions shifted to one of dread. Retreat. This is a complete failure. We will have difficulty explaining this upon our return. United in their plight, they resolved to confer upon their return, lest the higher-ups within their sects demand answers. Agreed. Indeed. As Bai Fan observed their retreat, he finally exhaled in relief, quickly evading the onslaught of the abyssal demons and setting off in search of Wang Zhong and the others. This fortunate turn of events allowed him to slay the dark young dragon, although luck played a significant role. It was also Bai Fan's meticulous planning that facilitated such a smooth operation. Of course, had it been anyone else lacking Bai Fan's formidable sword energy, slaying the dark young dragon would have proven exceedingly difficult. Even when severely injured, the dark young dragon was not easily vanquished. To penetrate its scales, one would require at least a superior-grade magical weapon. Its eyes were the sole weak point, yet the creature's defenses were formidable. Seizing the moment, Bai Fan struck the dragon's eye, and as it roared in agony, he pierced its throat and blood vessels with his sword energy, ultimately slaying it. Such opportunities were fleeting and challenging to grasp. Bai Fan had taken considerable risks to achieve success. Soon, Bai Fan caught up with Wang Zhong, Dongfang Songlong, and Yi Guxuan, and their reunion was filled with joy. Bai Fan, my brother, I am truly in awe of your prowess. You are remarkable, Yi Guxuan exclaimed. If anyone dares to say otherwise, I shall vehemently oppose them. Wang Zhong, you scoundrel, how would you prove that Bai Fan is not capable? Yi Guxuan retorted, noticing Wang Zhong's mischievous grin. Bai Fan, my dear brother, what are your thoughts on this? Wang Zhong teased. Bai Fan wore a smile, appearing unconcerned. With your skills today, I cannot even hold a candle to you, Dongfang Songlong remarked. We owe you for holding off those pursuers. Without your efforts, we would not have succeeded. Let us find a quiet place to dissect the dark young dragon and share its spoils, Bai Fan suggested. Given that you were instrumental in slaying the dark young dragon, it feels wrong to ask for anything, Yi Guxuan admitted, but I shall shamelessly request some of its scales, as I intend to forge an armor. Certainly. Would 100 scales suffice? Bai Fan replied with a smile. And what of you, Songlong? Dongfang Songlong pondered briefly before speaking. If you do not mind. I would like a bucket of the dark young dragon's blood. Of course, that is no issue, Bai Fan assured him. Wang Zhong, as your subordinate. You cannot let me leave empty-handed, Wang Zhong chimed in. Speak freely about your desires. Bai Fan, feeling generous after successfully hunting the dark young dragon, was more than willing to share. I would like 2 of the dark young dragon's large teeth, Wang Zhong stated. Absolutely. Consider it done, Bai Fan replied without hesitation. Even after distributing some to Dongfang Songlong and the others, it would only constitute a small portion of the dark young dragon's body. Once you have obtained your shares, do not flaunt them outside. Trouble will swiftly follow, Bai Fan cautioned. Dongfang Songlong and his companions, not lacking in intelligence, understood Bai Fan's implication immediately. Understood. The 4 then sought a place to rest, with the evil fire serpent lions standing guard. They restored their original appearances, as their previous visages could no longer be revealed. The major sects had suffered great losses in their hunt for the dark young dragon and would certainly be unwilling to accept this outcome. They might even band together to track down Bai Fan and his companions. After concluding his meditation, Bai Fan noticed that Dongfang Songlong and the others were still engaged in their own practices, prompting him to reflect on the events that had transpired. He realized he had indeed taken significant risks to slay the dark young dragon. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he patted his chest. I ought to refrain from such reckless endeavors in the future. Otherwise, I may shorten my lifespan. Chapter 20. A narrow path for rivals. The abyssal demon realm stretched vast and boundless, its dimness not hindering Bai Fan and his companions in their pursuit of the abyssal demon race. After they divided the spoils of the dark wormling, Dongfang Songlong, Yi Guxuan, and Wang Zhong were filled with exhilaration, their pace in hunting the abyssal demons noticeably quickening. Though intrigued by Bai Fan's possession of a spatial artifact capable of containing the dark wormling, they chose to remain silent on the matter, as they refrained from inquiring. Bai Fan too opted not to mention it, sparing himself the need for explanation. Look, it's Wu San and his group. Accompanied by someone who appears to be Li Zhongren from the Yuanchi sect, Yi Guxuan exclaimed, astonished. His expression darkened as he observed Li Zhongren circling around Wu Xiuli, clearly captivated by her beauty. Should Wu San incite Li Zhongren against Yi Guxuan, his survival would be in jeopardy. Li Zhongren was exceptionally powerful, a top-tier figure among the outer disciples. Yi Guxuan's greatest fear was that Bai Fan and his companions, wary of offending the Yuanchi sect, might choose to remain passive. Initially, Yi Guxuan contemplated concealing Li Zhongren's identity, but with Wang Zhong present, he feared it might backfire. Thus, he resolved to speak candidly and let events unfold naturally. Upon seeing them, Wu San and his companions likewise spotted Yi Guxuan's group. That detestable fly from the Baiming sect again. I wish I could squash him with a single swipe. Wu San seethed, his teeth clenched and eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on Yi Guxuan as if he intended to devour him whole. His initial target was Wang Zhong, but upon realizing Wang Zhong's strength, Li Zhongren hesitated. After all, with Wang Zhong allied with Yi Guxuan, eliminating Yi Guxuan would naturally entail dealing with Wang Zhong as well. Baiming sect? Do you require my assistance in dealing with him? Li Zhongren asked, his right arm draping possessively around Wu Xiuli's waist, his fingers caressing her tender form. Wu Xiuli laughed playfully. Brother Zhongren, you are quite mischievous. Hee. Brother Zhongren, that Yi Guxuan has repeatedly opposed my brother. If you could. Very well, I can assist you in dealing with Yi Guxuan, but... Li Zhongren's face broke into a lewd grin as his hand wandered to Wu Xiuli's shapely rear. Wu Xiuli swayed her hips, further inflaming Li Zhongren's desires. If Brother Zhongren could lend a hand, I would agree to anything. Excellent. Truly splendid. Li Zhongren exclaimed, squeezing Wu Xiuli's dairy re before a fierce glint sparked in his eyes. Yi Guxuan, you have brought this upon yourself by courting the little beauty. There is no turning back now. Wu San and his group hastily approached Bai Fan, their malevolence palpable. Yi Guxuan's expression darkened further as he spoke. Brother Bai Fan, it seems Wu San and his companions intend to target me. I implore you to lend your support. Fear not. We have weathered storms together. Should Wu San dare to strike, we need not fear them, Bai Fan replied calmly, revealing no hint of concern. Wang Zhong, too, maintained a demeanor of tranquility, though a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes, a burning desire for battle. Dongfang Songlong, brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipated Wu San's assault. For hunting the abyssal demons was far too effortless and lacked challenge. Engaging with human cultivators would afford them greater learning and rewards. Yi Guxuan, who would have thought we would meet again in this vast abyssal demon realm? Wu San chuckled. Indeed, it seems the abyssal demon realm is quite small. Otherwise, How could we cross paths so frequently? Yi Guxuan replied, gaining composure upon receiving Bai Fan's reassuring affirmation. Having witnessed Bai Fan's prowess firsthand, and with the peak transformation level Wang Zhong at his side, they were well equipped to confront Li Zhongren. Yi Guxuan from the Baiming sect, a nameless nobody. I have not heard of you, Li Zhongren scoffed, his gaze dripping with disdain. He then scanned Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan, his contempt only growing. Finally, his eyes settled on Wang Zhong, lingering there with intent. Who are you? Which sect do you belong to? Li Zhongren inquired, brow furrowed. Wu Sen interjected. He is the bearded Wang Zhong, a lone wolf without sect affiliation. He then turned to Wang Zhong, warning, Wang Zhong. I have some old scores to settle with Yi Guxuan. It would be wise not to interfere. Is that so? If I intervene, what will you do about it? Wang Zhong retorted dismissively, his expression equally filled with disdain. Wu San's countenance darkened instantly as he warned, Wang Zhong, you pursue your own cultivation, if you truly fear death. You might consider aiding Yi Guxuan. Wu San, you are excessively arrogant, relying solely on your sect's backing. Yi Guxuan stepped forward, challenging them. Wang Zhong chuckled. What of it? If I were to kill you all, who would know it was I? His tone was casual, as if discussing mundane matters. Wu San and his companions recoiled several steps, genuinely fearing Wang Zhong's wrath. Only Li Zhongren advanced, declaring, a mere scattered cultivator dares to compete with disciples from large sects. You possess quite the audacity. Today, I shall show you the consequences. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Li Zhongren locked onto Wang Zhong, his battle intent igniting. Wang Zhong's gaze met his, equally resolute. As their energy surged, Bai Fan coolly interjected, if you choose to act, ensure none escape. Allowing even one to flee will invite future troubles. His voice was low, audible only to Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan, who nodded in understanding. Wang Zhong's murderous aura was unmistakable, causing Li Zhongren to break into a cold sweat as he attempted to assert dominance but found himself unnerved by Wang Zhong's intensity. This individual possesses an incredibly potent killing intent. He has undoubtedly slain numerous formidable foes, proving he is no mere fool. To defeat him, I may need to resort to some hidden tactics, potentially even risk injury. Is it worth it for a fleeting beauty? Li Zhongren pondered, his initial impulse now tempered by careful consideration. Seeing Li Zhongren's hesitation, Wu San subtly signaled Wu Xiuli. Brother Zhongren, I truly wish to witness your prowess in battle. I greatly admire you, she teased, her laughter bright. Li Zhongren's mind wandered to thoughts of Wu Xiuli's delicate skin and her alluring figure. He swallowed hard, feeling parched and overheated. For the sake of beauty, I can do this. With my mid-grade artifact, how could I not vanquish a nameless rogue? Having made his decision, Li Zhongren bellowed, attack. Eliminate them all. He surged forward, wielding a formidable weapon, the mountain-splitting blade, a mid-grade artifact. The mountain-splitting blade was immensely heavy, its broad blade gleaming like a mirror. With a single strike, it could cleave through boulders and even small hills, showcasing its formidable might. As Li Zhongren grasped the blade, his aura peaked, and in an instant, he unleashed his attack. Strike down the mountain. Li Zhongren's movements were as swift as lightning, the mountain-splitting blade descending upon Wang Zhong. Chapter 21. A decisive strike despicable. Wang Zhong muttered under his breath as he swiftly retreated, his speed increasing. A seasoned warrior, Wang Zhong was well prepared for such encounters. As he evaded, the mountain-splitter blade struck the ground, creating a massive fissure that plunged 10 meters deep and spanned a foot wide. How formidable! Wang Zhong silently marveled. Both Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan were taken aback, their intentions to engage thwarted by the commotion. Leave no one standing, Bai Fan shouted, jolting Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan back to their senses as they charged towards Wu San and his companions. Bai Fan targeted the most powerful among them, Wu San, while Yi Guxuan and Dongfang Songlong faced off against 4 disciples of the San Yuan sect. The evil fire snake lion, under Bai Fan's command, was instructed not to act rashly but to remain poised to intercept any fleeing adversaries. Li Zhongren, a disciple of the Yuanshi sect, posed a significant threat. Engaging him meant certain death, for offending a disciple of Yuanshi was no trivial matter. Given Yuanshi's protective nature, they would undoubtedly retaliate with even greater force. Yi Guxuan had the backing of the Baiming sect, which afforded him some security, but Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong dared not gamble with their lives. Fortunately, aside from Wu San, the other 4 disciples lacked exceptional strength, allowing Yi Guxuan and Dongfang Songlong to safeguard themselves. Wu San, the astute strategist, concealed his true intentions and incited Li Zhongren to strike. Having suffered defeat at Wang Zhong's hands before, Wu San harbored a fervent desire to eliminate him, and this opportunity compelled him to utilize Li Zhongren's might. After all, Li Zhongren was already ensnared in Wu Xiuli's enchantment, blinded to the reality at hand. Furthermore, Wu San was not deceptive. He had clashed with Yi Guxuan on several occasions, but refrained from killing him due to the latter's affiliation with the Baiming sect. Every detail had been meticulously calculated, and Yi Guxuan's cooperation made Li Zhongren more susceptible to belief. Wang Zhong, perceiving the unfolding events with clarity, chose not to expose the ruse. As the battle commenced, Wu San exhaled in relief, recognizing the urgency to vanquish the foes before him. Observing Bai Fan's capabilities, he dismissed him with a wave of his hand, intending to eliminate him effortlessly. Wu San underestimated Bai Fan entirely, neglecting to defend himself and withholding his full strength. Bai Fan, however, harbored a cold smirk as he unleashed his full potential. Falling rain, flying flowers sword, dragon soaring, tiger howling fist. Combining his inner energy and physical prowess, Bai Fan launched a decisive strike. Engaging Wu San would prove a challenge. Thus, he seized the moment of surprise for a lethal blow. As Bai Fan initiated his attack, Wu San realized he had been deceived and summoned his remaining strength for defense. Unfortunately, it was too late. The dragon soaring, tiger howling fist veered off course, and a torrent of sword energy shattered Wu San's defenses, landing a direct hit. Although clad in defensive artifacts, Wu San's head and throat were unprotected, leaving him vulnerable to multiple lacerations from the sword energy. Boom! Wu San collapsed to the ground, motionless, with a single strike. Bai Fan had dispatched a peak metamorphosis realm warrior, an outcome he had scarcely dared to envision. Of course, had Wu San not underestimated Bai Fan and neglected his defenses, such a feat would have been impossible. Wu San lay lifeless, leaving Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan in a state of disbelief, utterly shocked. The other 4 disciples of the San Yuan sect were rendered speechless, acutely aware of Wu San's strength and unable to fathom his demise at the hands of someone they perceived as merely a peak valiant realm warrior. Senior brother, big brother, they cried, their eyes reddened with grief. Wang Zhong and Li Zhongren, witnessing Wu San's demise, momentarily halted in shock. Having fought Wu San before, Wang Zhong understood his prowess, and the realization that Bai Fan could also possess the strength to kill him sent shivers down his spine. Had Bai Fan intended to eliminate him rather than recruit him, Wang Zhong feared he might have already met his end. The thought drenched him in cold sweat. Li Zhongren, equally terrified, recognized that he was only marginally stronger than Wu San. With Wu San dead, if Bai Fan allied with Wang Zhong, he would be effortlessly dispatched. The notion of such a possibility ignited a desire to retreat within him. Wu Xiuli, recovering from the shock of her brother's death, eventually regained her composure. Big brother, how tragically you have fallen. You were certainly the victim of a conspiracy. Zhongren, you must avenge my brother. If you do, I will be yours entirely. Her eyes were red, her voice hoarse, a frenzied desperation evident in her plea. Hearing Wu Xiuli's words, Li Zhongren's anger flared, causing him to waver. Damn it. Beauty is alluring, but one must have a life to enjoy it. Retreat is the better option. Li Zhongren had made up his mind. My little beauty, do not worry. I will eliminate them all and avenge brother Wu San. He launched a fierce assault on Wang Zhong, his mountain splitter blades striking with ferocity. After dispatching Wu San, Bai Fan swiftly collected his body. As a talented member of the San Yuan sect, Wu San's corpse was likely laden with treasures, and Bai Fan lacked the time to meticulously search, opting instead to take the body with him. With Wu San's body in tow, Bai Fan observed that Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan were struggling against the frenzied onslaught of the 4 San Yuan disciples. Particularly, Wu Xiuli fought with reckless abandon, trading wounds with the others and inflicting additional injuries on both Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan. The battle between Wang Zhong and Li Zhongren remained stalemated. With no clear victor in sight, Bai Fan resolved to assist Yi Guxuan and Dongfang Songlong, intending to eliminate Wu Xiuli and her companions first. Upon Bai Fan's entry into the fray, the duo found themselves relieved. The 4 disciples of the San Yuan sect harbored deep resentment towards Bai Fan, but upon his arrival, they were struck with fear. Aside from Wu Xiuli, who attacked him with reckless abandon, the others distanced themselves, terrified of being slain. Rising Sun, Bai Fan unleashed the martial arts he had covertly learned, confronting adversaries beyond the 9 Nether City. Employing the techniques of Beishu Palace would serve to mislead any potential escapees. Bai Fan was exceptionally cautious, often preferring to maintain a few contingencies. Even with high odds in his favor, he remained thoroughly vigilant. Armed with the Rising Sun decision and the Rising Sun sword technique, he could convincingly pose as a member of Beishu Palace, instilling doubt in anyone who witnessed him. The Rising Sun technique rivaled the Qingyang Wind Blade technique in prowess, and Bai Fan unleashed it with formidable strength. Facing Bai Fan's assault, Wu Shuli quickly found herself at a disadvantage, her situation growing increasingly dire. Li Zhongren, ever observant of Bai Fan's capabilities, recognized that his victory over Wu San was not solely a result of deceit but also genuine skill. The presence of such talent only deepened Li Zhongren's trepidation. With a thunderous roar, Li Zhongren executed his ultimate technique, the Mountain Splitter Blade, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning towards Wang Zhong. I evade. Wang Zhong, sensing the gravity of the attack, dared not confront it head-on and swiftly dodged. To everyone's astonishment, mid-attack, Li Zhongren abruptly withdrew and retreated, hastily fleeing. Li Zhongren's desire to escape intensified. He must be eliminated. Wang Zhong urged urgently. Chapter 22. Dividing the spoils. Li Zhongren fled, pursued by Wang Zhong. Bai Fan showed no intention of chasing after him. With Li Zhongren's escape, the 4 disciples of the Sanyuan sect were in a state of panic, presenting an excellent opportunity for attack. Brother Zhongren, Wu Shili cried out, utterly exhausted. Die. Bai Fan had no intention of showing mercy, wielding the Rainflower sword to slay Wu Shili with a single stroke. Likewise, he collected her lifeless body. Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan, both astute, seized the moment to eliminate their respective opponents, leaving only one remaining, who posed no further threat. It was then that Bai Fan pursued Li Zhongren, having previously set up the evil fire serpent lion to intercept him. Thus there was no sense of urgency. Not far into the chase, he spotted Li Zhongren, who had already been cornered by Wang Zhong and the evil fire serpent lion. Bai Fan approached slowly, his imposing aura fixating on Li Zhongren. Sensing the imminent danger, Li Zhongren shouted, I am a disciple of the Yuanshi sect. You cannot kill me, or you will face dire consequences. Haha. If you escape today, we will have trouble. If you die, no one will care. You are merely an outer disciple. Until you become an inner disciple, you are not truly one of the Yuanshi sect. Wang Zhong laughed heartily. Li Zhongren, your fate is sealed today. Blame yourself for overreaching, Bai Fan declared. As Bai Fan arrived, the 2 men and 1 beast surrounded Li Zhongren, who was utterly overwhelmed and in a state of disarray. Let us end this swiftly, Bai Fan coldly commanded. He had pronounced Li Zhongren's death sentence. It was imperative to eradicate him completely to prevent future troubles. At that moment, Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan had dealt with the last of the Sanyuan sect's fighters, encircling Bai Fan and his companions to ensure Li Zhongren could not escape. Li Zhongren, realizing he was completely surrounded, felt a surge of panic, his greatest fear being Bai Fan. Having dispatched Wu San with one decisive move, Bai Fan posed a significant threat to Li Zhongren as well. Blade of the Proud Sword. Wang Zhong unleashed his ultimate technique. The Proud Sword was a sword technique that Wang Zhong had stumbled upon, comparable in grade to the Qingyang Fufeng sword technique, marking it as his most formidable move. It was no small feat for any sect to possess a mid-level sword technique. Bai Fan, employing the Rising Sun, simultaneously executed the Dragon Roar and Tiger Howl Fist. I will fight you all. Li Zhongren roared in fury, unleashing the Yuanshi sect's martial skill, Heaven-Shattering Blade. As the Heaven-Shattering Blade was unleashed, the very heavens and earth seemed to change color. Li Zhongren transformed into a towering figure, reminiscent of a demon god. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, he managed to withstand the full force of Bai Fan and Wang Zhong's assault, forcing them to retreat several steps, just as Li Zhongren was about to escape. The evil fire serpent lion unleashed a plume of black fire, obstructing his path. Wang Zhong and Bai Fan closed in once more, continuing their relentless assault. Li Zhongren, I do not believe you can execute that ultimate move many times. Your demise is inevitable today, Bai Fan sneered. Ultimate techniques invariably have stringent conditions for execution. It is impossible to use them incessantly. Li Zhongren's face turned pale, his eyes filled with hatred. Kill. He unleashed the Heaven-Shattering Blade once more. Bai Fan and Wang Zhong swiftly retreated, momentarily avoiding the blade's ferocity. The sheer force of the Heaven-Shattering Blade was overwhelming. Even the gusts alone were unbearable. After repelling Wang Zhong and Bai Fan, Li Zhongren attempted to flee, but the black fire of the evil fire serpent lion reappeared. Once Bai Fan joined the fray, the evil fire serpent lion had withdrawn from combat, tasked solely with intercepting Li Zhongren to prevent his escape. The lion did not disappoint Bai Fan. having already contributed significantly a second time. If Li Zhongren could be delayed for even a moment, Wang Zhong and Bai Fan would swiftly encircle him. Kill! Bai Fan bellowed, launching another ferocious attack. Wang Zhong mirrored his enthusiasm, unleashing his own fierce offensive. Carefree, immortal finger. In the heat of battle, Bai Fan secretly executed his ultimate killing move. The sooner the fight concluded, the better, to avoid prolonged complications. As Li Zhongren focused on fending off the sword attacks from Bai Fan and Wang Zhong, he was struck by an invisible sword chi to the throat. His eyes widened in shock as he fell backward, lifeless. Bai Fan wasted no time, hastily collecting Li Zhongren's corpse. Suddenly, Bai Fan remembered to check for any others in the vicinity. The four of them each scanned a different direction, moving far enough until they confirmed there were no other presences, allowing them to breathe easier. They then left the area, seeking a secluded spot to begin dividing the wealth accumulated from Li Zhongren and his companions. Li Zhongren and Wu San were among the elite of the younger generation, possessing a wealth of treasures. There were 13 artifacts of magical quality, over 100 magical tools, and more than 35,000 low-grade crystal stones, along with 21 Qinkuan bags, half of which were filled with the corpses of the Abyssal Demon clan. It seemed that in preparation for a fruitful return from the Abyssal Demon realm, Li Zhongren and his companions had come well-equipped, inadvertently benefiting Bai Fan and his allies. Bai Fan remarked with a grin, "With so many treasures, let us divide them. Brother Yi Guxuan, Brother Canglong, you may choose first. I desire 10,000 crystal stones, along with some magical tools and 3 Qinkuan bags." Yi Guxuan spoke first. Bai Fan replied, "With so many magical tools, why not select 2 items for your own protection? These magical artifacts are renowned treasures of Li Zhongren and his companions. If I take them out, it will clearly indicate I was the one who killed them. I would prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble," Yi Guxuan said, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I understand. Since they are hot potatoes, I shall take them off your hands. I can always exchange them for crystal stones later." Bai Fan chuckled. "Brother Canglong, feel free to choose whatever you like." Bai Fan was generous with the bountiful treasures, unperturbed by any potential greed from Dongfang Canglong, who was not that type of person to begin with. Dongfang Canglong's choices mirrored Yi Guxuan's. He selected 10,000 crystal stones, a few magical tools, and 3 Qinkuan bags. Both Dongfang Canglong and Yi Guxuan recognized that their ability to defeat Li Zhongren and his companions was solely due to the efforts of Bai Fan and Wang Zhong. Hence they felt no inclination to take more than their fair share. The remaining items belonged to Bai Fan and Wang Zhong, as Wang Zhong was already Bai Fan's subordinate. He accepted all remaining treasures without hesitation. Bai Fan set aside the crystal stones, materials, elixirs, and Qinkuan bags, placing the rest into a Qinkuan bag for later processing. These magical artifacts held little value for Bai Fan. Keeping them would only invite trouble down the line. Coupled with the treasures acquired from defeating Guoming and Tianfeng, he could exchange them for a substantial amount of crystal stones. "We've struck it rich," Bai Fan exclaimed joyfully, reveling in his newfound wealth. Yi Guxuan laughed. "Following Brother Bai Fan is truly delightful. The bounty is greater than my total gains from previous ventures into the Abyssal Demon realm." "Indeed. And we shall have even more rewards to come," Bai Fan smiled, contemplating the wealth to be gained from hunting human warriors. However, not being a person of malicious intent, he ultimately decided that as long as others did not provoke him, he would not initiate conflict. Chapter 23. The Demon Lord Bai Fan had consecutively slain disciples from the Sword God sect, the Yuanshi sect, and the San Yuan Gate, yet he remained unperturbed. The Sword God sect, the Yuanshi sect, and the San Yuan Gate were among the most formidable factions in the Tianyu Great World, with the San Yuan Gate being significantly more powerful than the Qingyang Gate. But what of it? As long as no one witnessed his actions, there were no repercussions. Bai Fan felt a tinge of regret, for these disciples who ventured into the Abyss Demon realm bore no scrolls of their respective sections. Had they possessed the martial arts techniques of the 9 great sects, his cultivation could have surged at an even swifter pace. The 4 of them laughed and chatted as they hunted the abyssal demons, delving deeper into the first layer of the Abyss Demon realm, yearning to witness the realm's sovereign. Many shared their aspirations, believing themselves to be powerful enough to hunt down the ruler of the first layer. To be the ruler of the first layer of the Abyss Demon realm, one would at least possess the strength of the spirit-nurturing realm. Yet these individuals seldom considered whether they could escape with their lives. Humans frequently entered the Abyss Demon realm to hunt the abyssal demons, leading to a relentless struggle between the two races. Should the ruler of the first layer encounter a human powerhouse, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. As they progressed, they encountered numerous elite disciples from various sects, each wary of the others, making collaboration impossible. Whenever Yi Guxian spotted disciples from the Yuan Shi sect or the Sword God sect, he felt a pang of insecurity, his state of mind inferior to that of Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan. As for Wang Zhong, he was inherently fearless. As they ventured further, the abyssal demons grew increasingly formidable, often coming across those at the spirit wisdom and giant force realms. These abyssal demons traveled in packs, though in smaller numbers. Even so, they posed a significant challenge, and many were forced to retreat. Numerous strong individuals faced misfortune, becoming encircled by the abyssal demons, ultimately meeting a grim fate. Those slain by the abyssal demons would be devoured, leaving behind no trace of their existence. Bai Fan and his companions, bolstered by the infernal fire serpent lion, found their progress considerably slowed, facing numerous obstacles. There's a large group of demon minions ahead. Should we eliminate them? Wang Zhong inquired. Demon minions were unique to the abyss demon realm, often kept by powerful abyssal demons. In large numbers, they could easily overwhelm humans and even control the corpses of fallen human warriors. Indeed, the mightier demon minions possessed the ability to manipulate living humans, turning them into puppets. When battling the abyssal demons, the greatest concern was their minions. However, only those who had reached the spirit-nurturing realm could command demon minions. Those below the transcendence realm were incapable of doing so. The minions before them were evidently unclaimed, posing little threat due to their lack of intelligence. Demon minions appeared as swirling clouds of dark mist, lacking physical form. Defeating them yielded no tangible rewards, only serving to sharpen one's spirit and soul. Their primary mode of attack targeted the mind and spirit, inducing illusions and inner demons that could lead to the demise of human warriors. Most would wisely steer clear of them. Bai Fan declared, "Let us vanquish these demon minions as a means of tempering ourselves. Since we have entered the abyss demon realm, it would be a waste not to engage with them." Bai Fan's resolve was met with agreement, and neither Yi Guxian nor Dongfang Songlong dared to oppose him. They held unwavering confidence in Bai Fan, though Bai Fan's cultivation was the lowest among them. His combat prowess surpassed all, earning the respect of Dongfang Songlong and the others. The four of them swiftly approached the demon minions, who numbered in the thousands, including formidable demon lords. The strength of these demon lords was comparable to that of individuals in the spirit wisdom to transcendence realms, making them exceptionally dangerous. Upon sighting humans, the demon minions surged forth like a dark cloud, silently converging on Bai Fan and his companions. "Attack!" Bai Fan bellowed. Falling rain and flying flowers soared. Countless blossoms of sword energy cascaded towards the dark cloud, striking numerous wisps of black mist, which dissipated upon impact. Wang Zhong unleashed his sword dominates the world, sending forth a flurry of sword energy that felled many demon minions. Dongfang Songlong wielded his watermelon knife with relentless strikes, scattering the black mist. Yi Guxian, not to be outdone, employed the North Mysterious Sect's signature technique, the Six-Yang Divine Palm. The scorching gust from his palm swept through, causing the dark mist to vanish. As young warriors, they were not immune to competitive spirit, each eager to showcase their skills and determine who could slay the most demon minions the fastest. These minions proved to be weak and easily dispatched. Dongfang Songlong laughed heartily. "Do not underestimate these minions. Should you find yourself surrounded, you will soon recognize their true power." At that moment, the dark clouds surged forth, directly assailing Bai Fan and his companions. The oppressive aura loomed heavily. "Everyone, be cautious. We must not allow the demon minions to invade our minds. We must maintain clarity of spirit and resist the illusions," Wang Zhong cautioned, drawing from his prior encounters with demon minions. Seeing Wang Zhong's solemn demeanor, both Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan dared not take this lightly. Bai Fan executed the Qing Yang Wind sword technique, sending waves of sword energy cascading down, dispelling numerous wisps of black mist. Each small cluster of black mist represented a demon minion, forming a terrifying cloud consisting of hundreds to thousands of them, not easily vanquished. Despite Bai Fan's efforts in striking down many minions, he was ultimately surrounded. As the demon minions closed in, they launched their assault, plunging Bai Fan into darkness, where terror enveloped him. He was besieged by haunting memories of past humiliations, being scolded and coerced by the medicine boy, and brutally beaten by the rotund Zhu San. Every detail felt painfully vivid, and Bai Fan endured the torment anew. "Ah, I will destroy you," Bai Fan screamed in a frenzy. flailing about as the minion's influence took hold, unraveling his composure. The medicine boy's taunts echoed in his mind. Zhu San's mocking laughter resounded. And even the old man who raised him appeared. Bai Fan, you are worthless. You have no place in this world. Go die and spare us the waste of resources. The taunts encircled him, eroding his mental fortitude. Bai Fan, die and find release from your suffering. I am lonely in paradise. Come join me. It is so comfortable here without daily toil. Even the old man attempted to seduce him. Bai Fan clutched his head, screaming in despair, his eyes reddening. If he continued down this path, he would surely succumb to his inner demons, ultimately leading to his own destruction. Chapter 24. Breaking through the bottleneck. The fury of brutality is no simple matter. It can transform an ordinary person into a ruthless killer. In Bai Fan's mind, a torrent of violent thoughts surged, compelling him to annihilate everyone before him. His relentless strikes continued, yet Zhu San and the others did not fade away. Rather, they became increasingly vivid, their voices resonating louder. At that moment, a flicker of rationality remained within Bai Fan. We cannot perish. All of this is but an illusion. This fragment of wisdom persistently urged Bai Fan, calming his agitated heart to some extent. However, the malevolent apparitions were not inclined to relinquish their grip on him. The illusions grew ever more tangible and terrifying, each a recollection of Bai Fan's own harrowing experiences. Confronted with these gruesome scenes, Bai Fan found it impossible to maintain his composure. Just as it seemed that the demons would engulf him entirely, the dual-colored strange lotus, dormant within Bai Fan, finally stirred to life. Radiant beams of black and white illuminated the surroundings, with the white light ascending to safeguard Bai Fan's soul, mind, and intellect. Threads of black light surged forth from his body, beginning to devour the demons encircling him. Remarkably, these black threads were the bane of the demons, leaving them no opportunity for resistance. They were swiftly consumed in an instant. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, the black threads extended further, devouring all remaining demons, including the formidable ones. Having grown significantly in strength, the black threads returned to Bai Fan, re-entering the lotus. With the demons eradicated, the illusions dissipated naturally. Wang Zhong, Dongfang Songlong, Bai Fan, and Yi Guxuan awakened in succession, their bodies drenched and their complexions somewhat pallid. In contrast, Wang Zhong, having endured the ordeal, appeared to be in the best mental state. Yi Guxuan, well-versed in the abyssal demon realm from his numerous encounters, was adequately prepared and seemed relatively unperturbed. However, Bai Fan and Dongfang Songlong were not so fortunate. Both had suffered significantly and were exploited by the demons. Had it not been for the formidable intervention of the dual-colored strange lotus, Bai Fan might have succumbed to madness or transformed into a mindless killer. Nevertheless, with the protection of the white lotus, Bai Fan's mental state had improved considerably compared to Dongfang Songlong's. Dongfang Songlong, like Bai Fan, had teetered on the brink of madness. Had the black threads acted any later, both might have succumbed to the demon's influence. They had underestimated the demon's potency and learned a bloody lesson. Wang Zhong, perplexed, inquired, what happened? How did all those demons vanish? He added, if they hadn't disappeared, I would have perished. Dongfang Songlong exhaled, displaying signs of lingering fear. Yi Guxuan remarked, I too came perilously close to being ensnared. This was indeed a risky venture, yet the rewards are substantial. I am on the verge of breaking through my own limitations. You all must protect me. Bai Fan, brimming with excitement, recognized the necessity of cultivating his skills and sought to divert the conversation, wary of Wang Zhong and the others prying too deeply. Bai Fan's internal energy had long reached the pinnacle of the brave warrior realm. Yet the transition to the spiritual wisdom realm presented a formidable challenge, and he found himself ensnared in this liminal space. This encounter with the demons, however, had purified his soul and sharpened his thoughts, rendering him ready to breach the bottleneck. Seated upon the ground, Bai Fan commenced his cultivation. With Wang Zhong and the evil fire serpent lion at his side, he felt assured that Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan would not dare to harm him. As for the abyssal demon race and others, he could afford to disregard them for now. This was a rare opportunity, one he was determined not to squander. The breakthrough came effortlessly. Bai Fan's accumulation was more than sufficient. It was merely his mental state that required fortification. Now that his mental fortitude had strengthened, transcending the bottleneck was remarkably simple. After achieving this breakthrough, Bai Fan did not cease his cultivation. Rather, his strength continued to surge. His internal energy's explosive potential reached a halt only at the level of 9 cloud stones. And with the enhancement of his internal energy, his physical strength increased significantly. reaching 10 cloud stones. Presently, Bai Fan's power was nearly on par with those of the spirit-nurturing realm, the only differentiator being the realm itself. Wang Zhong, Dongfang Songlong, and the others were astounded as they witnessed Bai Fan's escalating momentum. Typically, individuals require a considerable span of time to stabilize their realm after a breakthrough. Yet, Bai Fan's cultivation not only advanced but soared to incredible heights, defying all expectations. My younger brother Bai Fan is extraordinarily formidable, truly remarkable, Wang Zhong murmured. Dongfang Songlong exclaimed. How on earth did brother Bai Fan achieve this? It is nothing short of miraculous. Yi Guxuan praised, brother Bai Fan is a true genius. Even among the 9 great sects, such extraordinary talent is rare. After a prolonged period, Bai Fan concluded his cultivation, feeling the vigorous energy coursing through him, and let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. Congratulations on your remarkable advancement, brother Bai Fan, Yi Guxuan exclaimed. Dongfang Songlong remarked, brother Bai Fan, you are pulling ahead of me at an alarming rate, but I shall not relinquish my competition with you. Your words are warmly welcomed, Bai Fan replied with a smile. The presence of competition invigorated him, and he welcomed the challenge. Wang Zhong said, with your current strength, brother Bai Fan, you can now defeat me in direct confrontation. I yield. Do you truly yield? Bai Fan inquired with a smile. Indeed, I shall now follow you with complete assurance, Wang Zhong replied with a bittersweet grin. That is splendid news. Bai Fan rejoiced. He was acutely aware that Wang Zhong's allegiance stemmed from the constraints of a blood oath, not genuine devotion. However, Wang Zhong's admission of submission signified acceptance of reality and a willingness to follow Bai Fan willingly. This was a significant boon for Bai Fan, and he felt elated. With Bai Fan's power once again augmented, their subsequent endeavors would be markedly safer, and as a result, the group radiated excitement. If only we could encounter the demons again. I gained so much from that encounter. Perhaps another trial could allow me to break through my limits, Dongfang Songlong lamented. Wang Zhong chuckled. The likelihood of encountering demons in the first layer of the abyssal demon realm is indeed low. However, once our strength increases, we can venture to the second layer, where demons abound, posing a headache for any powerful being. I shall certainly go. Armed with today's experiences, I will no longer fear illusions, Dongfang Songlong declared. I hope to continue exploring the abyssal demon realm alongside you. It is far better than facing it alone or following your fellow disciples, Yi Guxuan expressed, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Bai Fan replied, let us refrain from excessive discussion and focus on regaining our peak conditions before resuming our journey. It is relatively simple to encounter the demons. We need only seek out the ruler of the first layer of the abyssal demon realm, and they shall surely manifest. What are we waiting for? Let us advance with haste, Dongfang Songlong exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm, as he observed Bai Fan's breakthrough. Dongfang Songlong felt a mix of joy for his friend and an unsettling sensation within himself. They were of similar strength and age, yet Bai Fan had taken the lead. Dongfang Songlong, fiercely competitive by nature, was reluctant to fall behind. Chapter 25, Zichuan in the Abyss. The kings of the demon race lurk deep within, making encounters exceedingly rare. Those human warriors who chanced upon a king met their demise, with few managing to escape alive. Countless human warriors sought the kings of the abyssal demons, eager to hunt them down, yet none succeeded. Bai Fan and his companions clung to a sliver of hope, yearning for a fateful meeting with one of the demon kings. Having just vanquished a group of abyssal demons, Wang Zhong and his comrades were engaged in clearing the battlefield when 8 human warriors approached. These individuals cast their predatory gazes upon the corpses of the fallen demons, their intentions unmistakably sinister. Although Bai Fan and his companions sensed the impending danger, they chose to ignore it and continued their task. As the 8 neared, they merely observed, remaining silent. Once Bai Fan and his companions had stored the demon corpses in their spatial bags, the leader of the 8, a burly man, spoke with a sinister smile. Gentlemen, hand over your spatial bags, and we may yet spare your lives. Though Dongfang Songlong, Bai Fan, and the others had anticipated trouble, they were taken aback by the audacity of this robbery, especially as their assailants had waited until the battlefield was cleared before striking, clearly to minimize their own effort. Is it really so brazen to rob? Dongfang Songlong mused with a bitter smile. This is quite commonplace in the abyssal realm, Wang Zhong replied. For the sake of profit, anything can happen. Numerous small teams, even disciples from large sects, engage in such banditry, provided there is something worth their while. Wang Zhong and his comrades conversed nonchalantly, evidently dismissing their would-be robbers. The 8 attackers, incensed, turned purple with fury. They had robbed countless times, but never had they encountered such arrogant opponents. Among the 8 were 2 Metamorphosis Realm warriors, 3 Colossal Force Realm warriors, and 3 others at the Spirit Wisdom Realm. Such a formidable assembly was rare to organize outside of major sects, yet these 8 were not disciples of any sect but rather a coalition formed through years of cooperation. They were elite warriors, having emerged from a pool of hundreds. The leader, named Zichuan, was notorious in the Abyssal Realm, feared by many disciples of the larger sections. "Kill them. Leave none alive," Zichuan bellowed, incensed. The 8 warriors lunged at Bai Fan and his companions. Bai Fan, with a cold smirk, declared, "I shall deal with their leader. You all be cautious. I will manage 2 opponents." Wang Zhong spoke calmly. Having selected his targets, 1 Metamorphosis Realm warrior and 1 Colossal Force Realm warrior. Given Wang Zhong's peak Metamorphosis Realm prowess, he anticipated no difficulty in handling them. The remaining 2 Colossal Force Realm warriors and 3 Spirit Wisdom Realm warriors would be a challenge for Dongfang, Songlong, and Yi Gushuan. This time, Bai Fan had also summoned the evil fire serpent lion to join the fray. The lion, exhilarated, swiftly targeted 2 opponents. 1 from the Colossal Force Realm and 1 from the Spirit Wisdom Realm. This maneuver eased the burden on Dongfang Songlong and Yi Gushuan, with the latter facing the Colossal Force Realm warrior, while Dongfang Songlong found himself engaged with the 2 Spirit Wisdom Realm warriors. As they maneuvered to engage their foes, the 8 robbers seethed with anger. "You lunatics, you are all doomed. What is there to fight over?" one of the robbers shouted. Dongfang Songlong retorted with a laugh, "Doomed? We shall see who meets their end." As the tension escalated, both sides finally clashed. Bai Fan faced Zichuan, his expression grave and cautious. Zichuan unleashed a formidable aura, his murderous intent palpable. He was a seasoned killer, unmatched by ordinary warriors of the same level. His weapons, a pair of purple gold hammers of inferior magical artifact quality, were visibly heavy and potent. "Purple gold heavenly strike," Zichuan roared, swinging his colossal hammers toward Bai Fan with the swiftness of thunder and the weight of a mountain looming overhead. "Bring it on," Bai Fan shouted, deftly evading the assault and countering with his purple feather sword from an advantageous angle, avoiding a direct confrontation. "Coward," Zichuan spat, stepping forward to horizontally swing one of his hammers at Bai Fan's midsection. Zichuan's mastery of such a heavy weapon was evident, showcasing his formidable skill. Bai Fan, ever cautious, refrained from a direct clash. His style favored agility over brute force, employing swift and graceful sword techniques rather than raw might. As the battle raged on, Zichuan grew increasingly frustrated with Bai Fan's evasive tactics, who continually dodged while launching rapid strikes. Zichuan found himself at a disadvantage, unable to match Bai Fan's speed and agility. And the energy expenditure required to wield the hammers took a toll on him. "You cowardly wretch, face me in a true contest of blades," Zichuan roared in exasperation. "Big fool, let us race instead," Bai Fan shot back, equally defiant. Zichuan was left seething, compelled to persist in his pursuit of Bai Fan, hoping his allies could dispatch their opponents swiftly and converge on Bai Fan. Focused solely on Bai Fan, Zichuan remained oblivious to the struggles of his own subordinates. Wang Zhong faced his 2 opponents with ease, though they were seasoned fighters adept at collaboration, making it challenging for him to eliminate either without risking injury. Wang Zhong, not one to act recklessly, skillfully maneuvered through the battle, seeking opportunities to dispatch his foes. His experience enabled him to identify and create chances for decisive strikes. Yi Gushuan, battling a similarly ranked opponent, performed admirably, showcasing his prowess as a disciple of one of the 9 major sections. Although lacking in combat experience, he compensated with superior skills and weaponry, managing to gain the upper hand. Dongfang Songlong, confronting 2 opponents of equal rank, utilized his immense physical strength to maintain an aggressive stance, pressuring his adversaries. However, the 2 robbers worked in harmony, consistently evading danger. For Dongfang Songlong to eliminate them would require him to disrupt their coordination. In the midst of the fray, the evil fire serpent lion found itself in the most favorable position. Having not fought in quite some time, it reveled in the excitement of battle. The lion unleashed its might, leaving its 2 opponents battered and bruised, all while holding back its most formidable technique, the black flame, merely toying with them. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly secured the first victory. Chapter 26. The fiery serpent lion unleashed Bai Fan, with his thoughts divided, kept a watchful eye on Wang Zhong and his companions. Noticing that they had gained the upper hand, he let out a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. "O foolish giant, your subordinates are nothing impressive. They are entirely subdued by my brothers," Bai Fan remarked with a smirk. He intentionally conveyed this information to Zichuan to disrupt his concentration. "You crafty little rascal, attempting to distract me? No chance," Zichuan thought, refusing to check on the situation, as he trusted in his subordinates. Having fought together for over 2 years, they understood each other well. He could not believe that Bai Fan's 3 companions could contend with his 7. Naturally, Zichuan immediately suspected that Bai Fan was trying to divert his attention for a surprise attack, with their powers being relatively equal if Bai Fan managed to seize the initiative. The ensuing battle would prove troublesome. "Damn it, I kindly informed you, yet you do not believe me," Bai Fan grumbled in frustration. He remained unhurried, continuing to engage Zichuan, knowing that any cries of injury or death from his side would certainly divert Zichuan's focus. Gradually, Bai Fan began to view Zichuan as a sparring partner to hone his martial skills, repeatedly demonstrating the techniques he had learned, each iteration yielding significant rewards. Moreover, he diligently memorized Zichuan's martial arts moves, probing for weaknesses. Zichuan's purple gold hammer, paired with his technique purple gold radiance, was a perfect match, exquisite in its execution. After a lengthy observation, Bai Fan had yet to uncover any flaws. However, the excessive energy required to wield the purple gold hammer was its most significant vulnerability. Thus, Bai Fan was not concerned about a protracted battle. Realizing Bai Fan's intentions, Zichuan had no choice but to minimize his attacks and focus more on defense. He was waiting for his subordinates to emerge victorious and come to his aid. Bai Fan was too slippery. Zichuan alone could not defeat him. Relying instead on his subordinates to surround Bai Fan, preventing his escape, thereby allowing Zichuan to find a way to strike him down. Bai Fan, seizing the initiative, would not miss the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of sword techniques at lightning speed, intermingled with punches, creating an overwhelming barrage. Zichuan, fully engaged in defense, found himself in a dire situation, occasionally forced to counterattack to push Bai Fan back. He was reluctant to attack, knowing the toll of using the purple gold hammer was substantial. Previously, Zichuan believed the purple gold hammer to be an overwhelmingly powerful weapon with no drawbacks. Now, he found it burdensome due to its weight. "Oh foolish giant. Weren't you bold? Why have you turned into a turtle now? Why not show some spine?" Bai Fan laughed heartily. Zichuan, infuriated, nearly spat blood. Struggling to suppress his anger, he understood that retaliating would yield no benefits. Bai Fan intermittently taunted Zichuan, attempting to provoke him, yet Zichuan remained unfazed. Nevertheless, Bai Fan continued his banter, at least managing to influence Zichuan's mood. An hour into their fierce battle, a sudden scream shattered the silence. Bai Fan had been attentively observing the battlefield and saw the fiery serpent lion incinerate an enemy with its black flames. The sheer ferocity of the black flames caused the victim to emit a chilling scream that rent the air. "Ah, whoa! Zichuan, save me! Save me!" Upon hearing that voice, Zichuan felt his heart tighten. "Impossible! How could this be?" Zichuan murmured. "The ones suffering casualties should be the enemy. Why is it Xiao Qiu crying out for help?" At last, Zichuan's focus wavered, and he could not resist glancing at the plight of his subordinate. Bai Fan had long been watching Zichuan. Noticing his distraction, he launched the long-planned assault. Falling rain, flying flower sword, dragon's roar, tiger's hell fist. With both hands, Bai Fan unleashed his most formidable martial techniques. Zichuan, a seasoned warrior, immediately sensed the impending danger. Purple gold radiance, double hammers, brilliance. Without hesitation, Zichuan countered with his most potent technique, his 2 golden purple gold hammers whirling toward Bai Fan with all his might. Boom! The resounding clash of fists meeting hammers erupted with a deafening noise. Bai Fan summoned all his strength, his force so formidable that it deflected Zichuan's purple gold hammers. Zichuan's attack found an opening, granting Bai Fan the opportunity. Carefree immortal finger, sword, chi assault. Bai Fan utilized his finger sword, sending sword chi through the gap to strike. Uft. A gaping wound opened in Zichuan's chest, blood gushing forth. Zichuan, a true tough man, remained silent and retaliated. At this point, he found himself at a disadvantage. Continuing to play defense would prove exceedingly detrimental. Having struck a successful blow, Bai Fan slowed his pace, not rushing to defeat his adversary. He understood that his opponent was not significantly inferior to him in various aspects. To secure victory without incurring losses, patience was essential. The fiery serpent lion had already dispatched an enemy, and its other opponent was now terrified, their combat power severely diminished, unable to hold out much longer. Roar! The fiery serpent lion roared, attacking with its tail, teeth, and claws, deploying every means at its disposal against its foe. The opponent, already wounded in multiple areas, slowed down. Seizing the opportunity, the fiery serpent lion cornered them and unleashed a torrent of black flames. The individual was engulfed in black flames. Their clothes and hair igniting within moments, flesh burning to cinders. The black flames were insurmountable. Once touched, one had to sever the afflicted limb. Yet, the opponent was consumed entirely in flames, with no hope of rescue. Zichuan, Master, save me. The man continued to emit desperate cries. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes, leaving only a pile of black soot behind, even their magical artifact incinerated. Oh, foolish giant, you have lost another companion. What are your thoughts on this? Bai Fan taunted with a grin. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. Zichuan roared in fury. The purple gold hammer whirled, striking, cleaving, sweeping, and charging. Zichuan unleashed his full repertoire, relentlessly pursuing Bai Fan in a frenzied attack. Damn, Bai Fan cursed inwardly. Forced to rely on the elusive steps of the misty dance to evade, too wary to engage in combat with someone so deranged. Zichuan had gone berserk. Exhibiting twice his usual combat prowess, the purple gold hammer was unstoppable. Bai Fan prudently avoided the onslaught, ever prepared to counterattack. The fiery serpent lion, having vanquished its opponent, strode toward the battlefield of the Eastern Dragon. Having slain two formidable foes, the fiery serpent lion had become a demonic figure in the eyes of its enemies. The two opponents facing the Eastern Dragon paled at the sight of it approaching, already contemplating their escape. Fire Lion, those two are mine. Do not steal my kill. The Eastern Dragon quickly protested. If the fiery serpent lion intervened, the Eastern Dragon would be left with nothing. The Eastern Dragon relished battle and would not allow such a situation to unfold. The fiery serpent lion glanced at the Eastern Dragon before turning to Yiguan's side. The opponent facing Yiguan, terrified, appeared utterly pale, their combat strength drastically waning. Chapter 27. 10 fingers extinguished the heavens. Yi Guxuan was reluctant to let the evil fire snake lion seize his opponent. Yet he felt ill at ease approaching it due to their unfamiliarity. Gradually, the evil fire snake lion drew nearer, exerting immense pressure on their adversaries. Ultimately, Yi Guxuan's opponent could no longer withstand the strain and retreated in haste. With a swift exhalation, the evil fire snake lion unleashed a torrent of black flames, moving with astonishing speed. Despite his swift escape, Yi Guxuan's opponent was still caught by the black flames, enveloped instantaneously. The air reverberated with chilling screams and cries for help, sending shivers down the spines of Zichuan and the others. While Zichuan assessed the strength of Bai Fan and his companions, he failed to account for the presence of the evil fire snake lion, leading to a grave miscalculation. With both Dongfang Songlong and Bai Fan not to be measured merely by their surface strength, Zichuan was led astray. Such an error in calculation ensured that Zichuan and his companions were destined for failure in their current endeavor. In a mere moment, 3 of the 8 powerful figures were slain, leaving the remaining 5 devoid of morale. Even the frenzied Zichuan regained his composure, bellowing, "Withdraw. Thinking of fleeing? That is sheer folly. Not a single one shall escape," Bai Fan declared loudly. He had already taken action, employing the Qingyang Fufeng sword technique in rapid succession, intending to entangle Zichuan. Zichuan dared not make a hasty exit, aware that a single misstep could result in his demise at Bai Fan's hands. The relentless assault from Bai Fan surged like a tide, and only when his onslaught began to wane did Zichuan dare to contemplate leaving the battlefield. The evil fire snake lion lunged at Wang Zhong's opponent, while Yi Guxuan positioned himself near Dongfang Songlong, poised to intercept any fleeing foes. Upon witnessing the arrival of the evil fire snake lion, Wang Zhong focused intently on a single adversary, leaving the other for the beast. In a one-on-one confrontation, Wang Zhong held an overwhelming advantage. It would be an uphill battle for his opponent to escape. Simultaneously, the evil fire snake lion held the upper hand against a formidable adversary of immense strength. Having witnessed the might of the evil fire snake lion, the opponent dared not flee, fearful of being consumed by its black flames. One of Dongfang Songlong's adversaries managed to slip away, only to be intercepted by Yi Guxuan. Enraged, Dongfang Songlong unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks, swiftly concluding the battle and vanquishing the remaining opponent. The combined force of Dongfang Songlong's physical prowess and the explosive power of his inner energy equated to that of a newly transformed expert, making it relatively effortless to eliminate an adversary of the spirit wisdom realm. Zichuan, astonished that none of his companions had managed to escape, let alone that one had been slain, sighed inwardly as he began to seek an opportunity for his own flight. Fueled by anger, Dongfang Songlong charged toward Yigushuan, who had just felled his opponent. "Brother Yigushuan, you have slain my adversary. How inconsiderate of you!" Dongfang Songlong exclaimed with palpable frustration. "With only 3 enemies remaining, do you fear a lack of opponents?" Yigushuan jested. Dongfang Songlong snorted dismissively and swiftly made his way toward the evil fire snake lion. Realizing Dongfang Songlong intended to claim his own opponent, the evil fire snake lion roared fiercely and unleashed a barrage of black flames, ultimately dispatching its foe before Dongfang Songlong could arrive. "Fire lion, you are no better," Dongfang Songlong remarked as he approached Wang Zhong. "Brother Wang Zhong, do allow me to take your adversary, I implore you." Wang Zhong chuckled. "I have yet to slay a single foe. Do not encroach upon my territory. If you must, go after Bai Fan's opponent instead. Please, Brother Wang Zhong. Bai Fan's adversary is far too strong. I cannot contend with him," Dongfang Songlong insisted, unabashedly pleading. Wang Zhong replied, "That simply will not do. I shall conclude this battle at once." Sword soars across the world. Wang Zhong unleashed his most potent attack, striving to finish the conflict swiftly. Upon arrival, Dongfang Songlong observed Wang Zhong had completely dominated his opponent and chose not to intervene recklessly. Zichuan's heart bled as he overheard the exchange among Dongfang Songlong and the others. These individuals were those he had painstakingly assembled, only to witness their annihilation in today's battle. It was time to depart. Any delay could prove disastrous. Zichuan recognized the urgency of his escape, now indifferent to the fates of his companions. One hammer to rule them all. Zichuan's 2 purple golden hammers shot forth, targeting Bai Fan directly. In his desperation to flee, Zichuan forsook his trusty weapon, a bold move indeed. Bai Fan silently praised his opponent's resolve but knew he must not allow Zichuan to escape. The more ruthless Zichuan became, the less he could be permitted to flee. Bai Fan deftly evaded the assault of the purple golden hammers, but at this juncture, Zichuan had already gained several paces of distance, seemingly eluding Bai Fan's grasp. Carefree immortal finger, 10 fingers extinguished the heavens. Bai Fan unleashed an astonishing technique, directing sword energy from all 10 fingers to seal off every possible escape route for Zichuan. The choices were stark: either halt his advance and retreat or force his way through. Relying on a low-grade magical armor pilfered from his recent conquests, Zichuan pressed onward, undeterred by the sword energy. Sizzle. The sword energy pierced through Zichuan's garments, clashing against his armor and igniting sparks. Despite enduring 3 strikes, he felt a momentary reprieve. A cry of agony erupted as one of the sword energies penetrated Zichuan's thigh, causing blood to flow profusely. In pain, Zichuan bent over to clutch his wound, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Boom. Just as Zichuan bent down, several more sword energies struck him, opening gashes on his neck and face, blood gushing forth. Zichuan collapsed, succumbing to Bai Fan's ultimate technique. 10 fingers extinguished the heavens, with 10 sword energies unleashed simultaneously, some arriving earlier while others followed. The onslaught was utterly relentless and formidable. Bai Fan's inaugural use of this technique resulted in the demise of a powerful foe. However, the toll on Bai Fan was considerable. He had exhausted his inner energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for his physical strength, he might have crumpled to the ground. As Bai Fan concluded his battle, Wang Zhong also dispatched his opponent with a single stroke. The band of 8 robbers had been entirely eradicated, while Bai Fan's group of 4, despite their exhaustion, emerged unscathed. "Search the battlefield, and then depart this place," Bai Fan proclaimed. The fierce conflict would surely have drawn the attention of human experts or abyssal demons. It was prudent to leave promptly. In truth, there was little to salvage. Only the treasures on the fallen adversaries of Zichuan and Wang Zhong remained unclaimed. Bai Fan personally collected over 30 Qinkuan bags from Zichuan, ultimately stripping away his low-grade magical armor, while the purple golden hammers had long been appropriated by Yigushuan. With everything settled, the 4 individuals and 1 beast departed hastily. Zichuan and his cohorts, notorious for their banditry, possessed an abundance of treasures far exceeding that of Li Zhongren and his companions. "We have struck it rich." Yigushuan beamed with delight. Dongfang Songlong echoed his excitement. "If only we could encounter a few more robberies. Quickly, let us cultivate and divide the spoils," Bai Fan urged. Leading the way, Bai Fan consumed a recovery pill and entered a meditative state. Dongfang Songlong and the others, not daring to slacken their efforts, followed suit, leaving the evil fire snake lion to stand guard. Chapter 28, Counting the Harvest 2 hours later. Bai Fan and his companions concluded their training and began to assess their gains, while the evil fire serpent lion commenced its cultivation. Soon, they categorized all their spoils and stored them in various Chinquan bags, meticulously tallying their treasures. A total of 78 Chinquan bags were filled to the brim with an assortment of items, the majority of which contained the corpses of abyssal demons. 63 bags were filled with these remains. Yi Guxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "I never imagined that blackmailing would yield such profit. It seems we should engage in this more often. This is far more lucrative than hunting abyssal demons ourselves." Dongfang Songlong shared his enthusiasm, recognizing the substantial value of the abyssal demon corpses. Selling such a bounty would net them a considerable amount of crystal stones. With crystal stones in hand, they would possess ample resources for cultivation, which would in turn accelerate their training. For a martial enthusiast, nothing was more paramount than enhancing one's strength. Wang Zhong remarked, "Such opportunities cannot be forced. If it weren't for the concealed, evil fire serpent lion, neither Bai Fan nor Brother Songlong would have surpassed their realms, and these robbers would never have taken the bait." After a brief pause, he added, "Given our advantageous conditions, we might even encounter some foolish individuals. We welcome all comers. It's time to divide the spoils. You may choose first," Bai Fan said with a smile. Yi Guxuan selected 10 Chinquan bags filled with abyssal demon corpses and requested some crystal stones, herbs, and refining materials, but did not ask for any magical artifacts. Dongfang Songlong, feeling slightly embarrassed, asked, "Brother Bai Fan, Brother Wang Zhong, may I choose that lower-grade magical armor? I can forego some of the other items." "Of course," Bai Fan nodded. He already possessed superior magical armor and thus had no need for inferior ones. Wang Zhong, who also had lower-grade defensive gear, readily agreed. Dongfang Songlong joyfully donned the lower-grade magical armor, then selected 5 Chinquan bags filled with abyssal demon corpses, leaving behind the rest. 63 Chinquan bags remained, mostly filled with various treasures designated for Bai Fan and Wang Zhong, as they had played pivotal roles in the battle. Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan were quite satisfied, especially Yi Guxuan, whose smile was ear to ear. Since Wang Zhong was in Bai Fan's company, Bai Fan waved his hand to collect the remaining bags. "Brother Wang Zhong, once we convert these into crystal stones, I'll share half with you." "That is perfectly fine. Do as you wish," Wang Zhong replied calmly. The magnitude of their haul left Bai Fan momentarily dazed. Such rapid fortune could overwhelm those with lesser fortitude, yet Bai Fan managed to maintain his composure. Once they had divided their wealth, the evil fire serpent lion concluded its training, and the group prepared to depart. During their expedition in the abyssal demon realm, Bai Fan and his companions had already amassed considerable gains. They were in no rush to eliminate abyssal demons. Instead, they utilized them as targets to refine their martial skills. Many human warriors passing nearby looked on in confusion, witnessing the quartet entangled with the abyssal demons, unable to vanquish them, while the demons struggled to inflict harm in return. "What fools! They could easily slay those abyssal demons, yet they persist in this futile engagement," some scoffed. These observers failed to grasp the purpose behind Bai Fan and his companions' actions. Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan were on the verge of breakthroughs, diligently honing their skills. Wang Zhong, having reached a bottleneck, found the transition from mortal body to transcendence to be a significant hurdle, with 90% of cultivators unable to surpass it. For Wang Zhong to break through, he needed willpower, luck, opportunity, strength, and talent, all of which were essential, yet he currently lacked the crucial opportunity. Once the right moment arrived, breaking through would be a natural progression for Wang Zhong. The power of a transcendent cultivator represented a qualitative leap. Even though Bai Fan's strength could rival that of a transcendent, in actual combat, he would undoubtedly face swift defeat. Upon entering the transcendent stage, one's inner energy would transform into spiritual energy, which would nurture meridians and enhance explosive strength far beyond that of inner energy. With spiritual energy coursing through their bodies, cultivators would experience significant improvements in their physical constitution and lifespan. Transcendent beings could live up to 280 years, after which their bodies would gradually deteriorate. However, upon entering the spirit nurturing stage, one would immediately gain a lifespan of 300 years, greatly extending their cultivation time. Strength and longevity are pursuits for many cultivators, explaining the fervent obsession with cultivation. As for Bai Fan, having recently broken through, he still needed to solidify his realm. The defeat of Zichuan and his associates had also provided numerous cultivation insights, such as the technique for Zichuan's purple gold hammer and various manuals on inner energy, swordplay, blade techniques, and movement arts. Although these methods were intermediate or lower level, less effective than Bai Fan's own techniques, they diligently transcribed these manuals for future reference. Engaging with diverse cultivation techniques was immensely beneficial, particularly for martial skills, which require a synthesis of various styles to innovate and forge one's unique techniques. Only self-created martial arts truly suit a practitioner. Bai Fan harbored ambitions of developing his martial techniques, thus diligently memorizing his opponent's skills during their encounters for future reference. At this moment, Bai Fan was contemplating the new martial skills he had acquired, discarding those unsuitable for him and retaining the useful ones, then testing his progress against the abyssal demons. As a result, their cultivation advanced rapidly, and their martial skills improved at an astonishing pace, enriching their combat experience. Kill! Bai Fan bellowed, unleashing the Qingyang Fufeng sword technique. Its power increased more than twofold from before. In an instant, he felled over a dozen abyssal demons surrounding him. Congratulations, Brother Bai Fan. Your martial skills have significantly progressed. This merits a celebration, Wang Zhong chuckled. Congratulations to you too. Everyone's skills have improved considerably. It seems we should delve deeper, as there are abyssal demon kings awaiting us, Bai Fan replied with a smile. Indeed. I intend to seize this opportunity and strive for a breakthrough into the great strength realm, Dongfang Songlong declared with unwavering determination. Yi Guxuan added excitedly. If we encounter a demon lord and refine our skills further, I am certain I can break through my bottleneck. You are fortunate. I can only rely on luck. I hope this expedition in the abyssal demon realm will allow me to ascend to the transcendent realm, Wang Zhong expressed, a hint of frustration in his tone. Dongfang Songlong chuckled wryly. Brother Wang Zhong, you are being rather inconsiderate. This feels rather disparaging. Indeed, indeed. Yi Guxuan echoed in agreement. Bai Fan merely smiled, choosing not to comment. His gains were the most substantial, and speaking further might invite the ire of Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan. Chapter 29. The Ogre Flower Hurry. It is said that the Ogre Flower has appeared ahead, though we cannot ascertain the truth of the matter. Several human warriors hastened past Bai Fan and his companions. Another remarked, regardless of its authenticity, we must witness it for ourselves. If we could obtain a single petal, our fortunes would be made. Upon overhearing this conversation, Wang Zhong and the others were deeply moved. Initially skeptical, their doubts dissipated as more waves of human warriors rushed in the same direction, leading them to believe the rumor. The ogre flower is no ordinary spirit herb. It is a predatory bloom. When the flower blossoms, its petals unfurl to a radius of approximately 1 meter. This colossal flower comprises 108 petals, each of which is extraordinarily precious. The petals of the ogre flower can be ingested directly and are most beneficial when consumed during the transition from the transformation realm to the rebirth realm. Those who partake in its petals experience an elevation of their mental state, liberation from inner demons, and a significant enhancement of their physical constitution upon the infusion of spiritual energy. Such myriad advantages render the ogre flower immensely valuable. However, its growth conditions are exceedingly stringent, requiring an environment rich in dark spiritual energy. In the outside world, the ogre flower is exceedingly rare. Each appearance incites a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. To discover it within the abyssal demon realm is a surprise, explaining the rush of human warriors toward it. The ogre flower possesses numerous branches, each adorned with barbs that contain venom. Should one become ensnared by these branches, they will swiftly lose consciousness. The branches are exceptionally resilient and numerous, making it difficult to sever them all in a short span of time. In mere moments, the branches can inject toxins into their prey, and once the victim is incapacitated, they are dragged before the flower. The petals of the ogre flower contain sharp siphons that pierce the flesh of their prey, absorbing energy and flesh without exception. Those who fall victim to the ogre flower are left as mere heaps of bones, a truly tragic fate. Despite its ferocity, the ogre flower becomes a target for humanity, for its petals are invaluable, superior to any elixir, with no adverse effects, only benefits. Who among the powerful does not have descendants or disciples? Thus, the emergence of the ogre flower incites even the mightiest to vie for it. The appearance of the ogre flower on the first level of the abyssal demon realm presents an exceptional opportunity for those in the mortal body realm, especially for someone like Wang Zhong, who stands at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. The acquisition of even a single petal could facilitate a swift breakthrough. Wang Zhong, it seems fortune is favoring you. Let us go and take a look, Bai Fan said with a smile. Wang Zhong replied, if the ogre flower truly appears, I implore you all to assist in securing a petal. Even on the first level of the abyssal demon realm, there are many formidable beings. And I do not expect to seize the entire flower. If it manifests, we must strive to claim as much as we can. It would greatly benefit our future cultivation. Bai Fan spoke with conviction. After enhancing his strength, he felt confident in contending against anyone below the rebirth realm. With a clear direction, Bai Fan, along with the Eastern Azure Dragon, Yi Guxuan, and Wang Zhong, advanced at full speed, accompanied by the evil fire serpent lion. The ogre flower's strength is at least equivalent to a human warrior at the spirit wisdom realm, with the more powerful specimens yielding even greater effects from their petals. As so many humans rushed toward it, fierce competition was inevitable, and Bai Fan and his companions had time to prepare. After walking for a little over 10 minutes, they heard the sounds of combat and anguished cries. The screams were harrowing, indicating intense conflict and heavy casualties. Quickly, Yi Guxuan and Eastern Azure Dragon, you two will primarily be responsible for our backup. Wang Zhong and I will lead the charge, Bai Fan instructed. The evil fire serpent lion was once again ordered to stay outside and assist with support. Soon, they approached the heart of the battlefield. At the center loomed the ogre flower, standing out remarkably. Hundreds of human warriors surrounded it, all eager to claim the petals, yet they were thwarted by one another, unable to draw near. The scene devolved into chaos, a melee where no one cared about the affiliations of their adversaries. Even disciples of the Yuanshi sect found themselves ensnared by others. Stand aside. I am a disciple of the Sword God sect. Any obstruction shall meet with death. A young man bellowed. Previously, he had wielded the Sword God sect's name to great advantage, but now it availed him little. Before he could advance a few steps, he was intercepted by several human warriors. In the pursuit of the ogre flower's petals, lineage and status became meaningless. With sufficient incentive, all pretenses faded away. Yi Guxuan and Eastern Azure Dragon, having heeded Bai Fan's plan, concealed themselves on the periphery, not far from the hidden evil fire serpent lion. Wang Zhong and Bai Fan stood shoulder to shoulder, refraining from diving into the fray. The battlefield was exceedingly tumultuous. Anyone who charged to the forefront would face the wrath of multiple strong foes. The ogre flower itself was no passive entity, possessing the strength of a peak transformation realm being, exuding an aura of formidable power. Amidst the human conflict, the ogre flower had already claimed a human warrior as prey and was savoring its feast. What shall we do, Bai Fan? With so many adversaries, it becomes quite challenging. Wang Zhong furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. We wait, Bai Fan replied calmly. They are engaged in fierce combat. Should we intervene, we would only invite unnecessary hardship. Wang Zhong acquiesced. Then we shall remain hidden and observe. This spectacle is indeed riveting. He pointed to a particularly valiant young man. That is Gu Feng of the Sword God sect, a senior of Tianfeng, whose strength surpasses my own. Indeed formidable, Bai Fan nodded in agreement. Gu Feng engaged multiple opponents with ease, advancing steadily. He was among the closest warriors to the ogre flower, enduring the brunt of the assaults, yet managing to cope effortlessly. Just as the human side was embroiled in fierce slaughter, the abyssal demon tribe arrived to join the fray. A horde of abyssal demons, roused by the cacophony of battle, descended in droves. Their numbers swelled, and they began to assault the human warriors on the periphery. To ensure the safety of Yi Guxuan and Eastern Azure Dragon and facilitate a retreat, Bai Fan instructed them to withdraw to a considerable distance, beyond the encirclement of the abyssal demons, with the evil fire serpent lion following suit. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong and Bai Fan ventured slightly into the battlefield, seeking a weaker opponent to feign battle. As long as they did not approach the ogre flower, no formidable adversary would trouble them. Chapter 30. Fierce competition. The reason Bai Fan and Wang Zhong ventured inside was to avoid confrontation with the abyssal demon clan while facilitating their own opportunity to seize the man-eating flower. The human warriors on the periphery were compelled to engage the abyssal demons due to their arrival. Once the contest for the man-eating flower commenced, it would be too late for them to intervene. The group closest to the man-eating flower consisted of the elite among elites, who, undeterred by being outnumbered, approached the flower with calm determination. None dared to make the first move to seize it, for that would render them a target for all. However, few powerful individuals like Bai Fan and Wang Zhong remained on the outside. Most with any semblance of strength had pressed inward. Bai Fan and Wang Zhong were in no rush, confident in their ability to swiftly reach the man-eating flower. With the abyssal demons joining the fray, the battle intensified, resulting in the demise of many human warriors while also claiming numerous abyssal demon lives. Soon, Both factions were engulfed in a frenzy of combat, heedless of everything else. Bai Fan and Wang Zhong had pushed inward twice, revealing the ferocity of the abyssal demon's onslaught. The few transformation stage warriors at the center were growing impatient, unleashing their ultimate techniques in a bid to claim the man-eating flower. The cross soul-tracking sword. Ancient Feng wielded the same technique with far greater power than Tian Feng, forcing several opponents back with a single strike before darting towards the flower. Around 10 other human warriors moved in synchrony with him, closing in on the man-eating flower. Yet, before they could touch it, they were embroiled in fierce combat among themselves, each determined to monopolize the flower and prevent anyone else from claiming it. Sensing the multitude of prey approaching, the man-eating flower discarded its food, and countless tendrils sprang forth to ensnare the nearest human. The crossed soul-tracking sword. The stunning blade. The Thunder God Blade. Disciples from the major sects unleashed their signature moves, swiftly severing the tendrils of the man-eating flower. The disciples of the Thunder Gate manifested a blade of lightning, cleaving through dozens of tendrils in an instant. Bai Fan, engaged in a struggle with his opponents, kept a vigilant eye on the movements of the powerful warriors. As they reached out for the man-eating flower, its resistance appeared feeble. Wang Zhong. You draw their fire while I make the grab, Bai Fan declared, having formulated a plan. Armed with superior armor and further protected by the wisteria armor, he intended to absorb several attacks and secure the man-eating flower for himself. Be careful, my brother, Wang Zhong replied, touched by Bai Fan's resolve. The endeavor to seize the flower was fraught with peril, as it necessitated facing the fierce assaults of multiple adversaries. Bai Fan had voluntarily chosen the most dangerous course of action, leaving Wang Zhong at a loss for words. Now, Bai Fan and Wang Zhong simultaneously shook off their opponents and surged forward. Kill. Wang Zhong unleashed his sword of supremacy, attacking several human warriors at once. In the wake of Wang Zhong's path-clearing strike, Bai Fan darted through the opening. Cursed be those who dare seize the man-eating flower. The powerful warriors, furious at the emergence of two formidable foes, launched their attacks against Bai Fan in a bid to eliminate him. Bai Fan, slippery as an eel, evaded most of the strikes, sustaining only a few scattered hits that left him largely unscathed. As the man-eating flower sensed the approach of a human warrior, it unleashed all its remaining tendrils toward Bai Fan. Rising Sun. Bai Fan, ever astute, refrained from using his sectest techniques, having already disguised himself prior to entering. He remained cautious, despite his relative weakness. With a surge of sword energy, Bai Fan severed the tendrils that sought to ensnare him. The man-eating flower is mine, he exclaimed, exhilarated as he reached out to pluck the coveted flower. At that moment, several attacks were launched toward the flower itself, revealing that some could no longer bear to watch, seeking to obliterate it for easier access. With a flick of his fingers, Bai Fan fired pebbles to deflect those incoming attacks. Dragon Roar and Tiger Howl Fist. Following this, he executed his most powerful fist technique, aiming to shatter the man-eating flower's branches. A tremendous roar echoed as the flower swayed precariously. Prepared. Bai Fan produced a climbing rope, securing one end while tossing the other out. Ingeniously, he sought to utilize the rope to reel in the man-eating flower. You brat. Seeking to monopolize it, you court death. Leave the flower, or you shall perish. The incensed human warriors shouted, launching their assaults simultaneously. Bai Fan stood firm, guarding his vital areas while persistently reaching for the man-eating flower. It had already been knocked down, and to leave it behind would only benefit others. With a series of heavy blows landing upon him, Bai Fan remained unharmed, thanks to his exceptional protective gear, but still found himself pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force. Just as the man-eating flower seemed within his grasp, it was forcibly shoved several meters away, and the rope fell to the ground. Fortunately, Wang Zhong had already engaged several powerful adversaries. Otherwise, Bai Fan would have certainly been overwhelmed by a greater number of attacks. Seize it. The man-eating flower is mine. No one shall touch it. The youthful elite present were brimming with confidence, each intent on claiming the flower for themselves. They all launched their assaults, determined to take the flower. To prevent others from succeeding, some unleashed ferocious attacks. The air crackled with intensity as the flower's petals were torn away by the gales of combat. Outside, hundreds were locked in battle, most obstructed by the disciples of the major sections. Upon witnessing the petals lift into the air, they could no longer contain themselves and surge forward, breaking through the defenses of the sect disciples. Charge! Seize it! The human warriors shouted, their fervor palpable. The disciples of the major sects, outnumbered, faltered in their resolve, hesitant to impede the advancing tide. Block them. We must hold back these intruders. The elite disciples of the sects cried in panic. If overwhelmed by such a multitude of human warriors, they would be unable to protect themselves, and some might even fall. All had come for the man-eating flower, none wishing to meet their demise. Yet it was too late. The disciples of the major sects could no longer withstand the onslaught, their defenses utterly shattered. A throng surged in, plunging the scene into utter chaos. The powerful warriors who had breached the innermost ranks belonged to various factions. None willing to obstruct the newly arrived human warriors, all eager to claim the man-eating flower first. Hundreds charged forth, and several of the foremost warriors were quickly overwhelmed. One, lagging slightly, was instantly slain. Wang Zhong had quietly repositioned himself, preparing to assist Bai Fan. Rising to his feet, Bai Fan retrieved another rope, ready to act. Chapter 31. The mystery. Bai Fan's wrist flicked, and the rope soared towards the man-eating flower. His technique was impeccably precise, ensnaring the stem of the flower effortlessly. With a gentle tug, the flower would come flying to his side. However, the multitude of powerful beings watching would certainly not permit such an act. They obstructed him, determined to prevent Bai Fan from claiming the flower. Attack! Disperse the man-eating flower! The elite humans roared in unison, launching their assaults, some aimed at Bai Fan, while others targeted the flower itself. Realizing the precarious situation, Bai Fan yanked forcefully, and the flower sped towards him. Boom! A few attacks still landed on the flower, severing its exquisite petals, which scattered beautifully through the air. The man-eating flower was already resplendent, and as its petals danced, the sight was breathtaking. With approximately half of its petals lost, Bai Fan felt a pang of sorrow as he swiftly pulled the flower close, instantly stowing it within the boundless cosmos. During this tumult, he endured several attacks that shook his insides. Had it not been for the protection of his purple-gold soft armor, he might have perished. Stop him! A group of powerful beings charged toward Bai Fan, launching their attacks. Yet, some of the stronger individuals chose not to pursue Bai Fan, opting instead to seize the scattered petals of the man-eating flower. Retreat! Bai Fan decisively declared, employing the foundational steps of Misty Dance to swiftly escape. Several formidable beings, all at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, pursued him relentlessly. Bai Fan dashed to Wang Zhong's side, whispering, "Let us attack together." Suddenly, Bai Fan pivoted, channeling all his strength into a single, straightforward punch. Wang Zhong followed suit, sweeping his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy. A thunderous explosion ensued as Bai Fan's strike impacted the ground before the pursuers, creating a massive crater. The onlookers gasped. Had that attack landed on them, none would have survived. By the time they regained their composure, they realized that Bai Fan and Wang Zhong had already distanced themselves significantly. Should we pursue or not? This dilemma plagued them. The might of Bai Fan's punch lingered in their minds, and Wang Zhong's attack indicated his status as a formidable transformation realm expert. Both were not to be trifled with. If they failed to seize the man-eating flower, the scattered petals would surely be snatched away, rendering their efforts futile. These individuals, gifted with intelligence, quickly reached a consensus. Only one remained in pursuit of Bai Fan and Wang Zhong, while the rest returned to claim the fallen petals. The lone pursuer was Gu Feng from the Sword God sect, confident in his strength and ambitions, thus determined to chase after Bai Fan and Wang Zhong. Aware of their pursuer, Bai Fan and Wang Zhong carved a bloody path through the Abyssal Demon clan, swiftly reuniting with Yi Guxuan and Dongfang Songlong. Under Bai Fan's command, the evil fire snake lion remained concealed, trailing them at a safe distance. With enemies still on their tail, they had to hold back. "Let us move. If he proves troublesome, we shall eliminate him," Bai Fan instructed. Dongfang Songlong and the others nodded in agreement. Although they had not participated in the struggle for the man-eating flower, it was clear that Bai Fan had obtained a considerable number of petals, ensuring they would not be neglected. The four hastily departed from this perilous locale. Gu Feng soon emerged in pursuit, noticing that Bai Fan was not alone. He had 3 companions. Instantly, he hesitated. Despite his formidable strength, he lacked the confidence to confront all 4 adversaries simultaneously. Curse it! This is a significant loss. I wonder if my fellow sect members managed to gather any petals. Gu Feng ultimately chose not to continue the chase. Possessing keen discernment, Gu Feng recognized that pursuing further would likely lead to his own detriment, and he had no desire to engage in such folly. He carefully etched the silhouettes of Bai Fan's group into his memory, intending to track them down later. Having made his decision, he turned and plunged back into the Abyssal Demon clan, eager to ascertain whether the scattered petals had all been claimed. Upon his return, Gu Feng was left dumbfounded. For the petals of the man-eating flower had been entirely seized, and the faces of those who had acquired them beamed with delight. Gu Feng inquired, only to learn that the sword god sect had gained nothing, causing his expression to darken considerably. Gu Feng, you must have reaped a bountiful reward after chasing them. A fair-skinned youth laughed, revealing himself as Luo Yun from the heavenly Luo Palace. He had pursued Bai Fan alongside Gu Feng, but had returned empty-handed. By fortunate chance, he had managed to snatch 2 petals. Luo Yun, do not be so smug, Gu Feng retorted coldly. Luo Yun chuckled. Gu Feng, it seems your pursuit ended in failure as well. Are you challenging me, Luo Yun? Gu Feng fumed. Disciples from the sword god sect were known for their combative nature, and Gu Feng's temper was no exception. Already vexed, he felt further provoked by Luo Yun's taunts and brandished his sword, ready to confront him. Luo Yun chuckled awkwardly and stepped aside, unwilling to provoke him further. Everyone, the individuals who seized the man-eating flower, were extraordinarily powerful. Did anyone recognize them? A robust figure, exuding an air of authority, spoke. He was Lu Fei from the Four Seas Alliance, one of the 9 major sections. I have never heard of such figures. And their allies were equally formidable, matching us in strength, Gu Feng replied. They likely do not belong to any of the 9 major sects, otherwise we would have recognized them, Luo Yun added. Regardless of who they are, we must identify these 2 individuals. The elite of the 9 major sects gathered together, only to have their greatest rewards snatched by 2 unknowns. Such a scenario is intolerable. Gu Feng concealed the fact that Bai Fan's group comprised 4 individuals, as he still harbored ambitions of monopolizing the glory. If these individuals were to search for the duo, they would undoubtedly fail to identify the true culprits behind the man-eating flower's theft. With no petals to show for his efforts, Gu Feng was consumed by resentment, yearning to acquire more petals from the man-eating flower. In the abyssal demon realm, where demonic energy reigned supreme and spiritual essence was scarce, no one would be foolish enough to consume the man-eating flower to enhance their cultivation. After all, having seized so many petals, they were unable to use them. And if they could locate the culprits, they might reclaim them all. With this in mind, Gu Feng, accompanied by his fellow disciples from the Sword God sect, dashed out of the abyssal demon clan in pursuit of Bai Fan and his companions. Chapter 32. The emergence of the king. Bai Fan and his companions had distanced themselves from the location where the man-eating flower had appeared, finally coming to a halt to regain their composure. What a delightful day. My dear brother Bai Fan managed to snatch the head of the man-eating flower right in front of all the elite disciples from the 9 major sects. It's truly a disgrace for them, Wang Zhong exclaimed with laughter. Yi Guxuan's expression darkened slightly. The 9 major sects included the Baiming sect, which had also sent numerous individuals to contest for the man-eating flower, only to be outwitted by Bai Fan. Although Yi Guxuan was firmly allied with Bai Fan now, the humiliation of their sect weighed heavily on him. Regardless, he dared not disclose Bai Fan's act of seizing the man-eating flower, if the truth came to light. The incident involving the killing of Li Zhongren would certainly be exposed as well. In comparison, should the killing of Li Zhongren be revealed, it would be a burden too great for the 4 of them to bear. Brother Bai Fan, your solo venture to procure the man-eating flower was akin to plucking a flower from a garden. Truly impressive, Dongfang Songlong praised. Enough with the flattery. The man-eating flower is not to be dismissed lightly, Bai Fan chuckled. Yi Guxuan, regaining his composure, remarked, if Brother Bai Fan refuses to share, we shall continue our flattery until you feel nauseated. Bai Fan counted the petals of the man-eating flower, discovering there were 49, exceeding his expectations. Wang Zhong, this petal is for you. I wish you a swift ascent to the transcendence realm, Bai Fan said. Wang Zhong's hands trembled slightly as he accepted the man-eating flower. Following you, Brother Bai Fan, has truly been fortuitous. I feel luck is on my side. In the past, Wang Zhong could hardly imagine having the opportunity to consume such a high-grade spiritual herb. The man-eating flower was a rare treasure, one that could not be bought even with crystals. Subsequently, Bai Fan produced 6 more petals to share with Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan, though they had not contributed significantly. Bai Fan was not a miserly person. Dongfang Songlong gratefully accepted the flower. Thank you, Brother Bai Fan. Brother Bai Fan, are you not giving us too much? Yi Guxuan hesitated to accept, the man-eating flower feeling somewhat intimidating. Bai Fan laughed. 3 petals are hardly excessive. Use 1 for yourself, 1 for your main wife. And should you find a concubine, you'll have something to present as well. As for gifts for any secondary wives, that's for you to prepare. Thank you. Brother Bai Fan, Yi Guxuan expressed his gratitude. Dongfang Songlong added, Brother Bai Fan, If I truly have multiple wives, perhaps you could part with a bit more. Absolutely not. Prepare your own gifts. Such indulgence is unbecoming, Bai Fan replied with a serious demeanor. Laughter erupted among the four. During their expedition to the abyssal demon realm, they had returned laden with rewards, and even if they were to leave immediately, they had already profited immensely. However, after some discussion, they decided against departing. Their original plan remained unchanged as they sought the king of the abyssal demon clan. The king of the abyssal demon clan is indeed elusive. We have been searching for quite some time, Wang Zhong lamented, his impatience growing as he yearned to consume the man-eating flower and become a powerful figure in the Transcendence realm. In the Tianyu Great World, reaching the Transcendence realm marked a significant milestone, as those below it were merely supporting characters. Attaining the Transcendence realm would elevate one's status dramatically, ensuring favorable treatment wherever one went and easing the path to joining prestigious sections. Wang Zhong had tirelessly cultivated his skills with the sole aim of reaching the Transcendence realm. Now that he possessed everything necessary, he found himself unable to wait any longer. Brother Wang Zhong, I sense your eagerness to leave, Bai Fan observed. Let us continue our search for a while longer. If we yield no results, we shall depart. Let us press on. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us and we shall indeed find it, Dongfang Songlong suggested, unwilling to abandon the pursuit of the king of the abyssal demon clan. Hoping to harness the power of the demons under its command to elevate his own prowess. Yi Guxuan shared similar sentiments, but remained silent. In contrast, Dongfang Songlong was more casual and brotherly with Bai Fan, fostering an atmosphere of camaraderie where all could speak freely without concern for judgment. Bai Fan appreciated straightforwardness and valued friendships with honest individuals. Yi Guxuan was relatively forthright, though he imposed various restrictions upon himself, unlike the more carefree Dongfang Songlong. The four continued their explorations, vanquishing numerous formidable abyssal demons and accumulating wealth. However, they had begun to regard this wealth with indifference, focusing instead on honing their martial arts skills. Such a rare opportunity demanded their utmost dedication. Perfecting their martial techniques would undoubtedly enhance their power, serving as a swift means of fortifying their strength. The efficacy of identical techniques varied vastly among practitioners. Beyond sheer power, the understanding of martial arts played a crucial role. Although Bai Fan and his companions had honed their skills, they had yet to grasp the deeper insights necessary for true mastery. Once they achieved a profound understanding, they could innovate upon their techniques, refining them to unleash even greater power. Thus, cultivating martial arts was as vital as nurturing internal energy. Regardless of how potent one's internal energy was, a lack of comprehension in martial techniques would hinder their full potential. Engaged in their pursuits, the young men gradually set aside their quest for the king of the abyssal demon clan. Day after day, they battled the abyssal demons, witnessing tangible progress, which invigorated them and stirred their spirits. Their increased fervor for training resulted in a greater toll on the abyssal demons. In their current formation, the average abyssal demon clan was destined to be swept aside, lacking any capacity for resistance. One day, while Bai Fan and his companions were embroiled in combat with a group of abyssal demons, they had already dispatched numerous adversaries. Notably, Bai Fan effortlessly defeated several peak transformation realm abyssal demons, instilling terror in those beasts. Suddenly, the abyssal demons grew restless, their focus wavering amidst battle. What an overwhelming aura! Wang Zhong exclaimed, sensing something amiss. Upon further investigation, he confirmed his suspicions. It must be the king of the abyssal demons. The pressure is immense. Even I find it hard to withstand, Bai Fan remarked. The might of a transcendence realm warrior was evident, as their mere presence weighed heavily upon the four. Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan fared even worse, struggling to maintain their footing, drenched in cold sweat. Songlong, Yi Guxuan, you two should retreat. Engage with the abyssal demons primarily for observation and learning. Later, share your insights with me, Bai Fan instructed, though it appeared that Bai Fan was assigning them tasks. He was, in truth, providing them a chance to escape danger. Given their current capabilities, they were of little assistance, and remaining would only burden the group. Astutely, Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan withdrew without hesitation. Soon, the king of the abyssal demons finally revealed itself, resembling a small mountain from afar. Chapter 33. The Resurgence of the Black Silk. Indeed, the ruler of the abyssal demon clan is awe-inspiring, Wang Zhong exclaimed in disbelief. The ruler approached, towering at 30 meters. Its form seemingly composed of swirling black mist, which harbored the demons it had nurtured. The true appearance of the abyssal demon clan remained obscured. Only two lantern-like eyes glowing with an eerie light were visible. This colossal beast exuded an overwhelming presence that made it difficult to breathe. It appears that fortune is somewhat on our side, Yi Guxuan remarked, his expression shifting dramatically. Bai Fan inquired, Brother Wang Zhong, what do you think? Do we have any chance? This adversary is formidable. The ruler of the Abyssal Demon Clan possesses at least the strength of a high-level spirit-nurturing realm. Far surpassing our capabilities, Wang Zhong replied. The strength associated with the high-level spirit-nurturing realm exceeds 30 cloudstones. Even Bai Fan, the mightiest among them, fell significantly short, not to mention the disparity in their realms. Upon entering the spirit-nurturing realm, one's spiritual energy enhances both physical strength and the potency of their spirit, far beyond what inner energy can compare with. If they were confronted by a low-level abyssal demon, they might stand a chance. However, facing a high-level abyssal demon, it would likely require the combined efforts of the strongest from the first layer of the abyssal demon realm to even hope for its defeat. If that abyssal demon ruler attacks us with its demons, we shall seize the opportunity to hone our skills. Should the ruler decide to engage directly, we will retreat at once, as far as we can. If necessary, we will utilize the teleportation jade talismans to return individually, Bai Fan stated. Using the teleportation talismans would be the worst-case scenario. As the ruler of the Abyssal Demon Clan drew nearer, a portion of its form began to unfurl, swiftly encircling Bai Fan and his companions. Despite the evil fire serpent lion lurking at a distance, it too fell prey to the demon's assault. These demons discerned the difference between abyssal demons and beasts. Any entity that was not an abyssal demon would be targeted. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, intensifying the pressure on Bai Fan and his companions. Their greatest fear was becoming entangled with the demons, while the ruler chose to intervene personally. In an instant, the four were enveloped in the dark clouds, but fortunately, the ruler of the Abyssal Demon Clan remained idle. If it moved, the ground would tremble beneath its weight. It seemed the Abyssal Demon ruler, having ascended to the Transcendence realm, preferred to let its nurtured demons handle the conflict, refraining from direct engagement. Clearly, the Abyssal Demon ruler did not regard Bai Fan and his companions as significant threats, believing its demons sufficient to deal with them. Thus, the four focused on combating the demons, particularly Yi Guxuan and Dongfang Songlong, who sought to use the encounter as a means to break through their own limitations. Demons controlled by a master were undeniably more formidable than those drifting aimlessly. Although Bai Fan had significantly increased his strength, he still found the struggle challenging. As the demons attacked, illusions proliferated. Terrifying visions ensnared Bai Fan once more, serving as a trial for his mind, spirit, and soul, which he endeavored to comprehend. This time, he maintained clarity, resisting the allure of the illusions. Having gained experience, he found it considerably easier to confront the phantoms created by the demons. Yi Guxuan and Dongfang Songlong, however, were not so fortunate. Had it not been for Bai Fan's dual-colored miraculous lotus intervening last time, escaping from the illusions would have been exceedingly difficult for Dongfang Songlong. This time, they willingly embraced the mental challenge to transcend their limitations. In the midst of the illusion, Dongfang Songlong encountered his father, a figure of towering strength and affection. He was enraptured by this vision, unable to extricate himself. Throughout his youth, he had been disparaged as a bastard, with his mother hailing from the Dongfang clan, while the identity of his father was a taboo subject. Despite numerous inquiries, his mother remained tight-lipped. As Dongfang Songlong matured, his mother, Dongfang Mingzhu, passed away, leaving him with a secret on cultivating physical strength. He yearned to find his father, to confront him about his abandonment of both mother and son. Father. In the illusion, Dongfang Songlong's query was abruptly interrupted. Son, I am deeply sorry for the pain I caused you and your mother. It was my fault. I should have taken your mother with me, his father lamented, anguish etched across his face. Dongfang Songlong felt no resentment. Instead, a wave of sympathy washed over him for his father. The illusions crafted by the demons were potent, striking at the very heart, and one misstep could lead to becoming a puppet under their control. Dongfang Songlong was gradually succumbing to the illusion, making it increasingly difficult to extricate himself. Yi Guxuan was no exception. Who among us does not harbor inner demons? Once stirred by the demons, self-control became an arduous task. In contrast, Wang Zhong and Bai Fan fared somewhat better. Wang Zhong had engaged in numerous battles with demons, learning to master his own impulses. With the assistance of the dual-colored miraculous lotus, Bai Fan began to regain control, as the black silk prepared to emerge and devour the demons. Bai Fan intervened with his will, halting its advance. To his surprise, the black silk obeyed, remaining still. Bai Fan sought to buy time for Dongfeng Songlong and the others, allowing them ample opportunity to refine their skills, making their perilous venture to confront the abyssal demon ruler worthwhile, risking their lives to temper their resolve. Half an hour elapsed, and Bai Fan sensed the moment was approaching. Should the demons fail to subdue them, the ruler of the abyssal demon clan might intervene directly. Once that happened, their only option would be to flee. Devour black silk. The black silk, unable to contain itself any longer, rapidly surged forth, instantly consuming all the demons surrounding Bai Fan. The strands of silk whirled around, devouring any demon in sight. In a matter of moments, the demons around Dongfeng Songlong, Yi Guxuan, Wang Zhong, and the evil fire serpent lion were entirely consumed, leaving them momentarily stunned. The black silk did not immediately return to Bai Fan's body, instead racing toward the ruler of the abyssal demon clan. Infuriated by the loss of its nurtured demons, the ruler let out a furious roar. It opened its gaping maw, intent on sucking the black silk into its belly. However, the black silk, slick and elusive, evaded capture, encircling the abyssal demon ruler instead, devouring the demons clinging to its form. Those demons, lacking their master's command, dared not flee, resigned to being consumed. At this moment, Dongfeng Songlong, Yi Guxuan, and Wang Zhong were roused from their stupor by the ruler's thunderous roar. They gazed at the swirling black silk in astonishment, speechless. What is this black silk? It can consume demons. Dongfeng Songlong gasped in shock. Retreat, Bai Fan shouted, and without hesitation, the four fled at the swiftest pace, the evil fire serpent lion trailing closely behind. As for the black silk, Bai Fan had no concerns. It would naturally return to him, slipping back unnoticed, keeping the secret from Dongfeng Songlong and the others. The dual-colored miraculous lotus remained Bai Fan's ultimate secret, one he would never divulge to anyone. Even now, he was unaware of its origin, but sensed it was undoubtedly a rare treasure of the world. As they sped away, Bai Fan and his companions quickly lost sight of the ruler of the abyssal demon clan, continuing their frantic escape. Chapter 34. The stone giant of the abyss. At an astonishing speed, the entity known as the Black Silk devoured all the demonic essences from the abyssal demon clan, leaving none behind. Before the demons could react, they had been entirely consumed. The Black Silk grew significantly stronger and then vanished into the ground, leaving no trace. The ruler of the abyssal demon clan, incensed by the loss of the carefully nurtured demonic essences, was filled with rage. In that moment, the true form of the abyssal demon king was revealed. It was a colossal stone giant, its body seemingly composed of rugged stone fragments, appearing precarious yet remarkably resilient. The stone giant, enraged, stomped its massive feet, creating a large crater in the earth. Its overwhelming power was fearsome and violent. The stone giant advanced with furious strides, obliterating everything in its path, be it boulders or abyssal demons, reducing them to mere fragments. As news of the abyssal demon king's emergence spread, many self-assured human warriors began to pursue the stone giant. Although they dared not approach too closely, a growing number of them followed in its wake. The stone giant was undeniably formidable, yet without the demonic essences it once possessed, the human warriors found themselves at a loss. Yet a glimmer of hope emerged, the hope of vanquishing the stone giant. Should they succeed in slaying it, the likelihood of obtaining a crystal core would be substantial. Even in the absence of a crystal core, the giant's immense body held considerable value. Most importantly, anyone who could defeat the stone giant would ascend to fame, instantly becoming a top-tier warrior among the younger generation. Before long, news of the stone giant's rampage reached every young talent with some measure of strength in the first layer of the abyssal demon realm. Witnessing the stone giant's ferocity left them all in awe, and none dared to take the initiative. The stone giant was in a state of explosive rage, and anyone who dared to step forward would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. After Bai Fan and his companions escaped, they found a secluded spot to conceal themselves and began their cultivation. The attack by the demonic essences had proven beneficial, necessitating time for digestion. Particularly, Dongfeng Songlong and Yi Guxuan immediately commenced their training, preparing to break through their respective bottlenecks. With sufficient accumulation, both were poised for a seamless breakthrough. Not long after, Dongfeng Songlong ascended to the realm of immense strength, and coupled with his physical prowess, he achieved the level of transformation. Yi Guxuan smoothly advanced to the transformative realm, significantly enhancing his power. During their periods of breakthrough, Bai Fan imparted the physical cultivation techniques from the blood demon arts to Wang Zhong, encouraging him to train diligently. Since Wang Zhong had become Bai Fan's subordinate, his growing strength would undoubtedly benefit Bai Fan. However, Bai Fan withheld the secrets of the golden silk jade book, for it was his true trump card. Meanwhile, the black silk had long since returned to Bai Fan's body, silently rejoining him as the others engaged in their training. The strength of this quartet surged once more, even surpassing that of many elite teams from major sections. Although Bai Fan remained the weakest in terms of cultivation rank, his combat prowess rendered him the undisputed strongest among them. With the addition of the evil flame serpent lion, they became an even more formidable force. The evil flame serpent lion had also experienced a breakthrough and was now a transformative realm powerhouse. Against ordinary transformative realm warriors, it was an insurmountable opponent. Dongfang Songlong often exclaimed, "By my grandmother's bear, brother Bai Fan is a freak, and his magical beast is even more so." Bai Fan, rendered speechless, turned to Wang Zhong, who inquired, "Brother Bai Fan, shall we leave now or join the fray?" The news of the Stone Giant's rampage and the emergence of the Abyssal Demon King had spread far and wide, reaching Bai Fan and his companions. Both Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan were intrigued, eager to test their newfound powers. They looked to Bai Fan for guidance, having unconsciously accepted him as their true leader. Observing their eagerness, Bai Fan chuckled, "Since you are all so keen, I suppose we shall remain and join the excitement." Cheers erupted from Dongfang Songlong and Yi Guxuan, while Wang Zhong wore a smile. After the recent trial, Wang Zhong was no longer in a hurry to leave and break through his bottleneck. The deeper the accumulation before breaking through the transcendence realm, the greater the benefits thereafter. Having just learned the physical cultivation techniques, Wang Zhong hoped to strengthen his physical prowess further before attempting to break through. The stronger his physique, the greater the enhancement he would experience during the infusion of spiritual energy. This was no secret, however. Many overlooked the importance of physical strength in their haste to cultivate internal energy, often neglecting the arduous process of physical training. Yet, as Wang Zhong witnessed Bai Fan's ability to challenge opponents of higher ranks, he began to truly appreciate the significance of physical cultivation. Yi Guxuan recognized its importance as well, but regrettably lacked the physical cultivation techniques, for Bai Fan would never impart such secrets to him. Yi Guxuan silently vowed to find a physical cultivation technique upon his return and dedicate himself to rigorous training. Bai Fan and his companions quickly tracked the stone giant's movements and made haste towards it. Regardless of the circumstances, the stone giant had incited their ire, and they sought to contribute their efforts. The pretense of contributing was merely a cover for their true intentions, to seize the benefits for themselves. After several hours, the quartet arrived at a location not far from the stone giant, where hundreds of young warriors had gathered, many of whom were familiar faces. This time, Bai Fan and his companions presented themselves openly, as they were not engaged in any underhanded dealings. Their simultaneous appearance immediately caught the attention of Gu Feng. Gu Feng and the disciples of the Sword God sect were among the throng, but rather than focus on the stone giant, Gu Feng scrutinized the newly arrived group. Anyone who appeared in a quartet was under his watchful eye, as he was determined to uncover the identity of those who had seized the flesh-eating flower. The presence of Bai Fan and his companions raised his suspicions even further. Upon noticing the strength of Bai Fan's group, Gu Feng placed them on his list of key suspects. The small team boasted 2 transformative realm warriors, a rarity in the ranks of the 9 major sects. Yet, apart from Yi Guxuan, the other 3 were not disciples of these sections. Yi Guxuan's lesser renown meant that Gu Feng did not recognize him. "Yi Guxuan, you rascal, you've arrived as well. Why haven't you rejoined your team?" A handsome young man approached, smiling. Yi Guxuan's expression shifted several times before he replied, "My strength is insufficient. I wouldn't want to burden everyone." Bai Fan, keenly observant, discerned that the newcomer likely had a strained relationship with Yi Guxuan. The young man possessed peak transformative realm strength, explaining his arrogant demeanor. "Yi Guxuan, impressive. You've advanced to the transformative realm. When shall we spar again?" the handsome youth remarked. With a smile, Yi Guxuan responded, "If my senior wishes to guide me, I would be most eager." After teasing Yi Guxuan for a moment, the young man returned to the ranks of the Baiming sect, where several disciples greeted Yi Guxuan with smiles and nods, though they refrained from approaching due to the presence of the handsome youth. In a hushed tone, Yi Guxuan explained, "His name is Baiming Hong, an external disciple of the Baiming family. He has become quite arrogant due to his lineage." Wang Zhong inquired, "Shall we intervene and teach him a lesson?" Yi Guxuan hesitated, ultimately shaking his head. "No, I will handle him personally when the time comes." "That is only fitting. We brothers stand together," Wang Zhong affirmed. Gu Feng had already discerned that Yi Guxuan was a disciple of the Baiming sect, which alleviated his suspicions somewhat. However, as long as he could catch a glimpse of the figures of the four individuals, Gu Feng was confident he could recognize them, exhibiting remarkable composure. Gu Feng refrained from circling around to observe their silhouettes, fearing that he might inadvertently disturb Bai Fan and the others, or attract the attention of others present. Chapter 35, Targeted by Ancient Winds. The body of the stone giant holds immense value. Upon its demise, its seemingly stony flesh transforms into genuine ore, making it an exceptional material for crafting magical artifacts. The throngs of powerful individuals that have gathered are all in pursuit of a fragment of the stone giant's body. As the stone giant is currently in a state of frenzy, none dare to enter its line of sight, opting instead to follow from a distance. No one has yet made a move, and it remains uncertain how long it will take to break the stalemate. Bai Fan and his companions linger at the rear, intending to take advantage of the chaos, a sentiment shared by many others. Gu Feng, leading the disciples of the Sword God sect, walks at the back and finally catches sight of Bai Fan and his three companions. A wave of surprise washes over him, nearly causing him to faint from joy. I must seize the carnivorous demon flower. The only challenge is that disciple from the Baiming sect. However, for the sake of the carnivorous demon flower, I am willing to unleash a massacre. Gu Feng's thoughts begin to stir. Gu Feng harbors intentions unknown to anyone else. He seeks an opportunity to ambush Bai Fan and his companions with the disciples of the Sword God sect. He must not alert the others, lest unforeseen complications arise. Bai Fan senses a gaze upon him and turns to find Gu Feng watching. Gu Feng smiles at Bai Fan before shifting his attention elsewhere. Bai Fan, puzzled, murmurs. There is something amiss with Gu Feng. Could he have noticed something? His quiet voice, however, is overheard by Wang Zhong and the others. Bai Fan, what troubles you? Asks Dongfang Songlong. Gu Feng has pursued both me and Bai Fan before. Could he truly have discovered something? Wang Zhong furrows his brow. Bai Fan replies, we altered our appearances back then, so we should not be recognized, yet I have a foreboding feeling. Let us remain vigilant regarding Gu Feng and his group. Any developments must be promptly reported. Understood. The presence of Bai Fan and his companions does not stir any significant commotion, save for Gu Feng's fixation on them. They remain watchful, noting Gu Feng's frequent glances in their direction. It seems we must tread carefully. Gu Feng may have recognized us, Bai Fan states. The Sword God sect boasts over 20 formidable warriors. They are not to be trifled with, Wang Zhong warns. Bai Fan chuckles, we cannot confront the Sword God sect head-on. Once the stone giant is vanquished, we shall seek an opportunity to depart swiftly. We are not in immediate danger. But I fear for my brothers Yi Guxuan and Wang Zhong, Dongfang Songlong observes. Wang Zhong adds, upon my return, I will head straight to Juyo City to seek out Bai Fan. I have my own troubles to contend with. Yi Guxuan declares, as long as I possess the carnivorous demon flower, I fear nothing. If necessary, I will part with a petal to forge connections with a powerful senior brother. Yi Guxuan, do you wish for more carnivorous demon flowers? Bai Fan inquires. No need. Possessing too many would be cumbersome. Yi Guxuan shakes his head vigorously. Yi Guxuan makes a valid point. An excess of treasures often invites peril, especially when one lacks the means for self-defense. Thus, Bai Fan has concealed his true power, refraining from utilizing the Bloodblade, fearing it may attract fatal consequences. Wang Zhong remarks, everyone is waiting for someone else to make a move. When will the battle commence? Shall we lure the stone giant towards us? Dongfang Songlong suggests with a mischievous grin. Bai Fan contemplates. I have sent the infernal fire serpent lion to draw the stone giant. It should arrive shortly. The infernal fire serpent lion is remarkably swift and should encounter no danger. Though the stone giant possesses great strength, its weakness lies in its sluggishness, while its strengths include formidable power and exceptional defense. Wait, the stone giant is charging forward. Why is it retreating now? A warrior at the front exclaims in alarm as he spots the stone giant's silhouette. The stone giant strides forward, its fury seemingly intensified. In mere moments, the human warriors catch sight of the stone giant, which, in turn, notices them. The infernal fire serpent lion successfully retreats and conceals itself. Regardless of the circumstances, Bai Fan will not allow the infernal fire serpent lion to reveal itself, as it is one of his trump cards. Roaring. Upon seeing such a multitude of human warriors gathered, the stone giant bellows in rage. Kill it, some humans shout. Most human warriors scatter in fear of the stone giant's impending charge. When the stone giant charges, it is akin to the stampede of dozens of elephants. Many of the more timid individuals are so terrified that they soil themselves. Regardless of who they are, the tension is palpable. Though the crowd yells fiercely, none dare to obstruct the path of the stone giant, hastily evading instead. Nonetheless, war is now inevitable. As the stone giant draws near, the human warriors launch their attacks. Boom. Whether through sword energy or hidden weapons, their attacks merely chip away at the stone giant, inflicting no real harm and only serving to enrage it further. The stone giant's sluggishness prevents it from pursuing the agile human elites. Without the demon lord, the stone giant's terror has diminished significantly, displaying surprising intelligence. The stone giant bends down to pick up a large rock and hurls it into the crowd. Its immense strength propels the stone at remarkable speed. The onlookers, caught off guard by this unexpected tactic, are unable to evade in time, resulting in the deaths of 2 individuals crushed by the stone. The surrounding crowd is gripped by terror, drenched in cold sweat. The stone giant's strength is overwhelming, and its defense is formidable. Killing it will not be easy. Baifan exclaims in awe. At this moment, Baifan and his companions have retreated to a considerable distance, as they have no intention of rushing into the fray. Many share their sentiments, with numerous powerful individuals surrounding them. After a brief moment of chaos, the human side quickly regains its composure. Those who have ventured into the abyssal demon realm for training are all young elites. Once they calm down, they swiftly organize themselves into teams based on their sex to confront the stone giant. Everyone pay attention. The stone giant's weakness lies in its joints. We must attack from a distance. A human warrior shouts. Indeed, it is best if we coordinate our efforts to inflict damage on the stone giant, another chimes in. Among this group, there are many astute individuals who quickly devise a strategy to combat the stone giant. Yet, the stone giant is also no simple foe. Realizing that pursuit is futile, it picks up a large stone from the ground and hurls it toward the crowd. The stone giant's strength is immense, and the speed at which it throws the stones is astonishing, resulting in injuries and fatalities among the crowd. The human warriors retreat. But if they withdraw too far from the stone giant's range, they will be unable to attack it at all. As for engaging the stone giant in close combat, it is likely that no one would be foolish enough to do so. With the stone giant's power, a single swing could annihilate a large number of human warriors. Who would willingly walk into such a death trap? Chapter 36. Dual assault. The stone giant proved to be an arduous adversary, and the lack of unity among the humans rendered the task of vanquishing it exceedingly challenging. The disciples from the 9 major sects formed their own teams, and considering the presence of formidable individuals, the disciples from these sects were numerically superior and possessed greater strength. Each sect occupied a designated position, surrounding the stone giant without launching an attack. Numerous smaller sects were also present, forming their own teams, poised to seize victory at any moment. Some rogue cultivators banded together, for otherwise, they would stand no chance. All teams carefully selected individuals with ranged attack capabilities, ready to strike simultaneously, swiftly approaching for a quick hit before retreating. A scholarly man, exuding an aura of intellect, spoke up. This was Yuan Feng, the strongest of the Yuanshi sect, whose strength was nearly on par with the Transcendence realm, making him one of the elite among the younger generation. Many respected Yuan Feng's words. The 9 major sects responded in unison, dispatching their ranged attackers to the forefront. As the 9 sects mobilized, the other sects dared not lag behind and quickly selected their own ranged attackers. Soon, all ranged assailants were divided into 2 groups. They were instructed to strike together, specifically targeting the joints of the stone giant, and to retreat immediately after their attack. Safety was paramount. The 2 groups would alternate their assaults, denying the stone giant any chance to recover. Yuan Feng naturally assumed the role of commander, and the disciples of the 9 major sects acquiesced to his leadership, while the other sects had no one to voice dissent. Yuan Feng's prestige was indeed high. It would be difficult for anyone else to command such respect. Lord Yuan Feng, we concur with your plan, but how will the spoils be divided once the stone giant is defeated? One individual inquired. He was not from one of the 9 major sects and feared that he would end up with nothing, merely used as a pawn by them. This was a valid concern, and those outside the major sects recognized this issue, clearly seeking a commitment from the 9 major sects before joining the fray. Yuan Feng could not make a unilateral decision on this matter. He quickly conferred with the leaders of the 9 major sections. After considerable discussion, Yuan Feng returned to the Yuanshi sect's camp and declared loudly, "Our 9 major sects have deliberated, and if we succeed in defeating the stone giant, the spoils will be divided such that the 9 major sects take 50%, while the remaining 50% will be distributed among you. As for those who do not participate in the battle, they should not expect any rewards. The number of individuals from outside the 9 major sects significantly exceeded those from the 9 major sects. Even with a slight majority, the larger sects still held an advantage. However, since the 9 major sects would serve as the main force, the others could hardly voice any objections. Lord Yuanfeng, since your 9 major sects have shown such sincerity, let us unite our efforts to defeat the stone giant. Before long, consensus was reached, and those seeking to take advantage were excluded from the alliance. Wang Zhong felt disheartened, remarking, "It seems we have no part in this unless we seize it from so many others. Who says we can't? Although they have organized. Defeating the stone giant will certainly come at a cost. If chaos ensues, won't our opportunity arise?" Bai Fan smiled. Bai Fan and his companions remained composed, while many others grew increasingly restless. Initially, they intended to take advantage of the situation, but with the alliance formed, their prospects dimmed. If they attempted to join now, no team would accept those seeking to benefit without contributing. The disheartened individuals remained, eager to witness the unfolding battle against the stone giant. "Prepare yourselves. Attack." Yuanfeng commenced his command. At his signal, the selected individuals hesitated momentarily before swiftly advancing towards the stone giant. Yet, the human spirit remained fragmented. Some moved quickly while others lagged behind, with some even dawdling at the rear. As the stone giant perceived their approach, it began hurling stones at them. Screams erupted as individuals were struck by the falling boulders, sustaining serious injuries. The stone giant's throwing speed was remarkable, resulting in multiple casualties before anyone could engage in an attack. Many, unable to close the distance without being intimidated by the giant's display of strength, retreated at an alarming rate, even faster than before. The first wave of human assaults was, astonishingly, repelled by mere intimidation, with no attacks launched. Yuanfeng's countenance darkened significantly. Should this trend continue, failing to defeat the stone giant would be the least of his worries. It would showcase his incompetence. See, killing the stone giant is not so simple. Forcing these individuals together will only lead to failure, Bai Fan remarked. The stone giant is quite clever, having amassed a considerable number of stones around itself. Employing a strategy of stillness and defense, refraining from active engagement, praised Dongfeng Songlong. Thus, it appeared that defeating the stone giant would become even more arduous. Should significant casualties arise, the hastily formed alliance could collapse at any moment. Yuanfeng bellowed, this time. Everyone must change direction constantly and remain vigilant of the stones thrown by the giant. Do you understand? Understood, understood, came the lackluster replies. Lacking vigor and harmony, indicating that achieving unity among them would be a formidable challenge. Yuanfeng shook his head in a bitter smile, regretting his role as commander. Soon, the humans launched their second wave of attacks. Those selected charged forward, cautiously entering the stone giant's range, ever watchful of the boulders in its hands. Boom! A stone struck the ground. The giant's attack missed this time. Encouraged by this, the group continued to advance. The stone giant attempted 2 more strikes, both failing to connect. Now, one individual shouted, "Kill!" The humans surged forward, hastening towards the stone giant. With a deafening roar, the stone giant picked up several smaller stones and hurled them simultaneously. A few of the stones found their mark, hitting 2 individuals. "Do not retreat. We are almost there," Yuanfeng urged, fearing that the sight of the giant would cause panic. This time, the human warriors pressed on, undeterred. Hiss! One after another, they unleashed their attacks. But due to their fear, they remained at a distance, resulting in their strikes lacking force. Some even lost their aim, shooting wide. Despite a volley of attacks from over 100 warriors, the stone giant remained unscathed, a miraculous feat indeed. Yuanfeng seethed with anger, though he dared not voice his fury. "We must get closer before attacking." As those individuals returned, Yuanfeng asserted, "We must advance." Many scoffed internally, thinking, "Why should we approach? You don't go. Yet expect us to close the distance, while it is not you who faces the danger." Of course, they only grumbled silently, afraid to express their discontent. These individuals were truly foolish. Relying on them to defeat the stone giant would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties, Bai Fan mused. He had anticipated their lack of commitment, but was nonetheless taken aback by their utter lack of intent to engage the stone giant. The hastily assembled team was indeed a dismal failure, composed entirely of those merely observing the spectacle.